This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Bang, 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 bang. Violent banging sounds echoed outside the door. Sherzwan struggled to open his eyes. His gaze fell upon a chaotic hotel room. A tie hung on the back of the sofa chair, a pure white shirt lay on the carpet at the entrance, underwear torn in half at the foot of the bed, and a strange man slept soundly beside him. Even the curtains were hastily drawn, tightly overlapping at the top, but with a large gap at the bottom, letting in plenty of sunlight. Where was he? Sherzwan slowly moved his head towards the source of the disturbed sleep. It was a hotel. What happened at the bar yesterday? He spent the night in a hotel room with a strange man yesterday? Sherzwan quickly threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, almost tripping over the crumpled blankets as he did so. Last night, he was indeed in a terrible mood after quitting his job, which is why he went to the bar to drown his sorrows. He met a similarly down on his luck young man, and they ended up chatting for a bit. How did it all lead to bed? So what should he do now? Wake up the man next to him, put on a nonchalant face, and say, "We're both adults," and then part ways amicably? Or should he quickly get dressed and leave before the man wakes up? God, he has no experience in this area, he screamed inwardly, but before he could come up with a suitable solution, there was another loud banging on the door. This time, the sound seemed even closer. He could even hear the woman's piercing scream from the room next door after the door was kicked open. What's going on? He jumped in surprise, ignoring the aches and pains throughout his body, and staggered towards the door. Who is it? But the moment his hand touched the doorknob, the door shook violently. Something kept ramming against the door. Sherzwan was completely bewildered, but instinctively pressed his body against the door, resisting the force outside. The 1.8-meter tall man, coupled with his regular exercise, managed to hold on despite his weak back and legs. But because he was so close to the door, the sounds outside became increasingly clear. The woman's screams next door had ceased. What pierced his eardrums was the beast-like howl of something outside, accompanied by what sounded like chewing. It sounded like teeth-piercing flesh, chewing raw meat. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Sherzwan was somewhat frightened and wanted to wake the man on the bed, but even after shouting twice, the man showed no sign of waking. The commotion behind him, however, grew louder. It was clearly him down there last night. Why was this guy acting like he fainted? It took 5 minutes of this fascia gun-like stimulation from behind for the stranger on the bed to finally slumber. He had to admit that this man did indeed have a face that inspired trust. His face wasn't fleshy, but the lines were smooth, without any stiff angles. His eyes were deep-set, his nose high and straight, and his thick eyebrows were set against a healthy, fair complexion. His eyes were long and sharp, but when he picked up the glasses from the bedside table and put them on, that sharpness was concealed. No wonder he ran off with someone after getting drunk last night. Sherzwan was just trying to find excuses for his lack of performance last night, but the commotion behind him wouldn't allow it. He urged him anxiously, but the person on the bed leisurely searched for interest. The man's calm and collected demeanor infuriated Sherzwan. Hey! Hey, over here! He didn't know the man's name, so he could only call out like that. The man on the bed finally noticed that there was someone still pressed against the door. He looked up and met Sherzwan's gaze. After a moment of silence, the first thing he said almost made Sherzwan faint with anger. You're dancing on the door without any clothes on? Go to hell. Noticing the man's downward gaze, Sherzwan cursed, ignoring the even heavier blow from behind. Dancing my ass. You come here, you come and see if I'm dancing. What's going on? The man, brought back to his senses by the scolding, picked up his clothes from the floor and, without bothering to hide from Sherzwan, put them on. Who knows, I woke up to screaming next door, and then this thing kept banging on the door. The man walked over, using his height advantage to push Sherzwan's head aside, and looked through the peephole. A strong smell of incense and alcohol filled Sherzwan's nostrils. A faint, lingering scent from the previous night was also present. A couple of images flashed through his mind, and Sherzwan's face flushed red, his grip on the door loosening. In an instant, with a thud, the door was forced open. The sounds from the corridor flooded in, filled with screams like those from hell. Damn it, don't let go. Fortunately, the other person in the room was more capable, pushing the door back open the moment Sherzwan relaxed his grip. Hold on, I go find something. With that, Sherzwan ran off, returning a few seconds later, huffing and puffing, dragging a small hotel sofa. The two of them used the sofa to block the door, then used a coat hanger to prop the lock shut again, until the door wouldn't shake so badly it was about to be forced open. Shirzwan finally breathed a sigh of relief and bent down to pick up his clothes from the floor. The thing outside looks like a zombie. The bespectacled man glimpsed the door the moment it was forced open. The thing blocking the doorway had a sallow complexion, a chunk of its left cheek bitten off, flesh held together only by a small patch of skin dangling from its jaw. Its pupils were dilated, showing no signs of life, merely maintaining the mechanical motion of ramming the door. Its jacket was covered in blood and a pale yellow, unidentified liquid. Zombies? Shirzwan clearly didn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at the man. This brother? Have you been watching too many movies? My name is Xiaoao. Xiaoao pushed up his glasses and abruptly pulled back the curtains. A flood of sunlight illuminated the room. Hey, why did you pull back the curtains? Shirzwan jumped in fright, quickly grabbing his clothes to cover himself, but the fierce fighting of the night before had left his shirt ripped into numerous holes. He then checked his pants, finding them in no better condition. While he was practically naked and frantic, Xiaoao calmly began analyzing the situation downstairs by the window. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. The hotel is probably full of these things now, and the streets are in complete chaos. Xiaoao looked down at the zombies swaying back and forth below, but Shirzwan didn't come over for a while. Turning around, he found the person had crawled back under the covers, completely covering their head. He asked, "What are you doing?" A muffled reply came from under the covers. "I'd rather starve to death in this room than go out and wander around as a shirtless zombie." Xiaoao fell silent, remembering his offensive behavior the previous night. The other person truly had nothing to wear. "Well, we're in the same boat now. I try to find you some clothes. You wait here for me." The noise outside stopped. Xiaoao thought it was worth a try. Staying locked in the room meant certain death anyway. Just as he was about to leave, the covers were suddenly pulled back. The person inside jumped up, grabbed Xiaoao's arm, and blocked his way. "No, you can't leave. Who knows if you come back? What will I do if you leave? I'm just going to get some clothes. Why should I trust you? What if you put on your clothes, turn around, and leave? I'd be trapped here all alone." Xiaoao sighed, her arm gripped tightly by Shirzwan, impossible to break free from. "Then what do you suggest?" 5 minutes later, Xiaoao was shirtless, revealing her toned muscles. Her cargo pants remained perfectly still. The hoodie she had been wearing was now on Shirzwan. Luckily, he was quite fashionable. The hoodie was loose-fitting, covering his thighs perfectly. The only downside was that it restricted movement. "Is this okay?" Shirzwan tugged at the hem of his shirt, looked around the room, and finally grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist. Barely. "Okay, can we sit down now and discuss how to deal with this situation?" With the major issue resolved, Shirzwan felt much better. He sat up on the bed, letting the soft mattress support him. He slightly raised his chin, gesturing for Xiaoao to continue. Xiaoao paused, then said, "You saw the situation outside. My suggestion is that we still have to go out. We have no food or water here, we just be trapped and die. Just open the door and rush out. Won't you get eaten by zombies?" Shirzwan asked incredulously. Xiaoao turned her face away and gave him a disdainful look. "I suspect there were two main reasons that zombie at the door was attracted to it. One is the sound we made, and the other is the smell of humans." "The smell of humans?" "Yes. I meant the smell of humans. It's mainly the odor from the sebaceous gland secretions themselves. Our glands are distributed throughout our bodies, secreting sebum, sweat, and so on. These secretions themselves have little or no odor, but after being broken down by bacteria on the skin surface, they produce volatile odors. Other animals also use different scents to identify humans, like mosquitoes." Xiaoao gave an example. Mosquitoes can precisely locate humans by detecting compounds like lactic acid and octanol in human sweat before they can suck your blood. Shirzwan looked enlightened. "So, in summer, humans are like a sweet little cake to mosquitoes. Then some people attract mosquitoes more. Is it because their body odor is stronger, making it easier for mosquitoes to locate them?" "That's not the point. What I mean is that the zombie that was attracted to you outside just now was because of you, that face pressed against the door. If you just masked your body odor, you wouldn't be a target for the zombies." Xiaoao explained clearly, except for a slight pause when mentioning Shirzwan's disheveled appearance, which prompted the man to raise his fist in protest. "Fine, I explain, but no personal attacks, okay?" "Okay." Xiaoao smirked, "Then please try to find a way to cover up your smell. TSK, even if a zombie comes up and takes a sniff, there's an 80% chance it chase after you." Shirzwan rolled his eyes, and swaggered into the bathroom. He quickly thought of something to mask his scent. The hotel shower gel and shampoo, though not his favorite fragrance, were of little consequence in this situation. The silky liquid was squeezed into his palm, and he carelessly applied it to his hair and exposed skin. After a while, a sticky figure stood in the doorway, and the zombies outside were no longer attracted. Is this your look? It's not Xiao's fault, it just looked too bizarre. More terrifying than the zombies we only glimpsed earlier. What's the point of being picky at a time like this? Hurry up and put some on. Here, I put the shampoo on the sink. Xiao ignored him, took out perfume from her bag on the coffee table, and sprayed it all over her head. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You didn't even ask. Chapter 2. Even without asking, Shirzwan wasn't going to let him off so easily. Taking advantage of Xiao's back being turned and his backpack in hand, a wicked hand suddenly slapped his head, instantly plastering his sticky hair to his scalp. Xiao, are you crazy? Shirzwan, having done his mischief, felt a little embarrassed. Not wanting to waste the shampoo on his hands, he wiped it on his pants and said dryly, I'm sorry. The apology was so quick and insincere, Xiao had never encountered anything like it in his life. But what could he do? Of course he forgave him. After packing their things, the two pressed their ear to the door to listen for any sounds outside. No sound. Concluding that there were at least no more zombies swarming in the corridor, the door was slowly pushed open. A strong, pungent smell of blood instantly filled his nostrils, making Shirzwan feel nauseous. He held his breath, covered his mouth and nose with his hand, and slowly adjusted his eyes to the light in the corridor. A scene of utter devastation greeted their eyes. The thick gray carpet was splattered with blood, and bits of flesh, still attached to half skin, clung to corners, now a dark red. The walls were covered in specks of blood, some even reaching the ceiling. The horrific carnage was too much to bear. Shirzwan turned his head away, unable to look. Let's go, Xiao said, snapping out of his daze, and closing the door behind him. The lights went out, and the two could barely see their way using the light from their phone flashlights. They were about to go down the stairs. Wait a minute. Xiao suddenly stopped. Caught off guard, Shirzwan bumped his head into his back. What's wrong with you now? Xiao glared at him. Are you planning to fight zombies barehanded? What tempted Xiao to stop was the fire hydrant in the stairwell. He pulled open the glass door with one hand, and dust that had remained dormant for years fell in a flurry. Cough cough. This hotel failed its fire safety inspection. Shirzwan choked on the dust, inwardly cursing. Xiao took a fire axe from the hydrant and handed it to Shirzwan. He's just giving it to him like that? Shirzwan's mind raced. Aren't you going to take it yourself? If this is the only fire hydrant this hotel has, then it's really doomed. True. It shouldn't be that unlucky. Shirzwan readily accepted, even swinging the fire axe in his hand to test its feel. Xiao, on the other hand, took a flashlight. It was much brighter than a phone flashlight. He pressed the switch, and a beam of light illuminated the stairs beneath his feet. Let's go down and take a look. The two descended the stairs, their footsteps echoing clearly in the empty stairwell. Neither dared to speak, their nerves taut as they stared at the corner of the stairs. Suddenly, heavy footsteps and a low growl came from below. Something. They exchanged a glance, both sharing the same emotion. Xiao immediately switched off his flashlight. By the eerie green light of the emergency exit sign in the stairwell, they could barely make out the movement below. A zombie dressed in a hotel uniform staggered up from the next floor. Its sallow face was covered in festering wounds, its eyes bulging, its features contorted, and its breathing produced a wheezing sound. Xiao took a step back, surprised that they had encountered a zombie so soon. He tugged at Shirzwan's sleeve, wanting him to hand him the axe. But the moment his fingertips touched the fabric, the person beside him rushed forward. The fire axe swung straight at the zombie's head. The zombie reacted faster than expected. It roared and raised its arm to block, the axe blade striking its arm squarely. Crack! A chilling sound of breaking bone rang out. The zombie's arm twisted in a grotesque position, blood splattering everywhere. The axe was firmly wedged in its arm, but this seemed to have no effect on its movements. Shirzwan, on the other hand, was thrown back by the force of the impact, landing hard on his backside. The sound of him hitting the ground alone was enough to make one's backside ache. Enraged, the zombie headed toward Shirzwan's position again. Xiao rushed forward, bracing his leg against the zombie's waist and abdomen, using the momentum to leap up and snatch the axe back from its arm. Immediately, he gripped the handle with both hands and swung the axe at the zombie's head. This axe blow used almost all his strength. With a dull thud, the zombie's head shattered like a smashed watermelon, spraying out a mixture of red and white matter, splattering Scherzwan's face nearby. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Absolutely not. With a quick exchange, the two temporarily made up and obediently continued downstairs. But what they least wanted happened to happen. There was no fire axe in the fire hydrant on the floor below. Scherzwan couldn't help but complain, I feel like my luck has been ridiculously bad since I woke up this morning. Why don't you close your eyes now and see if you're dreaming? You're being a little too considerate. Luckily, no second zombie appeared in the stairwell, allowing both of them to catch their breath after the strenuous activity. Leaving the fire escape, they reached the last fire door. Opening it, they were outside. Xiao didn't push the door open immediately, he hesitated for a second. Scherzwan didn't rush him, keeping him company for a moment. Neither of them was in a hurry. But opening this door meant they were truly about to face disaster. When you get out, run to the left to the hotel parking lot, my car is parked there, Xiao instructed. I take you home. Okay, thank you, Scherzwan replied. After mentally preparing themselves, the gray door was pushed open. Sunlight streamed in instantly, blinding them. There was no time for them to adjust after the door opened. The familiar street was unrecognizable. This area, considered one of the more bustling parts of downtown H-City, was now littered with abandoned vehicles, haphazardly blocking the roads. The streets were deserted, save for wandering zombies, their movements stiff and sluggish. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, mixed with the smell of burning. The reality of the apocalypse. These 5 words flashed through Scherzwan's mind. Without time for lamentation, the two stealthily moved to the left, using the greenery as cover. The tall buildings divided the sunlight into 2 distinct parts, a clear dividing line. The two moved close to the wall. After walking about 50 meters, an SUV that had driven onto the sidewalk blocked their path. The large vehicle, overturned, lay across the middle of the road. To get around it, they would have to walk in the traffic lane. Xiao, walking ahead, was the first to notice the situation. He gestured behind him, signaling Scherzwan to stay close. He slowly lowered his pace, 1 step, 2 steps. He was about to circle the overturned car. Suddenly, Xiao stopped. A zombie was hiding behind the car. Their eyes met, and neither moved. But Scherzwan, following behind Xiao, had his view completely blocked by Xiao's broad shoulders. Unaware of what was happening ahead, he deliberately lowered his voice, asking in a whisper, "What's wrong?" But they were too close. Even his whispered question reached the zombie's ears clearly. The zombie instantly became alert and lunged at Xiao. Xiao smashed his fire axe into the zombie's neck, and blood gushed out instantly. A strong odor spread, and zombies, drawn by the scent, gradually approached their location. "Run!" Xiao roared, grabbing Scherzwan and sprinting towards the parking lot. The zombies howled and chased after them, moving incredibly fast. Scherzwan could hear the increasingly overwhelming roar behind them, like a minigame where a single trigger could flatten everything. What's going on? Guess. Scherzwan still seemed clueless, which infuriated Xiao. Fine, don't tell me then, why make such a racket? The two took off running. Luckily, they weren't exactly lax in their training, and gradually they managed to increase the distance between themselves and the zombies. Finally, the bar came into view. They drunk themselves into oblivion here the first half of the night. The stinging sensation of the strong liquor still lingered on their tongues. I never expected that coming to this runaway place would result in my innocence being wiped out overnight. Scherzwan thought to himself as he ran along the bank. The bar's parking lot was more of a makeshift parking area. It was just a few lines drawn between the bar entrance and the sidewalk to serve as parking spaces. Xiao remembered his car was parked on the far left. He ran as fast as he could, relying on his memory. "There," he said, pointing to a pink Mini on the far left. "Holy crap! A handsome guy like that drives such a cute car." The thought that appearances can be deceiving flashed through Scherzwan's mind, his gaze on Xiao filled with meaning. "This car belongs to my sister." Scherzwan gave a perfunctory uh-huh. The remote key was pressed, and the Mini beeped, its headlights turning on. More zombies were drawn to its presence. The two quickly climbed into the car. Xiao locked the doors and slammed on the gas. The tram was quiet, which unexpectedly became an advantage in the apocalypse. Through the rearview mirror, Scherzwan saw the zombies that had been chasing them gradually lose their target. Their figures grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared from sight. He finally let out a long sigh, leaning back in his seat, completely exhausted. That was so exciting. This is the first time in my almost 30 years that I experience what it means for your heart to jump out of your throat. You're 30? 29, thank you. Your Chinese seems a bit weak. At the corner, Xiao even activated the turn signal. Indeed, my literary skills can't compare to yours, and my driving skills aren't as good either. Their first reaction after escaping was to bicker in the car. Shirzwan chuckled at this. The tense atmosphere was abruptly broken. Xiao laughed for a moment, then asked, "Where do you live?" "I take you home." Shirzwan gave her an address. Although located in the center of H City, it was a notoriously old and rundown neighborhood. Xiao didn't know the way, so Shirzwan ended up driving in the passenger seat, staring intently ahead and giving her directions. After about 20 minutes, the road became bumpy and uneven, and they finally arrived at the address Shirzwan had given them. The white tenement building's exterior walls were peeling and crumbling, revealing gray cement walls underneath. Several clotheslines hung outside the windows, now fluttering wildly in the wind. "We're here." "Okay, thanks for bringing me back," Shirzwan said, reaching for his seatbelt to get out of the car. His brisk speed almost made him seem like a heartless bastard. Xiao hesitated for a moment, then stopped him. "Can your car drive in here?" He had offered to take him all the way, and Zwan would certainly have to comply. Shirzwan pointed to the large gate in the middle, which was probably only 1.5 meters wide. Any larger car wouldn't be able to fit. Luckily, it was a small Mini. The car stopped in the middle of the open space, the driver slamming on the brakes, but making no move to engage the handbrake. Shirzwan didn't think much of it, and was about to get out when he heard him ask, "Are you sure you want to go back?" Xiao glanced at the corridor upstairs in the tenement building, then at the passenger seat. Several zombies roamed the corridor. They were dressed in various ways, some elderly people in pajamas, others young people who had just changed into shirts and suits and hadn't yet gone to work. Each one had a ferocious face, bloodshot eyes, and occasionally rattled their throats. "Which room is yours?" Xiao asked. Shirzwan quickly turned his head to look. His gaze fell on the broken brown iron door, and his heart sank. This was a rented house, and the door was left by the landlord. He knew the quality wasn't good, but he hadn't expected it to be ruined so soon after the zombie outbreak. What to do now? Xiao followed his gaze to the broken door. "That's your house?" He paused, his tone carrying a hint of pity he himself didn't realize. Shirzwan's face turned somewhat pale. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, My humble abode is a bit dilapidated. Please excuse the shabby appearance." It was more than just dilapidated. Xiao was speechless for a moment, then said, "Why don't you stay at my place for now?" Chapter 3. "Really? You're such a kind-hearted person. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal." Shirzwan agreed without hesitation. "Can I go back and get some clothes?" He agreed so quickly. Xiao adjusted his slightly slipped glasses. "Do you need me to come with you?" "No need." Shirzwan decisively unbuckled his seatbelt, asked Xiao for the perfume bottle, and sprayed himself a few times. White tea scent? The same scent his former boss used, pretentious? Shirzwan indicated he didn't need accompaniment, and Xiao didn't insist on going with him, only reminding him to be careful. "Take the axe with you. Be careful going upstairs." "Oh, and if I'm not back in 20 minutes, you can drive away." Shirzwan turned to give instructions. After speaking, he gently hooked his right hand onto the car door, carefully stepping out with one foot, trying to make as little noise as possible. Observing the surroundings to make sure no zombies were paying attention, he slowly got out of the car. The stairwell of the tenement building was dark and damp, emitting a musty smell. He took a deep breath, rushed inside, and ran up the stairs. After running 2 floors, his body felt slightly warm, but before he could make it home in one go, he was stopped halfway. Several zombies were lurking in the 3rd-floor corridor. The corridor was narrow, and several doors were blocked by piles of delivery boxes and shoe racks. He hesitated, wondering whether to take a chance and rush through, when suddenly a car horn sounded downstairs. It was Xiao downstairs honking to attract the zombies' attention. Using the corner wall for cover, Shirzwan watched as the zombies blocking his way jumped directly from the 3rd floor. Xiao's trick actually worked. Within 2 minutes, the corridor was completely empty of zombies. He clung to the railing, looking down. Zombies that had fallen either had broken legs or cracked heads. They couldn't even find their way after getting up, let alone seek revenge on Xiao. Pretty stupid, actually. With no obstacles in sight, he easily found his way back to his front door. This house was rented. The landlord was a kind person, who had rented it to him cheaply after moving to a seaside city for vacation. It had helped him out of his predicament when he was almost homeless. The entrance to the detached one-bedroom apartment faced the bed and wardrobe. The door, which had previously been locked, was now wide open. The single bed's 3 legs had been knocked off, leaving a quarter-circle mark on the floor, and the headphones and books that had been on the bedside table were now scattered haphazardly on the floor. But thankfully, there were no zombies in the room. Scherzwan quickened his pace. Even in the apocalypse, he knew exactly what was most important. Scherzwan pulled over a chair and stood on it. He pulled a huge travel backpack from the top shelf of the wardrobe. He bought this bag many years ago, when he still lived at home. It was a brand name, of excellent quality. Even after several years, the fabric hadn't thinned at all. He tossed the bag onto the bed, and began rummaging through the leftover food. His job basically revolved around the company's schedule. The time he could spend at home throughout the year was extremely fragmented. His holidays rarely followed the statutory holidays. Basically, whenever the company had a project, he'd be traveling all over the country. He might have just bought groceries this afternoon, and had to rush off to a small city in the south for a business trip that evening. Using this excuse, Scherzwan, nearing 30, had never once considered learning to cook. If he had money, he'd eat out. If not, he'd eat instant noodles and steamed buns. What's the difference between living and sleeping? He rummaged through the cupboards and refrigerator, finally finding the remaining 3 packets of instant noodles, 2 cans of soda water, and a bar of chocolate. Pitifully little. The last time he stayed at home was 2 months ago. He submitted his resignation right after returning from a job interview, intending to rest for a while, but unexpectedly, a whole night had passed, and he couldn't even stay in his small, run-down apartment anymore. He hoped this little bit of stuff would be enough to show his sincerity in surrendering. Scherzwan prayed silently. On the other side, Xiao sat in his car, glancing at the time on his wrist every now and then. Only 8 minutes had passed. There were still 12 minutes until their agreed time. For some reason, he felt restless. Was it too stuffy in the car, or was the seat too far forward, the steering wheel pressing against his body too oppressively? His index finger tapped the steering wheel uncontrollably. 9th minute. Should he go up and check? 2 little voices suddenly popped into his head. One angrily told him to be more clear-headed. They only known each other for a day. Why was he so concerned about the person upstairs? The other, however, fanned the flames, showing glimpses of their intimate moments in bed last night. A one-night stand is still a relationship. He couldn't leave the other person alone in danger. The 2 voices were locked in a fierce battle, and Xiao's mind was unusually muddled. Suddenly, he realized that zombies were gradually approaching the 2nd floor. Their target seemed to be the room where Scherzwan's door was missing. Damn it! He honked the horn twice, mimicking his previous success. Most of the mindless zombies staged another freefall, but a few were still heading towards the room. Xiao had a bad feeling. He decided to go up and check anyway. Thinking this, he reapplied some cologne, opened the car door, and jumped out. He took a deep breath, gripped the fire axe tightly, and ran up to the 3rd floor almost silently, landing only on the balls of his feet. The 3rd floor hallway was filled with a stench of blood and a nauseating putrid smell. He quickened his pace and arrived at Scherzwan's door. Although the door was broken, the owner had closed it after going in. Through the door, Xiao could hear the sounds of fighting coming from inside. His heart sank. He kicked the door open and rushed in, axe in hand. The person inside was startled, and their strength instantly went out of control. Thud, a white knife plunged into the zombie's neck, and blood gushed out instantly. Oh my god, Xia, you scared me to death. Watch out. Scherzwan had just turned around, complaining to Xiao, when something grazed his hair and flew behind him, followed by a loud bang as the heavy object landed. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? I said you scared me to death. Did he hear me this time? Xiao, stared at by a resentful gaze, chuckled dryly. There's a zombie behind you. Just now, a zombie had been clinging to the window, trying to squeeze in through the slightly ajar gap. At the time, Scherzwan was busy fighting off the zombie, and hadn't noticed an arm had already slipped into the room from behind. Xiao stumbled upon this terrifying scene as soon as he entered. What's going on? Why did you come in when there's a zombie in the room? Xiao kicked the zombie lying on the floor. This was an unfounded accusation. Scherzwan scoffed. It was hiding in the closet the whole time. It suddenly pounced on me when I opened it to get some clothes. Xiao was incredulous. It was waiting in the closet the whole time? Instead of being attracted by the noise Scherzwan made after returning to the room, it waited patiently for him to open the door and let it out. The closet zombie and the window-climbing zombie seemed different from the zombies they had encountered before. they seemed to possess sentience. Shirzwan realized this too, and went to the balcony to look at the zombie that Xiao had knocked down with an axe. This guy is a homeless person in this area. He often climbs up the pipes to steal things, even women's underwear. We called the police to arrest him many times, but there's something wrong with him. Shirzwan tapped his head with his index finger. Several times he's only locked up for a few days before being released, and then he goes back to stealing. Most people living in this area are poor. The better off ones have security bars on their windows, but the poor, like Shirzwan, have to lock their windows every time they leave. But he usually only steals from the first and second floors. I never heard of third-floor residents being targeted. Xiao thought for a moment, guessing he didn't steal from the third floor before because he knew the risks of climbing up would increase, and it wouldn't be worth it. But now that he's zombified, as long as he's not fatally injured, he can still get up and move around. You're right. It's also possible that he no longer has the concept of death in his mind. He's not afraid, so it doesn't matter which floor he climbs to. Shirzwan shrugged, kicking aside the dead zombie on the ground to make room to continue packing his luggage. The room was small, so Xiao had to sit on the bed. What I'm trying to say is we can't be too careless. Those who jump down from the building attracted by the horn are low-level zombies. Those climbing into third-floor windows and ambushing from inside closets are high-level zombies. If you can't immediately identify the type of zombie you encounter, treat them all as high-level zombies. The noise outside was as deafening as ever. Shirzwan folded his last short-sleeved shirt into a square and stuffed it into his backpack, just in time to hear Xiao's explanation of the high-level and low-level zombie classifications. He couldn't help but laugh, weighed his backpack in his hand, then took a notebook from the bottom drawer of the closet and stuffed the top few pieces of clothing inside. They definitely never imagined that, after being lowly people their whole lives, they become high-level zombies after death. He was referring to the two zombies labeled high-level. Although he spoke with a smile, his tone was quite grating to Xiao. Perhaps he had some grudge against those two in life. Xiao, knowing his limits, didn't ask any more questions. After Shirzwan finished packing all his belongings, the two bid farewell to the dilapidated house, now without even a door. Hopefully, the landlord would still have a chance to claim compensation from him. Shirzwan sat in the passenger seat, letting his mind wander. He'd definitely act like a rogue, offering no money but his life. The Mini nimbly avoided overturned vehicles and wandering zombies on the road. Finally, it turned into the residential area and stopped in front of a high-rise building. The two osmanthus trees at the entrance of the building seemed much prettier than the miscellaneous trees in his old apartment building. There was also an osmanthus tree in the yard of the house he lived in when he was in school. Every year, he eagerly awaited the autumn blossoms, pestering his family to make him osmanthus cakes. Shirzwan gazed at the lush green leaves on the trees. It was only spring. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he wouldn't be able to enjoy osmanthus cake this year. Is there a problem? A sudden puff of hot air hit his cheek. Shirzwan instantly stiffened, his head slamming against the car window, wishing he could punch a hole and disappear. What are you doing? Huh? Xiao remained in the same position as before, seemingly puzzled by Shirzwan's strong reaction. Why did you suddenly come so close to talk to me? Heh. Xiao realized what was happening and chuckled. I called your name 3 times, but you didn't move, just staring at the building entrance. I thought you were deaf, so I had to get closer to ask. You don't think I'm flirting with you, do you? This was too much. Shirzwan's ears instantly turned bright red. Realizing his face was burning, he turned around, slung his bag over his shoulder, and got out of the car. I'm checking outside for zombies. Your neighborhood has good security, let's go. Damn it, at my age, I'm still so pathetic after being teased by a brat. Shirzwan grumbled about his reaction. Perhaps because this area is still under development, and the occupancy rate of the neighborhood is low, the two didn't encounter any more zombies, and successfully entered the building. The key padlock clicked back on, and the breath he'd been holding in finally escaped. I wish we wouldn't encounter any zombies that can enter passwords. Shirzwan piously clasped his hands together. Instead of wishing for that, let's pray that some incredibly strong zombie won't just break down this door. That's much more likely. The sun had already set. After a long night of hard work and a day of intense mental strain running around outside, both of them just wanted to lie down and get a good night's sleep. Shirzwan followed Xiao to the elevator. The LCD screen was dark, with no numbers displayed. A bad premonition arose. Is there no power? Xiao familiarly located the hallway light switch, pressed it, but there was no response. It's probably out of power. Can't the backup power supply power the elevator? The access control system is still working, which means the building has a backup power supply. The backup power supply probably only powers the access control system. Xiao opened the dusty stairwell door. The hinges, long and used, were covered in rust. 18th floor. Be prepared. 18th floor. Shirzwan's vision went black. Chapter 4. Look on the bright side. No zombie can possibly climb to the 18th floor, and aerobic exercise is better than waiting to die outside, Xiao comforted him. The two had already climbed to the 6th floor. He still felt alright, but Shirzwan behind him was already panting, leaning on the handrail. You're alright. My legs were weak when I woke up. It's quite impressive that I made it this far. Shirzwan supported himself on the handrail with his left hand, and his trembling knee with his right. Yeah, that's right, I'm about to reach hell. Buying an apartment on the 18th floor, incomprehensible. Don't complain, the price on the 18th floor is almost 10% cheaper than the lower floors. Okay, anyway, he couldn't afford it. Shirzwan wisely shut up. 14th floor, 15th floor, 17th floor. Stepping onto the last step of the 17th floor with his right foot, Shirzwan felt as if all his strength had been exhausted, his knees buckled, and he collapsed forward. Xiao, walking ahead of him, had no choice but to use his body to catch the weight coming from behind. Such strong arms. Strong arms can't lift you. Just one more floor, keep going. A reference to a machine gun. Shirzwan grabbed Xiao's work pants with one hand, using the momentum to propel himself up. Luckily, Xiao kept his balance, otherwise, with that force, they would probably have been killed in the stairwell. Finally reaching the 18th floor, both were panting heavily. Xiao pushed open the fire door of the stairwell, and suddenly, a dark figure pounced out from behind the door. Who is it? Xiao instinctively dodged to the side, but Shirzwan behind him was forced to expose himself, facing the dark figure directly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, raising his long leg to kick the dark figure away, and assuming a stance to prepare for the next attack. Ouch. Not a zombie? It was a human scream. Shirzwan paused. The dark figure opposite seemed to realize the two were beating him up as if he were a zombie, and quickly spoke up to avoid being beaten to death. Brother Xia, it's me. You know him? Shirzwan looked at Xiao, his eyes filled with doubt. Yes, he knew him. Song Ziqiao, what are you doing here? A cell phone flashlight illuminated the stairwell, revealing a young man with his hands raised, pale-faced, his eyes wide open. He wore a wrinkled shirt and jeans, his hair disheveled, indicating he had been there for a long time. This seemingly unkempt, short-haired man was his high school classmate, a chatterbox, and one of his closest friends in all this time, someone he had kept in touch with even after going abroad. However, he never imagined in high school that this talkative kid with poor grades would, years later, ride the wave of the times and become a famous marketing account. Getting back to the point, the two had lunched together yesterday, and Xiao personally escorted him home. Why was he here again today? The boy named Song Ziqiu suddenly broke down in tears. Xiao, I've been waiting for you here for ages. My girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, lives here too. I went to confront her, but she wouldn't open the door. I tried to leave, but as soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw zombies everywhere. I had no choice but to come find you, and you weren't home either. Where have you been all night, Xiao? You haven't come home all night. Wow, her tone was exactly like a mistress who had discovered her husband's infidelity. Shirzwan glanced at the person beside him again, hesitating, wanting to speak but stopping himself, finally his Adam's apple bobbing, and he didn't utter a word. Xiao was first annoyed by the noise, then received a cryptic look from Shirzwan. He sighed and pulled Song Ziqiu up from the ground. How long have you been waiting here? Since 8 o'clock last night, until now. He went out for dinner at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and hadn't returned home since. That made sense. After Song Ziqiu finished recounting his night's ordeal, he finally had the energy to talk to Shirzwan, who had almost sent him to his death. And this is? Shirzwan stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shirzwan. I thought you were a zombie and kicked you, sorry. The other man's attire was extremely strange. He wore a hoodie that was clearly a size too big on his upper body, while his lower body was bare except for a towel. His friend next to him was dressed in matching clothes, his upper body completely naked. Song Ziqiu? ? He racked his brains, finally managing to come up with an explanation for their current situation. After only 2 days apart, they actually started a little romance. He cast a meaningful glance at Xiao, leaving her completely bewildered. Hello, I'm Song Ziqiu. I known Xiao since high school. He shook Shirzwan's hand, which was raised in midair. I known him for 7 or 8 years. He's very aloof. I never heard him mention dating. Stop, stop, stop. Xiao interrupted forcefully. Standing in the hallway waiting to be zombie bait, let's talk inside. With that, he took out his keys and led the way. The three walked towards Xiao's apartment. Shirzwan noticed that there were about 5 or 6 apartments on this floor, the doors spaced far apart, suggesting each apartment was quite large. Xiao's house was the leftmost unit, close to the stairs but far from the elevator, so it was usually quiet. The moment the door opened, Shirzwan saw the interior. A spacious living room, pure white walls, and a 2-meter-long island counter made of cold jade quartz, with white-shaded light bulbs hanging from it. It was indeed quite sexually indifferent. But remembering this person's passionate performance last night, Shirzwan's cheeks flushed slightly. That assessment was still somewhat biased. Song Zichu walked in familiarly, immediately collapsing onto the sofa. God, finally safe. Xia Zi, wash 2 bunches of grapes for me. Xiao completely ignored him, closed the door, and casually grabbed a brand new pair of slippers for Shirzwan. Thank you. It's nothing. I haven't eaten all day. I go see what we have at home, and if possible, I make you something to eat. Xiao checked all the window locks, then headed towards the kitchen. There was still a lot of food in the refrigerator, but the power was off, and water dripped out as soon as the freezer was opened. Xiao frowned, grabbed a rag from the side, and planned to wipe away some of the water stains. Need any help? Shirzwan was standing behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. No. Xiao wrung out the water from the rag. Where's Song Zichu? You can chat with him for a while. He fell asleep the moment his butt hit the sofa. It was the first time he ever seen someone fall asleep so quickly. This kid, Xiao thought, somewhat speechless. The small space was now empty except for the two of them. The awkwardness left over from last night's absurdity finally found a chance to linger in the air. The homeowner indicated that no help was needed, but Shirzwan stood blankly at the kitchen doorway, his toes practically digging into the floor. One by one, the ingredients in the refrigerator were cleared out, various vegetables and fruits. This person knew how to enjoy life much better than him. There were also several large bags of rice cakes in the freezer. Are you a local? Shirzwan only knew that locals would stock up on so many rice cakes at home. He, an outsider, accepted this kind of food quite well, but a former colleague of his would bring back several large rice cakes every year during the Lunar New Year to give as gifts to various people, while most of the other colleagues accepted them with bitter expressions. At first, he found it strange that his colleagues' expressions were a bit unnatural. If they could eat this as a local specialty, they must like it, right? I ate it from breakfast on the first day of the Lunar New Year to dinner on the last day of the holiday. I finally managed to escape back to work, and my mother still wanted to pack several large bags in my suitcase. Xiao laughed. These large bags of rice cakes had initially given him a headache, but now, it might actually be a good thing. Did your mom make all of this too? Yes, she brought it to me on the first day I got back to China. I've been eating it for almost half a month, and there's still so much left. Wow, a returnee from overseas. Then you have a chance to finish it before you leave the country. A cruel joke. But the tension between them finally eased a little. Okay, eat more later. Xiao turned on the gas stove. Thankfully, the gas was still running. Any dietary restrictions? No. Shirzwan answered, but glancing at the ingredients on the table he added, I don't eat ginger or garlic. He doesn't even eat ginger or garlic. How could he answer no so decisively? Xiao once again labeled this person a talker who talks nonsense. Food was scattered haphazardly on the table from the refrigerator. The weather wasn't hot, and the power outage had only lasted about half a day, so the meat in the freezer hadn't spoiled and was still edible. It would be a waste not to cook it all, so he might as well make it into cooked food and eat as much as he could. Xiao decided to use both stoves simultaneously. He braised pork belly and half a chicken in the pressure cooker, and cooked rice cakes on the other stove. Do you usually cook for yourself? He asked Shirzwan, but remembering the man's past misdeeds, he added, tell the truth. Not really. That meant he didn't cook. Automatically switching equations, Xiao decided to give him an easier task. I handle the chicken and meat. You wash the vegetables, and pick the leaves to soak in water. Okay. He wasn't a kindergartner, he didn't need to be taught how to wash vegetables. Clear water slipped through Shirzwan's fingers, splashing onto the lush green leaves. A novice in the kitchen, regardless of culinary skills, will definitely wash the vegetables thoroughly. Each small green vegetable is picked up and carefully rinsed of the dirt from its roots. The process is lengthy, and since Shirzwan has nothing better to do, he starts chatting with Xiao. You said you just returned to China. Which country were you in before? Country DEY. He went abroad after graduating from high school and has been there ever since. So you're still studying? Shirzwan's face immediately turns green, and he stops what he's doing in surprise, turning to look at him. That means he's with a student who's still studying. His expression is too easy to read. Xiao, seeing his conflicted look, smiles and says, I'm doing my PhD now, only 2 years younger than you. Thank goodness, the sins weren't too serious. Young and promising, already a PhD, your education is quite impressive, Xia. Shirzwan breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed, well, now you can't go back to school. Xiao's smile suddenly froze. After a long silence he said, I don't plan to go back. He didn't seem to be in a good mood, and Shirzwan, understanding the situation, didn't ask any further. The food was successfully cooked in the pot, steam rising and condensing into small water droplets on the tile surface. Although it wasn't summer yet, the two of them were sweating profusely by the stove, so they might as well use the time to do something else. Entering the living room, Song Zichu was already snoring, one leg propped up on the back of the sofa, a cushion tucked in his arms. Go to the room on the left. There are 2 basins on the balcony. Put one there to collect water, and take the other into the bathroom, Xiao instructed in a low voice. After confirming that Song Zichu hadn't been woken up, they continued. I get some water from the bathroom first. This basin is small, you can bring in the bigger one to fill it. That way, at least we can last a few more days after the bottled water runs out. The two of them had already tallied all the usable resources in the house. Drinking water consisted of only half a bottle from the water dispenser, and the expensive red wine the homeowner had hesitated over for 10 seconds before finally donating it. This amount would only last the 3 of them at most 3 days. Shirzwan was ordered to go to the balcony to get a basin. The room connected to the balcony showed clear signs of habitation. A laptop was charging on the bedside table, along with several foreign language books. The words in the foreign language books were densely packed. Even a glance at them made Shirzwan's head spin. He simply turned on the tap and ran the water, then handed another basin to Xiao. The water splashed into the basin. Filling such a large basin would take at least 3 or 4 minutes, and Shirzwan started arguing again. You're a good cook. Did you learn that while studying abroad? Yes, the food there wasn't really to my taste, so I learned to cook for myself. The recipes are from my dad, so I can only replicate about 70% of it. Even if it doesn't taste good, I just have to swallow it. Xiao smiled and winked. He squatted down to get water, and Shirzwan stood beside him, able to see his fluffy head and half his face. Short hair hung down his forehead, sparsely covering part of his eyebrows. He had excellent bone structure, and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses sat on his high-nose bridge, the lenses reflecting the shimmering water. When he smiled and winked, a slight puff of eye appeared, not wide, but enough to dispel the aloofness between his brows. A person who eats doesn't care about who cooks. Give me a whole cow now, and I grab its tail and eat it. Having not eaten for almost a whole day, Shirzwan was so hungry he had no strength left. Okay, then eat more later. After saying that, he told Shirzwan to go to the balcony and keep an eye on things so that the water wouldn't overflow and flood his house. Chapter 5. 3 large basins of water were neatly placed on the living room floor, finally waking Song Zichu, who was lying on the sofa. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and saw 2 people squatting around the basins, their backs to him. What are you 2 doing, laying eggs there? Shirzwan was startled by the sudden voice, almost falling on his backside, only regaining his balance thanks to Xiao's help. Using the support from the hand on his lower back, he stood up. His calves were numb from squatting for so long, so he habitually stomped his feet twice. The discomfort eased slightly. You 2 talk first, I go check the pot in the kitchen. Xiao gave Song Zichu a look and turned to go into the kitchen. With the warmth gone from his lower back, only Song Zichu and Shirzwan remained in the living room. Song Zichu's eyes widened. He had witnessed Xiao's reflexive catch of Shirzwan as he was about to fall, from the very beginning. He jumped up, put his arm around Shirzwan's shoulder, and led him to the sofa. Hey bro, can you tell me how you 2 got together? His gossip-loving soul was burning brightly. So many years, and I never seen him show any interest in dating. Wow, he kept it a secret for so long. He's been living in the country for over 6 years, and you 2 were just dating online? Questions came one after another, and Shirzwan, his shoulder pinned, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. We weren't dating. If you weren't dating, how could you two stay out all night, and then show up in the stairwell dressed like this the next day? Song Zichio looked utterly incredulous. Only then did Shirzwen realize he was still wearing the clothes he'd taken off Xiaoao that morning. He hadn't noticed at all. He'd even been chatting with Xiaoao in the kitchen doorway during a break. He'd been bustling around bringing out 2 basins of water. Shirzwen instantly felt all the blood rush to his head, almost bursting his cheeks. His unrestrained shouting summoned the chef. Upon opening the kitchen door, the chef saw Shirzwen's head practically buried in the floor. "Let me get you some clothes. While there's still water, go take a shower first, then we can eat." He led Shirzwen back into the master bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and took out a thin white sweatshirt and black casual pants from the top shelf. "These pants are a little small, but they should fit you perfectly. Aren't you going to shower?" Xiaoao looked exactly the same as when they left the hotel. "It's alright. I go after the food is cooked." Xiaoao took out a new towel and new underwear from the drawer. "This size might be a little big for you, but it'd have to do. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated." Shirzwen snatched the fabric from Xiaoao's hand, and before pushing open the door to leave, he shoved the man next to him hard with his shoulder. "You're not that big. Even if you are, it doesn't mean your handling skills are that good." Turning on the tap, the moment the cold water hit his body, Shirzwen instinctively jolted. Taking a cold shower in mid-April was still too much of a strain. But in this situation, the electricity was off. How long could the water and gas last? He quickly rinsed off the shampoo from his hair and body, used a brand new soft towel to absorb the moisture from his skin, and put on the clothes Xiaoao had prepared for him. The top was a little big, the hem covering his buttocks, but the pants fit perfectly. He deftly draped a towel over his head, opened the door, and went out to let others come in to shower. As soon as the bathroom door opened, the rich aroma of stewed meat wafted out. Looking closer, Song Zichi was already sitting at the dining table, chopsticks in hand, reaching into the dishes. Then, Xiaoao, noticing his movement, slapped his wrist. "Hey, brother Shir, you're done showering." Song Zichi was positioned perfectly to see him come out of the bathroom. When did they become so close that they could call each other brothers? Seemingly catching Shirzwen's expression, Song Zichi explained, "Brother Xia said you're 2 years older than him. I started school early, so I'm a year younger than him." "So what?" "He's older, he's the oldest." Shirzwen silently gave both of them a major scolding in his mind, but outwardly remained silent. Who still wants to shower? "Go on. Brother Xia, you go first. I eat a couple of bites first." Song Zichia didn't move. "Brother Xia wouldn't let me touch my chopsticks until you came out." Shirzwen pulled out the seat next to Song Zichu and sat down. 4 chairs were arranged around the dining table, with Xiaoao sitting directly opposite him. "Eating can't shut you up." He ignored the meat still on Song Zichia's chopsticks and snatched the bowl away. "Go shower first." "I eat first." "No, you didn't change your clothes in the stairwell all night. You stink horribly." Song Zichu was innocently scolded, rolled up his sleeves, and sniffed under his armpits. Clearly there was no smell. He glanced at the person opposite him, who had subjected him to such cruel verbal abuse, then at the person sitting next to him. The person next to him was much more slovenly than him 10 minutes ago, and Xiaoao hadn't uttered a single word of disgust when the two of them were squatting together playing in the water. He was superfluous. Song Zichu reluctantly put down his chopsticks, borrowed a change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. Only the two of them remained at the table. Shirzwen picked up a piece of meat, casually asking, "Why aren't you wearing a jacket?" "Be careful not to catch a cold." "It's nothing. I just have a lot of internal heat." Xiaoao smiled, ladled a bowl of rice cakes, and pushed it across the table. "Song Zichu often speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. You two have known each other for a long time." "Yes. In high school, I was quite introverted, only knowing how to study, and no one made friends with a bookworm like me. Later, he was made my deskmate." The cliché story of a quiet, good student being led around by a mischievous, troublesome kid. Cliché, but this trope always works. No wonder you even give him priority in taking a shower. Xiaoao shrugged. After finishing dinner, Xiaoao also took a shower. The three of them tidied up the scattered food items in the house again. Xiaoao continued to sleep in the master bedroom. Shirzwen won rock paper scissors and got the second bedroom, while Song Zichu had to sleep on the living room sofa. However, he himself accepted it well. The quick nap he took on the sofa before dinner proved that Xiaoao's sofa was of pretty good quality. The next morning, Shirzwen felt something was wrong as soon as he opened his eyes. His body felt unusually heavy, and he slumped back onto the bed with a heavy thud. He tried to call for help, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something hard, and he couldn't make a sound for a long time. He seemed to have caught a cold. He stared blankly at the white wall, and with all his might, placed the back of his hand on his forehead. It was burning hot. How could I have caught a cold? Scherzwan rolled over, trying to clear his groggy mind. Was it because he ran around outside barefoot yesterday? Or because he had shampoo on his hair, and the wind made it stick cold to his head, causing him to catch a cold? Or was it because of that damn cold shower? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound at the door, followed by 3 knocks. Are you up? After thinking for 2 minutes, Scherzwan finally recognized Xia Ao's voice. Up. Wow, what an awful voice. He even coughed up his own saliva in his anxiety. The voice from outside came again. Then I'm coming in. What's wrong? Your voice sounded off earlier. Xia Ao entered and saw the person on the bed staring blankly at the door like a corpse, their cheeks flushed. It's already 10 o'clock. Seeing you still not up, Song Zichu was a little worried. Scherzwan then noticed that there was someone else following behind Xia Ao. It's nothing, I probably just caught a chill yesterday, a bit of a cold. This person ran around shirtless all day yesterday, how come they're perfectly fine? Is the difference in physical constitution between people really that big? Scherzwan tried to sit up, but unfortunately failed. So he raised his right arm. Please help me up. Like a zombie. Xia Ao silently cursed in his heart. But he walked closer to the bedside, and bent Scherzwan's outstretched arm back. He placed the back of his hand on the person's head. It's a little hot. What? Let me touch it. Song Ziqiao, that impulsive hand, actually joined in and touched his forehead. Wow, you definitely have a fever. Brother Xia, do you have any fever reducers at home? Wait a minute, I go find some. Xia Ao went out to find fever reducers, and Song Ziqiao wasn't idle, saying he would get him a wet towel to apply. Having lived alone for so many years, although he rarely got sick, he always endured it alone when he was. Scherzwan was somewhat touched. It was rare for him to be lying in bed waiting to be taken care of. He waited happily as Song Ziqiao came in with a damp towel, the cold towel landing on his forehead. Then Song Ziqiao, with a grim face, brought him bad news. The water's out. Although he had expected the water to be cut off soon, he hadn't expected it to be out on the second day. Before Scherzwan could offer any further comment, the door opened again, and Xia Ao entered empty-handed, the result immediately clear. No cold medicine. I don't stay here often, and the medicine at home expired 5 or 6 years ago. This was bad. Never mind, it's alright. A little cold will be fine after a couple of days of rest. With that, he struggled to sit up. Xia Ao frowned. Don't be stubborn. By the way, Song Ziqiao, does your ex-girlfriend live here too? Does she have any cold medicine at home? She probably does. She lives alone, and she keeps a variety of medicines on hand. Which floor does she live on? Could you ask her for some medicine? We can exchange food or water. Xia Ao's expression was serious. At this time of year, both medicine and food are extremely precious resources. If Scherzwan's forehead hadn't been burning hot enough to fry an egg, Xia Ao wouldn't have dared to make this suggestion. But compared to his earlier tearful outburst in the stairwell, when it came to exchanging cold medicine with his ex-girlfriend, Song Ziqiao stammered and avoided eye contact. It was obvious to everyone that his claim of demanding an explanation from his ex-girlfriend wasn't entirely justified. What did you two break up about? Scherzwan's throat wasn't sore anymore, his forehead wasn't as hot, and he felt half his strength return. He turned to the side, gossiping, only to receive a speechless look from Xia Ao. What's wrong with being curious? He looked back without any guilt. Aw, stop pressuring me. How am I supposed to tell you that I clogged her toilet twice while staying overnight at her house? Song Ziqiao covered his ears with both hands, perhaps thinking that if he couldn't hear it, no one else could either. The small bedroom fell into a deathly silence. He finally realized he had blurted out all the embarrassing things. His face turned ashen. Huh? Chapter 6. Just because of this little thing, she's going to break up with you. Scherzwan was puzzled. Wasn't that a bit too casual? But regardless, they needed to hear the victim's side of the story to understand why she chose to break up. The three of them unanimously decided that Xia Ao and Song Ziqiao would visit her, trying to exchange a bottle of drinking water and a packet of instant noodles that Scherzwan had brought for 2 fever-reducing pills. Despite Scherzwan's protests, insisting he had the strength to walk up to the 15th floor, he was still forced to agree. Brother Sher, you rest well at home, we'd definitely bring you the fever-reducing pills. Where did he get his confidence? The bedroom door didn't close again. The sound of the lock turning came from the main door. Then, with a bang, the room fell silent. Shirzwan lay listlessly on the bed, lost in thought. Being taken care of was certainly nice, but the pain of not being able to get the whole story was even more agonizing. He tossed and turned in bed, his curiosity constantly stimulating his cerebral cortex. Even 5 minutes felt incredibly long. Having waited in vain for the team that had gone out to find the medicine, Shirzwan finally couldn't wait any longer. He jumped out of bed in one go, quickly rinsed his mouth in the bathroom, and then ran downstairs. The stairwell was still dimly lit. Going downstairs was much easier than going up. Shirzwan gripped the handrail with his right hand and reached the 15th floor in less than a minute. He had been a little worried about how to find Song Ziqiao's ex-girlfriend's apartment. But as soon as he came out of the stairwell, he bumped into Song Ziqiao, who was standing at the door as punishment. Why did you come down? What are you doing standing here as punishment? Song Ziqiao awkwardly scratched his chin. Xiaoji is changing your dressing. And what about you? Shirzwan was somewhat gloating. This door was definitely the right one. You got locked out by your ex-girlfriend? He was mercilessly mocked. Shirzwan swayed, preparing to continue teasing Song Ziqiao, when suddenly the door behind them opened. Xiao, so many people. Hi. Now Song Ziqiao wasn't the only one embarrassed. Didn't I tell you to rest upstairs and wait? Shirzwan looked up and down, avoiding eye contact with Xiao. After a while, he mumbled, I really don't feel bad anymore. Oh! Who was that just now, stretching out their arms like a zombie, waiting to be pulled out of bed? Giggle. A burst of laughter suddenly broke in. Another head popped out from behind the door, which was half blocked by Xiao's body. A girl with shoulder-length short hair smiled at them, her eyes crinkling with a pretty smile. Oh, sorry. The girl came out and greeted Shirzwan cheerfully. Hello, my name is Jiang Si. Is this the cold medicine for you? Xiao had actually managed to get a whole box of cold medicine in return. Hello, I'm Shirzwan. He greeted her from a distance. Hopefully, he wouldn't catch a cold from this kind girl. The narrow corridor suddenly felt a bit crowded with the four of them. Shirzwan was about to thank Jiang Si and quickly persuade her to go back to her room when Song Ziqiao, who had been ignored the whole time, finally got a chance to speak. See, I really didn't mean to. I even called someone to unclog the toilet. Jiang Si's smile vanished instantly. Song Ziqiao, are you out of your mind? Did you have to bring this up at a time like this? But I don't want to break up with you. He actually reached past Xiao, who was lying in front of him, to grab Jiang Si's hand. Don't be angry anymore. Oh. Song Ziqiao's affected, coquettish manner left the two onlookers speechless. Shirzwan raised an eyebrow slightly and gave Xiao a look. Shall we go first? Okay. Xiao rarely understood someone's expression so accurately. He secretly made a hand gesture behind his trouser seam. Just as the two were about to slip away, their argument suddenly ended. The door slammed shut, leaving Song Ziqiao scrambling to his feet. He still wouldn't give up and banged on the door twice. Alright, if they don't want to talk to you, stop bothering them. Shirzwan quickly stopped his noisy waving. But? No buts. Xiao said sternly, you go back too. Running a fever and still wandering around like this, you're really asking for trouble. The two, mercilessly punished, had no choice but to shut up and obediently follow Xiao home. Once home, Xiao intended to boil some water on the stove, only to find the gas was off. Now they were truly out of resources. In the end, she could only pour out the little hot water she had previously poured into the thermos, mix it with ordinary cooled boiled water, and have Shirzwan take his medicine. While Xiao was busy like a mother hen, the patient at the dining table still couldn't resist gossiping, pestering Song Ziqiao with questions. You two really broke up because of something as small as you clogging the toilet? Judging from Jiang Si's attitude, it didn't seem that simple. That morning when I got up to brush my teeth, I accidentally grabbed her toothbrush instead. But I feel like we're already dating, and the next step is moving in together. Is it really necessary to be so disgusted by me just because I accidentally used the wrong toothbrush? Seriously, you're disgusting. Shirzwan's expression was ashen, like he'd eaten shit, leading Xiao, who brought in the medicine, to think his fever had worsened and urge him to go back to his room and lie down. Deprived of the right to talk, and with the effects of the medication, drowsiness quickly overcame him. Shirzwan slept very comfortably. When he woke up again, the curtains were considerably drawn, and not a single ray of light pierced through the gap between the curtain rod and the curtains. Did he sleep until nightfall? He got out of bed, his head no longer hurt, only his nose was a little stuffy. The glass of water on the bedside table was empty, so he planned to go to the living room to get some. The lights of the entire city were off, and the living room was pitch black. A soft, intermittent snoring sound came from the sofa. Scherzwan turned on his phone, afraid to use the flashlight, relying solely on the faint light from the screen to locate the source. He gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of water, finally easing the parched feeling in his throat. The light swept across the master bedroom. The door was tightly shut. Presumably everyone was fast asleep. Scherzwan put down his cup and returned to his room. He opened the curtains about 10 centimeters. He had never seen such a bright night sky in his life. Stars dotted the night, and moonlight streamed directly onto the opposite rooftop without passing through any clouds. Staring at the sky for a while, Scherzwan began to ponder his future plans. With zombies roaming outside and water, electricity, and gas being cut off one after another, he estimated that social order would soon undergo a drastic change. In this situation, his shabby little house was even turned into a free tourist attraction by rude zombies. Luckily, the zombies didn't break in while he was sleeping, otherwise, they would have trapped him like a turtle in a jar, and he wouldn't be alive now. And then, there's Xiao. Putting everything else aside, this guy is just too kind. Even when resources were paramount, he was willing to take in a stranger whose name he only just learned. When he was sick, he was even willing to use his precious food to get him medicine. If it weren't for the time and place constraints, and the fact that he wasn't a teenager anymore, maybe he would have actually considered having a first love to escape his lifelong single status. Thinking of this, Scherzwan shook his head violently, banishing the thought from his mind. He must be crazy to spout such sentimental youthful quotes in the middle of the night. With nothing to do, he picked up his backpack and placed it on the bed. He took all the food out and gave it away. He kept a piece of chocolate for himself, in case of emergency. Below were a power bank and a small knife. The power bank has a 20,000 mAh capacity, but only 3 bars of charge remain. It can probably only fully charge the phone 4 times. He has to use it sparingly. Carefully placed in the innermost compartment is a thick notebook with a red cover. Since he can't sleep, he opens it and flips through it. The title page has a name written on it, the edges are curled up, and there are various numbers scribbled in pencil in the blank spaces. He runs his thumb along the somewhat worn paper. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Who's knocking so urgently at this hour? Scherzwan listens carefully. The sound is coming from the front door. In other words, someone is knocking on the door in the hallway outside. He casually stuffed his notebook back into his backpack, then, without slippers, tiptoed to the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew more urgent, but didn't stop. Song Zichi's snoring continued. He showed no sign of being woken. Scherzwan turned off his phone's screen and peered through the peephole. Pitch black. Fortunately, the person outside realized that even if he knocked for half an hour, no one would answer. The knocking stopped, and a dim light was turned on, illuminating the person's skin. Disheveled short black hair obscured most of her face, the light concentrating on the tip of her chin, forming a sharp, inverted triangle. The woman's face was filled with terror, and she even occasionally turned her gaze to the left. In the middle of the night, Scherzwan felt a chill run down his spine. He almost thought he stumbled upon a ghost in the dead of night, but upon closer inspection, it was Jiangxi, whom he just seen earlier that day. He opened the door to let her in, and was about to ask what was going on when the girl gestured for him to be quiet. Both remained motionless in their previous positions. A few seconds later, footsteps echoed down the hallway again. The heavy sound of shoes on the floor clearly indicated that the owner was an adult male. The man circled the hallway twice, but not finding Jiangxi, the footsteps gradually faded away. Jiangxi gestured to Scherzwan, indicating that they should go inside. At 1:18 a.m., the 4 of them squeezed into Xiao's second bedroom. Song Zichu was still somewhat resentful when he was woken up, but upon seeing that it was Jiangxi, he instantly fawned over him like a lapdog. Scherzwan and Xiao were speechless. They grabbed Song Zichu by the collar and pulled him back, letting Jiangxi get down to business. It turns out the man who caught Jiangxi in the hallway tonight lived on the 15th floor, diagonally opposite her apartment. The man's surname was Zhang. He was single, lived alone, and unemployed, spending his days wandering around, his purpose unknown. He was a burly man who lived off takeout garbage. His garbage was piled up in the hallway, emitting a foul stench and attracting all sorts of insects before being cleared away by the building's cleaning staff. Whenever Jiangxi was accidentally bumped into in the hallway or elevator, he would always give her a malicious look. This morning, the three of them left Jiang Xi's apartment after changing their dressings. Old Zhang probably saw them chatting at the door. Once the three left, Jiang Xi was alone in the apartment. That's why old Zhang had this wicked idea. If he could break into her apartment, both the beauty and the food would be his. Chapter 7. What? That bastard. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Song Ziqiao made a move to push open the door and go fight the man surnamed Zhang. He walked to the door with his arm raised, but seeing that no one was stopping him, he silently returned and sat back down on the sofa. After you left, I wanted to organize the house's belongings by myself, and then someone knocked on the door. Jiang Xi, still shaken, took a heavy breath. Of course, I wasn't going to open the door for him, but he already knew I was home and stayed waiting outside. I didn't expect that after waiting for a while, and seeing that I didn't move, he actually used something to pick my lock. Her hands trembled slightly, and she swallowed several times to calm her pounding heart. Song Ziqiu sat back down next to her, gently stroking her back to comfort Jiang Xi. It was rare that she wasn't pushed away. Xiao poured her a glass of warm water and asked, "So how did you escape?" "I blocked the keyhole with my key." He thought the lockpick was too soft and went back to get tools. I ran out while he went back inside. Then Jiang Xi ran up to them for help just now. Shirzwan witnessed the latter part and was also furious. We absolutely can't let him get away with this. You certainly have a strong sense of justice, Xiao said coldly, then turned to Jiang Xi with a normal expression. He didn't knock on our door just now, which means he didn't know which room you hid in. You probably can't go back to your house for now, so stay here for the time being. In the end, everyone was arranged to rest first. Shirzwan's original secondary bedroom was vacated for Jiang Xi. Song Ziqiu still slept on the sofa, and Shirzwan had to move into the master bedroom to share a bed with Xiao. Xia, don't you really love your father anymore? Have you forgotten the days your father raised you with such care? We used to share a bed. Song Ziqiu was being unreasonable again. Xiao wanted to slap him across the face. Shut up, you old-fashioned young man. Wait until you stop snoring before you consider sleeping in my bed. Shirzwan didn't have much to pack, so he grabbed his backpack and cleared out the room. He told Jiang Xi to rest well before following Xiao back to the master bedroom. The door closed, leaving only the two of them in the enclosed space. Shirzwan, clutching his bag, felt somewhat awkward. Xiao had always lived alone, and having 3 sets of sheets and blankets was already her limit. Now, Song Ziqiu was using one set on the sofa, and another set in the second bedroom, meaning he would have to share a bed and blanket with Xiao tonight. The backpack straps were squeezed so tightly they felt like dried vegetables. What are you still standing there for? Do I have to invite you to bed? Xiao took off her shoes and got into bed, gently closing her glasses on the bedside table. Who asked for an invitation? Shirzwan muttered, placing his bag on the carpet he just entered on, and then getting into bed from the other side. The soft Simmons mattress sank in deeply, a thin blanket lying between them, and for a moment neither dared to move. The presence of another person behind them was too strong. Their separate breaths seemed to be trying their best to control themselves, to not be too noisy. Shirzwan didn't dare to turn over, his arm under his head was numb. Once the breathing behind him subsided, as if he had fallen asleep, he gently lowered his left side onto the bed, lying on his back facing the ceiling. He only slept all afternoon, and now he couldn't fall asleep at all. He glanced furtively to the side. Xiao's eyes were tightly shut. His eyelashes were long, and moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting beautiful shadows. They were so close that even the fine downy hairs on their noses were clearly visible. Aren't you going to sleep? This guy actually opened his eyes. Shirzwan was startled and reflexively turned his head to cover his head with the blanket. A familiar scene. Xiao could barely suppress the laughter in his throat. You don't think that just because you covered your head, the person who was staring at me like a ghost isn't you anymore, do you? Crazy. Shirzwan angrily threw the blanket off and tossed it into the arms of the person next to him. So what? You weren't asleep either. If he were asleep, how could he have caught him in a second? Xiao pulled the blanket off his arms. I always been quite independent. According to my parents, I was already insisting on sleeping alone when I first started kindergarten. They were quite happy to finally get rid of their little shadow. He talked about his childhood, his eyes crinkling with laughter. So I'm really not used to sleeping with others. Shirzwan then realized that he was explaining why he hadn't fallen asleep, yet it also seemed like a response to Song Ziqiu's earlier crazy talk. Then you're not allowed to throw your bag away tomorrow morning because I tossed and turned all night and kept you awake. Speechless, Xiao angrily turned over, turning his back to Shirzwan. He stopped talking. Just when Shirzwan thought he had fallen asleep, he heard a muffled voice again. What are you going to do about Jiangxi? Huh? Song Zichio may be impulsive, but he's a coward. Seeing your righteous look, I thought you already come up with a plan. Thank you for elevating my brain so much. Shirzwan thanked him sincerely. Huh? You didn't? Idiot. Sorry, I was being very sincere. Shirzwan quickly wrote an 800-word essay praising himself in his mind, before calming his anger. 3 grown men against a middle-aged fat nerd. What's there to be afraid of? Are we afraid we can't beat him? Xiao hadn't expected his thinking to be so simple and straightforward. The 3 of us don't care, but Jiangxi is a girl living alone. What if she gets retaliated against? Have Song Zichu accompany her 24/7. Isn't that exactly what he'd be happy to do? You really don't care about his life or death. But I do have another idea. Shirzwan's mind raced. Ignoring the blanket that served as a barrier, he leaned close to Xiao's ear. His hot breath sprayed onto Xiao's earlobe. Xiao was shocked. It's possible, it's possible. I just didn't expect you to be such a law-abiding person. What nonsense! Get out of here. The next morning, the two couldn't wait to get out of bed. Especially Shirzwan, who had slept all day and ended up completely sleepless the night before, spending the first half of the night planning his revenge against Lao Zhang, and the second half even lying on the balcony observing the zombies' movements. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, the more he felt like a genius. As soon as it was light, he dragged Xiao out of bed, and slapped Song Zichu's, but twice on the sofa. Get up, get up, get up! Holy crap, brother Shir, you're a pervert. Song Zichu clutched his butt, his face filled with disbelief. With a butt like yours, showing absolutely no signs of exercise, no one would covet it. Shirzwan went to knock on the door of the second bedroom again. 5 minutes later, Jiangxi came out rubbing his eyes. What's wrong? What time is it? 8 o'clock. I thought of a way to deal with old Zhang, Shirzwan said excitedly. At this, Jiangxi immediately sobered up. Tell me in detail. The 4 of them sat around the coffee table, looking very serious. Shirzwan held the props he had gotten from Xiao, ready to begin his demonstration. Song Zichu and Jiangxi were increasingly confused. Brother Shir, what are you doing with that air pump and remote control? Shirzwan didn't keep them in suspense any longer. I'm planning to make a simple device, kind of like a bomb. No gunpowder needed, it won't cause any real damage, but it'd be enough to scare old Zhang and make him afraid to bother us again. We only need a plastic bottle, no cap, and connect the fire extinguisher hose to the bottle opening. Cut off the bottom of the bottle, wrap it in several layers of cling film, and tie it tightly with rubber bands. When the fire extinguisher sprays, the gas produced will gradually break through the cling film, achieving an explosion effect. He then used scissors to cut off the bottom of the plastic bottle and demonstrated it to the air beside him. There's a lot of garbage piled up in front of his house. We just need to hide the bottle in the garbage pile. Jiangxi will pretend to press the remote control, and the other person will cooperate by opening the fire extinguisher. After saying this, Shirzwan slightly raised his chin, a smile curving upwards, looking like a golden retriever waiting for praise after doing a good deed. Brother Shir, that's a great idea. How did you come up with that? Song Zichu was very excited. This method would both frighten old Zhang and minimize disruption to the stairwell, preventing the attraction of zombies or damage to the building and threatening the residents' safety. Song Zichu gave him a proud snort twice, then turned to look at Jiangxi. Jiangxi was the victim, so her opinion was even more important. Whether or not to implement it depended on the person involved. Very cool, I agree. Jiangxi's eyes brightened as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. When do we set it up? They were already considering the setup, so they must be very satisfied. Shirzwan clapped his hands, saying he would go and prepare some more. The specific implementation of the plan still depended on the information provided by Jiangxi. Having lived across from old Zhang for almost a year, they knew his habits and temperament well. Daytime and the first half of the night were definitely not the best times to deploy. Finally, the 4 of them unanimously decided to set an alarm for 5 a.m. the next day to sneak down to the 15th floor and plant the bomb. It was early morning, just as dawn was breaking. The 4 of them tiptoed out. Song Zichu even wrapped a luxury handkerchief belonging to Xiao around his face, saying it would prevent Lao Zhang from noticing. On the first day after the zombie outbreak, perhaps because everyone hadn't yet accepted the reality of the zombie apocalypse, everyone avoided going out. Until these last 2 days, they could hear some noises outside through their doors. Someone was buying a box of cold medicine at a high price. Someone was trading a gold chain for a pack of instant noodles. But the order of human society hadn't been completely lost yet. For example, at night, everyone would go back to their rooms to sleep. For example, around 5 in the morning, people were mostly awake from deep sleep, and even the slightest noise could wake them. The 4 of them went down to the 15th floor. Shirzwan hid the plastic bottle in the trash heap and instructed Xiao to bring the fire extinguisher from the hallway, connecting the hose to the bottle opening. The black hose was of limited length, so one person had to hide around a corner, clinging to the wall, observing Jiangxi's movements as he pressed the remote control, and then coordinating to activate the fire extinguisher. Song Zichu volunteered. Shirzwan and Xiao hid in the innermost stairwell around the corner. Everything was ready. According to the plan, Jiangxi needed to simulate footsteps approaching from afar, then pretend to trip over trash unintentionally and accidentally bump into old Zhang's door. If she failed to lure old Zhang out, she would also have to feign a cold and cough. In short, the louder the commotion, the better. Bang! The sound of her body slamming into the door was deafening, especially in the unusually quiet early morning. Moreover, everyone was on edge at this time, and the slightest sound could send them into a frenzy. Before Jiangxi could even transform into the actress, the door was pushed open from the inside. Chapter 8. Old Zhang opened the door, only to find Jiangxi standing there expressionless. He was taken aback at first, then grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. I didn't go looking for you, yet you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Having made thorough preparations, Jiangxi faced old Zhang without fear. Zhang, I advise you to stop having any improper thoughts. Just now, when they came downstairs, they had peeked at Jiangxi's door lock. The keyhole was covered in tiny scratches. Old Zhang must have put in a lot of effort on her door. After hearing her threat, old Zhang scoffed dismissively. Little girl, who do you think you are? In this world, do you really expect your lovers to still risk their lives to protect you? He took a step forward. I'm giving you a chance. As long as you come with me and obediently hand over the food at home, your brother Zhang is strong and healthy. He can protect you in this crisis. He spoke, his flesh trembling. Hidden around the corner, Song Zichu gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush up and deliver a series of hooks to old Zhang's pockmarked face. But Jiangxi knew him extremely well. A single glance shut down the restless head in the corner. In the past, due to the nature of her work, she wasn't often home, and when she occasionally encountered him, she preferred to avoid trouble and ignored him. But now, he dared to cross the line at this critical moment, so she couldn't just let it slide. She pulled a remote control from her hoodie pocket and waved it at old Zhang. Do you know what this is? Old Zhang remained unmoved. What? A remote control? You don't mean to say it's for controlling bombs, do you? Little girl, you watch too many TV dramas. I can tell at a glance that this is a bomb remote control. You're the one who watches too many TV dramas. Jiangxi chuckled, her words barely out of her mouth before her lips tightened into a straight line. But congratulations, you guessed right. Want to guess what the reward is? The morning sun rose, its rays streaming through the window at the end of the corridor, illuminating half of Jiangxi's face. Perhaps it was the sunlight that made her appear so bright and innocent, but old Zhang remained unfazed by her actions. He paused, then quickly adopted a mocking expression. Have I been too lenient with you? Now open the door obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite. His attitude hardened. Undeterred, Jiangxi didn't hesitate any longer. You don't want to guess? Even if you don't guess, you still have to accept the punishment. 3, 2, 1. Bang. An explosion rang out from the garbage heap, scattering various kinds of trash everywhere. A takeout lid was blown off and hit old Zhang in the face. Instantly, carbon dioxide smoke filled the entire corridor. Unfortunately, old Zhang had never used a fire extinguisher before, and wouldn't know that this wasn't caused by a real bomb. The sudden explosion startled him so much that his legs went weak, his stomach muscles involuntarily relaxed, and a sour, foul smell wafted out. Damn it. I don't want to see you again. Jiangxi, adhering to his belief and showing off to the end, looked at the remote control in his hand and said, if you still refuse to leave, then we can start a third round of the game. Guess where the second bomb is? Old Zhang didn't dare say another word, and scurried home with his legs between his thighs. Even through the door, you could hear him slamming into the shoe cabinet as he entered, then crashing heavily to the floor as all his strength was drained. Yay! Operation plan a perfect success. Jiangxi gave Song Ziqiao, who had perfectly coordinated around the corner, a high five. Ah see, You were so cool just now. Song Zichu became a complimenter. Having just won a battle, Jiangxi was in an exceptionally good mood and stopped teasing Song Zichu. It's rare to get to show off like that. Brother Shi, thank you so much this time. The two went into the stairwell to meet up with Shizhuan and Xiao. Although the stairwell couldn't see anything in the hallway, just from the sounds, it was clear that things had gone very smoothly. Congratulations, you can go home now. With this show of force today, he definitely won't bother you again. Shizhuan patted his chest, making a promise. Xiao, much calmer, added, don't let your guard down. If he harasses you again, be sure to tell us. Or have Song Zichu act as your doorman. Hey! Song Zichu protested, but no one paid him any attention. Thank you. Jiangxi smiled. He brushed a stray strand of hair from his eye with his right hand, tucking it behind his ear, revealing 2 small dimples. The matter was perfectly resolved, and they were about to leave. Shizhuan pulled the hose of the fire extinguisher back from the plastic bottle opening. They only needed to take the extinguisher back. Half of the plastic bottle blended perfectly into old Zhang's garbage dump, saving them the trouble of dealing with the trash themselves. Song Zichu was still reluctantly saying goodbye to Jiangxi at the door. Let's go! Urged on, Song Zichu finally withdrew his hand from Jiangxi's sleeve. Be careful at home too. He stared intently into Jiangxi's eyes, his gaze sharp. Open the door and go inside. After she finished speaking, Jiangxi habitually reached into her pocket, but suddenly froze. What's wrong? Shizhuan had finished packing his things, and was about to leave, when he noticed Song Zichu blocking Jiangxi's way. Song Zichu, can't you leave this young lady alone? He couldn't take it anymore, shoving the fire extinguisher into Xiao's arms, and pulling at Song Zichu. I think I can't get back into the house. Jiangxi's voice was barely audible. Ah? Last night, to prevent old Zhang from picking my lock, I inserted the key from the inside. She suddenly remembered. She clearly remembered it yesterday, but this morning, reciting Shizhuan's brilliant revenge plan had completely thrilled her, and she had forgotten about it. None of the 4 of them could recall it. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Finally, as the sole owner of the property, Xiao rubbed her throbbing temples and invited Jiangxi to join their doomsday cohabitation team. See, this is definitely fate. Even the end of the world can't separate us. As soon as they got home, Song Zichu was already nagging Jiangxi again. After the morning's brainstorming session, Shizhuan was starving and went into the kitchen to find something to eat. He happened to run into Xiao. Sorry, I got a little carried away with my excitement after coming up with this idea, and I think I'd taken up a lot of everyone's time. Shizhuan scratched his forehead. Why would you think that? Xiao frowned, not understanding why he would suddenly say that. Your method taught old Zhang a lesson. I doubt he'd dare to bully the girls in the building again anytime soon. Jiangxi's been acting all high and mighty. He's totally in the mood now. As for Song Zichu, you practically played matchmaker for him. He should be bowing down to you in gratitude. He jokingly listed the advantages of the matter, and Shizhuan never imagined that his casual thought could bring so many benefits. Really? Having lived in the South for a long time, Shizhuan's tone had a slight upward inflection, and he deliberately lowered his voice. Are you trying to comfort me? Suddenly, a head lolled up in front of Xiao. Strangely enough, this was the first time he had properly examined Shizhuan's face. His facial features were clear and soft, his skin clean, not the pale white of someone starving for 3 days with low blood sugar. His brows were smooth, and he couldn't find a single fine line on his face. If he had just bumped into him on the street, he would never have guessed that this man was almost 30. Furthermore, his eyes were beautiful almond-shaped, with rounded lower eyelids, the smooth surface reflecting his face. He unconsciously looked away, explaining, I had to comfort you. After all, a grown man barged into my kitchen seeking comfort and blocking my way to food, so I had to quickly say some sweet words to cheer him up. Shizhuan then realized he had been leaning against the refrigerator door the whole time. Since the power went out, the refrigerator had essentially become their storage cabinet. Instant noodles, vegetables, soda water, even half a plastic bottle left over from his last craft project was tossed inside. No wonder Xiao stopped everything he was doing as soon as he came in. He quickly moved his back away from the refrigerator door. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Shi. So sarcastic. Shizhuan watched him take out the celery and asked curiously, can you eat this without cooking it? Of course. Celery doesn't contain any harmful alkaloids, unlike potatoes which need to be cooked. And eating raw celery preserves its nutrients to the maximum extent. Xiao's tone changed, however, The calories you get from eating one stalk of celery are less than the calories you burn while eating it, and it's not very filling. Haha, you're quite good at humorous popular science. You seem to know a lot about these things, from mosquitoes to celery. What did you study for your PhD? I studied virology. So, do you ever have a strong urge to go to the front lines to study zombie viruses? Scherzwan asked with a laugh. Everyone says PhDs in Germany are incredibly difficult, with advisors holding students back from graduation. I saw someone who took almost 10 years to graduate and return home. Have you gotten your PhD yet? After asking, Scherzwan realized that his direct question seemed a bit awkward. Fortunately, Xiao didn't dodge the question or slap him across the face to kick him out. No. Being delayed in graduating is probably the fate of international students in Germany. Could you help me open this instant noodle bag? She didn't embarrass him, but it was clear Xiao didn't want to continue the conversation. Scherzwan wisely shut up. There's not much food, and now there are 4 of us, so this will probably be gone by the afternoon. Xiao announced the bad news while checking the hot water in the thermos. There's not much hot water left either. We stocked up on a lot of drinking water, but to be honest, I'm not sure about the water quality here. Yeah, who cares if people graduate or not? The world's ending is here. The most important thing to worry about right now is not graduating in a biological sense. Then let's go find food. Scherzwan was always quick to make decisions, or to put it bluntly, reckless. Remember when you said zombies are divided into low-level and high-level zombies? Since high-level zombies retain some of their bodily consciousness from their human past, can't we also use their reflexive behaviors as humans to create opportunities for ourselves? He couldn't sleep the night before last, staring at the zombies downstairs. Now it would come in handy. Scherzwan recalled his observations from last night. I stole your binoculars and observed all night. Zombies aren't as fast at night. If someone walks past them, it takes about 3 seconds to notice. As for pursuit speed, the night before last, someone went out of the building across from yours, and it took the zombies about 20 seconds to run from the unit door to the leftmost flower bed, but during the day, they only need 16 seconds. That means at night, under extreme circumstances, we can outrun the zombies by 7 seconds. A very bold guess. Xiao was stunned. Regardless of whether Scherzwan's data was based solely on visual estimation, his conclusion was clear. 7 seconds can cover at least 50 meters. 7 seconds is enough for us to get out of the car, rush into the supermarket, and lock the door. Scherzwan was intrigued. How about it? Want to try it tonight? Xiao didn't immediately agree. He turned his back, feeling his heart pounding unnaturally on his left side. After thinking for a while, he came to a conclusion. Scherzwan's plan must be too inspiring, causing his heart to race. That's it. I have no objection. I go with Song Zichu tonight. No, I suggested it, and you're not going to take me? Scherzwan's pupils dilated. Xiao's ears nearly rang out. Are you even better from your cold yet? Stop yelling like that. Besides, my 2 little minis are big enough for 2 people. You want to squeeze into the trunk? What kind of logic is that? But, what do you mean, take me with you or not? Song Zichu suddenly poked his head out from the kitchen doorway. You 2 are so noisy. You're ruining my time with AC. Idiot. You're coming out with me tonight. Where to? Song Zichu looked left and right before realizing Xiao was talking to him. Huh? Me? Chapter 9. Who else could it be but you? Did you expect your brother Sher, who was bedridden with a fever yesterday, to drag his sick body to find you food? Xiao glanced at him, her tone mocking. Scherzwan quickly waved his hand to distance himself. That's not what I said. In my plan, I absolutely have to go myself. However, he deliberately paused for 2 seconds, keeping him in suspense. This extremely manly task isn't impossible to give to you. Speaking of which, Jiangxi is such a dashing girl, and she's efficient and capable. Maybe she'd rather try? Why don't we go ask her? Saying this, Scherzwan made a move to get up and go to the living room to discuss it with Jiangxi. No, no, no. Song Zichu quickly stopped him with his body. It's decided then. Xiaoji and I will go. You and AC can rest at home. He immediately objected to the suggestion that Jiangxi go. Scherzwan watched his anxious figure, unable to suppress a smile. He knew it, this guy was a complete idiot, love-struck fool. Song Zichu rushed to the kitchen door, just about to leave, when suddenly a figure appeared in the doorway. He slammed on the brakes, almost falling on his backside. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Jiangxi, having waited for Song Zichu for a while, also came looking for him. What are you all talking about? Why are so many people crammed into the kitchen for a meeting? Nothing. Song Ziqiao, feeling guilty, jumped at the voice, quickly steadying himself by the doorframe, and chuckled awkwardly. Xiao looked at Shirzwan beside her, who was clutching his stomach, almost laughing himself to death, and sighed helplessly. Stop talking here. The noodles are ready. Let's go to the table and eat while we chat. The kitchen finally returned to silence. At the dining table, Jiangxi, having overheard their plans to go to the supermarket for food that evening, was unsurprisingly extremely excited. What great things could Song Ziqiu possibly accomplish? Let me go! No way, it's too dangerous. See, you stay home and rest. I definitely bring back all your favorite snacks. Jiangxi ignored him, flicking his head away, then suddenly realized something. But why aren't the four of us going together? That's all Xiao's fault, Shirzwan blurted out. His car is a pink Mini, only 2 seats, ha ha ha. Ouch. Xiao, why did you hit me? He was busy gloating when he received a hard slap on the back of the head. The Mini is your savior, after all. Don't be disrespectful to it, Xiao said, hands on his hips, expressionless. So that's why. We can take my car. Jiangxi chuckled. She thought it was some special personnel arrangement, but it turned out to be just this. Are your keys locked at home? Song Ziqiu rubbed her forehead, which was red from being tapped. The keys are locked at home, but my car can connect to my phone via Bluetooth, so Bluetooth can unlock it. That's so high-tech. TSK, look at other people's cars, and then look at yours. Shirzwan said pointedly. I already told you to show some respect to the Mini. Xiao suspected that if she continued like this, her palms would develop calluses that clung to Shirzwan's head within a month. With a bigger car, there's no need for all 4 of us to go out. Song Ziqiu and I will go together and try to bring back more food. He still objected. Shirzwan was unhappy. In that case, let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree that all 4 of you should go out together. Okay, 3-1, Xiao loses. In the end, the conservatives lost to the radicals. At 10 o'clock at night, the stairwell was pitch black. But the sky outside was full of stars, brighter than any night they had ever seen. Just in case, they still brought their most important things, such as their phones and power banks. After the morning meeting, they unanimously decided that from now on, the power bank's charge should be prioritized for Jiangxi's phone. After all, it was their only means of transportation for 4 people. Jiangxi's car was parked in the underground parking lot, while Xiao's car was parked haphazardly in front of the building. After some planning, they decided that Xiao would drive the small car. Xiao led Jiangxi downstairs to find her parking spot. Then the two switched to a larger vehicle and drove back up. Meanwhile, Shirzwan and Song Ziqiu did their best to lure away the zombies in the underground parking garage, protecting their 2 colleagues, who were changing cars. The only problem was that while 4 legs could outrun the zombies at night, their stamina was bottomless, whereas they were real humans. Xiao's mind raced, and she realized there was a solution. The residential building was some distance from the underground parking garage, but the electric scooter parking spaces were right downstairs. Many people, for convenience, wouldn't leave the scooter key in the ignition. Shirzwan questioned, won't the scooters get stolen? There are always some kids fresh out of school who think no one steals cars anymore. Xiao led the group downstairs to the electric scooter parking area. Plus, there are cameras next to the parking spaces, so they thought everything was fine. Who could argue with that? Shirzwan shrugged. If it were him, fresh out of college, he probably would have just taken the easy way out, never learning his lesson until he'd been taught a lesson. The two chose a suitable electric scooter and test-ridden it. It was very agile. Alright, you guys wait here until I give you a signal. Okay. Be careful, AC. Song Ziqiu said reluctantly. Jiangxi gave him a hug. Shirzwan, unusually, softened his voice. You be careful too. Yeah. The car switching plan was launched. Shirzwan in the front seat, Song Ziqiu in the back, the small electric scooter wobbling out of the garage. The moment the 2 osmanthus trees were left behind, several of the nearest zombies immediately surrounded them. But as Shirzwan had analyzed, the zombies' movement and reaction speed were indeed much slower at night than during the day. Shirzwan deliberately rode slowly, intending not to disturb the zombies on the road, but to lure them out of the underground parking lot, and then circle around the neighborhood, leading them all behind him. Damn, there are so many zombies. Song Ziqiu couldn't ride the electric scooter, so he could only sit on the back, his hands tightly gripping Shirzwan's shirt at the back. 2 days have passed, and the number of zombies has increased again. A rough scan with the naked eye suggested that the number of zombies was 2 to 3 times that of when they first returned to the neighborhood. This was Song Zichia's first encounter with zombies, and taking advantage of sitting on the back of the scooter, he observed them without restraint. It feels like playing a VR game. He was still in a daze. Look at the entrance to Unit 7, there's a baby zombie there. Shirzwan looked in the direction Song Zichiu pointed. It was a baby, probably only a few months old, unable to even walk, yet it had turned into a zombie. Driven by instinct, it crawled on the ground. Song Zichiu sighed, if it's like this, its parents are probably zombies too. Sigh, life is unpredictable. Alright, great philosopher, stop lamenting, let's get down to business. The little electric scooter quickly reached the parking lot entrance. The ramp had been smashed open, and 2 or 3 zombies were wandering aimlessly on the slope. Their primary goal was to attract zombies, so they didn't need to worry about making too much noise by just barging in. They wanted a big commotion. The electric scooter rushed down the slope, and a strong musty smell instantly filled their nostrils. The view grew increasingly dark. Aya! Song Zichia's scream was amplified several times over the empty underground structure. The zombies in the underground garage were immediately attracted, turning to study the source of the sound, and swarmed over after pinpointing its location. Aya! I'm going to die. Run, brother Shir. Shirzwan's ears were throbbing from the noise, and he angrily retorted, can you please stop screaming so scary? But he still turned the electric scooter up to the highest speed. The hum of the battery working was particularly loud in the underground garage where white noise was almost non-existent. The little electric scooter nimbly weaved between the vehicles. More and more zombies followed behind them. No. I'm nervous. Shirzwan was speechless with exasperation at his own useless behavior. He was definitely going to complain to Jiangxi when he got back. Even if you're going to howl, can't you howl something else? He swore that this was the only sliver of hope he dared to have for Song Zichiu. What could he howl about? In this situation, Song Zichiu's mind almost went blank. Heaven was about to bestow a great responsibility upon this person, but why was this responsibility bestowed upon him without any psychological preparation? Then, 1 times 1 equals 1, 1 times 2 equals 2, 1 times 3 equals 3. National Middle School Radio Gymnastics. Now begins. For all the pain of clinging to love, for all the wounds of clinging to hate. Ah. Ah. A zombie's claw almost hooked Song Zichiu's hoodie hood. Shirzwan gripped the handle tightly, his upper body desperately leaning forward, almost touching the ground, as he circled around the black car and made a U-turn. The immense feeling of weightlessness made Song Zichiu cling tightly to Shirzwan's waist, his lean waist outlining its smooth lines. Damn it, Song Zichiu, can you be a little gentler? I can't breathe. No. I'm scared. In the dimly lit underground parking lot, the number of zombies wasn't as exaggerated as outside. Most of them were people trapped in the parking lot or trying to escape by car when the zombie outbreak first occurred. The electric scooter passed through parking lot A, and just as its front wheels entered parking lot B, 2 zombies carrying people walking at the entrance noticed them. They turned and ran towards them. Quick, quick, turn! Shirzwan drifted around the corner again, Song Zichiu's head almost brushing against the car's rearview mirror. His neatly combed hair was whipped into the air by the wind. The zombies that were in front of them were suddenly thrown behind. How come this parking lot is so big? The winding path was making Shirzwan dizzy. How should I know? I don't even live here. They had specifically chosen 2 fully charged electric scooters before getting on. Unexpectedly, after only 2 miles, the top bar of the battery indicator started flashing. The scooter's speed decreased slightly. But since the battery was still full, Shirzwan didn't think much of it. Sector B was smaller than Sector A, and after many twists and turns, the scooter was about to crash into a wall. Hold on tight. The words had barely left his lips when they made a U-turn, and the 2 of them circled around to the back of the row of cars. Luckily, this time they didn't encounter the high-level zombies he and Xia Ao had previously defined. These only knew to follow their route and turn to catch up. None of them realized that by simply slipping between the cars, they could catch the 2 madmen running through the underground parking lot. About 30 or 40 zombies obediently followed behind their scooter. Shirzwan's driving skills were indeed impressive. The zombies tried to grab him, but always missed by a hair's breadth. Song Zichiu's confidence grew. He even had the audacity to twist his waist and give the zombies the middle finger as he charged backward. He can't catch up, can you? Stop fooling around, we need to get out. Shirzwan instructed him to focus. Luring all the zombies in the underground parking lot to the back of the electric scooter, their mission would be complete. Now it was time to ride on, and lead the zombie horde around the neighborhood for a run. Reaching the bottom of the slope at the exit, the bright light at the end was dazzling, but at least it wasn't pitch black anymore. If they could just get to the top, their mission would be accomplished. Scherzwan turned the handlebars all the way up, bracing himself for a surge. The little electric scooter climbed 3 meters, then suddenly stopped. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, what's going on? Brother Scher, hurry! The zombies are charging. Suddenly stopping halfway up the slope, the zombies behind were still closing in. Song Zichu was terrified, constantly glancing back. The zombie was moving too fast. It was probably no more than 10 meters away. Go, go! Song Zichu's urging never stopped, and the electric scooter swayed back and forth because of his constant movements. Damn it, do you think I don't want to? This thing won't budge. Scherzwan had already turned the handlebars all the way, but the battery wheels wouldn't give him any leeway. Song Zichu turned his head in horror. The zombie's claws were less than 5 centimeters from his face. Chapter 10. Danger struck head-on. Song Zichu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly tried to lift his legs, attempting to improve his climbing efficiency by attaching 2 extra assist wheels to the electric scooter. Scherzwan also removed his legs from the pedals. From a distance, it looked like a dying 4-legged insect making its final struggle. But the slope was too steep. Even with all their might, they could only move forward less than a meter at most. The zombie's claws had already hooked onto Song Zichu's hoodie hood, its low growl seemingly right next to his ear. The stench of blood filled his nostrils, and Song Zichu's body jolted back as if electrocuted, jumping off the scooter. His left foot touched the ground, but before his right foot even landed, he shot forward 2 or 3 meters, like a spring. Song Zichu swore that even during his university physical fitness test, he hadn't run that fast. The back seat felt lighter, and the electric scooter, as if it hadn't eaten in 10 days, surged forward to the top of the slope. Thankfully, there were no zombies lurking at the entrance. Scherzwan stopped and looked back. Song Zichu looked like he owed him hundreds of thousands. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and kick him. Hurry up and get on. Running away, running away. Song Zichu, covered in sweat, finally jumped onto the back of the scooter before a zombie could slap him on the head. Although his clothes were soaked with sticky sweat, he didn't dare breathe too loudly. He patted Scherzwan on the lower back, signaling him to hurry up. The scooter started again, this time steadily heading towards the area they had come from earlier. Xiao and Jiangxi, waiting in the shadows, waved to them from a distance when they saw them return safely. As agreed, Scherzwan honked the horn of his electric scooter, the loud blast piercing the night sky. For the rest of the time, all they had to do was drive the long line of zombies around the neighborhood. They'd taken care of it. Now it was their turn to step in. A rare surge of patriotic urge rose within Xiao, only to be dashed to reality by Jiangxi's words. Your scooter is really pretty pink. He had to explain again, this scooter belongs to my sister, I'm just borrowing it for a while. Jiangxi was disappointed. Okay, I thought you had such good taste. Turns out, it was other girls who had good taste. Want to introduce me sometime? Sure. There would definitely be a chance, Xiao nodded. Xiao started the scooter. Outside, Song Zichu's shouts echoed. The electric scooter team had drawn away most of the zombies. The mini scooter smoothly entered the underground parking garage. The headlights came on, and the two found Jiangxi's car in a corner of Area A. Xiao parked her car across the front of the 2 cars next to her, intending to be a gentleman and accompany Jiangxi out. Don't worry too much, the zombies in the garage should have been lured away by Song Zichu and the others. Jiangxi didn't seem to care, taking out her phone and opening an app. I could hear Song Zichu's howl from that far away. She was referring to the coward's loud shout of "I'm scared." In the garage, which had pierced the ears of at least a third of the residents in the nearby buildings. With a whoosh, the sound of the car door unlocking was particularly loud in the dark space. Jiangxi's car was a gray SUV that ran on gasoline. Opening the door also started the car via the app on her phone. This is why Scherzwan and Song Zichu had to lure the zombies away on their electric scooter first. The engine roared, crashing against the empty underground parking garage walls before bobbing back into their ears. The two went around to the back and first packed the large bags of luggage into the trunk. The trunk of the large vehicle was also very spacious. Even after packing 3 bags, there was still about a third of the space left. After loading the luggage, Jiangxi went around to the driver's seat and reached for the door. Suddenly, Xiao grabbed her waist and dragged her out. The immense pressure on her waist made her almost gag. Before she could react, A dark shadow suddenly emerged from under the car and pounced on them. A thick stench of decay quickly filled the semi-enclosed space. It was a middle-aged male zombie. Its rotting jaws were wide open, and thick saliva dripped from its fangs, emitting an unbearable stench. The sudden attack caught Jiangxi, who was closest, completely off guard. Fortunately, Xiao had also come down with him. She used her right arm to throw Jiangxi aside, then immediately adjusted her posture and kicked the zombie with all her might. With about 80% of her strength, her heel felt like it was hitting a metal plate. She felt a tingling sensation in her soul, but didn't feel the body beneath her tremble in the slightest. Xiao pulled her leg back. For some reason, this zombie seemed to have gained sentience. After creating distance between herself and Xiao, it charged straight at Jiangxi. But Jiangxi wasn't one to sit idly by and be bullied. Reacting quickly, he adjusted his posture, avoiding the zombie's bloody maw. With a twist of his waist, he gathered all his strength in his shoulder and slammed it against the zombie's abdomen. With a loud shout, he slammed the zombie against the hood of a small Mini Cooper next to him. The zombie let out a heavy, rapid whimper, its flailing claws tearing at the fabric on Jiangxi's shoulder. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao quickly pulled a fire extinguisher from the trunk of Jiangxi's car and smashed it against the zombie's head. Bang! Various red and white liquids splattered onto the windshield. The zombie, except for its head, lay motionless on the car. Holy crap! How did it come out from under the car? Jiangxi gasped for breath, still in disbelief at what had just happened. Phew! Are you alright? Jiangxi shook his head. It's good that you're alright. Xiao didn't dare delay any longer, frowning slightly. Get in the car and we talk. The SUV slowly drove away from the underground parking garage. Jiangxi drove while listening to Xiao's story. Last time, Shirzwan and I encountered a zombie hiding in a closet. Anyway, it's best to be cautious. Xiao elaborated on the high-level zombie claim, leaving Jiangxi dumbfounded. This is even more outrageous than a zombie movie. Who would have thought they encounter something like this in their lifetime? Xiao shrugged, non-committal. The four of them moved quickly, finishing several trips before dawn. Leaving under the cover of darkness was the best option. The problem now was, where had Shirzwan and Song Zichio gone on their electric scooter? Xiao had a headache. He told Jiangxi to drive around the neighborhood, while he rolled down the passenger window and peered outside. The neighborhood was deserted. Neither the zombies nor the two men were there. Where did they go? They had almost searched the entire neighborhood before finally catching the crazy electric scooter duo in front of the closed fountain. The two had clearly mastered the art of dealing with the zombies, managing to keep to themselves and their group circling back and forth in a tacit agreement. Xiao suppressed a laugh and urged them out the window several times before they finally abandoned their electric scooter and got back in the car. Shirzwan and Song Zichu sat in the back. Song Zichu was still visibly excited, chattering incessantly about his experiences throughout the night. He especially complained about Shirzwan's good electric scooter, which had left them stuck on a slope for ages, unable to move an inch, and the crucial role his month-long thigh muscle training had played in this operation. The rest of the group ignored him completely. Jiangxi focused on driving. Shirzwan, exhausted from riding his electric scooter all night and suffering from Song Zichia's mental torment, was now dozing off against the back of a seat. Xiao gazed out the window alone. To avoid making a scene in the middle of the night, they didn't use their low beams. The 18th floor where he used to live gradually disappeared from view. He wondered if they would return safely from their quest for food. He hoped the mission would go smoothly. Xiao's neighborhood was located in H City's newly established economic development zone. The northernmost part was entirely industrial parks, and further south was the newly renovated high-speed rail station. 2 years into the renovation, even the exterior walls weren't finished. However, various commercial projects next to the high-speed rail station were completed first. Among them was their destination, a large warehouse-style supermarket north of the high-speed rail station. The advantage of warehouse-style supermarkets is their large quantities, but the disadvantage is the same. Xiao usually lived abroad, only occasionally returning to China, and mostly living alone. He didn't have a large food need, so he had never been to that newly built supermarket. It said his mother did get a membership card there, but it's probably useless now. The neighborhood is located in the northern part of the economic development zone. Driving to the supermarket takes at least half an hour. Given the current traffic conditions, getting to the supermarket before dawn is the best-case scenario. Are you okay? If you're tired, I drive. Yeah, see, don't tire yourself out. Although I can't ride an electric scooter, I can drive a car. Jiangxi moved his hand off the steering wheel and waved it at him. No need. I was just startled by that stupid zombie. My nerves are still on edge. Xiao hummed in agreement and leaned his head back against the headrest. Song Zichu finally finished his story, probably having run out of saliva, and finally shut up, taking small sips to replenish his fluids. The car fell silent. Jiangxi drove intently, even checking her rearview mirror and using her turn signal when changing lanes. So, when her rearview mirror caught Xiao's eye for the third time, she couldn't help but speak up, "Brother Xia, thank you so much for saving me just now. You must be tired. Why don't you switch seats with Song Zichio and rest in the back for a while?" You want to sit with Song Zichio? That's right. Jiangxi answered crisply, bearing her humiliation. Before Xiao could reply, Song Zichio in the back seat was already excited. "Ah, see, you want to sit with me? Little Xia, quickly move your butt and help me onto the throne." His movements were so loud that Shirzwan, who was sleeping nearby, was disturbed. He frowned, turned over, and kicked Song Zichu's shin in the process. "Hey, brother Shir, you moved? Are you awake?" Seeing that Song Zichu was about to pry open Shirzwan's eyelids to see if he was awake, Xiao quickly interrupted. "Alright, stop bothering him." He turned to Jiangxi. "Could you please pull over to the side of the road? I have Song Zichu come over." After he finished speaking, Jiangxi slowly slowed down and pulled the car over to the side of the road. Before she could even fully press the brake, the passenger door was forced open impatiently. She didn't even see the back of the person getting out. TSK. Some men, all talk and no action, waiting for someone to offer an out before they pretend not to care and slowly sway out. Chapter 11. The car door opened again and a pug got in. She tried to convince herself that good deeds are rewarded. Xiao had saved her life, and she was helping him fulfill his tiny, insignificant wish. "Calm down, Jiangxi, you're an excellent driver." Xiao sat in the back seat. Shirzwan was sleeping haphazardly on his right. His body was folded up as if upright, his head tucked into the gap between the seat and the window. Only his fluffy black hair and the fabric of his shirt that had accidentally ridden up when he adjusted his position were visible. Luckily, his sleeping posture in bed wasn't so bad. Xiao secretly scrutinized him from head to toe in her mind, before reaching out to cover his back with the fabric that had ridden up. She then pulled his head out from the gap, placed a pillow there, and then let Shirzwan's head rest back against the fabric. Otherwise, if they slept in that position for more than an hour, they would definitely be unable to lift their necks when they woke up. Jiangxi, who witnessed everything in the rearview mirror, hee. After a while, the gray SUV stopped in the open space in front of the supermarket. There were no security guards charging them, so there was no need for them to drive into the underground parking lot. However, the situation in the supermarket was much worse than they had expected. The glass door was broken in the middle, with shards scattered all over the ground. It was dark and they couldn't see the inside clearly, but it was easy to imagine that it wasn't in good condition. While they were observing, a zombie even staggered out of the supermarket. "Should we still go in?" Song Zichu looked at the glass door, which was now just a frame. Was this done by someone or by a zombie? Shirzwan woke up from a nap, and although he had a pillow under his head given by Xiao, his neck was still sore, and it made a clicking sound when he turned his head. It's hard to see clearly, but it looks like it broke open from the outside. There aren't many shards of glass on the outside. It must have been a zombie that crashed into it. Why wasn't it done by a human? Xiao didn't understand either. Although Shirzwan said should, his tone was about 70 to 80% certain. These automatic doors aren't actually that secure. After the power goes out, they seem firmly locked, but they can actually be opened with a pull. Who would think of that? Who would bother pulling an automatic door after the power is off? Song Zichu was exasperated. How do you know so much obscure knowledge? What did you do before? Heh. Shirzwan grinned slyly, making a mysterious expression. My job was to tinker with small bombs. How about that? Scared or not? Get lost. Song Zichu thought he was joking and laughed and scolded. Stop being silly. Can't you do something serious? You're the one who should shut up and do something serious. Xiao slapped him on the back of the head. The four of them got back to business and discussed how to safely enter the supermarket. The supermarket's exterior walls on the first floor were completely sealed off, with no windows for entry. They could only enter through the main door, which the zombies could also freely pass through. How to lure the zombies out of the supermarket, and how to reblock the main door once inside. Just thinking about it was enough to give them a headache. Plus, after staying up all night and fighting a thrilling guerrilla war with the zombies. Everyone was starving. Shirzwan had initially hesitated, but Song Zichu's stomach was growling incessantly, and Xiaoao was pressing his hand hard against his stomach, looking very uncomfortable. He finally took out a piece of chocolate that he had been secretly hiding. There's more good stuff. Song Zichu excitedly reached for it, but Jiangxi slapped her hand away. She reluctantly withdrew her hand, looking at Jiangxi with a wronged expression. But Jiangxi remained unmoved, adhering to her principle of ignoring her, and simply focused on distributing chocolates to everyone. When Xiaoao received her chocolate, her gaze lingered on Shirzwan for a few seconds. The latter felt uncomfortable under her gaze. What are you doing? Shirzwan glared at her threateningly. Nothing. Xiaoao took a bite of chocolate, the sweetness spreading on her tongue. Thank you. Shirzwan, why are you looking at me? This is the last one. Song Ziqiao, confused, kept asking what's wrong? What's wrong? Even though the chocolate couldn't stop her mouth. Can you be quiet? Finally, Jiangxi, annoyed by the noise, shoved the last remaining piece of chocolate into Song Ziqiao's mouth, and only then did the world quiet down. Alright, now that we're completely out of food, we have to go to the supermarket. Xiaoao pulled out a napkin to wipe the dirt off his hands. It would be best if we could use the supermarket as a temporary base, but if not, we just grab some food and leave. Everyone was racking their brains for a solution. Shirzwan looked out the window, his mind racing. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, a crescent moon hanging in the center, its edges emitting a soft light. Suddenly, something in the distance caught his eye. Strange. How could there be something glowing when the city's power system had collapsed? Shirzwan pointed to the location and asked Xiaoao what it was. That's the high-speed rail station that's being renovated over there. Xiaoao adjusted his glasses, casually adding, when I went back to China last year, I heard rumors that it would be completed by the end of the year, but when I came back this year, only a small part of it was still built. I can vouch for it. Song Zichu chimed in, that's what they said the year before last too. Seeing the conversation about to veer off course again, Shirzwan quickly steered it back, gesturing for Jiangxi, who was also near the left window, to look. Look over there, something's glowing flashing. But it's too far away to see clearly with the naked eye. Jiangxi leaned over to look, but just as Shirzwan said, she couldn't see clearly. It's probably just reflective strips or something. She didn't think it necessary to delve deeper. Indeed, it was most likely just a reflective warning sticker. Wait a minute, he stared at it more closely for a while, then suddenly realized. It was indeed a warning sticker, but the flashing appearance was due to a nearby steel bar, swaying in the wind. After hearing Shirzwan's guess, Xiaoao immediately understood what he was trying to do. The sound of the steel bar falling from a height of about 20 meters would definitely be enough to gather all the zombies in the vicinity. We try to control the zombies there as much as possible. The group clapped together, and the car started again, this time heading to the high-speed rail station. As the most densely populated area in the city, the high-speed rail station became a stark reminder of this as soon as they approached its outer perimeter. This small area likely contained more zombies than they had encountered in the past few days combined. As soon as the car drew near, zombies were attracted by the engine sound, startling Jiangxi into immediately stopping and turning off the engine. But the zombies still swarmed forward. Several gaping maws and grotesque faces were pressed against the glass, and Jiangxi and Song Ziqiao, sitting in the front row, were the first to be assaulted. Song Ziqiao tried his best to lean back, but it was to no avail. The constant thud of zombie bodies hitting the car made him wonder if the exterior had already been dented. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the outside. Especially Xiaoao. Why? Because Shirzwan had tapped the back of his hand twice with his knuckles, trying to make eye contact, but Xiaoao remained unresponsive, like a lifeless robot. So what was he staring at? He tried tapping again, still no reaction. Frustrated, he pinched the back of Xiaoao's hand with his fingertips. Hiss. Finally, there was a reaction. Xiaoao stared wide-eyed at him, completely bewildered, mouthing, "What's wrong?" Shirzwan finally got a response. As Xiaoao turned around, Shirzwan leaned in, his upper body almost touching Xiaoao's ear, and whispered, "Zombies seem to like being near heat sources." Xiaoao instinctively tried to pull away, but Shirzwan immediately placed his hand on Xiaoao's thigh, pressing down on him with most of his weight, leaving him nowhere to hide. Look at the zombies' positions. Currently, the zombies clinging to their vehicle seemed to be mainly near the windshield and rear window. One was against the hood, and the other was close to the exhaust vent. Xiaoao nodded in agreement. Zombie behaviors they had discovered so far included being attracted by sound, having an animal-like ability to keenly smell human scents, and actively approaching heat sources. Their eyeballs seem to be merely decorative. Once the engine's residual heat dissipates, these zombies should leave. Xiao fell into deep thought. Within 10 minutes, the zombies indeed left one after another. Jiangxi and Song Ziqiao, whose hearts were pounding with tension after the initial onslaught, found the window glass completely unmoved after 5 minutes. Realizing that the zombies could only make noise and couldn't break the glass to do anything to them, they gradually relaxed. Luckily, I had some spare money when I bought this car, so I went straight for the top-of-the-line model. Jiangxi patted her pounding heart. What were you two whispering about just now? Song Ziqiu's eyes sharpened as he interrogated the two in the back seat. He had seen everything they were doing through the rearview mirror. Jiangxi had also seen the whole thing, but she was clearly much more sensible than Song Ziqiao, quickly covering his mouth. Shut up. You always ask the most questions. Shall we get out now? She suggested. Wait. Xiao gestured for Shizhuan to move aside, then pulled 2 bottles of floral water from the bag Shizhuan was pressing down on. You guys reapply some floral water first, wait for me. He then sprayed himself thoroughly, before surprisingly taking 2 small test tube-shaped vials from his bag and getting out of the car to scrape the residue off the glass. The red and white liquids were separated into different bottles. Shizhuan and Jiangxi, ? You guys don't know this, do you? My brother Xia is a PhD student in virology at a university in the country, has published countless SCI papers, and is currently interning at the Imperial Institute of Life Sciences. Song Ziqi's tone was proud, as if all this was his own. Idiot, why are you so proud? To highlight that your friend is a PhD student while you're just a lowly elementary school graduate from a third-tier university? Jiangxi rolled his eyes at him. The two started playfully bickering again. Shizhuan remained silent. The string of titles Song Ziqiu rattled off was truly impressive. He heard of University A. It was the strongest university in the field of biology in Country D, a training base for top-tier talent in the field who would definitely be included upon returning home. He also heard about the Imperial Life Sciences Research Institute multiple times in the news. How could such an impressive person be standing right next to him? Chapter 12. A few minutes later, Xiao returned to the car with the small test tubes he had prepared, only to find the atmosphere inside had completely changed. Especially the person next to him, the change was almost 180 degrees. Brother Xia, you worked hard. Please have a seat. Shizhuan wore a standard sweet smile, his lips curving so high they almost pushed his cheekbones down, making Xiao feel uneasy. You see, you made quite a name for yourself in the field of biological research. This time you brought back zombie blood and brain matter. Can you immediately research how this disaster happened? And then develop a serum for widespread production to liberate all of humanity. He instantly knew who among them had the ability to spill the beans, although he hadn't originally intended to hide it. Song Ziqiu, can't you watch your mouth? Why? Song Ziqiu pouted, I'm helping you build your persona. With such impressive qualifications, why would you hide them? Xiao met Shizhuan's eyes again, the light in them making him uneasy. He just rattled off such a nonsensical string of words. Could he really be hoping for that? You really think so? How could I? Shizhuan lazily dragged out his words, as if mocking his arrogance, taking even a casual joke or a compliment seriously. Ever since his first major graduation gift was a stupid boss, he never dared to have any expectations of anyone again. You can't believe everyone is normal, and naturally, you can't believe that Xiao's degree from University A, which didn't even have a diploma, is so valuable that it could save the world. Xiao, Okay, he was overestimating himself. You're collecting this stuff. Won't it go inactive before you even get it back? Before Shizhuan could finish speaking, Song Ziqiao, the elementary school loser, suddenly stared at him incredulously. It was as if he was asking how he knew all this. Shizhuan was speechless. Don't look at me. Although I'm not a researcher in this field, and my biology grades weren't great before, look at my expression. It's like an idiot suddenly discovering their best friend has betrayed them, and jumped into the top 10 of the grade. Ha ha ha, you're right, he's a complete idiot and a loser. Jiangxi didn't let Song Ziqiu off the hook either. Enough. Do you still want to hear my brother Xiao's science lesson? Song Ziqiu looked at Xiao with hopeful eyes. Quickly, save him from this predicament, Xiao, Little Flower's mom's class is in session. No science lesson, I just have some doubts. He went over all the characteristics of the zombies' movements that they had previously discovered. Don't you find it strange? Before becoming zombies, they were just like us, human. Why did they suddenly go blind after the mutation? Right. It seems all the zombies they encountered relied on hearing, smell, and touch to move. So I suspect the zombie virus might be a contagious neurotoxin that damages the human brain. This toxin causes brain dysfunction, and the immune system detects the presence of the eyeball, constantly sending white blood cells to attack it, eventually leading to blindness. Hearing this, Song Zichu suddenly became excited. I saw this online before. It's true. Could you research this toxin and create an antidote to save all of humanity? You're overthinking it. Xiao sighed. The government hasn't released any concrete measures yet, which means that many experts, both domestic and international, have no solution to this virus. How could a nobody like me possibly crack it? What if? That's impossible. Hey, don't be so discouraged. Shirzwan pulled his head into his arms. Maybe, like Song Zichu said, one day your Ren and Du meridians will be opened, and you suddenly develop an antidote for the zombie virus, becoming a leading figure in the field of biology. Yeah, Brother Xiao. Jiangxi chimed in. While I don't agree that an antidote could be developed so easily, you absolutely must believe in yourself. Thank you all, you're so good at comforting people. After the pointless compliments, it was already dawn. The faint morning light shone through the car windows. The four of them quietly enjoyed a sunrise in the deserted wilderness. With daylight, their original plan to go to the construction site was no longer feasible. After a brief discussion, the group decided to postpone their plan until night. During the day, they would head to the high-speed rail station and make do with the vending machines. As usual, they would lure out the zombies inside the station. They were no longer defenseless. One person would stay in the car and honk the horn while the others slipped in to clear out the remaining zombies. But who should stay in the car? Xiao initially wanted to suggest Jiangxi, who was most familiar with the car's interior, but she was particularly enthusiastic about leading the charge in the zombie battle. Finally, they decided to decide by rock, paper, scissors. The loser would stay in the car and endure the baptism of zombie blood splattering against the glass. Come on, rock, paper, scissors. Song Zichu out. Shirzwan scoffed mercilessly, surprised that a four-person game could end so quickly. Please don't laugh so loudly. Shirzwan patted his shoulder. This is your little bait. Don't get scared and wet your pants. We don't have that kind of good resource for you to take a bath now. Get lost. Song Zichu waved them away. Just don't forget to come pick me up later. Okay. Except for Song Zichu, the other three got out of the car quietly. Half a bottle of mosquito repellent had been sprayed out. The nearby zombies hadn't noticed the three sneaky figures. They found a secluded corner and crouched down, waiting for Song Zichu to start. Beep beep. A sharp horn pierced the silence. The surrounding zombies paused, then, after confirming the source of the sound, immediately rushed towards the car. Song Zichu, worried the effect wouldn't be good enough, pressed the horn 3 or 4 more times. Now things are really messed up. The zombies are getting impatient, and they have to be even more eager to get his attention from the car window. Once the zombie horde has all surged towards the car, the three of them cautiously set off again. Jiangxi took the menu that Shirzwan had taken from Xiao's house, while he and Xiao each grabbed a steel pipe that had fallen from the construction site next door. Just in case, they didn't drive to the second-floor entrance, but parked at the ride-hailing pickup point on the first floor. But this meant they still had to walk through a 100-meter-long corridor to reach the entrance. The zombies they encountered today seemed much smarter than those from a few days ago. Although most still chose to descend straight down from the second floor in a flash, a few zombies had figured out the correct route and were coming towards them from the end of the corridor. This matched their earlier assumptions. Most of them were high-speed rail station staff who were already more familiar with the terrain. The optimal solution was definitely not to fight the zombie horde. The three of them tried to minimize their presence, tiptoeing along the corridor railings. The 100-meter journey took them almost 20 minutes. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way, but as they rounded a corner and went up the escalator, they were surprised to find themselves facing 6 zombies. An eerie silence descended. Even though they knew the zombies' eyes were just for show, the moment their eyes met, their brains couldn't help but shudder. New zombies kept emerging from behind the glass walls, so the three had to retreat to the side, but besides a small shop, all that was left behind was the green construction fence. With the zombie's rear end about to crash into his arms, Jiangxi panicked and mouthed to Shirzwan beside her. What to do? Don't ask him what to do. He didn't know either. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. He was desperate. Oh right. Shirzwan reached out and touched the fence beside him, It was solid, hard, and sturdy enough. He quickly gestured to the other two, then turned and stepped onto a stool next to the shop, gripping the roof firmly with both hands, and pushed off with his right leg against the wall, thus reaching the roof. The two below gaped in disbelief. But time was of the essence. Not getting up meant certain death. Xiao patted Jiangxi's arm, signaling her to go first. Jiangxi tried to imitate Shizhuan's movements, pushing off with her foot, but her arm strength was lacking. In the end, she relied on Shizhuan to grab her coat hood and pull her up. Go lie down on the fence, Shizhuan instructed her in an almost breathless voice. The roof of this small shop was haphazardly constructed of corrugated steel sheets. 2 people could barely support their weight for a while, but if 3 people stepped on it at the same time, they'd probably all end up as zombie food. After getting Jiangxi onto the fence, Shizhuan beckoned Xiao to join him. Xiao was clearly a model student. He probably had never climbed a wall before. Shizhuan tried to imitate his previous method, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up, but an unexpected event occurred. The weight of 2 adult men exceeded the roof's capacity. Xiao had 1 foot on the wall, and just as his weight shifted onto the corrugated steel sheet, a deafening crash as the sheet metal dented instantly pierced his eardrums. The zombies were immediately attracted by the noise, moving directly below him and reaching out to grab his other foot, which he hadn't had time to retract. Shizhuan's heart tightened. He shifted his hand to grab Xiao's armpit, trying to pull him up quickly, but Xiao broke free instead. In the blink of an eye, Xiao had actually taken a step back. "What are you doing?" he cried out in his anxiety, causing the zombies below to jump even more wildly. Xiao's foot had already found its target, kicking at the small chair they were using to stand on. The chair was kicked away, and a few dim-witted zombies chased after the sound, but most remained, unwilling to give up the easy prey. Seeing the zombie's large mouth already biting into Xiao's sneakers, Shizhuan's heart nearly stopped. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His gaze had to be fixed on Xiao. If he looked away for even a second, he feared the man would slip and die. Fortunately, Xiao finally cooperated, raising his wing roots to make it easier for Shizhuan to pull him onto the roof. The two dared not delay for a moment, and without even pausing for breath, they followed Jiangxi's example, gripping the green barrier with their hands and feet, their bodies pressed against the narrow top edge as they crawled forward. They only stopped when they were directly facing the high-speed rail station entrance. Huff, huff. Shizhuan, still catching his breath, began to complain. "Can't this damn shoddy construction just get out of here? All right, without it, the 3 of us would be finished today. And you? Don't think you're safe just because you answered so naturally. Are you weak in the lower body? You were almost up. Why did you have to go down?" He wasn't completely unaware that Xiao had put his legs down to kick the chair away, cutting off the zombies' chance to follow them up, but thinking of the terrifying scene just now, he couldn't control his anger. Xiao scoffed. "You think the zombies would still be waiting obediently down there if I hadn't kicked the stool away? Hey, what nonsense!" If he weren't too tied up, he would have definitely rolled up his sleeves and given Xiao a perfectly standard international friendly gesture. Chapter 13. The 3 of them were neatly skewered atop the fence like kebabs. Jiangxi, at the front, wanted to advise Xiao to tone less sarcastic, but realized his words would only travel through 2 people's backsides, so he hesitated for a split second before giving up. Judging from Shizhuan's genuine anger, he didn't say another word. The result was that no one spoke. Even when the zombies had almost dispersed, no one suggested they go down. If Jiangxi hadn't been so uncomfortable lying there, the group could have stayed on the fence forever. They arrived at the high-speed rail station, the doors wide open, revealing a chaotic scene through the glass. In their haste to jump over the wall, they hadn't even had time to care about their weapons. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombies that hadn't caught anyone left, they quickly retrieved them and held them high. The 3 of them formed a circle back to back and cautiously peered inside. There were no more zombies in sight, but in a waiting hall spanning millions of square meters, who knew which nook or cranny might be hiding? "Hey, look over there." Jiangxi nudged Shizhuan's waist with her elbow, pointing to the ground next to the ticket gate. "There's a loudspeaker over there," she suggested. "We can record an audio clip, set it to loop several times, and then play it outside. That way, we can drive the zombies out of the waiting hall." "Good idea." But it seemed a bit difficult to implement. Shizhuan frowned and interrupted, "But the waiting hall is so big, the loudspeaker's volume can only reach about 50 meters in front and behind at most. The zombies won't hear it if they're too far away." "Xiao, I take the loudspeaker to lure the zombies." You two keep an eye on things from the side, just don't stumble into a zombie horde. Shout when the zombie is about to stick to my back. You? Ha! Scherzwein crossed his arms, glancing sideways. You better give up. That bite on your foot from that zombie wasn't cheap. You should use that time to check if you've been bitten, lest you turn into a zombie yourself while trying to stalk one. Xiao, eh? Jiangxi also fell silent, secretly sighing that brother sure couldn't stand being insulted, but still comforted the self-inflicted Xiao. Brother sure is just worried about you. Get lost. Scherzwein glared at Jiangxi. I'm not worried about him at all. How to mediate when the person involved is extremely uncooperative. Jiangxi knew that getting involved in other people's relationship disputes was definitely unwise. But couldn't the two older brothers at least not argue now? Wasn't yesterday, with all that time spent at home, the perfect time to argue? Why drag it out until now? After being rebuffed twice, Xiao finally realized that this guy thought he was risking his life, which was why he was biting him in anger. You don't really think I'm crazy for daring to stick my foot down and kick the chair, do you? Scherzwein, ? Jiangxi, there's a twist? Xiao grabbed the sole of Scherzwein's shoe in front of him and tapped it on the side with his index finger. I'm wearing height-increasing insoles. Huh? Height-increasing insoles? Jiangxi looked at him in shock, not expecting him to need height-increasing insoles. So all men's vanity is the same. A 1.7 meter guy wants to be 1.8 meters. A 1.85 meter guy wants to be 1.9 meters. You're going to fly if you wear those insoles. Scherzwein laughed in exasperation. He thought to himself, no wonder Xiao looks taller today than when we woke up in the same bed the other day. He thought it was because he hadn't stood up straight earlier. It turns out he had his own little scheme. His two companions looked at him with a mixture of admiration and disdain. Xiao scratched his cheek. I wore height-increasing insoles just for an extra layer of protection. See, this has come in handy, hasn't it? You're right. After Xiao's self-destructive apology, Scherzwein said he could forgive him. On the condition that... What condition? Scherzwein grinned wickedly, pressed the record function on the megaphone, and shouted, Xiao is a shorty wearing height-increasing insoles. Xiao is a shorty wearing height-increasing insoles. The megaphone echoed. Jiangxi thought to himself, Big brother, if I remember correctly, you're shorter than Xiao when you're naked. If he's a dwarf, then what are you? The king of the dwarf kingdom? Although Scherzwein had had his fill of witty banter and generously forgave Xiao, given his past behavior, Xiao was the first to be eliminated when discussing who should carry the megaphone and scare away the zombies. In the end, Scherzwein won the vote without any suspense. Be careful when you run later. Jiangxi and I will be keeping watch at the ticket gates on the first and second floors respectively. If you can't run anymore, call us. Got it. Scherzwein took off his hoodie and tossed it to Xiao, leaving him in only a white t-shirt. Alright, stop being so reluctant, like a parent sending their child to school. Jiangxi commented scathingly. Having given all the necessary instructions, Jiangxi and Scherzwein went upstairs. The starting point was at the ticket gate. There was no need to run in the open areas, you just needed to squeeze into the nooks and crannies, like the restrooms and break rooms. Scherzwein, imitating the athletic students he'd seen before, tiptoed a couple of times and launched himself forward like a spring. Xiao is a shorty wearing shoe inserts. Speechless. The noise vanished the moment he started running, as if only the quiet wind remained in his ears. The stench of blood in the room dissipated from his nose, fading into the distance. At first, he didn't run fast, conserving his energy. But as several zombies were drawn to him by the loudspeaker sound and followed him, he had to quicken his pace. Attention! There's a zombie to your left. Keep your distance. Jiangxi shouted a warning. Scherzwein subtly flicked the megaphone to the left, and seeing the zombie attracted by the sound, he immediately changed direction and ran to the right. After circling around for a while, he finally finished exploring the entire map. There shouldn't be any corner he missed. He scanned the area, feeling he covered every spot, and called out as he ran, I'm going downstairs. This was both to let Jiangxi know he could rest, and to remind Xiao downstairs. He was preparing to receive him. The reason H City South Station needed renovation was because it was built a long time ago, and many facilities, and the station's layout were not very efficient. For example, there was only one of each type of passageway, elevators, escalators, and stairs. Scherzwein thought about it, and realized that taking the escalator was actually more convenient at this moment. The narrow, crowded characteristics would have been something he would have scorned in the past, But now, it was the best way to control the zombies. Shirzwan was very satisfied with his calculations, and stepped onto the escalator with unwavering confidence, only to regret it halfway up. These damn zombies don't walk down the stairs, they jump. He tried to descend 1 step at a time, but they jumped down 3 or 4 steps at a time. Soon, their roars grew closer and closer to his ears. And to make matters worse, the escalator was ridiculously long. By the time he reached the remaining half, he'd either be trampled into a pulp or devoured by zombies. What to do? He desperately tried to think of a way out, but fate seemed to be working against him. He lost his footing and slid down 3 steps. Before he could steady himself on the handrail, a zombie's palm struck him. "Give me the megaphone." Xiao suddenly appeared at the bottom of the stairs, arm raised, ready to take the baton from Shirzwan. Too late. Shirzwan threw the megaphone into the air, quickly using the handrail to flip over the side of the escalator, landing awkwardly on his backside. Ouch, that hurts. The horn spun several times in the air before finally landing steadily in Xiao's hand. Run! Xiao's long legs moved with incredible speed, and using the distance to his advantage, he easily left the zombies behind. Are you alright? Jiangxi helped Shirzwan up from the steps. Shirzwan had just run several laps with all his might, but suddenly his strength gave way, and his legs were still a little weak. Leaning on the handrail beside him, and using Jiangxi's hand for support, he swayed as he stood up. Sweat covered his forehead, making his hair stick to it. His flushed cheeks and slightly thick lips trembled slightly, accompanying his rising and falling breathing. He looked down. A large number of zombies were chasing Xiao, circling around the station. It was already daylight, and the zombies were moving faster than at night. Shirzwan watched Xiao's legs thrashing back and forth. Had he been running so badly just now? Okay, no need to think too much, or I feel like my heroic spirit has vanished. Let's go help. Xiao led the zombie horde, weaving in and out from various corners, the group gradually growing larger. Jiangxi kept a close eye on his route, making sure he covered all the areas, then quickly pulled Shirzwan around a bend to the gate. The two of them each grabbed one of the gate handles, their other hand gripping their weapons, waiting for Xiao to approach. When he was about 50 meters from the gate, he threw the megaphone forward with all his might, half his body almost airborne, then quickly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the megaphone flew straight over the green fence and landed inside the construction site. The zombies' target was solely the megaphone. They recklessly crashed into the fence. The fence, which had just been strong enough to support the weight of the 3 of them, looked like fragile paper, easily shattering upon impact. As the last zombie left the waiting room, the 3 of them joined hands to close the door, first locking it, then attaching the U-lock they had prepared beforehand, and stuffing the key into their pockets. Done! Xiao then picked up some scattered scraps of cloth from the floor, evenly poured some floral water on them, and stuffed them into the gap under the door. Finally, they had cleaned the waiting room. Phew. I'm exhausted, let's rest. Shirzwan urged the other 2 to find a place to sit. His slightly sore calves finally got a chance to rest. I go get a bottle of water, do you 2 want some? Xiao surprisingly still had the strength to stand steadily. Shirzwan, too lazy to even lift his head, slumped back in his chair, casually waving his hand behind him. I take a bottle, please. Jiangxi, having practically run up and down the stairs twice, was also exhausted. Brother Xia, thank you so much. You're so kind, thank you. Xiao took over the task, thinking, you 2 are so polite now, but the rant about me hasn't stopped yet. A few minutes later, Xiao returned with 3 bottles of water and some snacks to fill their stomachs. Shirzwan downed half a bottle in one gulp. Awesome. He grabbed a napkin from someone's backpack nearby and wiped the ink from his forehead. I think this place is pretty good. There are 3 convenience stores and 4 or 5 vending machines and a restaurant on the 2nd floor. We could easily stay here for a month or 2. The living conditions were so good that he even felt he didn't need to go to the supermarket. Xiao pondered for a moment, then dismissed his wishful thinking. Don't think about it. First, the outer walls of this high-speed rail station are completely transparent. Whatever's happening inside, whether there are people or not, can be seen clearly from the outside. Second, nobody knows how long this battle will last. A month or 2 is manageable, but what if it's a year or 2? This food simply won't be enough, and it will only become harder and harder to get supplies to supermarkets. Okay then. Let me get some sleep first, I'm so sleepy. Chapter 14. Shirzwan wasn't the only one exhausted and sleepy. Xiao and Jiangxi had also stayed up all night since yesterday, and at this moment, They didn't even have the strength to speak. The three of them each found a large communal sleeping area, and as soon as their heads hit the soft cushions, a heavy drowsiness washed over them. It wasn't until Shirzwan was the first to wake up needing to urinate that he groggily glanced at his watch and realized he had only slept for an hour. He got up from the chair, half asleep, and staggered to the bathroom, accidentally kicking Xiao's shoe half a meter away. He stopped, glanced at it, and finally decided to pretend he hadn't seen it and take care of his personal needs first. After quickly finishing with his bloated bladder, he turned on the tap and found no water. He then realized they seemed to have forgotten something. What had they forgotten? He rummaged around and grabbed a wet wipe, dried his hands, and returned to where he had been lying. Xiao lay on his side, arms crossed, eyes closed, but his eyeballs moved irregularly beneath his eyelids. He was probably in a light sleep. Shirzwan intuitively. He'd forgotten something extremely important, but couldn't remember it no matter what. So, without even considering how sinful it was to wake someone who was sleeping. Hey, wake up! He patted Xiao's upper arm, which was folded on top. Xiao had taken off his outermost hoodie while sleeping, and was now only wearing a black tank top. Because it was so close to his skin, all the marks from his daily workouts were clearly visible. Shirzwan's hand touched the warm skin. The muscles felt nice when relaxed, soft to the touch, like the belly of the fat cat his old neighbor used to keep. He actually got carried away touching it. What are you doing? Why are you bothering me again while I'm sleeping? Xiao opened his eyes at some point. How could he say again? This was clearly a low probability event. He was about to retort when Xiao, still looking sleepy, interrupted him. What is it? You can't have woken me up just to argue with me. Getting back to the point. Don't you feel like something's missing? I feel like I've forgotten something. But there are too many things I can't remember right now. Song Zichu. Song Zichu. The two shouted in unison, their voices so loud they startled Jiangxi, who was still asleep beside them, awake. What's wrong? Song Zichu? What happened to Song Zichu? She was startled, then suddenly realized, oh my god, Song Zichu. The three of them had been so busy dealing with the zombies at the high-speed rail station that they were exhausted and fell asleep immediately, forgetting that Song Zichu was still waiting for them in the train. Jiangxi, who had been sleeping on a row of chairs across the river, quickly sat up and put on his shoes. That idiot is probably hiding in the train crying right now, cowardly enough to think we abandoned him. Let's go pick him up. Xiao put on her hoodie and quickly prepared to go pick him up. You two don't need to go, I go. Jiangxi hadn't forgotten the favor he owed Xiao, giving the two of them some space alone. Although they were constantly bickering, Xiao's little feelings were actually very obvious to outsiders. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Xiao frowned, her expression serious. At least I or Shirzwan can be with you. Shirzwan nodded, supporting Xiao's statement. How about I go with Jiangxi, and you can sleep a little longer? Really no need. Jiangxi waved his hand, trying to persuade the two. I can't have you two accompany me for everything. The horn has stopped, and the zombies have all dispersed from the doorway. Besides, I'm a girl. I walk lighter than both of you men. I spray myself with plenty of mosquito repellent before I leave, and I carry the kitchen knife with me. Nothing will happen. But Xiao was still worried, but was interrupted by Shirzwan, who slapped her on the butt. Okay, then be careful. If something happens, TSK, it seems there's no way to notify us. Then it's up to fate. Jiangxi grinned, pulling a small hair tie from his pocket and tying his short hair into a small bun at the back of his head. Yeah, let's rely on fate. After Jiangxi left, Xiao was puzzled. You're just going to let her go like that? His brow furrowed. There are so many zombies outside, it's dangerous. Yes, it's dangerous, but like she said herself, we can protect her for a while. But can we protect her forever? What if the zombie apocalypse doesn't end, and humanity has to coexist with zombies forever? Besides, just because she's a girl doesn't mean she's inferior to us. She's brave, courageous in the face of danger, and thoughtful and meticulous in handling problems. I don't think she's inferior to us. Xiao interrupted him. If you were going out alone today, I wouldn't feel at ease either. In this situation, having someone else around provides more security. His tone was sincere, and he seemed very displeased upon hearing Shirzwan's doubts. It turned out that his main reason for refusing to let Jiangxi go out alone wasn't she's a girl, but rather that he didn't want anyone else to face danger alone. Shirzwan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. You're so kind, Xia. Hee hee. With Jiangxi gone, only the two of them remained in the large waiting hall. With nothing to do, they decided to wander around. Xiao rummaged through a small shop in the southeast corner and found 2 old-fashioned thermos flasks filled with hot water, while Shirzwan inadvertently discovered that the water dispensers in the tea room also had hot water stored inside. The water tanks inside must be made of insulated material to keep the temperature from dissipating for so long. Now we not only have hot water to drink, but we can also eat something hot. Shirzwan was overjoyed. Given the high-speed rail station's resource reserves, if they didn't plan to stay here long, they wouldn't need to be overly frugal. He calculated that they had now found water resources, and asked Xiao if they could take a shower that evening. Of course. After several days of conserving water, coupled with their considerable physical activity, they were all starting to smell of sweat. Besides, if they didn't shower now, water resources would only become more scarce later on. Xiao turned his head and met Shirzwan's back as he skipped and hopped like a child, and couldn't help but smile. "Hey Xiao, come over here." Shirzwan suddenly waved to him. The two of them had somehow wandered to the ticket gate. They had just closed the door leading to the platform behind the ticket gate. But through the entire glass window next to the door, they could see a high-speed train parked on the nearest platform. But looking around, all the train doors were tightly shut. They were too far away, and the reflection from the glass made it impossible to see anything inside. "Xia, do you think there might be any survivors inside?" "TSK, probably not." Xiao, hands on her hips, scanned the entire high-speed train with the same look as Shirzwan. The platform is just a few steps from the waiting hall. If there were survivors inside, why would they confine themselves to such a small space? Besides, in the enclosed space of a high-speed train traveling at high speed, if even one zombie gets in, everyone on the train will be trapped. Shirzwan pressed one hand against the glass, leaned closer to observe for a while, and indeed, there was no movement whatsoever. It remained deathly silent. He sighed, "It's been so many days since the zombie outbreak, and I haven't seen a single living person. I'm starting to wonder if there are only 4 of us left alive in this world." "Huh? Old Zhang isn't human. He doesn't count. Even if he's biologically human, morally speaking, they don't consider old Zhang human. Let's go, let's rest." "Okay." Song Zichu followed Jiangxi back, only to witness a scene he would never forget. Shirzwan was the first to notice him enter, offering a perfunctory greeting. "Hi, you're back." Before he finished speaking, he turned and threw down 2 cards. "TSK, don't wave them around, I'm about to win." "Wait a minute." Shirzwan hadn't drawn the card he wanted, and now he had an extra card in his hand. He immediately hid it behind his back, successfully switching cards. "You guys forgot me in the car, and then played cards here?" Song Zichu roared in disbelief. Unfortunately, Xiao immediately drew the last card that could be matched. The game ended, and Shirzwan reluctantly threw the joker back into the empty seat in the middle, which had been used as a table. "Don't be so excited, you're back safely now." He showed no remorse whatsoever. Song Zichu looked at Xiao with teary eyes, pleading for his comfort. "Brother Xia. Alright, stop pretending. I agreed to everything you asked for. A grown man shouldn't whine like this." Jiangxi's head was throbbing from the noise. "What did you agree to?" Shirzwan swore he had only asked casually, with absolutely no intention of prying. Therefore, upon hearing Jiangxi's reply, he wanted to strangle himself for asking that question just seconds before. "I promised to give him another chance to date." Before Jiangxi could even finish speaking, Song Zichu's eyes lit up like searchlights, and he opened his mouth to start babbling. Xiao, quick as a flash, slapped his mouth shut. "Don't get too excited." Jiangxi gave him a standard fake grin. "Song Zichu, I'm just promising you a chance. Whether we get back together depends on your performance." The person involved excitedly tried to break free from Xiao's grasp. Shirzwan quickly gave Xiao a look. "Don't let go of him." Xiao nodded at him, her eyes firm, then asked, "Did you two encounter any danger on your way here?" "Fine, except for Song Zichu kicking a bottle and being chased by zombies for a while. We didn't encounter any other danger." Where there was no danger, Song Zichu became the biggest danger. Song Zichu protested incessantly, finally breaking free from Xiao's grasp. "I didn't do it on purpose. Who knows why I brought a soda can with me when I ran over?" It landed at his feet like a ball, and he instinctively kicked it. But that damn soda can, for some reason, was filled with heavy pebbles. He kicked it, but instead of flying, his toe hit something painfully. Meanwhile, the nearby zombies noticed the commotion and approached the two. They finally returned safely after a frantic run of almost 10 minutes. It sounded quite dangerous. But being back safe was a relief. Shirzwan dragged a 28-inch suitcase over and invited everyone to play cards. Song Zichio hadn't eaten breakfast yet and said he watched for a while, letting the remaining three play first. Chapter 15. The four of them spent the afternoon playing cards, then took turns catching up on sleep. The sun slowly approached the horizon, its orange-yellow light illuminating the waiting hall. Xiao suggested they take turns showering before sunset, not caring much about their clothes, and simply picked out a few suitable items from the scattered suitcases. Jiangxi and Shirzwan each grabbed a 1-liter bottle of mineral water and went in first. Life was getting better. Even mineral water could be used for showering. Only Xiao and Song Zichu remained in the waiting hall. Song Zichu stared towards the restrooms, making sure Shirzwan had gone in. A few minutes later, the sound of running water reached his ears, and he stealthily approached Xiao to whisper in his ear. "Xiaoji, are you pursuing Shirzwan? Who told you that?" He got really into gossip. "Jiangxi said you like him, but you're too shy to confess. And asked me to give you some space." Space? No wonder Jiangxi was so eager to pick up Song Zichu's job. Xiao laughed, exasperated. "Do I look like I like him? Even though you're always teasing him, and he's always teasing you, and you two start being sarcastic after just 3 sentences, Jiangxi says it's a case of fighting is a sign of affection. He also said that when you meet someone you like, you can't help but deliberately contradict them or play pranks on them. But I would never have a prank on Jiangxi, even though I clearly like her a lot." He felt like even a pig was being insulted by his own thinking. "I don't like him, and besides..." Xiao tried to calm himself down. "If you're not smart enough, don't use your brain." "Damn it, you're insulting me." "I'm insulting you." Song Zichu was angry, straightened up, and pointed his finger at Xiao's nose. "Yeah, you're right. You insult everyone you see. You can't possibly like me. In that case, I won't create any more romantic moments for you two." Idiot. Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. Just then, Shirzwan came out carrying an empty bucket. A towel he brought from his bag was draped around his neck, and water dripped from his hair, forming a small puddle on his collarbone. He had changed into a set of clean clothes he had scavenged. A soft cotton v-neck long-sleeved shirt and khaki casual pants. They looked soft and comfortable against the skin. "Which of you two is going?" Shirzwan asked while drying his hair. "Him. He go first. Is there a rabid dog biting someone in the toilet or a zombie hiding there? Even if there were zombies, he would have been torn to pieces the moment he went in." Shirzwan was unaware that the two were secretly competing. One was trying to prevent him from being alone with Xiao while the other... well, another love of competition. Finally, Xiao was pushed into the bathroom by Shirzwan first. The reason was that they were sleeping next to each other, and the smell was obvious if they were too close. Time flew by after sunset. It seemed like only half an hour ago it was dusk, but half an hour later, the sun was already invisible. Shirzwan gathered all the suitcases from both floors together and actually found 2 brand new, unopened bed sheets and a used air conditioning blanket. Without caring about their quality, he spread them out on the benches, enough for all 4 of them. Where there weren't enough, he pieced together larger clothes. By the time Song Zichu was the last to finish showering and emerge, it was completely dark. It was Shirzwan who, with a flashlight, finally found a spot. Humans have possessed electricity and lights for only a few centuries, yet the dependency they developed is not to be underestimated. They could hardly imagine what humans did at night without electricity. Could they only sleep? But whatever methods humans had previously devised to kill time, they could only sleep now. "You guys go to sleep first, I keep watch," Xiao suggested, worried about safety resting outside. After some consideration, they decided that Xiao would keep watch first, followed by Shirzwan, Jiangxi, and Song Zichu. "Just wake me when it's time," Shirzwan specifically instructed before going to sleep. Xiao nodded perfunctorily. The moonlight outside the glass window was bright, its soft rays swirling around the high-hanging jade disc, passing through the window frame and projecting countless squares onto the ground. Even the platform was covered in a layer of frost. Counting on his fingers, it seemed today was indeed the 15th. The day with the fullest moon of the month. It's been almost a week since the zombie outbreak. Indoors, the breathing of the sleeping was steady, except for the occasional snoring of Song Zichu, like a tractor under construction. Xiao stared blankly out the window, silently concluding, from now on, Song Zichu should be the first on night watch. Otherwise, with that thunderous snoring, who could sleep unless they were exhausted from the day? He had never felt so bored at night. He even pulled a blank notebook from a pile of boxes, trying to manually calculate the possible genetic mutations in the human body after infection with the zombie virus. 3 hours passed. Moonlight shone on the notebook, illuminating the densely packed words. Calculation formulas and various incomprehensible biological symbols were all crammed together. Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. It was time to wake Shirzwan for his shift. He closed the notebook and casually placed it on a nearby stool. Approaching Shirzwan, the man looked peaceful in his sleep, a few strands of hair obscuring half his face. It was a bit chilly at night. He was only covered with a long coat that appeared out of nowhere, huddled up in a ball, shivering. He'd been either sleeping poorly or pulling all-nighters for several days in a row, and dark circles had formed on the fair skin under his eyes. Never mind. Xiao hesitated for a moment, then decided to let him sleep for another half hour. An hour would do. He'd been sitting for too long, maintaining the same posture for so long, his back was stiff. He decided to get up and move around. Unconsciously, he walked to the window again. The car windows, previously obscured by sunlight reflections, finally revealed their true form. Most windows had curtains drawn, but through a few open windows, one could see the quiet interior. After staring intently for a minute, he realized the dark shadow on the seat was actually a sitting zombie. Would they find a way to conserve energy? Xiao wondered, pressing his face almost against the windowpane to get a better look. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of his eye. A light seemed to flash behind the rightmost window. Was someone there? The fleeting light didn't seem to be something fixed in one spot. It felt more like the beam of a phone flashlight, accidentally turned on, and then quickly switched off. Xiao immediately tensed, squinting and staring intently at the windowpane. But there was no more movement from that spot. He hesitated, wondering whether to go out onto the platform to take a look, but as soon as he turned around, he was startled by the person behind him. "What are you doing?" The dim background and eerie tone sent a chill down Xiao's spine. Upon closer inspection, he saw Shirzwan, his hair a mess from sleeping. "Why did you suddenly get up?" "Some idiot covered me with another layer of clothing, and I woke up feeling hot." Shirzwan's tone was resentful. Then I checked the time and realized it was my turn to keep watch, but the person on the previous shift had disappeared. I searched for ages before finally finding this idiot pressed against the glass, like a peeping Tom. Shirzwan raised his hand and tidied his messy hair again. "So what were you looking at?" Xiao's face darkened, and he deliberately lowered his voice. "There was a light flash in the car just now. I suspect there's someone still alive inside." Shirzwan instantly sobered up, the moonlight shining into his eyes, making them appear exceptionally bright. "Are you sure it's someone alive?" "Not sure. I'm going to go in and check." Xiao shook his head. "Wait a minute." Shirzwan grabbed his wrist. "I go with you." Xiao wanted to refuse, but Shirzwan had already put on his coat, his movements swift and decisive, leaving no room for refusal. "Okay, it might not be safe inside. Let's wake Song Zichu up, and have him keep watch. Let's call Jiangxi. I feel she's more reliable than Song Zichu." Xiao remembered Song Zichu's solemn vow, that afternoon, that he would never allow himself to be alone with Shirzwan. Without a second's hesitation, she agreed to wake Jiangxi. Jiangxi groggily opened his eyes, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. "What's wrong?" Shirzwan lowered his voice. "Xiao suspects there are still people inside that high-speed train next to us, so we're planning to go in and check." "Now?" Jiangxi asked incredulously. It was almost 11 p.m., and if it weren't for the huge glass windows, it would be pitch black inside. Going to check on a high-speed train at this hour. Seeing their serious expressions, "All right, you two go. I handle the inside." Shirzwan and Xiao, each carrying a steel pipe, carefully climbed over the security gate. Xiao also found a crowbar in the security room to use against the closed train doors. From the waiting room to the platform, they had to go through a long corridor. After entering the corridor, the two quickly closed the glass door behind them, and Jiangxi helped them lock it from the inside. Before leaving, they agreed that Jiangxi would keep an eye on their movements through the glass. After they got off the high-speed train, she briefly shone her flashlight into the rear carriage before opening the door. Leaving the passageway, the two entered the platform. The platform was much colder than inside, the wind blowing Shirzwan's empty coat. For some reason, there weren't many active zombies. Shirzwan pulled his coat hem tighter, guessing that perhaps the zombie outbreak had occurred before the train arrived at the station. After arriving, the doors hadn't even had time to open. Many people had been trapped and died inside the carriages. The two reached the fifth carriage where the light had just flashed. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the dining car, making the guess that there were still survivors inside even more likely. The carriage was quiet. Shirzwan pressed his ear against the door for a minute, but heard nothing. Pry it open? Shirzwan raised an eyebrow, brandishing the crowbar he snatched from Xiao. Xiao pondered for a few seconds, then decided to try a polite approach first. He gently knocked 3 times on the car door. No sound. Go! He waved his hand, instructing Shirzwan. The series of actions left Shirzwan dumbfounded. Did you knock? Did you really knock? All that talk, all that politeness first, huh? Even a dolphin, extremely sensitive to sound, would doubt if they left their hearing aid at home with that knocking sound. Chapter 16. The crowbar was driven diagonally into the door, and with a forceful push, it moved to the side. In that instant, a dark figure suddenly darted out from inside. Following his prearranged plan, Shirzwan swiftly retreated, and Xiao, steel pipe in hand, charged forward. The long metal rod whistled through the air. "Spare me, great hero, spare me!" A trembling male voice abruptly interrupted his movements. Xiao struggled to raise his wrist, finally stopping just 5 centimeters from the man's head. The man didn't look young, probably around 50. His exposed skin was tanned dark. As he spoke, his hands were clasped in a pleading gesture. Just by looking at the callous backs of his hands, one could tell that this man's life was mostly fraught with hardship. "Why were you in the carriage?" Xiao asked coldly. "The train was full of zombies. How did he survive?" "Little brother, look at what you're saying. The world is so chaotic these days. I didn't stay here because I liked it." He shook his head. "For days ago, I finished my work at the construction site and thought I'd take a break and go back to my hometown to see my wife. But before I even got halfway there was a commotion in the back carriage. Someone had turned into a zombie. I managed to escape in the toilet. After the noise stopped, I mustered up the courage to come out and check. Luckily, there weren't many zombies in the dining car, so I just blocked the door and hid there." He explained in detail, and Shirzwan and Xiao thought about it and agreed that it was plausible. Given that this man was around the same age as their parents, it was hard not to think of their parents' current situation. If they helped their older brother now, perhaps their parents far away could also find kind people to help them. Besides, the waiting hall was spacious, with ample food and supplies, and they didn't plan to stay there long anyway, so helping out wouldn't hurt. The two briefly turned their backs to each other to discuss something, and repeatedly asked the man several questions about the train. The man's answers were logically sound, and finally, Shirzwan invited, "Brother, why don't you come in with us? The zombies have all been cleared out. It's safer inside." Upon hearing this, the man immediately beamed and agreed without much hesitation to go to the waiting hall with Shirzwan and the others. Xiao watched him happily pacing around, his hands constantly gripping the seams of his faded jeans. Even his feet were unsteady, constantly turning his toes. He looked exactly like a simple, honest old migrant worker. "Brother, the chairs inside are a bit hard, and it'd be a little cold at night without a blanket. Do you have any warm luggage? Take it with you." Oh, I know. There are sheets on the backs of the chairs in the dining car. I go get them, and we can use them together." The uncle clapped his hands, remembered, and rushed inside to get his things. Shirzwan couldn't stop him. "Let us help you." No need. I can manage by myself. Be quick, it won't waste any time." With that, his figure disappeared into the shadows. Shirzwan thought for a moment. The door was wide open. It would be safer to stay and guard the door. So he and Xiao stood on either side of the door, like 2 door gods. "This guy's pretty enthusiastic. It seems like migrant workers like them are all kind-hearted. After earning their money, they still know to go home and see their wives, putting 60% of our male compatriots to shame." Shirzwan's tone was lazy, and his words weren't exactly friendly. "What are you saying? Are you in that 60% or the 40%? Right now, I'm undoubtedly one of those 60% bastards. But if I start dating in the future, I try to get out of that category." Hearing this, Xiao chuckled softly, his voice vibrating slightly in his throat, sounding quite pleasant. "No wonder I haven't heard you mention your family for so long. So you're maintaining your persona. Get lost." Shirzwan raised his foot to kick him, but he nimbly dodged it. That old geezer probably forgot he had a child 30 years ago. But he really didn't put in much effort. No hardship, no toil, just a quick fling and it was over. No wonder he never cared about him growing up. Shirzwan was already furious just thinking about it, and waited for Xiao to change the subject. You just said you consider spending more time with your family after you start dating? Yeah, why? Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to ask you like men, right? I go in and see why my brother hasn't come out yet. With that, Shirzwan tried to peek inside, but before he could even see what was inside, his brother came out holding 2 handfuls of fabric. Here it comes, I brought out a lot, you can use the extra to cushion yourselves. The older brother, being overly enthusiastic, tried to shove the items into their hands. The two, unsure how to respond, silently accepted. By the way, brother, there are 2 more of our friends in the waiting room. I introduce you later. With that, Shirzwan turned on his flashlight and shone it twice through the glass. A light flashed back in response. Let's go! The 3 retraced their steps. Xiao temporarily handed the crowbar to the older brother as a weapon. Fortunately, they didn't encounter many zombies on the way back. Jiangxi helped open the door from the inside, and the 3 filed in. And this is? He's the one who caused the flashlight beam earlier. Shirzwan suddenly realized they hadn't even asked the older brother's name. Yes, my name is Qinqianhua. Nice to meet you, young lady. He raised his hand to shake Jiangxi's, but seeing the calluses and dark spots on his hands, he sheepishly withdrew them, wiping them on his pants. Touched, Jiangxi quickly extended his hand. Hello, my name is Jiangxi. We don't need to be so formal. Right, that's right. Shirzwan casually put his arm around Xiao's shoulder. Everyone who's with us today is a good friend. My name is Shirzwan, and this is Xiao. The 3 then introduced Song Ziqiao, who was sleeping inside. Go inside and rest. It's still early, Xiao said, then suddenly remembered something and added, Jiangxi, you can keep the key. Okay. After finding a place to rest, Song Ziqiao was completely unaffected, still snoring away. Xiao glanced at the time. It was a bit early to wake him up. He wanted to suggest that he sleep a little longer and wait for Song Ziqiao to take over, but Qinqianhua offered to take turns. I've been sleeping on the train every day for the past 2 days. I lost all my sleep. Don't bother this young man, you guys sleep, I keep watch. Trust, like a strange magic spell, spread like wildfire, and now everyone awake believed him without hesitation. After an unknown amount of time, the waiting room fell silent again. The snoring gradually stopped, and a pair of eyes slowly opened. Song Ziqiao sat up from his chair, his brain still fogged up, everything was blurry. He looked around, puzzled, everyone was asleep. Was the vigil cancelled? Unfortunately, his still unconscious brain lacked the ability to think, so he could only rely on instinct to go to the toilet to relieve himself. The running water stopped, and he returned, pulling up his pants. The other 3 were also fast asleep, and for some reason, a steel pipe was placed next to their chairs. Song Ziqiao plopped back down on the bench. Since everyone was asleep, he might as well sleep a little longer. Thinking this, he lay back down, turning over to face the waiting room window. Dawn was breaking. What was that? Song Ziqiao almost doubted his eyes. On the platform outside the window, a figure dressed entirely in white flashed by. Narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, from a distance it looked like a mushroom that had come to life. Song Ziqiao's mind went blank. Was he actually still asleep? Was this all a dream? Yes, definitely. So he went back to sleep. The next morning, the group woke up one after another. The first thing Song Ziqiao saw when he opened his eyes was Qinqianhua, a complete stranger to him. Holy crap! Who are you, bro? He yelled, then helplessly clung to Xiao beside him, wrapping his arms and legs around him. A lunatic. Xiao struggled to free Song Ziqiao, who was clinging to him and touching him. Brother, don't mind him, he's just a lively guy. Jiangxi had just woken up and drunk a few mouthfuls of water, almost choking on Song Ziqiao's shout. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe up the spilled water. He then handed Qinqianhua an unopened bottle of mineral water from the side. Hey, it's nothing, it's nothing. Qinqianhua waved his hand with a smile, seemingly completely unconcerned about Song Ziqiao's intrusion. Hello, young man, my name is Qinqianhua. I've been hiding in the dining car of the high-speed train since the zombie outbreak, and I was only rescued by your friends last night. Oh, my name is Song Ziqiao. He scratched his cheek, somewhat embarrassed. For some reason, he still didn't really want to talk to this unfamiliar middle-aged man. But since they were people Xiao and Shirzwan brought back, he couldn't say much. He laughed it off and shifted the focus to something else. What was going on with you guys this morning? Didn't we agree to take turns keeping watch? Why isn't anyone awake? He sounded reproachful. Shirzwan was a little confused. We've been on watch since we got back last night. What were you dreaming about? Huh? But he really didn't see anyone when he woke up. Sorry. Qin Jianhua quickly waved his hands and stepped between the two. I guess I went to the toilet then. Sorry everyone. I won't go to the toilet during night watch anymore. It's okay, Brother Chen. Everyone has physiological needs. Jiangxi pinched Song Zichu's arm to shut him up. Strange, he didn't feel anyone in the toilet when he went in this morning. But his arm was painfully pinched. Song Zichu scoffed and reluctantly picked up a piece of bread to eat. He wanted to continue talking about the mushroom spirit he saw when he woke up this morning, but hesitated for a moment and ultimately didn't speak. Shirzhuan and Xia Ao exchanged glances, but neither said a word. Chapter 17. Everyone ate something for breakfast. With the zombies kept outside, everyone was incredibly bored. Shirzhuan found a toy car somewhere. It had batteries, but wouldn't work when turned on. He found a toolbox in the security room and took it apart to study it. Song Zichu watched with great interest as he disassembled and reassembled it, muttering repeatedly, Shirzhuan will definitely be a master at model building. Meanwhile, Xia Ao was still engrossed in his laptop calculations. Hey! Look at this! Jiangxi pulled something out of a corner and called out to the group. But apart from Qin Jianhua, not a single person looked up at her. What are you all doing? She strode quickly to them, confiscating their toy car and notebook in one hand and declaring, I made a major discovery. What? What could make her so excited? Heh, I found a radio in the cabinet by the security checkpoint. Since the internet and power went out, they hadn't been able to contact the outside world. They had no idea how far the zombie virus had progressed. A radio doesn't rely on the internet. As long as there's power, they might be able to get some information. Their individual research suddenly lost its appeal, and the five of them huddled around the security checkpoint. It was an old-fashioned radio. The machine was enormous, with the speaker grills on both sides resembling fly eyes, covered in a dense mesh. Except for Qin Jianhua, none of them had ever used such a radio before, and could only watch as he pressed the switch, then tapped it left and right. It seems to be out of power. He knocked for a long time, but couldn't turn on the radio. He considered trying it with a toy car battery, but upon opening the back cover, he discovered the two types of batteries were incompatible. We need to find a size D battery, Qin Jianhua muttered. A size D battery? He couldn't imagine what other electrical appliance would have such a large battery. The group racked their brains, but couldn't figure out where to find a replacement battery. How about I try? Shirzhuan suddenly spoke up. They watched as he took the radio, and after doing something, removed the battery cover. Then he took some materials from the security room's toolbox. He even grabbed a bottle of saline solution. Just as they were completely bewildered by Shirzhuan's actions, he quickly assembled the materials, and the moment he connected the power, a buzzing sound of electricity came from the radio. Great idea, Brother Shir. Song Zichu explained excitedly. You really should consider becoming a model building blogger after the apocalypse. I'd definitely be your #1 supporter. Thank you so much. Next came the moment of utter tension. A small knob was turned. A hissing sound followed by a series of electrical buzzes, until suddenly a period of silence. Then came a clear and firm female announcer's voice. Dear people of the nation, our country is currently at a critical juncture of life and death. We hereby remind everyone to stay home, keep your doors and windows closed, and do not go out. The nation is urgently concentrating its rescue efforts, and will absolutely not abandon anyone. All five listened intently to this short statement. Qin Jianhua, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but raise his hand to touch the loudspeaker, but his hand remained suspended in midair. Great! The country hasn't abandoned us yet, Song Zichu exclaimed. They all breathed a sigh of relief, more or less. The broadcast looped every 30 seconds, ensuring that every citizen who turned on their radio, intentionally or unintentionally, received the news promptly. The group immediately relaxed. Since that's the case, they better live on. Brother Chen, we should be leaving in the next couple of days. Are you coming with us or staying here? Jiangxi asked. Huh? You're leaving? Qin Jianhua was initially surprised, but then, as if remembering something, he stammered, Okay, I guess I won't go with you. Oh, okay then. Brother Chen, you better be careful staying here alone. Qin Jianhua nodded hastily. His behavior was somewhat strange. The three, excluding Song Zichu, exchanged glances, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Jiangxi stood up first, tapping Song Zichu's arm, signaling him to come with her. What's going on with those two? Qin Jianhua was confused. Why had they suddenly left after chatting? Shirzwan could only laugh it off and explain, "Don't worry about them. Young couples always argue, and then make up. Haha, good. You young people these days don't date like we did back then. You always have your arguments on your lips, my girl." He trailed off. Seeing he didn't continue, the others respected adult boundaries and didn't press him further. Meanwhile, Jiang Si and Song Zichu. "Why did you knock on me?" Song Zichu stared wide-eyed, his face full of innocence. Jiang Si was speechless. He reached out and partially covered Song Zichu's eyes, asking, "This morning you said you didn't see Chinjianhua when you woke up?" "Yeah." He was still seething from being teased by his friends, his eyes filled with resentment. "I really didn't see him. And he said he went to the bathroom, but I was in the bathroom at the time. I didn't see him at all." "Shush." Song Zichu's voice was so loud that Jiang Si quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. Turning her head to look where they had been, she saw Shirzwan and Chinjianhua talking about something. Only after confirming that they weren't being noticed did Jiang Si breathe a sigh of relief. "Did you notice anything else unusual?" she continued in a low voice. "Other unusual things?" This was exactly what Song Zichu had mentioned. "This morning, after I finished using the bathroom, I was going to sleep a little longer, but when I turned my head, I saw a person dressed entirely in white flash past the window. It was kind of like that super poisonous mushroom. The top was a round triangular cone, and the bottom was a little thinner." Jiang Si looked around, thinking, "What?" Her gaze fell on the white chair back sheet Chinjianhua had brought back from the food cart yesterday. A suspicion formed in her mind. She told Song Zichu to stay put and not talk to Chinjianhua, lest they discover their suspicions. Then, after the three people next to her finished talking, she naturally told Xia Ao about it and asked him to pass it on to Shirzwan. "Sure enough, I felt something was off about him leaving with us so easily," Shirzwan replied, his hands still busy with his work. He was examining his toolbox and some small, unidentified gadgets. Jiang Si and the other two went back to playing cards, Xia Ao sitting next to him with her laptop. "I'm planning to go check it out tonight," Xia Ao said. "There's definitely something they don't know about hidden in the car, but going during the day would be too conspicuous. It's best to go at night when it's dark." "When?" Shirzwan didn't even look up, taking apart something with a screwdriver. He's on the first shift tonight. We go check it out after our shift. Can you stay awake for 2 hours with your eyes closed?" Xia Ao looked at him suspiciously, only to receive a glare in return. "Don't worry about me. I'm not at the age where I can't stay up all night." Xia Ao chuckled. He opened the notebook next to him, which he had been working on halfway through last time, and was about to continue writing and drawing when he felt something sharp prick his arm. Turning his head, he saw Shirzwan carefully poking him with the screwdriver in his hand. "What? Ugh, you're so heartless." Shirzwan's features scrunched up, as if he was genuinely hurt by his cold tone, but the next second he dropped the act. "See that speaker? Get it down for me." He pointed with his small hand. The speaker, near the ceiling, was in a precarious position. "What do you need that for?" "This is too high. How could he possibly reach it?" Xia Ao was about to refuse. "Can't you tell? I'm making bombs." Shirzwan, innocent eyes.jpg. "Xia Ao, you really know how to make bombs?" Xia Ao was incredulous, even standing up and bending down to look at the electronic components he had laid out on the table. Looking at all the odds and ends made his head spin. He watched Shirzwan twist a copper wire he somehow taken from somewhere into a braid, full of questions. Shirzwan felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze. "Didn't I already say I make bombs? You said it so casually, I thought you were joking." "Huh? Only you would think I was joking." Shirzwan puffed out his cheeks, hands on his hips. It couldn't be just him. Everyone except Shirzwan thought so. But he wouldn't tell anyone. He couldn't bear the embarrassment and ridicule alone, so Xia Ao changed the subject. "You asked me to get the speaker for you. What do you need it for?" Shirzwan held up the model in his hand. "When I was studying the radio over there, I suddenly remembered that we don't need to leave someone to attract the zombies every time. It's too troublesome. I can make a few simple small bombs and fuses, so that they can create a loud bang like dominoes, and also deter zombies in a crisis. The fuses are easy to make, but these fuses require heating wires. I want you to take the speaker apart and give me some heating wires." He said it with a straight face. The speaker was hung no more than half a meter from the ceiling. The ceiling was at least 6 meters off the ground, the height of 2 stories. "You overestimate me a bit. Expectations are what motivate you to work hard. Idiot." Finally, Xia Ao found the sturdiest looking suitcase and went up to the second floor platform. The general layout of the waiting hall was like this. After entering on the first floor, you faced the escalator and the first floor waiting seats. The platform after going up the escalator was the second floor waiting hall. The second floor was at least a third smaller than the first floor. And the stereo system that Sherzwan liked was hanging on the vertical surface extending straight up from the platform. He took down all the other easily accessible stereo systems, but when Xiao asked him if he had enough, he always said no. What an insatiable man. Xiao had no choice but to huff and puff as he carried the suitcase full of heavy things up to the second floor, also holding a police fork he had taken from the police station. He laid his suitcase flat under his feet before climbing up, one hand gripping the wall for balance. With the other hand, he used a police fork to poke at the speaker on the wall. Sherzwan only wanted the heating element, he didn't need to leave the speaker intact. The fork tip struck the connection point, and with a loud bang, the speaker crashed to the ground floor, shattering into pieces. The loud noise probably dented the tiled floor. Damn it, Xiao, what are you doing? Song Zichu cautiously peeked out from under the platform, but then, worried the freefall wasn't over, he quickly ducked back in. That was terrifying. Quiet. Chapter 18. Finally, Xiao retrieved the heating wire Sherzwan needed from the pile of shattered speaker parts. Here, I brought it to you. He casually handed it over. Put it aside. Sherzwan didn't even look up, continuing his work. Xiao had no choice but to place it among the pile of heating wires he had arranged. How's it going? He pulled up a stool and sat down next to Sherzwan, curiously peering over. Some of the tiny electronic components were smaller than his little finger, but Sherzwan skillfully assembled them into their proper places. And he was incredibly fast, almost without hesitation. Not bad, quite skillful. Sherzwan stopped, looked up, and stared in astonishment at the speaker. Xiao, Sherzwan, Perhaps someone else is bad at Chinese. In one afternoon, Sherzwan used the materials to make 6 electronic bombs and 5 flaming flasks. Xiao even dug out another backpack for him. When Song Zichu swaggered over carrying a bag of potato chips, the backpack was already zipped up. The backpack was completely full, its contents undetectable from the outside. What did you two pack? He asked, his mouth full of potato chips, his words muffled. Sherzwan was about to answer when Xiao beat him to it. Some supplies. You carry mine, I take this one. This one's heavier. Song Zichu, wow. Brother Xia, you're so kind, letting me carry the lighter one. Sherzwan, It seems the materials he used to make the bombs weren't reinforced concrete. Isn't this much lighter than food, clothes, and odds and ends? Looking at Song Zichu's starry eyes, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to reveal the cruel truth. Silly child, they're using you as free labor. Song Zichu ran off happily, and Sherzwan immediately cast a disdainful glance at Xiao. TSK. Some people pretend to be virtuous and upright, but in reality, they're just cunning and lazy bad guys trying to carry less stuff. Xiao shrugged, not caring what Sherzwan thought of him. He just wanted to know how to use the things in his bag. No one could refuse the opportunity to use bombs to blow up zombies in the apocalypse. As for the plan targeting Xinjianhua, it was progressing very smoothly as well. He accepted the night watch arrangement without hesitation. That night, everyone except Xinjianhua covered themselves with blankets and began to sleep. This time, Sherzwan and Xiao didn't sneak off, instead, they informed the two of them in advance. So, unsurprisingly, both of them offered to come along. But Song Zichu insisted that it was incredibly unfair of him not to be included in the previous operations, and he absolutely had to take him this time. After much discussion, the group decided that at least one person should stay in the waiting room. Since everyone wanted to go, they decided to play rock paper scissors. In the end, Jiang Si was unfortunately eliminated, gaining the right to pretend to sleep in the waiting room. The others kept their eyes closed, but their ears were perked up. Sure enough, when Song Zichu's fake snoring began, Xinjianhua couldn't sit still. From the rustling of plastic bags and the sloshing of water from bottles, he could tell that this man was rummaging through their food. Was he just hungry from the afternoon and looking for something to eat? No. In the quiet waiting room, footsteps could be clearly heard approaching their sleeping area, near Jiang Si's backpack, and taking the key to the U-lock on the glass door from the side of the backpack. Then, the footsteps faded into the distance. Where was he taking the food? Everyone's heart sank. His actions made their chests feel tight. Sherzwan bravely turned over, facing the glass wall. He cautiously lifted his eyelids slightly, letting his long eyelashes block his view. Under the cover of night, a white mushroom stood motionless in their direction. He was staring intently in the direction of the waiting room. Shirzwan dared not move again. He didn't even dare to lower his eyelids by a millimeter. The two faced each other like this, and he didn't know if Chen Jianhua had seen the movement in his eyes. So far apart. After what seemed like an eternity, Shirzwan's back was stiff from all the twisting and turning, when Chen Jianhua, dressed entirely in white, finally left and entered the dining car. Shirzwan breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was just a matter of waiting for him to return, and see what he was really up to. About an hour and a half passed, and the group was getting tired. Song Zichu's snoring was deafening. It was impossible to tell if he was still pretending to sleep, or had accidentally fallen asleep while lying down. Shirzwan pinched his palm with his thumbnail for the 12th time, and finally, footsteps sounded again. When Chen Jianhua returned, he didn't immediately wake the next shift person. Instead, he waited another 10 minutes, reorganized the backpack containing the food, put the keys back in their place, and then walked towards Xia Ao. "Hey Xia, wake up!" Xia Ao had practiced his acting beforehand. When Chen Jianhua called him, he didn't open his eyes immediately. Instead, he mumbled sleepily, frowning as if suddenly woken from a dream. Shirzwan secretly gave his acting a 99 out of 100. Because it was doubled 6 times. "Young man, it's your shift." "Ah? Oh, okay." He slowly sat up, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and gulped down 2 large mouthfuls before finally appearing awake. "All right, Brother Chen, you can go rest." Afterward, the shift handover ended, and Chen Jianhua went back to his seat to sleep. Fortunately, this nearly 60-year-old man was a habitual snorer. Less than 10 minutes later, the snoring began, finally giving everyone a chance to stand up and stretch. It turned out Song Zichu hadn't actually fallen asleep, they had wronged him. The group exchanged glances, remaining silent in tacit agreement. Jiangxi stayed in the waiting room, while the others tiptoed away quietly. Stepping through the glass doors, finally able to breathe fresh air again, Song Zichu, who had been holding his breath the entire way, could finally speak. "Damn! My snoring is killing me." Listening closely, his voice was indeed a little hoarse. Xia Ao feigned extreme surprise. "What? It's a shame this is the first time you experience physical discomfort after snoring. Will there be another event like this?" He couldn't resist being cheeky, provoking Song Zichu to start yelling, "Get out of here!" again. Finally, Shirzwan slapped him on the backside, achieving a temporary truce. The platform, as white as the frost of the previous night, resembled a clear pool of water. Xia Ao pushed open the door, which they had already pried open, and left slightly ajar. It was eerily quiet inside, not even a breath could be heard. The three cautiously stepped into the carriage, with Shirzwan closing the door behind them. Darkness enveloped them. Xia Ao roughly felt her way around, and was about to walk inside, when a soft female voice came from the depths of the darkness. "Dad? Why are you back again?" The voice seemed to receive no response, and light footsteps approached them. Soon, in the dim light filtering through the curtains, a pretty girl with braided pigtails appeared before them. The girl looked very young, probably no more than 25. But what surprised everyone most was her protruding belly, and one hand protectively resting on her stomach. She was pregnant. Everyone was speechless for a moment, until the girl's exclamation pulled them back. "Who are you?" She nervously stepped back. "Don't be nervous, we're your dad's friends, we won't hurt you." Xia Ao quickly reassured her, afraid she might trip and fall or hit her stomach. But the sudden appearance of these 3 strange men seemed to put her in a state of shock, causing her to retreat rapidly, as if something behind her could protect her. Until she reached the end of the carriage, the place where she had previously hidden. But on the high-speed train, she had nothing to defend herself with, only a bottle of mineral water clutched tightly in her hand. Shirzwan's first thought at that moment was that Chen Jianhua hadn't even brought his daughter something to defend herself. "Girl, don't be nervous. We really aren't here to hurt you. Your dad's been with us these past 2 days. Hasn't he mentioned us to you?" "No." She was extremely agitated. "My dad's never been to this city before. He doesn't know anyone here." She was already at her breaking point, and wouldn't listen to anything anyone said. Shirzwan wondered if it would be better if a girl came instead. So he quietly nudged Song Zichu's waist, telling him to go and get Jiangxi instead. He should bring some food and drinks. Song Zichu ran off. Xia Ao tried to persuade her twice more, but she remained wary. There was nothing they could do but leave the carriage and wait for her to calm down. 5 minutes later, Jiangxi arrived carrying a bag. As she approached, she saw 2 people standing guard at the entrance, like gatekeepers. "How is she?" Song Zichu briefly explained the situation to her. Now, It was as if their positions had switched. Jiangxi had come to comfort the pregnant woman, while Song Ziqiu went back to keep an eye on Xinjianhua. This time, to avoid making the woman too wary, Shizhuan and Xiao waited at the connecting area between the carriages, leaving only Jiangxi to go in. "Hello, beautiful lady, may I come in?" Jiangxi stood at the carriage entrance, greeting the woman hiding at the back, smiling and waving the bag in her hand. "I brought you some food." The woman hesitated, remaining silent. Jiangxi tentatively took 2 steps inside, not hearing a terrified refusal. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, her steps becoming more confident. When she reached about the middle of the carriage, the woman stopped her from going any further. "Okay, I won't go any further." Jiangxi had no choice but to stop there, but she took out an air conditioning blanket from the bag, the one she had been covering herself with for the past 2 nights. "Here, take this. It's quite cold at night. You're pregnant, you need to be extra careful." Mentioning the baby softened her voice, and her initial resistance lessened. I never expected this to happen." The woman's hands trembled as she took the blanket, but she didn't cover herself, clutching its soft fleece tightly. "The baby's 5 months old. I can't abort. I have to raise her for at least 4 more months. I'm pregnant, how can I possibly live past 4 months with this big belly?" The more she spoke, the more emotionally distraught she became. Finally, she simply hugged the blanket and sobbed softly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangxi finally sat down beside her, gently patting her back, one pat after another, like a mother soothing a kindergarten child to sleep. "You managed to hold on until now. It's truly amazing. And you have a wonderful father who loves you so much. You definitely see your child born." "My dad, he just left." "Is he with you?" The girl grabbed Jiangxi's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. "Didn't he tell you? My companion noticed someone using a flashlight here last night. He came over and found your father, so he invited him to stay with us. It's safer inside, and there's more food and water." "Flashlight?" The girl caught the key word, her eyes darting around as if trying to remember. "I remember. Last night, my medicine fell on the ground, and he used a flashlight to shine it on me." Chapter 19. So that's how it is. The sudden flash of light last night was to help the girl find the medicine she had dropped. But the moment the flashlight was turned on, the light was too blinding, and Xinjianhua sensed danger, so he immediately turned it off. But in that instant, Xiao, with her sharp eyes, caught it. Jiangxi, of course, hadn't forgotten her business. She took the girl's hand, squeezed it gently, and said in a friendly tone, "Sister, why didn't you come in with Brother Zhao? It's so dark in here, it's dangerous for you to be alone." The word sister immediately created a sense of intimacy, completely putting the girl at ease. "He said there were zombies outside, it wasn't safe. Although the carriage is cramped, he's cleared all the zombies out." She paused, then added, "I'm pregnant, I can't run fast, and going out with him would only slow me down, so I'd rather wait inside. He brings me some food every night." Jiangxi saw the bottled water and bread on the table. They were indeed from the waiting room. "He didn't tell me he was with you guys. He told me there were still a few zombies in the waiting room. It wasn't safe. He picked me up after he drives them out in the next couple of days." The deeper meaning behind these words, was it clearing out the zombies, or clearing them out? A chill ran down everyone's spine. The girl realized that after she finished speaking, everyone else fell silent, and she immediately realized she had said the wrong thing. Waving his hands in apology, he said, "Don't worry, my father isn't that kind of person. He probably meant there are still many zombies left to be cleared from the train carriage to the waiting room." "Right. Or maybe he just met you and isn't quite at ease yet, wanting to spend a couple more days with you before introducing us." Her voice grew weaker with each word, as if she herself knew how flimsy her explanation was. "Don't worry about it, this is a problem between us and your father," Jiangxi gently comforted her. "I haven't even asked your name yet." "My name is Qinyujia." "Then how did you manage to find such a safe place?" Jiangxi had been observing her expression, and noticed that she was indeed less resistant than before. He waved to the 2 people at the door, indicating that they could come in. "I mean, it's such a coincidence that only the 2 of you hid by the dining car?" This was the part that Xinjianhua had avoided mentioning in his previous explanations. Chen Yujia's answer, however, was completely different. "I don't know. We were eating in the dining car at the time, and my clothes weren't very comfortable, so I went to the restroom to adjust. Then I heard a lot of noise outside, but I'm never interested in getting involved in anything noisy, so I didn't open the door to check. Later, the noise got louder and louder, and I heard my father's voice inside. I got anxious and wanted to go out and check. But something slammed against the door, and then my father yelled at me not to go out. I was startled and didn't dare move until the noise outside subsided, and he knocked on the door and told me I could go out. What happened while the door was closed? The three exchanged glances, grasping the key point in this conversation. Was there no one else in the carriage after you opened the door? Xiao asked coldly. Well, after I opened the door, I saw my dad standing in the doorway, his clothes disheveled. He seemed very tired, constantly panting. I guessed it was because he had driven all the mutated zombies out. Qin Yujie clasped her hands together, placing them naturally on her thighs. Her thumbs were repeatedly overlapping. Being treated like an interrogation by so many people, her unease was overwhelming. Don't overthink it, Jiangxi said, placing his palm over hers. It's not safe for you to stay here alone. Come with us to the waiting room. There are many of us. We can look out for each other. But, no need. But, Shirzwan finally spoke. Your father's matter has nothing to do with you. We won't do anything to you. Besides, the truth isn't certain yet, so don't worry. He then exchanged a glance with Xiao. They had some guesses about the truth. Was it possible that there was no one else in the dining car besides a father and daughter during mealtime? Regardless, Qin Yujie finally felt relieved and followed them. Before leaving, she only took her own handbag. After confirming with Jiangxi that there was enough food in the waiting room, she left the rest of the food on the table. Before leaving, she even deliberately opened 2 curtains so that anyone fleeing and passing by could immediately see the empty carriage. Alright, let's go. She followed the group, a crossbody bag slung over her shoulder, along the long corridor back to the glass door. The group stopped, waiting for Xiao to unlock the door. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Qin Jianhua, one hand gripping a sharp knife horizontally, the other around Song Zichi's neck, dragged him to the glass door. Through the glass, his tone was threatening. Fine, I knew you guys weren't good people. What do you want to do to my daughter? His expression was ferocious. The dagger was only 2 centimeters from Song Zichi's neck, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, the corridor connected to the outside, his shouting would inevitably attract zombies. We won't do anything to your daughter. It's not safe for her to be alone in the carriage. I just brought her here. Xiao finished speaking and bent down to unlock the door. But Qin Jianhua noticed his movement and immediately shouted for him to put down the key. The dagger moved even closer. Calm down, we. Shut up. Qin Jianhua roared, now you. He pointed at Jiangxi. You open the door. Leave the key and lock on the ground. Then all 3 of you step back, leaving Yujie alone at the door. Dad. Qin Yujie cried out anxiously, how could you do such a thing? Qin Yujie, shut up. You have no right to yell here. I'm doing this for your own good. The harsh words pierced Qin Yujie's heart, and instantly, her eyes turned red. Fine, we step back. Jiangxi, go open the door. Xiao turned his head, and saw that some zombies had been attracted by the sound, and were gathering in their direction. Considering that they still had a fighting chance, but the pregnant Qin Yujie was doomed, he quickly agreed to Qin Jianhua's request. Then he and Shirzwan stepped back about a meter. Qin Jianhua was still not satisfied. Step back again. Beads of sweat slid down Shirzwan and Xiao's foreheads. Reluctantly, they had to take another step back. At this moment, the two were very close to the outside. If a zombie came in, it wouldn't take more than a few steps for it to tear a piece of fresh flesh off their necks. Qin Jianhua nodded, and Jiangxi was finally able to bend down to unlock the door. Okay, now, put down the lock and key, step back, and stand with your companions. Jiangxi had no choice but to comply, putting down the key and backing away step by step. As she retreated, she lightly patted Qin Yujie's arm, almost imperceptibly. Finally, with her back to the 2 people standing behind her as punishment, she slowly backed away until she reached the edge of the river bank and stopped. Qin Jianhua finally moved the knife tip away slightly, but still gripped it tightly in his hand. You go out now, let my daughter come in. He ordered Song Zichu. Song Zichu was more than happy to comply. The feeling of a knife to his neck was truly unbearable. He was pushed by Qin Jianhua towards the door, and once outside the glass door, he slowly moved forward. Hurry up. Qin Jianhua urged, Qin Yujie, come here. But Qin Yujie, who had been only a step away from the waiting room, didn't move at all, and even took a step back. What are you doing? Come here. Right now. Shirzwan threw something diagonally forward, which slammed into the corridor wall with a loud boom. Acrid smoke exploded. Taking advantage of Qin Jianhua's distraction, he and Xiao rushed into the room. The zombies were also attracted by the loud noise, and gradually surrounded them. Shirzhuan shoved Chen Jianhua aside, and pulled Chen Yujia in first. Xiao pinned Chen Jianhua to the ground. Song Ziqiao, who had been pretending to be profound and taking a step back, exclaimed, question mark. When did you guys come up with this smooth little combo? And what was that thing that just exploded on the wall with a bang? Don't stand there, let's go! Jiangxi ran over and grabbed him, and before the zombies could bite his butt, they all hid in the waiting room. The silent night was broken only by the sound of zombie bodies slamming against the glass. Inside, Chen Jianhua was still struggling beneath Xiao. Someone like him, a construction worker, would be easily overpowered by a single Song Ziqiu. But Xiao, a seasoned gym-goer, seized the opportunity when Chen Jianhua was off guard and suddenly pressed down on him. Shirzhuan also helped restrain his hands, and no matter how much he struggled, it was all in vain. Alright, stop wasting your energy. Shirzhuan kicked Chen Jianhua's sweaty face with the tip of his shoe. Calm down. I don't understand why you see us as potential enemies who could harm your daughter, but right now, you can't beat us. Either stay here obediently, or get out. Chen Jianhua finally stopped struggling. Chen Yujia, clutching her stomach, still blushed from her father's outburst. Dad, why did you do this? They gave us food and invited you to stay with them. I clearly said they didn't do anything to me. Why didn't you listen to me? Chen Jianhua endured his daughter's scolding, his eyes lifeless as he stared at the ceiling. Wasn't he just trying to protect her? Chen Yujia, having vented her anger, looked at her silent father, at his dark skin and the mottled marks on his face, and finally gave up, pulling him up. Forget it. Shirzhuan and the others didn't pursue the matter further. Chen Yujia thanked them repeatedly before going with her father to find a place to sleep nearby. Chen Jianhua remained silent throughout. What does he mean? Song Ziqiao, first used as a hostage, then pushed out through the glass door, now held him in the lowest possible light. Seeing this man act as if nothing had happened, he explained that he had never seen such a shameless person. He angrily raised his fist and swung it wildly, only to be slapped on the back of the head by Jiangxi. Alright, that's enough, shut up. Is this just going to be the end of it? Song Ziqiu was unwilling to accept it. But what could he do if he didn't accept it? What could they do to Chen Jianhua? Logically and morally, this matter could only be left as it was. Seeing him hanging his head, so depressed, Shirzhuan couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Don't be angry. If you upset Jiangxi, he won't like you anymore. Jiangxi? Huh? Me? And you? Shirzhuan. Don't think I forget about you just because you ruffled my hair. You just flew out, by bang! What was that thing that exploded on the wall? Chapter 20. Song Ziqiu questioned loudly, his voice so loud that even Chen Yujia, who was already lying down, couldn't help but glance over. Why are you shouting so loudly? Shirzhuan quickly gestured for him to lower his voice, then nudged Xiao's waist, urging him to take out a bomb from his bag and demonstrate. Song Ziqiu immediately recognized the bag as the new one Xiao had found yesterday. He said it was too heavy, so he given him the lighter bag he used to carry. Xiao took a plastic bottle with a fuse from the bag and handed it to Shirzhuan. A bomb, how's that? Pretty cool, right? What did you say? A bomb? Are you hard of hearing? Shirzhuan very considerately leaned close to his ear and shouted twice more. A bomb? Song Ziqiu repeated it like a broken tape record. Finally, under the threatening gazes of everyone, he managed to say something else. How did you get your hands on this illegal stuff? He couldn't believe it. It was something that could be obtained from a country that strictly cracks down on flammable and explosive materials. Shirzhuan rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking? I made this myself. So what you said the other day about making bombs, was it true? Idiot. Helplessly, he could only nod. Xiao, who already knew, and Jiangxi, who reacted first, both looked at Song Ziqiu's foolishness with loving eyes. Song Ziqiu excitedly grabbed Shirzhuan's hand, carefully examining the object in his hand. What boy wouldn't be interested in such a weapon? Wow, this is so cool! After touching it, he rummaged through his bag. You made a few. Can I play with one? As he spoke, he tried to grab one and put it in his bag, but Xiao, who was watching him closely, stopped him. What are you doing? Kids aren't allowed to play with dangerous things. Xiao said coldly, taking the bomb from his hand, putting it back in his bag, and zipping it up. Song Ziqiu exploded. Who's a kid? Xiao, I'm only a year younger than you. Finally, after being tormented by Song Ziqiu's noise, Song Ziqiu got his wish and took an electronic bomb. The condition was that he couldn't utter a single complaint while carrying Xiao's original, heaviest backpack. After 2 consecutive nights of being delayed in sleep by various things, the group finally had no more worries and took turns getting a good night's sleep. Not counting Chen Jianhua and Chen Yujie, who didn't rush over either. The huge waiting hall seemed to be divided into 2 factions, the 2 groups ignoring each other and not interfering with each other. As the sun began to set in the afternoon, everyone had slept well, ate a little something, and started packing. Chen Jianhua knew they were leaving and didn't say anything, but when Xia Ao kept filling her bag with water, he couldn't help but speak up. "That's enough, the water isn't yours anyway, take it all." "Dad." Chen Yujie, heavily pregnant, came over and tugged at her father's sleeve. But the difference in strength was too great, she couldn't pull him away. Instead, she lost her grip and fell to the side, only to be caught by Jiang Si. Chen Jianhua wanted to say something more, but meeting his daughter's reproachful gaze, he couldn't utter a word. He turned and silently left, returning to his previous seat, staring blankly at the window. After regaining her balance, Chen Yujie smiled sheepishly at Jiang Si. "I'm so sorry, my dad really went too far," she said sincerely. Seeing Jiang Si packing cookies into his bag, she went over to help him open it. "You found all this food, and you chased away the zombies in the waiting room. My dad and I are just taking advantage of you." She smiled sheepishly. "Take what you can." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her. Finally, Shirzwan couldn't bear it any longer and said, "We only take enough food for the 4 of us for 1 day. The rest will stay in the waiting room. Miss Chen, your dad is younger than mine, so I call you that for now. Before you leave, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be a brainless pushover. Fight for what you should fight for." Shirzwan finished speaking, her face turning ashen. Her fists clenched at her sides, but due to the vast difference in power between them, she had to loosen them again. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing her trembling, Jiang Si placed his hand on her back and offered a few words of comfort. "Sister Chen," his words were harsh, but his intentions were good. "Don't always think about what others will do. You're pregnant now, and it's not easy for your father to take care of you alone. You two should save as many supplies as possible." "I know." Hearing Jiang Si's words, Chen Yujie finally couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed, "But he taught me from a young age to be kind, to share with others. I just haven't accepted that the world we live in has become this terrible." It was precisely because of her kindness that she was willing to leave extra food in the food cart, giving the next fleeing person a chance to catch their breath. It was also because she felt ashamed when her father fought for supplies. Neither father nor daughter seemed to have done anything seriously wrong. One was forced by survival to reveal years of hardship and struggle, while the other clung to her idealism within an impenetrable protective shell. The 4 packed their things, planning to leave at 10 p.m. and head to the nearby construction site. After making a scene, they planned to sneak into the mall in one fell swoop. For this, Xia Ao had specially emptied a 24-inch suitcase and stuffed 3 backpacks inside. One person would pull the suitcase, while the other 3 carried backpacks. If they filled their backpacks with small, but filling foods, it would be enough to last them at least a month. The moon climbed to the middle of the sky, illuminating the steps in front of the entrance. The 4 of them, each carrying a backpack, stood before the glass doors. Chen Yujie came to say goodbye, giving Jiang Si a hug before leaving. "Thank you, I understand. If we run out of food and still haven't received rescue, I go out with my father to find food." She blinked. "This time, no matter how much he tries to stop me, I won't listen." The radio was too big to take with him, so Shirzwan simply left it with them. Jiang Si concluded, "Okay. Be careful here, the doors and windows are all glass, so it's best to be cautious." "Okay." Everyone waved goodbye. Returning to the place they had been 3 days earlier, they knew the way well. This time, there were no troublesome cans, and they easily made their way back to their car through the corridor. After a few days apart, the SUV was splattered with dirty blood. Jiang Si took out towels from the trunk, and the group took turns wiping the bloodstains off the windows. After putting their suitcases and backpacks in the trunk, they each took their seats. The driver was still Jiang Si. Song Ziqiu had intended to stick to his vow not to give Xia Ao and Shirzwan a chance to be alone, but Jiang Si's profile, visible just a turn of his head from the passenger seat, was simply too alluring. He decided to let them off the hook this time. He grinned as he fastened his seatbelt. "Ah, see, I'm here." In the back seat, Shirzwan got in first. Before he could even settle into his seat, a hand slipped in and rested next to his hand, which was nestled in the seat. Xia Ao, supporting himself on the cushion with one hand, sat down and closed the door with the other. He turned his head and met Shirzwan's gaze. What's wrong? I was thinking, are you sitting too close to me? Shirzwan sat properly in the window seat, but he didn't know whether to comment on Xiao's large butt or something. His hands were pressed tightly together. The moment he sat down, his knee had bumped into his thigh, flattening the fabric bunching up at the back of his legs. This person didn't seem to be sitting by the window. It was as if he had deliberately chosen a seat in the middle of the back row. There wasn't a fifth person in the car, so why were they sitting so close? Xiao was silent for a moment, then met Shirzwan's gaze. The car interior was pitch black without the lights on, but he could still see the person next to him. His reflection seemed clear on the beautiful glass, yet it also seemed as if nothing was there. Sorry, it was too dark, I couldn't see clearly. Yeah, right. Shirzwan was about to kick the offending man's leg when his friend in the front row started protesting. Are you two ever going to stop? Stop with that little flirtation, okay? There are so many people around, aren't you ashamed? Ouch. Song Zichio, speaking sarcastically in front, was pinched on the arm by Jiangxi. You're the one who never stop. Didn't I tell you last time? Why are you so talkative? But brother Xia. The moment Song Zichio spoke, Xiao awkwardly looked away, his buttocks shifting back to their proper place. The warm touch of their hands together vanished, leaving only the cold air. Shirzwan also felt a little uncomfortable. Ignoring the two noisy people in the front row, he coughed lightly, bringing the atmosphere back to business. When we get to the construction site, let's drive straight in. Now that we have bombs, we can use them to lure the zombies out first. He thought for a moment. With bombs, they could detonate them about 10 meters from the construction site, then turn the car around and drive in the opposite direction. Once the zombies were lured out, they could drive straight in. The only problem was how to get out after the car went in. Song Zichio agreed with the suggestion, but had a question. Since we can use bombs to lure out the zombies inside, why don't we just go to the supermarket entrance? It doesn't matter where we lure them out, right? He had a point, but Xiao chimed in, explaining, warehouse supermarkets are too big. Not only is there a lot of foot traffic, but there are several entrances. It's already quite difficult to gather this many bombs from the materials in the high-speed rail station. The noise wouldn't be enough to attract most of the zombies out. The zombies hiding deep inside the supermarket probably wouldn't even hear the noise outside. Just in case, creating a big commotion at the construction site would have a higher success rate. After discussing it, the group began to implement the plan. The car approached the construction site gate under the cover of night. The blue and white fence had already been lifted. Attracted by the engine noise, the zombies gradually approached, trying to block their entry. But Shirzwan had already thrown the bombs before they surrounded them. The fuse was deliberately extended, waiting for one wave to trigger another, causing restlessness among the zombie horde as they began to gather. Bang! A flash of light, sand and gravel flying everywhere, and smoke rising. Several zombies closest to the sound were injured, falling headfirst to the ground, motionless. The rest, also drawn by the sound, moved closer, shifting their focus. Chapter 21. A dozen zombies scurried past the vehicle, the suffocating stench of blood lingering even through the closed windows. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the window, not daring to relax for a moment. Until the road at the construction site entrance was cleared, Jiangxi seized the opportunity, slammed on the gas, and turned the steering wheel half a turn to the left. The car, propelled by centrifugal force, almost tilted as it drove into the gate. The zombies' initial distraction from the explosion was only temporary. Once they found no target, they would quickly return. Jiangxi slammed on the brakes, bringing the SUV to a smooth stop on the wide gravel road at the entrance. Shirzwan and Xiao quickly opened the car doors and jumped out. Each holding onto one side of the white construction fence gate, they forcefully pushed it shut. The fence was largely made of soft steel, but the edges were reinforced with exposed metal. As the door closed, the metal frame scraped against the floor, producing a screech even more unpleasant than fingernails scratching a blackboard. The zombies were like stupid robots that could only recognize a single command, attacking wherever they were told. The sound from one side faded, only to be immediately drawn to the sound of the door scraping against the cobblestones. Xiao had sensed something was wrong as soon as she pushed the door. The resistance was unusually strong. So, prepared for the dull, unpleasant noise, she locked the door the instant it closed. At the same time, she and Zwen moved a piece of scrap steel and used it to block the doorway. Just as they finished, the zombies' claws slammed against the door. The thump 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 of the knocking was quite frightening in the quiet of the night. Jiangxi parked the car, and he and Song Zichio got out. How's it going? The zombies knocking on the door continued incessantly, giving them a headache. Another serious problem was that they had blocked the only known entrance, and the zombies outside wouldn't disperse anytime soon. They needed to find a new exit. How about we go back to work first, and then look for an exit? Song Zichu suggested. No way. Xiao refused sharply. Find an exit first. That way, we can leave as soon as we prepare the delay device, which is less risky. We revised the plan? Shirzwan recalled the day they made the bombs. He and Xiao had discussed the new operational arrangements at the construction site, but hadn't had a chance to tell Jiangxi and Song Zichu yet. According to the revised plan, they would install 2 or 3 bombs on the crane's ropes, ensuring the ropes would break and the steel bars would fall to the ground, creating a loud noise. After installing the bombs, they would have to retreat quickly. Otherwise, with zombies swarming in from hundreds of meters away, the construction site fence definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a large flow. After hearing the new arrangement, Song Zichu and Jiangxi both expressed no objection. The construction site was littered with scattered construction materials and rubble. The deeper they went, the more difficult it became for vehicles to navigate. The group simply decided to abandon transportation and find their way out on foot. The surrounding fence was at least 2 meters high, completely impenetrable. Shirzwan turned on his flashlight and swept it around the fence. Although it was made of soft steel, one could probably smash through it with a car. But by the time they got out, the front of the car would probably be totaled. After walking for about 5 minutes, the entrance road gradually widened until the construction site buildings finally came into view. A huge, deep pit lay in the ground, filled with wooden frames and steel bars of various thicknesses. Song Zichu grumbled, "This project has been going on for 2 years, supposedly starting early next year, but they haven't even finished the foundation. No wonder netizens are constantly discussing it on short video platforms." The 4 didn't linger, continuing their detour. Turning left, the road was blocked. Turning right, they encountered a makeshift rest area for workers made of shipping containers. After many twists and turns, they were completely disoriented. "I give up. Is there really only one exit here?" Shirzwan grew increasingly angry with each turn, finally finding himself in a narrow passageway, a toilet, a stinking outhouse. Shirzwan, walking in front, immediately turned around, and Xiao, following closely behind, caught someone suddenly throwing themselves into his arms, completely bewildered. "What's wrong? Hurry up, The sound of retching startled him. He quickly grabbed Shirzwan's arms and bent down to look at his drooping head. Just then, a slight breeze blew in, bringing a pungent stench. Xiao instantly understood what was going on. The two remained silent, turning and retreating down the alley in perfect unison. Now it was Jiangxi and Song Zichu's turn to be completely bewildered. "What's wrong with you two? Holy crap!" Flustered footsteps followed closely behind them as they emerged from the alley. Song Zichu covered his mouth and nose with one hand, while holding Jiangxi's hand with the other. "Damn it, you two are so immoral. You just walked out without saying a word. Don't you know how easily people get curious?" Shirzwan had already calmed down, only faint red marks at the corners of his eyes indicating the ordeal he had just endured from the stench. He was more interested in arguing with Song Zichu. "So, little Song, learn your lesson. Curiosity killed the little idiot." As Xiao stepped back, he casually grabbed Shirzwan's left hand. The two were so engrossed in their banter that they didn't notice the strangeness in his hand. Xiao remained silent, neither letting go of his hand. He decided to pretend he'd forgotten about it too. So the four of them, somewhat confused, split into two groups, holding hands like elementary school students on a field trip, and toured the entire construction site. Strangely, this huge project actually only had one entrance and exit. They had already blocked that single exit when they came in. To no avail. After discussing it, they finally decided to use Shirzwan's bombs to manually break a hole in the fence. This would require at least 2 bombs. This meant that after this operation, they would be out of bombs, leaving only weapons for direct combat with the zombies. "What are you worried about? The producer is standing right next to you. Are you worried you won't have any next time?" Shirzwan waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, as long as Shirzwan was still around, why should they worry about that? He alone was worth an entire arms manufacturer, since both sides needed bombs, and the gaps between them shouldn't be too long. Pairing up was undoubtedly the best option. As for who would be paired with whom, that was even more obvious. After all, their hands were still clasped together. Finally, it was decided that Shirzwan and Xiao would attach the bombs to the steel bars, while Song Zichu and Jiangxi would stay near the car, ready to detonate and blow up the door. After taking the bombs out of the car, the two naturally let go of each other's hands. When the warmth of the skin he touched disappeared, Xiao expected another sarcastic remark from Shirzwan, but this time, the man didn't say a word. He simply and naturally took 2 bombs from his backpack in the car and handed them to Song Zichu. He genuinely didn't seem to notice. "What are you looking at? Let's go!" Xiao snapped out of his daze. Shirzwan was already carrying the bombs and walking forward. The crane was positioned beside the deep pit, but the steel bars hung high above the pit. To secure the bombs to the ropes, they would have to find a way to get up there. Xiao frowned. There was practically nothing high enough to climb. "How about I find a rope, tie it around my waist, and climb up the crane arm to secure the bombs?" "No. Too dangerous." Xiao's idea was essentially climbing 10 meters in the air, using only his physical strength. There were no professional climbing ropes here. A fall would be fatal. Shirzwan firmly opposed his suggestion. But how could they possibly reach such a high steel cable? He frantically searched the surrounding abandoned building materials, when suddenly, a splash of yellow caught his eye. It was an excavator. Since a crane could use such a long boom to suspend steel bars directly above the deep pit, then an excavator could also extend both arms simultaneously to send a person up. Xiao. Can you operate an excavator? See, you overestimated me again. Unfortunately, neither of them had formally trained to operate excavators, nor were they interested in developing this hobby. Who would undertake this great and arduous task would only be known after both of them went up and tried. The two climbed up using the gear belt. The excavator's interior was cramped. Squeezing in 2 people was clearly a struggle. Shirzwan went up first and found there was only 1 seat available. If they sat down, Xiao wouldn't even have room to stand. There was no other way but to carve out a small space. The roof was too low, forcing them to crane their necks. The key was right there. Starting it was simple and obvious. The key was how to move the excavator. "What are these 2 levers for?" Shirzwan pointed to 2 upright metal levers directly in front of the seat, which looked like the gear shift levers in a manual transmission car. Xiao shook her head. Since they were already up there, they couldn't just stare at something without touching it. Shirzwan mustered his courage and gently pulled the levers back. Bang! The seat beneath them wobbled backward and then stopped. It turned out the gear belt was pressing against the pile of dirt. Shirzwan tried pushing it forward again, and sure enough, moving both levers forward and backward together controlled the excavator's movement. Pretty simple. He suddenly felt confident. He tried again, and discovered that pushing only a single lever allowed him to steer the excavator. So easy, so easy. I mastered this skill. He patted his chest and assured Xiao, "I get an excavator driver's license after the apocalypse." Xiao, who hadn't even touched the levers, stammered, "Are you sure you can do it alone?" He remained skeptical. "And even if you learn it, what's the point of getting the license?" Shirzwan explained, counting on his fingers. "First, in this day and age, having more licenses means more competitiveness. Second, yes? Second, it's also to atone for my unlicensed driving today." Crazy. Finally, under Shirzwan's insistence, Xiao reluctantly got out of the car. Shirzwan finally gained exclusive control of the driver's cab. He told Xiao to just watch him operate it from outside. Next, he tried the left-hand control lever. He was incredibly confident in his skills, so he boldly pushed the lever to the left. Xiao had just stepped out of the cab, waiting for Shirzwan to demonstrate his operation. He saw an excavator spinning in place at a perfectly steady speed. An agonizing scream erupted from the cab. Chapter 22. It took about a full minute for the excavator to finally stop. The door slammed open, and a head popped out. Shirzwan, dazed, scrambled out of his seat. Let me rest for a bit. Xiao, After he finally got up, Xiao stared intently, making sure he understood the function of each control lever, before finally climbing into the bucket, looking back every few steps. "My life is in your hands. Please don't let me down at this crucial moment." Xiao had never felt so humble before. But unfortunately, this time his life was in Shirzwan's hands, and he felt a rare sense of trepidation. "Don't worry, I really learned how this time." Shirzwan still helped him tie a rope around his waist, securing it to the connection between the bucket and the forearm. The rope wasn't very good quality, but it was reassuring. "Remember, call me immediately after you're tied up. I put you down and get out right away," he instructed. After tying 2 tight knots, he patted Xiao's waist. "All right, go ahead, be careful." "Okay." Xiao crouched into the bucket, waiting for Shirzwan to start the excavator and slowly drive it directly beneath the suspended steel bars. The height beneath his feet gradually increased. Xiao held onto the edge of the bucket with one hand, dirt dripping through his fingers. Soon, the excavator's arm extended to its maximum extent. But there was still some distance between it and the rope above. He looked at Shirzwan inside the vehicle. Frustrated, it really couldn't go any higher. Shirzwan could only shrug. Helpless, Xiao had no choice but to stand up unsteadily and try to reach it on tiptoe. But he was still a bit short. Is it okay? If not, forget it, we think of something else. The car door opened, and Shirzwan popped his head out and shouted at him. Xiao compared the distance between his fingertips and the steel bar. Don't move, I try again. With that, he tied all 3 prepared explosives to his waistband. Then, incredibly, he stepped on the connection between the bucket and his forearm and climbed up the hard metal. Where he climbed, the thick dust was wiped away, revealing a bright yellow surface. Shirzwan watched in horror. Be careful, he shouted, but the climber was too tense to hear him. His skin rubbed hard against the smooth surface. After climbing about 3 or 4 meters, Xiao finally reached the height of the steel bar. But he was facing away from the steel bar. To reach it, he would have to turn around. He was now gripping tightly with both hands and feet, barely managing to crawl to his current position. How was he supposed to turn around and grab onto something new? Shirzwan unconsciously swallowed, a dull thumping sound filling his ears. He saw Xiao gather his strength and, like a nimble leopard, leap towards the steel cable in midair. The sudden weight of a person on the cable creaked and began to sway violently. Xiao's palms turned white as he lowered his body, trying to control the wildly swinging rope. Until it gradually stabilized, the scenery below became clear. The city was shrouded in darkness, the blackened glass windows inexplicably creating a sinister and eerie atmosphere. In the distance was the high-speed rail station they had just left, its doors tightly shut. He wondered what had become of the Chen father and daughter left behind there. At the construction site gate, Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu watched him with worried expressions. He then met Shirzwan's gaze from inside the excavator cab below. In the dim moonlight, his soft hair was tinged with a pale silver. A night breeze blew, ruffling his face, blurring his features. Xiao looked again and realized his glasses had slipped off his nose. Freeing a hand to push them back up, he took the bomb from his waistband and carefully tied it to the steel cable. Finally, he secured the last bomb directly above the steel reinforcement. Xiao let out a heavy sigh of relief. Shirzwan, he shouted, all done. I'm going down now. He then lit the fuse with his lighter. Shirzwan was about to ask him how he planned to get down when his heart skipped a beat. This guy actually jumped straight off the steel bars. He landed in the bucket with a thud, swaying for a while before regaining his balance. Damn, this idiot. Shirzwan was stunned, his mind going blank, but he quickly regained his composure. The instant Xiao landed in the bucket, he swiftly maneuvered the excavator's boom to lower it. He smoothly helped Xiao land, then jumped off the excavator himself. Before leaving, he patted the excavator's door one last time. Good buddy, hope we have a chance to work together again in the future. Let's go! The two sprinted back to where they had parked, where Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu were waiting. Seeing them rushing towards them, the two quickly prepared 2 bombs under the designated fencing. After setting everything on fire, they quickly returned to their car. They even opened the back door for Shirzwan and Xiao. This would allow them to get into the car as soon as they arrived. The length of the fuse had been calculated by Shirzwan beforehand. A 1 centimeter fuse burns approximately 0.1 seconds, and the distance from the steel suspension to their parking spot is about 50 meters. Shirzwan and Xiao are among the fastest sprinters for adult men, with a 50-meter dash time limit of around 6.9 seconds. Based on a 7-second calculation, and considering the time needed to operate the excavator, the fuse needed to burn for at least 20 seconds. This would require a 2-meter fuse, but Shirzwan explained that when the 3 ropes are intertwined, the flame's burning speed at the knot will be significantly slowed. That means they only need about 1.5 meters of rope. The other fuse, carefully calculated, only needs to be ignited when Xiao and Shirzwan appear at the corner, a distance of approximately 30 meters. The fuse burned rapidly, Jiangxi's eyes darting back and forth between the bottom of the barricade ahead and the 2 people running in the rearview mirror. The sound of breathing inside the car seemed to stop. Finally, when only 30 centimeters of the fuse remained, the car dipped, and the rear door slammed shut. Jiangxi immediately released the clutch he had been holding, and the car slowly slid forward. Then, at the instant the bomb beneath the barricade exploded, he slammed on the accelerator. The SUV shot off, ignoring the scattered debris hitting its body. In the flames, the group leaped over the wall and onto the empty main road. Behind them, the suspended steel bars crashed down with a deafening roar, the ground shaking as if the earth itself had trembled. They were certain that zombies within at least a kilometer radius had heard the commotion and were rushing towards them. From the car, they could see hundreds of zombies charging towards them like a horde. Jiangxi, a skilled driver, skillfully maneuvered around the oncoming horde and headed towards the supermarket. Shirzwan and Xiaoao, who had been working non-stop since the beginning, finally had a chance to relax and leaned back against the soft seat. Xiaoao. Shirzwan breathed heavily. Are you an idiot? Did you ship your brain out at the high-speed rail station yesterday? Wow, that's really vulgar. Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu in the front row silently pricked up their ears. Xiaoao immediately understood that this man was angry at him for recklessly jumping onto the steel beam. Sorry, the situation was urgent. I had no choice but to do it. Wow, he was angry, and he was explaining. Jiangxi's gaze practically pierced through the rearview mirror. Didn't I tell you? If it's not going to work, don't force it. I can think of another way. Shirzwan crossed his arms, not even glancing at Xiaoao, his tone icy. Besides, you clearly promised me last time that you wouldn't risk doing something so dangerous again. Xiaoao was speechless, overwhelmed by his relentless questioning. After a long pause, she kept repeating the same old excuse: emergency situation, emergency response. The car rolled over a deep pothole. Xiaoao's hand, adjusting her glasses, was forced upwards, sending them flying under the seat. All right, you two stop arguing. Jiangxi watched as one of them, head tilted to the window, looking aggressively, while the other, whose usual sharp tongue seemed to have been rendered useless, remained silent for a long time. At this rate, when would it ever end? She turned and drove the car into the supermarket's main entrance. We arrived. Get ready to get off. The supermarket doors were also glass, but unlike the high-speed rail station, the exterior walls weren't entirely glass. Instead, they were made of large amounts of white brick. The broken doors they seen a few days ago were still dark, but there were no longer any signs of zombies. At least thankfully, their plan had succeeded. Everyone got out of the car. Xiaoao walked around to the back of the car to open the trunk, only to bump into Shirzwan, who was also opening the trunk. Humph. Shirzwan turned and walked away. In the end, Xiaoao was the only one dragging his suitcase. The others were empty-handed. Before going inside, the four of them reapplied their floral water. Song Ziqiu explained that he had used more floral water in the past few days than he had used in all his summers combined. You're so bad at this, Jiangxi teased. Back in college, my roommate and I were pretty pretentious. We spray ourselves with mosquito repellent after every poop. Haha, for years later, and you still don't know what each other's poop smells like. Ms. Zhang's comment was so crude. The remaining three felt a chill, and dared not discuss the topic further. After confirming that there were no more zombies lingering at the supermarket entrance, the group crouched down and squeezed into the glass opening. Upon closer inspection, they saw that most of the glass shards were indeed concentrated inside, leading them to confidently conclude that it was caused by zombies. To prevent more zombies from entering, the four considered it for a moment, and decided to move the glass counter from the supermarket entrance to the doorway. Come on, give me a push. Song Ziqiu pushed hard on one side of the counter, but the thick glass and metal base made it incredibly heavy. Even with all their strength, it wouldn't budge. The rectangular counter had 4 legs. Shirzwan was closer to the corner opposite Song Ziqiu, so he thought he helped pull it up from there. Unexpectedly, just as he put his hand on it, Xiaoao appeared next to him. This man didn't seem embarrassed at all. When Shirzwan looked at him, he stared back directly. Hey! Shirzwan's bad temper was flaring up. He was thinking of simply moving over himself and pushing Song Ziqiu aside. But Xiaoao's gaze was full of provocation, so he simply refused to move. Song Ziqiu and Jiangxi stood opposite the two, watching the bright sparks fly between them. Chapter 23. Hey, whoosh! With everyone working together, Shirzwan, in his angry state, was as strong as 2 people. The hole in the glass door was completely sealed by the counter. Done! Jiangxi dusted off his hands. Let's go in, be careful. After entering the door, they were immediately faced with a long escalator. The escalator was designed as a long ramp with fine grooves to facilitate carrying shopping carts upstairs. It was indeed convenient when powered on, but now that they could only climb up on their own 2 legs, it was a bit of a struggle. The 4 of them, holding onto the handrail, their backs bent low, struggled for a long time before finally climbing up. "This escalator is too long," Song Zichu angrily exclaimed, staggering forward 2 steps with his weak legs, and saw a sample stall that had been overturned. What was originally intended as samples of fresh fruit had, in the chaos of the zombie outbreak, left only crushed red dragon fruit, dragging irregular long tracks on the ground. It was crawling with indescribable insects and swarming flies. Ugh! He paused for a second, then gagged, immediately moving away. "Run! Run! The fruit is rotten." They hadn't expected to find themselves in the fruit section right inside the entrance. Most of the food that needed refrigeration was already rotten, emitting a foul stench. All 4 covered their noses, not wanting to stay there a moment longer. "Let's go! Let's go!" Song Zichu shouted as he rushed forward, not noticing Shirzwan sneaking towards the fruit stall. Xiao's attention was mostly on him, so the moment he turned, she noticed his movement. Ignoring Song Zichu and Jiangxi who were walking ahead, he stopped and waited beside them, dragging his suitcase. He watched as Shirzwan walked to the durian section, squeezing and poking at the mountains of durians, finally picking up an enormous one. He casually pulled out a plastic bag, stuffed it in, and turned to face Xiao, who was staring intently at him. "What are you doing?" "I'm waiting for you." Waiting for a child who acts like a kindergartner, running off as soon as they enter the supermarket. Of course, he wisely kept the second half of the sentence out. If he had, that huge durian would probably have landed on his head. Shirzwan sized him up. Dressed smartly, carrying a suitcase, but actually, he's a total sly one. "Here, take it." He tossed the durian to Xiao, acting like a hands-off manager. A huge durian landed in Xiao's hands, almost pulling her into the ground from the suddenness. Finally regaining her balance, she smiled slightly. "You like durian?" "None of your business." "Yeah, nothing. I was just thinking you can eat your fill for at least the next 2 days. Before we leave, let's pack 2 more to take with us." Xiao smiled and helped him make arrangements. The trunk was spacious. She moved 2 backpacks to the back seats, put the rest of the backpacks and suitcases in the trunk, and there was still plenty of room to take 2 durians. "You even made arrangements for me?" Shirzwan was ungrateful, shooting her a glare before quickening his pace to catch up with Jiangxi and Song Zichu. When he found them, they were sitting side by side on the bottom shelf, sharing a huge bag of shrimp chips. Brother Shir, Brother Xia, you're here." Song Zichu waved his hands, which were covered in seasoning powder. "Wow, you 2 picked such a big durian." Jiangxi was also drawn over. "Such a big durian, is Brother Shir planning to open it and give it to Brother Xia as a kneeling mat?" "Xiao, eh?" Jiangxi grinned and took the plastic bag from Xiao, put it on the ground, and then pulled a small knife from her pocket. "I open a blind box." Opening durian blind boxes was very popular online recently, but Jiangxi had tried many times and had never picked out a real repayment durian. When she pried open the top of the durian shell, the tender yellow flesh inside was exposed to the air. "Wow, who picked this durian? It's definitely a durian of gratitude." She was amazed by the abundance of flesh and the paper-thin shell. Shirzwan, the one who picked the durian, proudly raised his head. "Those methods taught online are all so inaccurate. I can tell at a glance which durian has a thinner skin and more flesh. You should become a durian review blogger in the future. I definitely learn from you. You 2 really enjoy giving career advice to others." The 4 of them sat on the floor and shared the whole durian, eventually turning it into eating durian puree sandwiched between shrimp chips like Mexican tacos. It was too greasy. "Oh my god, I can't eat anymore." "Shirzwan, you took it and ate it all." Song Zichu took the last bite, but couldn't eat anymore. He propped himself up with his hands behind his back, refusing to eat another bite. Shirzwan loved it, but even he couldn't stand the greasiness after a while. But now there's no refrigerator, so the remaining durians will just rot. His belly was round and full, as he stared blankly at the last 2 durians lying on the ground. Do you think zombies like durian? Their luring the zombies out of their dens plan had been surprisingly effective. At least, a quick scan of the supermarket revealed no zombies. But giving up was out of the question. Who could guarantee that some stupid zombie wouldn't get stuck in some nook or cranny? The 4 of them discussed it, and decided to make it their after-dinner digestion plan. Each took a steel pipe and began probing every corner of the supermarket, competing to see who could find a zombie first. Shirzwan took off his coat, holding a durian shell in his left hand, and a steel pipe in his right. "Are you really going to make me kneel on this? Why are you following me?" Shirzwan glanced at the shameless tagalong beside him. "If I don't follow, won't I lose my buddy?" With so many spiky durian shells, who else do you want to kneel on? Shirzwan's lips twitched. This guy's skin is really thick. Then you don't need to kneel anymore, you can leave. Xiao's expression turned to extreme shock, staring at him in disbelief. Who are you planning to make kneel? None of us understand, we encountered a drama queen. Nobody will kneel, okay. Nobody will kneel. Shirzwan felt his throat was about to burst from shouting, and he wanted nothing more than to throw the durian shell at Xiao's face. But remembering there was nowhere to get him glasses in this apocalypse, he held back. I'm just using it as a shield. A shield? Xiao was amused by his childish imagination. Good idea, I go get one too. TCH, a copycat. I'm not waiting for you. Xiao returned to where the others had been eating durian, and took the remaining half of the shell. But when he went back to look for Shirzwan with the durian shell, he was gone. He really wasn't waiting for him. He smiled slightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He had no choice but to search bit by bit. Xiao was currently in the snack section, including the potato chips that had been all the rage online recently. The shelves were piled extremely high, and the items were stacked one on top of the other, very tightly packed. To see the other side, he had to go around in a circle. He browsed 5 or 6 rows of shelves without seeing Shirzwan. Where could he have gone? After not seeing him for so long, Xiao felt a little uneasy for some reason. He quickened his pace, quickly scanning the shelves, and finally noticed something unusual at the very top of the area, near the emergency exit. You see, supermarket emergency exits are usually closed. Although they aren't locked, they are usually closed. The door was wide open, not at the random angle of a hasty breakthrough, but as if deliberately fixed at its maximum angle. He moved quietly, gripping the steel pipe tightly, slowly approaching the door. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Xiao stepped out of the white iron door, seemingly without the expected anomaly, or so he thought. Suddenly, the door behind him shook, a powerful whooshing sound whistling past his side, which he dodged by twisting his waist. Then, Xiao noticed that the person he had been searching for was now sitting under the window at the top of the stairs, most of his body obscured by a strange man with his back to him, only a familiar pair of trousers identifying him. He turned his gaze back to the person who had just attacked him. This was a woman in a suit, with neat short hair, no makeup, and thin lips pressed tightly together, her mouth downturned as if she were born never to smile. A dangerous alarm bell rang in Xiao's heart. Who are you? He asked in a low voice. But the woman completely ignored his question, raising her baton to strike him again. Xiao quickly raised his steel pipe to parry. The two metal objects clashed, the sound of the impact painful to hear. But this woman was clearly skilled in martial arts. Just as Xiao managed to block the attack from below, the woman's leg suddenly kicked towards his abdomen. He staggered backward, barely managing to dodge it. Quick! Ugh! Shirzwan, lying on top, heard the commotion and quickly realized it was Xiao. He tried to tell him to leave, but before he could utter a single word, a hand forcefully gripped his chin. The man blocking Shirzwan's path moved aside, finally allowing Xiao to see him clearly. His lower face was pressed down by a massive hand. The powerful pressure and the rough calluses on the palm seemed to make him uncomfortable, and a familiar red mark appeared at the corner of his eye. The owner of the massive hand was also dressed in a well-fitting suit, at least 1.9 meters tall, with large, muscular muscles and a short, buzz-cut head. Judging by his face, he looked like a foreigner. He and the woman in front of him were definitely working together, but for some reason, the man seemed extremely confident in the woman's strength, standing firmly above them, quietly watching them. As he pondered this, the baton swung through the air, striking his face again. Xiao could only dodge. He found himself gradually unable to withstand her attacks, forced to retreat. But gradually, even the chance to dodge disappeared. Damn it! The steel pipe was too heavy. Xiao's hand struggled to swing, and with a bang, the woman's baton struck his wrist. The steel pipe slipped from his grasp. Without his weapon, Xiao was even less qualified to fight the woman. The baton slammed heavily onto his shoulder. He groaned, unable to withstand the blow, and collapsed to his knees. Pain exploded in his shoulder. He painfully raised his head. The woman was walking towards him, but he couldn't straighten up. Get the hell out of my way. A furious roar grew louder as Xiao reacted, and by the time he did, the woman had already been kicked aside. Because it was a sneak attack, she was completely caught off guard, barely managing to stay upright by holding onto the stair railing. It was Song Zichu. Jiangxi rushed in during the lull, helping Xiao up. Brother Xia, are you alright? Xiao shook his head, looking up at the stairs. After the woman was kicked away, the man who had been watching the fight from above finally prepared to intervene. He released his grip on Shirzwan's face, cracked his neck, and walked towards the crowd. Chapter 24. Jiangxi finally saw Shirzwan, who was being held captive, at the top of the stairs. His face was covered in large red welts from the exertion. His breathing was labored for a long time, his nose was red, and his eyes were glistening with tears. He was breathing rapidly, as if trying to save his life. Brother Shir. Song Zichio, be careful. The stranger's fist was aimed straight at Song Zichio's face. Jiangxi's pupils contracted, and at the same time, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the woman, who had been thrown aside, had already gotten up. The previous blow seemed to have had no effect on her movements at all. Her speed was still superhuman. Song Zichio tried to dodge, but before he could even catch his breath, the woman's baton came flying. Jiangxi picked up the steel rod that Xia Ao had dropped, braced himself with both hands, and blocked the woman's attack. Taking advantage of the brief opening when the man and woman were entangled, Xia Ao quickly darted up the stairs to check on Shirzwan lying on the ground. Not only was he choked and oxygen deprived, but he must have been ambushed the moment he entered, a bump appearing on the back of his head. He leaned against him, his mind somewhat hazy. How are you? Xia Ao pried open his eyelids, checking his pupils. They were still focused. He probably dodged with all his might when he was hit, dissipating half the force. Otherwise, just thinking about that woman's strength sent a chill down his spine. Shirzwan shook his dizzy head, a sharp pain shooting through his injured area. But thankfully, this brought him back to his senses, and he managed to get up from the ground. The two people in the stairwell were definitely highly skilled martial artists. Jiangxi and Song Zichio, who had just arrived, were already showing signs of being suppressed. This can't go on. Xia Ao racked his brains, but how should he deal with this? Stop, stop! Shirzwan, half leaning against him, panted heavily, trying to stop them, but the man and woman didn't even turn their heads. They seemed to completely disregard him. I told you to stop, or I detonate this flask, and none of us will survive. He actually carried a flask with him. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, and looked at the small glass jar he was holding. It was filled with a clear liquid, the jar was tightly sealed, and a small strip of cloth was attached to it. He held a lighter in his other hand, very close. The woman twirled her baton, and tucked it back into her waistband. What are you doing? Madam, I was just about to ask you what you're doing. You came up here, and gave someone a good beating. My friend's shoulder is probably broken. Song Zichio pointed his steel baton at the woman and started cursing. The woman glared at him, and he immediately cowered and fell silent. This is where we found it first, she said coldly. Hey! You guys first. Song Zichio, shut up. Shirzwan stopped him from escalating the farce. The supermarket is big, we don't intend to take your territory. We're just grabbing some things and leaving. The woman seemed to have thought of something, her brow furrowing. She leaned close to the burly man beside her, and spoke a string of gibberish that Shirzwan couldn't understand. We meant no harm, on the contrary, you were the one who attacked us first, Shirzwan added. He even showed her the wound on his head. The woman stared at him, remained silent for a moment, and finally spoke. I can't make that decision. Whether you can stay here depends on my boss's return. What a jerk. She's giving her attitude. Song Zichio was furious. The supermarket isn't hers to own. Why should she be able to take over the whole place just because she's here first? It's so unreasonable. But Shirzwan was still in a standoff, and he couldn't easily intervene. When is your boss coming? Shirzwan was also incredibly angry, but knowing his skills were far inferior to theirs, he could only suppress his rage. The woman whispered to the burly man again in a foreign language. Then, the burly man pulled a small notebook from the inside pocket of his suit jacket, carefully checked it, and then the man spoke. It was in a foreign language they couldn't understand. The woman beside him realized this, and was about to translate for them, but before she could speak, Xia Ao, who had been silent all along, interrupted her. He stepped forward and began to speak. The man, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, spoke in a completely foreign language. The rest of the group couldn't understand him, and could only stare dumbfounded as Xia Ao spoke to him alone. They could only discern from Xia Ao's furrowed brows that they seemed to have discussed something unpleasant. After a while, the conversation finally stopped. Xia Ao stepped back, accompanied by the short-haired woman. Hello, my name is Matilda. Ansel and I are both from Germany. We're sorry he doesn't speak Mandarin. If you need anything, please come and talk to me. Matilda stood straight in front of them, extending her hand as a gesture of friendliness. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. Shirzwan frowned upon hearing this. Was it really just brushed aside like that? He didn't reach out. As he hesitated, a voice whispered in his ear, "Don't get into a conflict with her yet. We talk about the rest later." Xiao whispered in his ear. So, Shirzwan reluctantly extended his hand and shook hands with Matilda. Then, she and Ansel left the stairwell. What happened? After they left, Shirzwan immediately grabbed Xiao's arm and asked. But unfortunately, his grip pulled on the muscle where Xiao had been hit. With just a slight tug, he heard Xiao hiss in pain. "Are you alright?" Shirzwan was startled and quickly went behind him, reaching out to lift his clothes. Hey, slowed down. Xiao was about to stop him when he felt a chill on his back, and his clothes were gone. A calloused hand pressed against his cool, warm skin on his waist. Wait, wasn't his shoulder injured? He almost thought he was mistaken, but then the hand shamelessly pinched his lower back before slowly moving to his shoulder. It slowly crept up his spine, a strange itch making his hair stand on end. "What are you doing?" Unable to bear it any longer, he turned his uninjured side and grabbed the hand that was causing the disturbance behind him. Caught red-handed, Shirzwan remained calm and beckoned Song Ziqiu over. "Song Ziqiu, your brother Xia keeps moving around. I can't properly check his wound. Come help me hold him down." "Okay, sure." He came running over eagerly, helping to pull Xiao's hand back behind his back, and then pulling his clothes up from above. "Brother Xia, you're injured, so behave yourself. Although I strongly disapprove of your physical contact with Brother Shi, this is a critical moment, and your injury should be the priority." He even turned on a flashlight for Shirzwan, so they could see more clearly. Jiangxi, who witnessed the whole thing, was utterly bewildered. The flashlight beam shone brightly in the confined space, revealing the injury on Xiao's back. A strip of bruise covered his wheat-colored skin. The attackers had been quite forceful. It had quickly turned purple. Shirzwan gently pressed a finger against it. Xiao was pinned down by two men, enduring their abuse. But his gaze drifted towards the shelves outside the door, as if he had forgotten something. Suddenly, a drop of viscous liquid fell on his back. He remembered something he'd forgotten. Shirzwan's injury was far more serious than his. "Oh my god, Brother Shi. Why is your head bleeding?" Song Ziqiu and Jiangxi had been fighting with the strange couple since they entered, completely oblivious to Shirzwan's distress. Besides, his wound was on his head, hidden by his thick black hair. It was impossible to spot the wound without careful observation. Shirzwan stared blankly at the spot of crimson blood in the empty space. "How strange. But I don't feel any pain?" "Of course you don't feel any pain. Your adrenaline is practically working overtime." Everyone quickly helped him lie down. Jiangxi went outside to get purified water and clean gauze, while Song Ziqiu was sent to find some iodine or other disinfectant. "Don't be nervous. I really don't feel any pain." Shirzwan lay flat, his neck resting on Xiao's kneeling thighs, perfectly catching a glimpse of the man's anxious face. His once handsome face now looked wrinkled and grimy. "Shut up." Xiao was so angry he had a headache. He patted the man's butt, making him turn his body to the left to expose the injured area. He took the purified water from Jiangxi and carefully rinsed the wound. Ouch! The pain seemed to finally return to Shirzwan's body. The moment the cotton swab touched the wound, he instinctively curled his leg. Jiangxi looked at the wound, the size of a baby's fist, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He hurriedly placed the things he was carrying within Xiao's reach. "Brother Xia, I go out and get him some medicine. Besides painkillers, what else does he need? While you're at it, see if you have any anti-inflammatory medicine." "Okay." With that, Jiangxi also went out. Only Shirzwan and Xiao remained in the small stairwell. Xiao had been very careful, but the cotton swab still accidentally rubbed into the wound, causing Shirzwan to cry out again. The hand treating the wound immediately stopped, and a soft voice asked, "Are you alright?" His anxious expression amused Shirzwan. "Just because I say it hurts doesn't mean you can stop treating it. How did you bump into those two?" He couldn't stop talking, but he could try to distract himself by talking about something else. Shirzwan recalled what had just happened and began to recount the events from the beginning. "After you left, I focused on finding zombies. But I could tell there weren't any in open areas, so I thought I'd try to squeeze into a corner. When I first got there, the stairwell door was closed. I pushed it open, and that woman hit me on the head. My head felt like it was exploding. I couldn't muster any strength. Then she threw me onto the steps and ignored me. I grabbed the windowsill and tried to slip away while she was tying her shoelaces. But then, that man named Ansel appeared. He was stronger, he grabbed my hand, and I couldn't move at all. Xiao tilted her head, and indeed saw a deep red ring mark on his wrist. Shirzhuan continued, I don't know how they were sure I wasn't alone, but that woman exchanged a glance with Ansel, and then swung the stairwell door wide open, and then you came in, and she ambushed you from behind the door. What followed was exactly what Xiao had just experienced. Xiao used cotton swabs to clean up the spilled blood. Song Zichu and Jiangxi hadn't returned yet, so he had to use gauze to temporarily stop the bleeding. As the gauze was placed over his hair, his burning palms inevitably landed on the back of his head. Shirzhuan stopped speaking, lying quietly on his side, carefully feeling the temperature of Xiao's skin. Chapter 25. Perhaps this person really enjoys having his head patted. Xiao, bold and reckless, had this thought pop into his mind. He quietly placed his hand on the uninjured area of Shirzhuan's head. He lingered there for about 3 seconds, but Shirzhuan didn't react. So Xiao tentatively rubbed against him a couple more times. Unexpectedly, he didn't suddenly react and pull his hand away. The dimly lit stairwell was filled only with the tacit sounds of breathing, and the subtle rustling of his hand brushing against Shirzhuan's hair. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao felt his wrist ache. Looking down, he realized the person lying on his lap had fallen asleep. His eyes were tightly closed, his eyelashes trembling slightly. He carefully took off his coat and covered Shirzhuan with it, finally unable to resist stroking his head twice more. Fast footsteps sounded outside the stairwell. Xiao looked up. Jiangxi and Song Zichu had returned. As Song Zichu entered, he waved to greet everyone, but Jiangxi, who was standing nearby, immediately noticed the sleeping Shirzhuan and quickly covered his mouth, silencing him. Approaching, she handed Xiao what she was carrying, whispering, the supermarket doesn't have any functional medications, only some health supplements. I got these from the car. The bag contained painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and fever reducers as a precaution, all things she and Xiao had originally taken from their home. After accounting for expired items, very few were actually usable. This made Xiao realize they might have to find an opportunity to go to a pharmacy. In this situation, without medication, dealing with injuries or illnesses would be extremely difficult. However, their immediate priority was to treat their injuries. Xiao took the iodine from Song Zichu and carefully disinfected and bandaged Shirzhuan's wound. His movements were very gentle, so as not to wake the sleeping man. Finally finished, Xiao lowered his stiff hand and breathed a sigh of relief. But he had accidentally pulled his injured shoulder. Ugh, so annoying. Jiangxi saw his annoyed expression and noticed his unnatural shoulder. Brother Xia, should we treat your shoulder injury too? Shall I help you? Unless he could remain completely still while applying the iodine, he might wake the sleeping Shirzhuan. No need, I treat it later. Jiangxi glanced at him, and knew he was definitely worried about Shirzhuan. She nudged Song Zichu, making him take off his coat for her. Taking the clothes, she quickly folded them into a soft pillowcase. It's alright, put him on this, he won't wake up. Besides, if you don't treat his wound properly, he'd definitely wake up and make noise, which won't be good for his healing. Xiao admitted that the latter part of her statement was indeed threatening. So, he slowly moved Shirzhuan's head off his lap, and placed it on the small square folded from Song Zichu's coat. He tried to stand up, but his knees had been pressed down for too long, and his legs went numb as soon as he stood up, almost causing him to stumble and fall back down. Luckily, he didn't kneel on Shirzhuan's face, otherwise, the man would definitely kill him if he woke up. Finally, he used Song Zichu as a human crutch to regain his balance. He changed his seat, took off his shirt, had Jiangxi apply medicine for him, and only after confirming that Shirzhuan was fast asleep did he speak in a low voice. Ansel and Matilda just apologized to me. They thought we were there to assassinate them. He pulled his short-sleeved shirt back up. Their boss is a big shot, and as bodyguards, they have to eliminate potential danger. Just because they say he's a big shot doesn't mean he is. That Matilda girl, she beat you and Shirzhuan up, and all you do is apologize? Song Zichu was still not satisfied, questioning Xiao how he could just let it go like that. Then you go fight her, and after you're done, make her come over and kowtow to us. Jiangxi was speechless at his brainless behavior and told him to hurry up and go find Matilda for a one-on-one fight. What kind of skill is it to act like a hero here? Xiao ignored their bickering and continued, I asked them, but Matilda said the boss's identity must be kept secret, and they can't reveal it either. We can stay here afterward, but we can't appear in front of their boss. How is that possible? This supermarket isn't theirs. Why should he have the final say? Jiangxi disagreed, frowning at Xiaoao. How can we guarantee that? We can't stay in the stairwell forever, but we don't know what their boss looks like or where he is. How can we be sure it's not their boss, who came looking for us first? This demand is outrageous. They came to the supermarket just to find some food. They have absolutely no interest in who their boss is. But if this happens, what if their boss wanders around the supermarket and accidentally knocks something over in front of them, making it their fault? Xiaoao sighed. They haven't offered any solutions. Let's wait until Shirzwan wakes up. Then we gather the food and leave as soon as possible. There was no other way. At least the stairwell was a temporary safe space the bodyguards had given them, and the four of them rested for a while. Only about 2 hours had passed when Shirzwan woke up. The cut on his head had stopped bleeding, and was wrapped in gauze several times. Some idiot had even tied a bow on it. Xiaoao was the first to notice he was awake. Meeting Shirzwan's drowsy eyes, he considerately raised an eyebrow and asked, "How are you?" "Nobody's sleeping, just open your mouth and talk." This is too ambiguous. They weren't quite attuned enough to read each other's micro-expressions. Xiaoao's lips twitched. The other two, who had been excluded, pretended to be deaf and blind, glancing left and right, but never daring to look at Xiaoao and Shirzwan. With such a sharp tongue, you must not feel any headache at all. Who's being sarcastic? Shirzwan snorted, baring his teeth and baring his claws at him. Xiaoao ignored his playful expression and repeated what he missed while asleep, but he showed no fear of having just been hit on the head. They were a fierce fighter, and they even cracked my skull, but... The last two words were spoken with particular force. They're just mortals, while we wield firearms. Times have changed drastically. Firearms are now the norm. It was rare to find someone standing firmly on Song Zichu's side, and he was extremely excited, wishing he could immediately grab some explosives and throw them at that guy's face. Xiaoao, speechless again, corrected him. Her name is Matilda, which means courage and bravery in D language. If you say the wrong thing in front of her next time, I can't guarantee you leave alive. Okay, I know. He didn't seem to remember, so Xiaoao was worried and wanted to give him a few more instructions, but Shirzwan tugged at her sleeve. Are they both German? The one named Ansel is a German man, and Matilda seems to be of Chinese descent. Xiaoao thought for a moment. Matilda has an Asian face, but speaks extremely fluent German, so she's more likely of Chinese descent. Also, you two, stop thinking about using bombs to blow them up. We don't have many left, it's not safe. Fine. Why are you acting like a kindergarten teacher? Shirzwan replied perfunctorily, then, taking advantage of Xiaoao's inattention, winked at Song Zichu. Song Zichu immediately understood what mischief he was planning and quietly responded with a gesture. In any case, staying in the stairwell wasn't a solution. Xiaoao wanted to finish quickly, preferably by packing up the food and leaving today. He carried the suitcase, and the remaining backpacks were split among the three of them, one for each. Be careful, don't even think about confronting those two head-on. The other three hurriedly agreed. The most important supplies were bottled water, and the most filling compressed biscuits. As for the initial plan to capture a zombie for research, that would have to wait for another opportunity. As usual, the most time-efficient method was to split into two groups, but considering the two injured members in the team this time, they didn't use the usual grouping. Instead, Shirzwan and Song Zichu were in one group, and Xiaoao and Jiangxi were in another. When Shirzwan and Song Zichu left, covering their mouths, as they couldn't suppress their laughter, an ominous premonition arose in Xiaoao's heart. Before he could even voice his opinion, Jiangxi dragged him to the beverage section. Shirzwan hid behind the shelves, watching Jiangxi and Xiaoao walk away. Are they gone? Are they gone? Song Zichu was already impatient. They're gone. Let's find the electronics section. Shirzwan was equally excited. Those children's toys are fine too. Just take the batteries out. Destroyer Kings, let's go. The two completely forgot their promise to Xiaoao. Don't attract the attention of those two Germans. Brother Shir, what size battery do you need? Are size 7 batteries okay? Song Zichu pulled 2 size 7 batteries from the base of a toy car and held them up for Shirzwan. Anything's fine. After taking the batteries out, it would be best if you could also take out the wires and heating element. How do I take those out? Shirzwan stopped what he was doing and stared directly at Song Zichu, as if he had made some extremely unconventional statement. Are you serious? Huh? Shirzwan took the toy car from his hand, ignoring his curious gaze, and slammed it to the ground, then stomped on it a few times. The car's plastic shell crumbled into pieces in no time. Does it have to be this direct? Having mastered the method, Song Zichio tried it himself and readily accepted it within 2 minutes. This was much more satisfying than watching a soap-cutting video. They were frantically smashing an appliance they usually treated like royalty, just to extract a tiny part from it. Before long, they had a handful. Zhuan counted the items, and, thinking it was enough, was about to tell Song Zichio to stop and leave. But as soon as he turned around, he saw him leaning against a television set, looking at him with hopeful eyes. He pointed to the LCD screen he was pressed against. Just this once. Chapter 26. Clang. Clang. Bang. The huge LED screen crashed into the floor tiles, shattering into countless tiny fragments that flew in all directions. Although Zhuan had mentally prepared himself, he nearly bounced 3 meters away when a small piece of plastic flew towards his face. Hey, slowed down. He quickly found a shelf for cover and directed Song Zichio to change direction and smash it. This guy, so focused on smashing it himself, didn't even consider the people around him. If the fragments got into his eyes, it would be terrible. Okay. Then you stay out of the way. This one's too sturdy. I smash it a couple more times. Then came 2 more loud crashes. Zhuan suspected he probably smashed the entire floor. Is it done? Seemingly no response, he lowered his hands from his ears and asked. But for some reason, he didn't receive a reply from Song Zichio for a long time. He felt something was off and peeked out from behind a shelf. Holy crap! What are those 2 foreigners doing here? At that moment, Song Zichio was still clutching a large chunk of the broken television wreckage, but his neck was tightly gripped by Matilda. He was clearly dazed, but his breathing had become labored. Get out! Matilda, holding Song Zichio, swept her sharp eyes toward Zhuan in the corner. Haha, brother, my life is over, and yours is over too. They both knew the strength of this foreign woman, and besides, the only bomb they could use to fight back was still just a fertilized egg. The flask was left in the stairwell. Now that they couldn't fight back, they could only run. Zhuan whirled around, intending to call for help, but instead bumped into a wall. He clutched his head and looked up. Oh, it was Ansel. Damn it. 5 minutes later, Zhuan and Song Zichio, the 2 unlucky brothers, sat obediently on the ground beside the rubble. Ansel and Matilda stood upright. Even without light, the 2 sitting on the ground felt shrouded in a terrifying shadow. What are you 2 doing here? Matilda asked first. What are we doing about? What is Song Zichio doing, still acting so tough at a time like this? Zhuan quickly covered his mouth, forcing a smile. What are we doing about the future? Oh right, our country has a tradition of divination by smashing valuables before making important decisions. We're just divining. This guy seems to be taking advantage of her not being a native. Matilda frowned, but she was helpless. I clearly said you can stay here, but you better not cause any trouble, and don't contact my boss. She didn't joke with Zhuan, saying coldly, didn't your friends tell you? She assumed Xiaoao hadn't relayed the message properly. But the truth was, the 2 of them ignored Xiaoao's advice, and continued to replenish their supplies from the supermarket. Maybe his German isn't at a native level, so there was a slight miscommunication. Zhuan pinched his thumb and forefinger together. Really, only a tiny bit. Sorry, brother Xia, since you're not here, I have to take the blame for now. If Matilda believed him now, and was willing to let them go, he could apologize to Xiaoao in person. Fortunately, Matilda hadn't completely lost her humanity. After a half-minute of silent thought, she agreed that Zhuan's explanation was reasonable. She nodded to Ansel, then turned back to Zhuan. Don't let it happen again. With that, the 2 of them prepared to leave. Watching their departing figures, Zhuan suddenly remembered. Even if Song Zichio's noise from dismantling things was loud enough, how did these 2 foreigners manage to get here in less than 2 minutes? Are you patrolling the supermarket? Matilda stopped, turned back to look at Zhuan, and after a moment said yes. To ensure the boss's safety, we patrol outside all the time. So you better not have any bad intentions. Having given her warning, they walked away completely. Song Zichio exhaled all the pent-up air from his lungs, feeling much more relaxed. Holy crap, that scared me to death. You know what? I just smashed the last piece down, and a hand came shoving at my neck. He patted his pounding heart, still shaken. Damn, that woman's got incredible strength. It's not like you never seen this before. Zhuan got up from the ground, brushed the dust off his backside, and pulled Song Zichio up as well. Get up and tidy up. He went back to the mess he just left behind, bending down to rummage through the debris for usable parts. The parts from the TV, plus some he just salvaged from the various toys, were enough to make about 10. Just 10 minutes ago, he'd been boasting about using bombs to teach his foreign friends a lesson. 10 minutes later, after careful consideration, he realized the need wasn't actually that urgent. It would be better to go home and find a safe environment to complete it slowly. Having learned their lesson, the two unlucky bears were noticeably more obedient. They organized the materials, packed them into their backpacks, and set off to complete their original task. Perhaps the supermarket's compressed biscuits were hidden too deep, as it took them almost half an hour to find the location, but the shelves were almost empty. They arrived a few days late, only to find it completely ransacked. Did those two foreigners take them? Scherzwan looked at the remaining peanut-flavored compressed biscuits on the shelf, stroking his chin as he guessed. Those two, plus the owner, and probably someone guarding the owner. TSK, those foreigners are allergic to this or that. It's definitely them. But they couldn't just leave these things untouched. Every little bit helps. They rummaged around and packed the last 10 or so packs of peanut-flavored compressed biscuits into their backpacks. The remaining space was filled with instant noodles and other similar snacks. I'm fed up with these foreigners. They probably won't let Xiaoji's water go either. We've barely gotten anything from this trip. Song Zichu sighed, feeling that all the running around these past few days, even being held hostage, had been a complete waste of time. Okay, don't think like that. Later, when we get out, we can look for a small supermarket on the way, and a pharmacy is a must-go too. That was the only way he could console himself. Scherzwan tore off the outermost layer of the instant noodle packet, stuffing the inner packets into the gaps in his backpack. He also grabbed 7 or 8 bottles of floral water, half spray bottle and half regular bottle, and stuck them diagonally on the side of his backpack when there wasn't enough room. It took some time to fill the 2 large backpacks. Every inch of space was utilized, and after filling them with cookies, a bag of loose candy was poured on top. They were left to roll into any small, unseen corner. Scherzwan finally picked up the backpacks by the handles and weighed them down, making sure there was no more room to put anything else in, then placed his and Song Zichia's bags. Despite being mentally prepared, the unexpected weight almost made them fall flat on their backs. The two helped each other to their feet. Let's go find Jiang Si and the others. Song Zichia leaned forward, managing to balance the weight on his chest and back. At this moment, all unresolved grudges were unimportant. His only thought was to quickly carry all this stuff home. When they encountered Xia Ao and Jiang Si, the two of them were running towards them furtively for some reason. They kept turning their heads to look behind them. Jiang Si noticed them first and quickly waved for them to go back. Even as his hands flew through the air, he still managed to glance back while running. Scherzwan and Song Zichiao, confused, also turned and walked back, finally hiding in a gap between a shelf and the wall. Jiang Si finally revealed what they'd been up to with their furtive movements. Of course, he kept his voice extremely low. Matilda and the others were following us. What did you do? What did you do to provoke those two foreigners? Before speaking, Jiang Si glanced at Xia Ao's expression and seeing no resistance, continued, We just went to get some water from the shelf, and Matilda suddenly appeared behind us. She snatched the bottled water from my hand, and then started giving Xia a sarcastic look. What did he say? I thought he was so confident during the conversation that he really spoke German, but it turns out he's just a half-baked speaker. What did this woman do to deserve this? Oh, they're the ones who pinned this on Xia Ao. They feel really bad about it. Scherzwan awkwardly scratched his head, meeting Jiang Si's questioning gaze and Xia Ao's angry face. He didn't dare say another word and urged Jiang Si to continue. She looks down on Brother Xia, fine, but she won't even let us get water, saying the supermarket supplies belong to them. She was indignant. Why? Just because she came over and planted a flag doesn't mean the things are hers. Even elementary school kids don't play like that. What does looks down on Brother Xia mean? Seeing Xia Ao's face growing increasingly grim, Scherzwan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. That's too much. How could she say that about our Brother Xia? She has to apologize. Huh? Big brother, don't you get the point? Right. The point is, how could she say that about our Brother Xia? Jiang Si was much better at reading people than Song Zichiao. Seeing Scherzwan's left eyelid twitching, as he kept giving him signals, he immediately understood. Not letting us get water is a small matter, but insulting Brother Xia is a huge disrespect. Before Xia Ao could say a word, he saw the two of them huddled together like comedians, exchanging barbs, with a clueless Song Zichiao sandwiched in between. What to do? His anger flared even more. You two better stop this nonsense. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. We came all this way for food and water, and she's hogging all the resources. We can't even take a single bottle of water. What about you two? Did you get any food? Song Zichu replied, I guess the foreigners went to your side. We filled 2 backpacks to the brim. He patted his bulging backpack. But we've been really annoyed with her lately. This time we're going to teach her a lesson. He was full of enthusiasm, but after Shirzwan spoke, he deflated as if doused with water. The problem is, we can't beat her in a fight, so how do we teach her a lesson? The crux of the matter. No, don't think here. Jiangxi interrupted the group, who were deep in thought. Matilda was with us when we arrived. Let's find a safe place first. Chapter 27. Matilda and Ansel patrolled the supermarket relentlessly, but no place could guarantee 100% safety. Even the stairwells were within their patrol range. Where should they go in this situation? The four discussed it for a while, and finally even held a serious vote, choosing to explore the supermarket offices over the cafeteria and back to the car. We lock the door as soon as we go in. If they try to open it, we pretend to be zombies and pounce on the door. Shirzwan suggested. Aside from being a little embarrassing, it was a perfect solution. Xiao still had reservations. What if his boss is sitting in the office? Should we go in and throw him out? He frowned. Matilda and Ansel dared to wander around outside, which means the people around their boss must be much more capable, which is why they dare to leave without worry. We see what happens when we run into them. What are the chances of that happening? Shirzwan was certain they wouldn't be that unlucky. It's not like they're acting out bad luck, it can't be that bad. So when they opened the accounting office door, they bumped into a young man. Everyone cursed him inwardly. Shirzwan, who opened the door, was the first to be met with disbelief. He tried to close the door and reopen it, to prevent it from being a hallucination. It proved useless. When they opened the door again, the man still looked at them with a questioning gaze. Who are you? His eyes were round and large, his forehead full, and his nose high. Even with black-rimmed round glasses, his eyes didn't appear smaller. Meanwhile, his round eyes and cheap-looking glasses made it impossible to guess his age. He seemed like a young man in his early 20s. Everyone thought so, so their first impression of him was, he wasn't a bad person. Sorry, we were just passing by. And you, what are you doing here all alone? Xiao probed slightly. The man looked distressed, as if complaining to them, there are some foreigners patrolling outside, and I had nowhere else to hide, so I'm staying here. Sympathy for him, buddy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The crowd instantly lowered their guard, assuming he was a pitiful fellow being bullied by Ansel and Matilda, just like them. My name is Li Wansheng, and I've been hiding here for 2 days. Li Wansheng clutched his stomach, looking at them with a pitiful expression. Could you give me something to eat? It's hard for a normal person not to feel compassion for someone looking at him like that. Song Zichu took a bag of cookies from his bag. He thrown away the bulky outer box, leaving only the plain blue packaging. He handed it to Li Wansheng, who tore open the package and wolfed down the cookies. The rich, buttery aroma quickly filled the small room. Is there any water? Cough, cough. Perhaps he'd eaten too fast. He choked on the cookie crumbs, coughing as he asked the four for water. But Matilda and Ansel had guarded the water. They hadn't brought a single bottle. Jiangxi explained the situation again, and Li Wansheng immediately understood. He joined the others in their shared hatred, vowing to teach those 2 foreigners a lesson. Those 2 are so strong, we can't beat them. He said he only faced the 2 Germans once on his first day there, and he only saw Matilda break the arm of a burly man who tried to cause trouble and chase him away, which immediately scared him away. He repeatedly promised to leave the supermarket before sneaking into the office when they weren't looking. Li Wansheng finished his biscuit and casually wiped the crumbs from his mouth with his sleeve. Do you have any ideas? Sometimes, when Brother Shir is here, of course we have ideas. Song Zichu was about to blurt out that Shirzwan could make fried eggs with his bare hands when Jiangxi, who was closest, pinched his waist. Ouch. We were chased so badly we had no choice but to hide here. She pointed to Shirzwan, who had grabbed a chair first, and Xiao, who was leaning against the armrest because he hadn't managed to get a seat. Look at them. One's head just stopped bleeding, and the other's shoulder is so sore he can't even lift it. Shirzwan immediately played along, pretending to be dizzy, and weakly pressing his forehead against Xiao's lower abdomen. The harassed person could only carefully avoid the wounds, and push the troublesome head back. Our fighting strength is pitiful. 2 injured people, a woman who can't fight, plus an idiot, all of us combined can't beat Matilda alone. Xiao shrugged, clearly indicating that they didn't have the ability to confront those two Germans head-on. After this preemptive warning, any remaining desire to fight that Li Wansheng had mustered was completely extinguished. Her bright, round eyes drooped listlessly, and she leaned back in her chair like a salted fish. That's it. That woman's so strong. Even with me added to the mix, we still can't beat her. Don't be discouraged. Jiangxi sat down familiarly next to Li Wansheng, patting his shoulder. If we can't afford to offend her, can't we at least avoid her? Her natural demeanor and actions showed absolutely no intention of avoiding suspicion, even more intimate than with Song Ziqiu. This made Song Ziqiu, who had just been pinched hard on the waist and was now being ignored, extremely envious. His gaze was fixed on Jiangxi's hand on Li Wansheng's shoulder, as if he wanted to scrape the flesh off Li Wansheng's body along the bone. Neither of the parties involved, practically being stared through the roof, noticed anything amiss. Li Wansheng was very curious about Jiangxi's "if we can't afford to offend her, can't we at least avoid her" statement, asking what does that mean? While his eyes seemed to be budding with an undisguised, ambiguous affection. Anyone nearby simply meant Song Ziqiu. What do you mean? Why are you staring at Jiangxi? Do you have feelings for her? His anger surged, taking over his body. He lunged forward and shoved Jiangxi's hand off his shoulder. Huh? Li Wansheng looked confused, his eyes sliding down his nose. I don't. Hey Song Ziqiu. It's always you causing trouble. Jiangxi yelled his name, her tone dangerous. Can't you just stop causing trouble and stay still for a while? You're yelling at me. He looked incredulous, his hand pointing at Jiangxi trembling like he had Parkinson's. You're yelling at me because of him. Why did the discussion suddenly shift from serious business to a three-person romantic drama? Xiao and Jiangxi, as bystanders, were also stunned into silence. Jiangxi, do you hate me that much? Song Ziqiu gripped Jiangxi's wrist, his eyes bloodshot. Shizhuan whispered in Xiao's ear, from now on, we absolutely must prevent this kid from watching any melodramatic, domineering CO novels. Oh yes, and short dramas too. Respect emerging industries. Don't let any slip by. The plot took an increasingly absurd turn, ultimately ending with Song Ziqiu shaking off Jiangxi's wrist and storming out. Seeing even his retreating figure exuding sadness and grief, Xiao sighed helplessly and said, "You guys talk first, I go check on him." Even now, Jiangxi was still completely bewildered. He pointed innocently at himself, then at the empty doorway, looking blankly at Shizhuan. Shizhuan shrugged, "Don't look at him. He doesn't know either." "Are you two a couple?" Li Wansheng suddenly realized, "Did I make him angry? I'm sorry. How could it be your fault?" Jiangxi apologized to him sincerely. "That's just how he is, so old yet still so childish. We hope you won't hold it against him." Li Wansheng nodded, indicating understanding. "Then what was the method you just mentioned?" "Here it comes." Jiangxi turned his head and met Shizhuan's gaze. His mind cleared, and he began to recount his story. On the other side, Song Ziqiu slammed the door shut and left. The closed corridor was completely dark. Besides the office, where else could he go? Wandering aimlessly, he stumbled into someone's staff break room. The walls were lined with meter-high cabinets, and in the middle were stacked red leather-cushioned benches. Some employee was changing clothes in the break room when they suddenly encountered this zombie-like arrangement. Several coats were carelessly tossed on the table. Song Ziqiu's mind was a jumble of worries. He tossed aside the clothes and plopped down in a chair. Why was Jiangxi so affectionate towards that pretty boy? Although he looked a bit younger, as the saying goes, older men are more caring. He was only 4 years older than Jiangxi. Even if it was 5 years or more, there shouldn't be that much of a generation gap between them. Did Jiangxi really have no feelings for him at all? That's why he broke up with him over such a small thing. In a moment of sadness, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, and Song Ziqiu nearly jumped 3 feet in the air. He turned around in alarm, and found that it was Xiao who had grabbed him. "You startled me," he complained, brushing Xiao's hand off his shoulder. Even mindful of Xiao's injured shoulder, he didn't use much force. Xiao wasn't annoyed. He nudged Song Ziqiu's arm, urging him to move aside. Then he sat down himself. "Why did you suddenly run out?" Hearing his concern, Song Ziqiu completely broke down. His head drooped limply, his hands supporting his chin. The room was quiet. The only sound was the soft rustling of the wind against the walls. His gaze casually focused between 2 tiles on the floor. A grain of rice had somehow gotten stuck in the black, muddy crack, unable to move, destined to lie there forever, rubbed against by his shoe sole, covered in dust. After a long silence, he He finally spoke. Xiao, should I really break up with Jiangxi? Before, I thought it was just some trivial matter in life. She disliked me and wanted to break up with me to make me change my bad habits. His voice was extremely weak. Xiao, standing so close, almost couldn't hear him. But now I feel like she doesn't love me at all. It was all because I was too arrogant. If that's what you mean, then I can only tell you. Xiao deliberately paused, waiting for Song Ziqiu's curiosity to be piqued, so he would look up. Song Ziqiu, you really are arrogant. Chapter 28. He never expected him to say it so bluntly. Song Ziqiu had a belly full of heartfelt words. He wanted to confide in him, but 9 words easily shattered his defenses. He sobbed, burying his face in his hands, unwilling to face him any longer. Crying? Really crying? Let me see. He bent down, trying to see Song Ziqiu's face, which was completely hidden. Although he didn't see any tears, he did see the bloodshot whites of his eyes. Are you an idiot? The aggrieved voice made Xiao chuckle softly. Do you remember when we were in high school? Huh? Xiao didn't torment him any further, but slowly began to recount their high school days. It was probably at the beginning of their second year of high school. Their grade had just finished selecting courses, and their original classes had been reorganized. Xiao had been a model student for a year, not playing games, not making friends, and always eating alone in the cafeteria, finishing quickly. When classes were first divided, he was assigned to sit next to Song Ziqiu. Back then, Song Ziqiu was even more carefree than he is now. It's no exaggeration to say that in the week since school started, Xiao hadn't seen him open a book outside of class. As soon as get out of class ended, he'd grab a basketball and gather a huge group of boys to the playground. All they did was make noise. The model student Xiao was focused on studying and utterly disdained their playful lifestyle. On the 40th time, a group of boys surrounded Song Ziqiu's desk right after class, and Xiao's irritation finally reached its peak. He forcefully pulled his test paper back from a boy in the next class, whom he didn't know at all. Looking at the crack in the upper right corner and the rough edges of the paper, he picked it up and slammed it onto the back of Song Ziqiu's head, which was facing away from him. The boys' playful banter and laughter instantly ceased. Everyone turned to look at him. Song Ziqiu was the last. Excuse me, is something wrong? Before the class reshuffle, Song Ziqiu was the class's social butterfly, so much so that even in their second year of high school, many classmates, though reassigned to different classes, still enjoyed hanging out with him. As for his new deskmate next door, he'd been working on study materials and doing practice problems every day since the first day of school. He really couldn't understand it. It was only the first semester of his second year. Was it really necessary to be so tense, as if the college entrance exam was tomorrow? But he and his new deskmate were clearly not on the same wavelength. His deskmate did his practice problems, he made his friends, and they didn't interfere with each other. So when the test paper lightly tapped him on the head, he was completely stunned. He never seen his new deskmate so emotionally unstable before. Song Ziqiu. Even without any prearranged introductions, Xiao's excellent memory allowed him to remember his deskmate's name during the first day's self-introductions. I don't care if you study during breaks or how many friends you have, but please, you and your friends, don't bother me. Song Ziqiu stared blankly at his angry outburst. Who bothered him? A boy with a buzz cut next to him silently raised his hand and whispered, "It should be me." He had only accidentally brushed his hand against Xiao's test paper. The boy didn't understand why he was reacting so strongly. At first, Song Ziqiu thought his new deskmate disliked him and was deliberately picking a fight, but it turned out it really was his fault. Sorry, classmate. He scratched his cheek sheepishly and apologized to Xiao. We go out now. Unlike the bad student Xiao had imagined, Song Ziqiu didn't blush and argue back when pointed out for disturbing others, resolutely denying his actions and even mocking him as a bookworm who only knew how to study. He easily earned an apology. Xiao was still somewhat dazed, but before he could react, the group of students around him had already left the classroom arm in arm. For a while afterward, Song Ziqiu, as he had said, didn't let his friends turn his seat into a famous landmark in the classroom. But the interaction between a social butterfly and a bookworm was pitifully rare. Although Song Ziqiu tried to befriend Xiao afterward, Xiao never cooperated. Gradually, he found new interests and stopped trying to bother him. The two didn't have any further interactions beyond official business until a month and a half after the start of the semester. A new class also meant new teachers. Xiao was unlucky. He didn't encounter any of the teachers who had taught him before. There was a national biology competition shortly after the start of the semester. However, only 20 slots were allocated to each province. Usually, a test was held within the school first, and the top 5 would then participate in the city-level competition. In this situation, teachers in each class would typically notify the students to register themselves. But the newly assigned biology teacher, for some reason, only privately contacted a few students who had previously excelled in biology in his class. Xiao only learned about this one day when he overheard other teachers discussing it with students in the office while handing in homework. At that time, he went to see the biology teacher. But all he got were various excuses. Whether it was, the spots are already filled, you missed the training by the time you register, or don't blame the teacher first, think about whether you haven't worked hard enough, whether your grades are good enough for the teacher to notice you. During his first year of high school, while he wasn't outstanding enough to be remembered by all the teachers in the grade, his biology grades were consistently in the top 10. How could he not have worked hard enough? But arguing with the teacher in the office was pointless. He swallowed his protest, deflated, loosened his clenched fist, and turned to leave the office. Just then, a lazy voice beside him interrupted him. "Teacher, I also want to participate in the biology competition." Xiao looked in the direction of the voice. It was his desk mate. This person must have just come back from playing ball. The back of his school uniform was soaked, sweat dripping from his hair. He wiped his sweat, and the smell of grease and bacteria immediately filled the air. Although the two hadn't had a deep conversation yet, Xiao already knew how terrible his deskmate's grades were from just a few placement tests at the beginning of the semester. As for participating in the biology competition, he probably couldn't even imagine himself saying this a minute ago. Clearly, the teacher thought so too. "Song Ziqiao, are you kidding me?" He chuckled as he pulled out the previous placement test report from his folder. Xiao's student ID number was before Song Ziqiao's, and it was quite obvious that his biology score was around 90, which was very high even without grading. If you calculated carefully, he would at least be second or third in the class. The biology teacher's hand, still resting on the paper, moved directly to Song Ziqiao's name. "Found it." Seeing the corresponding score, his smile widened with disdain. 46 points, Song Ziqiao. Are you going to use this score to participate in a competition? Even Xiao couldn't bear to look at him now. But the man showed no shame, grinning broadly. "Teacher, I think my abilities are definitely not limited to this. Maybe I can even perform exceptionally well in a competition and win a gold medal. Dream on, buddy." More and more teachers and students noticed their little corner. Some who had listened to Song Ziqiao's entire speech couldn't help but laugh. Amidst the rustling laughter throughout the office, Song Ziqiao showed no sign of backing down. "Teacher, I'm really interested in biology. Please enroll me." He wiped his hands in his pocket, reached out to grab the biology teacher's arm, and gently shook it twice, mimicking a coquettish gesture. "And my deskmate, if someone with such good grades wins an award, wouldn't the school praise you too?" The biology teacher was disgusted by his commotion, but surprisingly, she agreed to add their names to the competition list, then waved them out. "I won't worry about the classes you missed before. Figure it out yourselves." "Okay, thank you, teacher. Get out of here." Leaving the office, Song Ziqiao closed the door and turned to go back to the classroom. Xiao came out before him, but after thinking for a moment, decided to call him back. "Song Ziqiao. What's wrong, deskmate?" He seemed oblivious to why he'd been called upon, his eyes innocent and bright. "Thank you. Hey, we've been deskmates for so long, we're practically family." After that, their relationship subtly improved. Even at lunchtime, Song Ziqiao stopped playing basketball with the other classes. Instead, he went to the cafeteria with Xiao on time. It's worth mentioning that he actually participated in that biology competition. Without a foundation or any intensive training, he was unsurprisingly eliminated in the first round. Xiao, on the other hand, actually made it to the finals. Even after 10 years, you're still as arrogant as you were in high school. The tears Song Ziqiao had been holding back were swallowed back when he mentioned the group of classmates who had surrounded him on his left in high school. The staff break room had actually given them so much time to reminisce. Xiao concluded by saying this. "Although you're arrogant, I'm willing to give up my study time to play the game of making friends with you, and Jiangxi is willing to have a relationship with you. Doesn't that prove that your arrogance isn't a flaw?" Sounds like she's praising him? Not sure, let me ask again. "Then tell me, if Jiangxi doesn't dislike this about me, why doesn't she want to get back together with me? First, didn't she already give you a chance?" Xiao gave him a hint, counting on her fingers. "Second, I won't interfere in your relationship. You have to figure out why she's unwilling to get back together with you readily." Song Ziqiao still had his head down, but his mood was noticeably better than before. Third. What, a third? Don't get involved in my relationship with Shirzwan. Huh? Chapter 29. So you really have feelings for him? Song Zichio shouted incredulously. His voice echoed louder in the empty lounge. Startled, Xia Ao quickly covered his mouth with her hand, glancing towards the lounge door. No one was coming. This instinctive reaction told him there was no need for further explanation. If Song Zichio still didn't understand, then he was truly an idiot. He pulled the hand away from her mouth. Are you serious? I'm almost 30, and I never seen you have feelings for anyone. This time, are you really in love? From high school until now, even after Xia Ao went abroad, they maintained contact, and he had never mentioned having any romantic relationships. As for before high school, given how obsessed he was with studying, although Song Zichio had never inquired, he knew it was impossible for him to have had a relationship. All that comforting before was like a fart. On the contrary, a simple gossip revived this idiot instantly. Xia Ao was speechless. Aren't you sad anymore? Sigh, Jiangxi definitely doesn't like that pretty boy. Instead of worrying about me and her, he should be more concerned about you, a lifelong single. She adjusted her mood pretty quickly. So when are you planning to confess? Song Zichio was extremely direct. He was the type to go straight for the kill. Xia Ao deeply regretted saying that last sentence, but if she didn't make things clear today, either Song Zichio would continue to nag and ruin all her chances to be alone with Shirzwan, or he would just blab it out. Who says you have to confess if you like someone? He specifically instructed, I don't plan to tell him, and you're absolutely not allowed to tell anyone. What? Bro, what era are we living in? Secret crushes aren't fashionable anymore. Song Zichio looked even more distraught than him. The world is so dangerous these days, nobody knows what tomorrow will bring. Our current way of getting along is enough, don't add unnecessary pressure. From the past to the present, Xia Ao has always been thoughtful and meticulous, resolutely adhering to the ancient saying, think thrice before you act. Song Zichio couldn't even imagine how many opportunities he missed in his life. He wanted to continue persuading him, but Xia Ao forcefully cut him off. I have my own plans for the pace, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone before then. After saying that, he glared at Song Zichio warningly, then walked straight out of the staff break room. Song Zichio had come here alone earlier, only spurred on by the person he liked making more intimate gestures with other young men than towards him. Now that he thought it through, being alone here always felt like being surrounded by a horde of corpses, a constant sense of dread. Wait for me, he called out, catching up with Xia Ao. When they returned to the office, the three who had been discussing the plan seemed to have already come up with a solution, now chatting animatedly. Especially Shirzwan, who seemed completely oblivious to his severe head injury, chattering incessantly to Li Wansheng and Jiangxi respectively, his head darting around rapidly. Xia Ao silently walked to Shirzwan's side, forcibly drawing his attention to himself, stopping his fan-like head from spinning. You're back. How's Song Zichio? His sudden outburst was quite worrying. He's fine, Xia Ao reassured him. But as soon as she turned her head, she saw Song Zichio aggressively sitting between Jiangxi and Li Wansheng. What were you talking about? Tell me. His tone was icy. He should be alright, right? Shirzwan looked at him with suspicion. Let's not talk about that now. What did you talk about after we left? Did you come up with any solutions? Xia Ao quickly steered the conversation back to business. Jiangxi speechlessly pushed Song Zichio's face away and took out a piece of paper from the table. The paper was something she just grabbed from the office. The back was covered with densely packed product price information. The blank area on the front was now filled with drawings. This is a rough map of the supermarket's layout. She showed the drawings on the white paper, explaining each area on it. Xia Ao recalled the approximate route she had taken while searching for water, and found it perfectly matched the one drawn on the paper. Since we can't fight them, we can at least avoid them, so let's hide. We first encountered them in the stairwell next to the fruit section. The second time was when Shirzwan bumped into them in the electronics area, and the third time was when Xia Ao and I were caught by them at the water stall. She took another red pen and drew clear, conspicuous lines on the paper. Everyone says that the country people are incredibly cautious, so their patrols probably aren't just aimless wanderings. We can roughly avoid them based on this route. Jiangxi finished explaining the plan the three of them had just discussed. However, I still suggest observing their patrol routes again, just in case they're not very meticulous country people. She winked jokingly. Xia Ao took the paper from her and took a picture with her phone. Did you draw this supermarket map? The lines are straight and smooth, and the spatial sense is flawless. It's definitely professional level. Yes, I studied architecture before, and now I basically draw blueprints for engineering projects. This map was supplemented by the route we just took and the emergency escape routes on the wall outside the office. Jiangxi was a little embarrassed by the praise and smiled modestly. Song Ziqiao, on the other hand, reacted much more enthusiastically. My AC is an architect. She's been a chief designer for projects. She's amazing. Alright, it's her wedding, and you're making such a fuss. But it wasn't just Song Ziqiao. Shirzwan also joined the praise. I was amazed when she first started drawing. She's really amazing. Hee, no, not at all. After studying the map, everyone took a picture and saved it on their phones. The already full backpacks were left in the office. They then went out and observed Ansel and Matilda's patrols for a while, discovering that their route was indeed fixed. That makes things easier. Everyone clapped and celebrated, preparing to secretly steal all the water the two foreigners were guarding, right under their noses. 5 people moving together would be too conspicuous. So they split into 2 groups, but not separately. They simply kept a distance between each other to avoid being caught all at once. At this point, Song Ziqiao clung to Jiangxi, refusing to be in a group with anyone else. Shirzwan didn't mind and remained in Xiao's group, but Li Wansheng, who had just joined, felt awkward. Just moments ago, Song Ziqiao had thought he was a pretty boy trying to seduce Jiangxi, but now it seemed impossible for him to squeeze into their group. He cast a pleading look at Shirzwan. Hey you, surnamed Li, come join our group. Huh? It was actually Song Ziqiao calling him. Li Wansheng turned to look at him, confused. This guy had one hand in his pocket, chin held high, only about 5 centimeters taller than him, but his downward gaze was full of hostility. He didn't seem happy to welcome him in at all. He hesitated, but Jiangxi, standing next to Song Ziqiao, quickly noticed his embarrassment and patted Song Ziqiao's, but to stop him from acting up. Lily, you should come with us. They're both pretty badly injured. They probably can't take care of you. The other group was entirely composed of injured people. Li Wansheng thought about it, and agreed, okay. The trio hid under the tissue shelf on the left. Shirzwan and Xiao were a little further away, hiding behind a shelf to their right and rear, able to clearly see their movements. Their current position was the closest to the electronics section they had just passed. Ansel and Matilda had last passed through this area 10 minutes ago. According to their calculations, it would take about 20 minutes to walk from the southernmost to the northernmost part of the supermarket. And they were now right in the middle of that route. Sure enough, as soon as they found a place to hide, the sound of trained footsteps began softly. 2 figures appeared in everyone's view. Shirzwan and Xiao exchanged a glance, understanding each other's meaning, and followed along the aisle closer to the inside. They had to move as quietly and slowly as possible. Fortunately, the cautious foreigners hadn't meticulously searched every corner during their patrol, giving them a chance to change positions. Through the gaps between the shelves, Shirzwan clearly saw that, even during the patrol, Matilda seemed to be in a commanding position in their relationship. Ansel was more like a henchman. Several times, Matilda would gesture in a certain direction, and he would follow orders to check the corresponding location. Based on this, as long as they maintained a gap between a shelf, they wouldn't be noticed. Once they reached their positions, the foreigners would turn around and go back to patrol, allowing them to take the bottled water. Shirzwan kept his eyes fixed on the aisle, and once he was sure the foreigners were far away, he patted Xiao beside him. Come on, let's follow them. The 2 of them hunched over and moved forward a row through the gap on the far right of the shelf. What were those 2 foreigners saying? Shirzwan could hear their voices, but couldn't understand a single word. He had just turned his head when Xiao instantly understood the meaning on his face. She gently hooked her arm around his side and pulled him aside, and the 2 switched positions. Now Xiao was closer to Matilda and Ansel in the middle of the aisle. He leaned closer to the shelf, adopting an eavesdropping posture, and after a moment, why did you let those 4 leave? It was Ansel asking Matilda, which Xiao had quietly relayed. They were actually talking about them. He had to listen carefully. Even though he couldn't understand a single word, Shirzwan still maintained an extremely eager desire for gossip, leaning against the shelf in the same position as Xiao, his ear pressed up. But now that they were in different positions, he could only hear indistinct sounds, and he wasn't satisfied. To hear more clearly, he had no choice but to move closer to Xiao. Xiao was still focused on translating when suddenly a familiar presence pressed down on him, accompanied by hot, pungent breath. His gaze sharpened slightly. The face he had sketched countless times in his waking and sleeping states over the past few days was now inches away. Even the slightest tremor of her lips as she breathed was clearly detected. Chapter 30. Xiao froze, afraid to move, as if invaded by an aura that didn't belong to his body, every cell in his body screaming to escape. But his brain was extremely rebellious, only thinking about getting a little closer. Ugh, what a stupid, love-struck fool. He suddenly realized what he was thinking, and in such a serious situation, he wanted to slap himself twice. Hey, what are they saying? Shirzwan seemed completely oblivious to his unease, still intently concerned with what Matilda and Ansel were whispering about behind their backs. The delicate face drew closer, long eyelashes casting dense shadows on his lower eyelids. She said she doesn't like. Huh? What? Listen to that, does it even make sense? But none of that sound had registered in his brain, he genuinely had no idea what Matilda had said. To avoid being exposed, he had to start making things up. She said she didn't like us and wanted us to get out of here. Really? The woman rambled on and on. Was that all he could translate? Shirzwan was somewhat skeptical, but since he didn't speak German, he could only believe whatever Xiao said. Bad man. Xiao turned his head away from the person clinging to him, straightened his tone, and continued translating. There's no need to cause trouble. The boss said to prioritize the supermarket's safety. Those guys don't seem very honest. If they fight us to the death, we have to find new supplies and places. Matilda was absolutely right. If they were honest, they would never have dared to follow them around stealing water. After a brief exchange, Ansel nodded, and the two continued their patrol. Seeing there was no more eavesdropping, Shirzwan reluctantly prepared to return to their starting position. Unexpectedly, his clothes and hat snagged on something on the shelf behind him, and with a clatter, a pack of tissues fell down. What was that sound? Matilda instantly noticed the commotion and turned to investigate. Xiao and Shirzwan stared at the culprit, motionless. This corner was against the wall. A row of shelves lined the wall, and their hiding place was between several rows of shelves perpendicular to the wall, offering absolutely no hiding spot. What to do? That was the only thought in their minds. The footsteps were getting closer. If they didn't run, they'd be caught red-handed. They exchanged a glance and immediately ran in opposite directions. Their perfect coordination meant they didn't need to say a word. Xiao ran backwards in the direction they had come from. Shirzwan, however, was skilled and daring, using the shelving as cover to hide in a blind spot in the aisle. If Matilda walked straight back, she wouldn't notice Shirzwan hiding behind the shelving. But if she came in? Holy crap, she actually came in. Unexpectedly, Matilda not only pinpointed the location where the item had fallen, but also, without hesitation, decisively grabbed her baton and headed toward Shirzwan's current position. If he didn't move, he would definitely be caught. Shirzwan steeled his resolve, detached himself from the metal panel of the shelving, and quickly retreated to the side of the shelving. The shelving, viewed from above, was a neat rectangle. Matilda and Ansel were now standing on the other side of the rectangle, separated from Shirzwan only by 2 rows of napkins. The sound came from behind the shelves. Damn it, the only person who could understand bird language had gone to the back. Shirzwan was annoyed that he hadn't had any hobbies back then, like learning a few more languages. But he heard that learning German required learning to trill your tongue, and he tried hundreds of times out of boredom, only managing to spew saliva like an alpaca. Oh well. He could only guess at Matilda's mood based on her tone of voice. Cold and fierce, it didn't sound good. They probably found the bag of napkins he accidentally knocked off its shelf, and hadn't had time to put back. Shirzwan wasn't going to gamble. Hearing their footsteps indicating they were searching the area, he immediately moved like a hawk, following their every move. When they reached the shelf where he initially hidden and the area around the edge of the shelf, he moved to the opposite side. Then, taking advantage of their search, Shirzwan quickly moved to the front shelf. As she bumped into Song Zichio and the others, her rear end sticking out, she didn't forget to wink at their dumbfounded expressions. Wow, amazing! Matilda, already left behind, looked around. Nobody's here. Ansel also checked the shelves twice, making sure no one was there, and offered his guess. Could it be that a cat or dog was hiding here and accidentally knocked the tissues down when it jumped? Impossible. His idea was quickly dismissed. Matilda's voice was as cold as ice. We already searched the entire supermarket when we came in. There aren't any large animals inside, and they wouldn't have remained completely silent for so long. And I don't believe it's such a coincidence. More than chance, she was inclined to believe the bugs in the supermarket hadn't left. She tucked her baton back into her waistband, frowned, and ordered Ansel, go back to the bottled water section. They haven't given up yet. She continued searching. If you encounter those bugs again, kill them. Matilda, you should have done that sooner. She remained non-committal. With that, the two finally split up. Xiao, hiding in a corner between shelves, overheard everything. Meanwhile, cold sweat poured down his forehead. He had specifically paid attention to Shizhuan's movements while searching for a hiding place, so he knew Shizhuan's current location perfectly. Of those present, besides him, no one understood German. If Ansel turned back and ran into them. For a moment, he even considered abandoning his hiding place and rushing out to shout for them. But Matilda's footsteps sounded again a few meters away. He could only curl up as much as possible, suppressing even his tense breaths. A bead of sweat slid down his Adam's apple as he swallowed. Be quick, find out already, Shizhuan. On the other side, Shizhuan, using the shells as cover, thought everything was alright and breathed a slight sigh of relief. He didn't join up with Song Ziqi's trio, but instead squatted opposite them. Through the aisle, he could clearly see Song Ziqi's deliberately exaggerated mouth movements. Are you Qin Shi Huang? He retorted, not to be outdone. Clearly, the person on whom so much hope was placed had lowered their guard. Jiangxi, blocked behind Song Ziqiao, was about to flick him on the head to remind them they were still in the middle of their battle plan when he was suddenly nudged on the arm from behind. It was Li Wansheng. His expression was grave as he said in a low voice, "Don't stop here, that man is patrolling." He pointed to the reflection on the packaging bag opposite them. Indeed, a large, colored block could be seen approaching their position. Jiangxi's face changed. He quickly grabbed Song Ziqi's collar and gestured to Shizhuan across the street. Go first. Having fought together for so long, seeing her actions and anxious expression, Shizhuan immediately understood, replied with an okay, and quickly retreated. Until everyone could no longer see each other, the dimly lit supermarket seemed so quiet that only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Shizhuan leaned against the shelf, the pounding of his heart making the wound on his head throb with a persistent, dull pain. Time stretched out, giving him even more time to think. Thankfully, Matilda and Ansel weren't like in spy movies, able to tell how many people were in the room by their heartbeats. As he thought this, footsteps drew closer, their rhythmic pace consistent. Just when he thought Ansel was about to walk away, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Had he stopped? His heart leaped into his throat. Shizhuan told himself to stay calm, biting his thumb hard. If Ansel came closer, he would immediately run to the right, preventing him from bumping into the others. His brain raced, trying to find a solution. To no avail, he resorted to thinking of how to sacrifice himself so the others could escape. Thankfully, although the footsteps stopped, they didn't turn around and head towards him. In about 10 seconds, they were gone. Shizhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His blood seemed to have drained from his body, his legs were so weak he couldn't stand, and he finally plopped down on the cold tile floor. It was terrifying. Everyone was now stunned by the roller coaster of emotions, obediently staying where they were, barely daring to breathe. When Xiao returned, crouching low, he saw Shizhuan sitting on the ground, staring blankly ahead. What happened? Never mind, get ready to ascend to heaven. Xiao was speechless. He pulled Shizhuan up from the ground and checked the wound on his head. There was no longer any sign of bleeding. Where are the others? Shizhuan weakly pointed to the opposite shelf. 3 heads gradually peeked out, Song Ziqiu at the front winking. He pointed with his eyebrow at the hand he had placed on Shizhuan's head. Crazy. After confirming that Matilda and Ansel had left separately, one going backward and the other forward, the group briefly discussed the matter and decided to follow Ansel to the bottled water shelf. They were incredibly lucky for the rest of the way. Ansel didn't look back once or even step between the shelves to check. Upon arriving, he merely glanced around casually, then turned and left without lingering. The others watched his departing figure, their feelings somewhat complicated. He just left like that? Song Ziqiu was particularly concerned. His gaze remained fixed on Ansel, as if he were reluctant to let him go. What else could he do? Do you only feel good when you get caught playing hide-and-seek? Jiangxi's disdainful look was hidden from him. Even Li Wansheng seemed to realize something. So you like thrills? Not really. Shizhuan counted the remaining bottled and barreled water. There were only 6 5-liter barrels and 4 24-pack 550 milliliters bottles left. To save space, he thought for a moment and decided to first remove the plastic wrap from the bottled water and pack as much as possible into the suitcase. The remaining barreled water could be taken back to the car. However, this would mean sacrificing space for the durians. Stop chatting, get to work. Chapter 31. At Shizhuan's urging, the group finally put down their bickering and came to help unpack the plastic bottles and fill them with water. The plastic bottles were neatly stacked into the suitcase, and miraculously, it was completely full. Song Zichu explained, "Even heaven thinks we're too unlucky, and has finally shown some favor to its children." This time, their luck was truly amazing. Shirzwan zipped up the suitcase and lifted it from the ground. Because it was full of water, the suitcase was heavy, and even dragging it was a bit strenuous. He still had a hole in his head, and Xiao's arm was badly injured. Such an important task seemed to have to be entrusted to Song Zichu. Song Zichu looked left and right, wanting to protest, but on one side was the girl he wanted to protect, and on the other was the newcomer he didn't trust. After thinking about it, he figured it was just a matter of fate bestowing a great responsibility upon someone. Capable people always have to shoulder more. Besides Song Zichu, who was responsible for one suitcase each, the remaining 6 buckets of water were divided. One bucket was packed into a backpack and carried by Xiao, who also carried another bucket in his uninjured hand. The others each carried a bucket. Should we just put them in the car? It was a bit heavy, but they still had backpacks in the office. They couldn't possibly carry all that stuff back and forth. Everyone was silent. Xiao suddenly asked a question they had all overlooked. "Xiaoli, are you coming with us later?" Li Wansheng had been working silently beside them, and they had treated him like free labor, doing him a lot of work. They hadn't even asked him what he wanted. Suddenly being asked, Li Wansheng scratched his head a little embarrassedly, stammering, "Can I go out with you? I won't stay here forever. You take me out, I can go back by myself. I don't need this water. Could you take me to the parking lot? My car is parked downstairs." He looked panicked, as if afraid his family wouldn't agree to take him down. Were they really that scary? Even Song Zichu's opinion of him changed a bit. They agreed to take him to the parking lot. Shirzwan comforted him, telling him not to be so nervous, that they weren't bad people like Matilda and her group. Li Wansheng seemed relieved, a smile returning to his lips. "How about we take the water downstairs together, and leave it by the entrance on the first floor, then Song Zichu and I will go back to get our bags, and the 3 of you can take the water to your cars one by one," Jiangxi suggested. "Wait a minute, I remembered there's a bag in the stairwell." Shirzwan's mind flashed back to the bag he had just tossed into the stairwell. Why are they leaving things everywhere? Jiangxi thought for a moment and added, "In that case, Song Zichu and I will go to the office, and Xiaoli will go to the stairwell to get her bag. The ones I have are Brother Shir's personal bags. They're smaller and easier to carry." Shirzwan and Xiao had no objections. Li Wansheng was indifferent, and Song Zichu didn't dare object, so it was unanimously agreed upon. Several buckets of water were neatly placed behind the glass counter they had used to block the door. Jiangxi wiped the sweat from her brow, took out her phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Shirzwan. "Good luck, you guys. We come down as soon as we get our things." She even specifically asked Shirzwan, "Do you still want your durian? If so, we can grab one later." There was no room left. "Thank you, but no need. You guys must be careful when you go over there. If you get caught by those foreigners, call us." "You come to save us just because we called?" "No, we've been lucky enough to survive together for so long. Call me, and I collect your corpse." "Thank you so much, Brother Shir." After the trio left, only water remained at the entrance, and 2 people stood helplessly at the counter blocking the door, unsure how to proceed. Should we push this aside? Pushing it aside would probably leave them too weak to carry any more water. Just looking at it made Shirzwan feel weak in the knees. Xiao frowned. Pushing it aside would be easier, and if Song Zichu and the others encountered danger, they could escape immediately. But the 2 of them simply couldn't move it. So forget it. Excellent people never waste time on each other. You go out and drive the car over, park it at the entrance. Then I carry the water to the counter from inside, and you carry it to the car," Xiao suggested. This way each person could run a section, making things easier. Shirzwan, of course, had no objections. He leaped up and flipped over the counter, landing outside the supermarket. However, the movement was too sudden, his head injury was no small matter, and the flip left him dizzy. He had to lean against the glass behind him to steady himself. A considerable amount of time had passed since they used the falling steel bars to lure the zombies away. The zombies, briefly distracted, slowly swayed back to the area. There were at least 7 zombies around the car, just within his sight. How could there be so many zombies? He realized that the number of zombies was still increasing. The scent of his floral water had long since faded, and he hadn't had time to reapply it. He hadn't even taken out the bottles he'd taken from the supermarket. Shirzwan opened the car door unlock screen, keeping it constantly lit, and gripping it tightly in his hand. Then, in one swift motion, he rushed to the car, and the zombies reacted quickly, swarming towards him. He frantically pressed the unlock button, his other hand frantically pulling at the car door. Open it quickly. Whether it was fate deliberately working against him or not, the first press had no effect. The second press showed it was locked again. Damn it! The zombies were already extremely close, and Scherzwan felt a chill run down the back of his neck. Before he could even turn his head to look, he reflexively crouched down. A claw swept across directly above him. Damn it! Scherzwan's legs sprang to the side like springs. Dodging the zombies clinging to his back, he desperately ran towards the edge of the encirclement. Every now and then, he bent over and dodged the zombies' outstretched teeth and bloody hands. Damn it, he dared not run far, so he could only circle the car in place. More and more zombies were drawn by the commotion, and if this continued, the car door wouldn't open. Hey! A familiar voice came from behind. Come and chase me if you dare. What kind of skill is chasing him? The zombies chasing Scherzwan turned around after hearing the voice, finally getting a chance to look back. Sure enough, it was Xiao helping him attract the zombies. He had already jumped onto the counter, cupped his hands like a megaphone, and shouted. In a heterozygous state, the genetic factors controlling the same trait will segregate during gamete formation, entering different gametes. When there are two or more pairs of independently inherited traits. What is that? Master, stop reading. I recognize every word, but for some reason, I can't understand it when they're put together. No time to figure it out. Taking this opportunity, Scherzwan quickly circled back to the driver's side door, and tried the Bluetooth key on his phone again. This time the door unlocked smoothly. He quickly jumped into the car, started the engine, released the clutch, stepped on the gas, and executed a beautiful drift, turning around and crashing into the horde of zombies. Once Scherzwan got into the car, Xiao stopped reciting his long, complex theories. The counter wasn't high, and even after he jumped down, the zombies outside didn't give up, relentlessly reaching into the shadows. Bang! Hiss! The SUV's bumper slammed into several zombies, blood and various viscous liquids splattering onto the windshield, the brake pads screeching against the ground. The violent impact sent Scherzwan's body slamming against the steering wheel, his buttocks almost flying off. The hard material slammed into his stomach, not only making him feel like he was on a pirate ship, but also causing his stomach to churn. Damn it! He braced his forearms on the steering wheel, leaning forward, his forehead resting on his arms. The wound on his head seemed to be buzzing again. He raised his hand to his forehead. The flesh around the wound was slightly swollen. Hopefully it wasn't infected. A group of zombies lay fallen in front of the car, and a few meters away, some had been thrown back, slowly getting up and stumbling, trying to continue towards them. They were even more annoying than cockroaches. Scherzwan rubbed his head, extremely annoyed. He had to think of a way to stop them from attacking again. Xiao, who had jumped down from the counter, witnessed the entire process of Scherzwan driving his car into the zombies. It was only because Jiangxi's expensive car was sturdy enough, and because the car hadn't yet picked up speed at such a short distance, that the bumper remained in place. If it were his pink Mini, it would probably be wrecked and dead by now. He sighed, peering through the car window to check on the driver. The massive impact had likely aggravated the wound on his head. The reflection in the glass vaguely showed him rubbing the wound in discomfort. Such a violent collision, yet it had only killed a few zombies. Most of the rest were simply thrown back, rolled into dust on the ground, and then moved closer. What other way could he attract zombies? Xiao frantically searched his surroundings, hoping for something to easily break the current situation. Water, no use. Cigarettes in the counter, no use. Lighter, a little useful, but not much. Liquor. He remembered that Scherzwan had used this method to set off liquor bottles at the high-speed rail station. He quickly ran to the shelf behind the counter, where promotional liquor was displayed. He immediately spotted a bottle that he remembered as having a high alcohol content and a strong taste. He tore open the packaging and returned to the door with the bottle. Scherzwan, in reverse, was backing up, probably wanting to try again since the zombies weren't dead. He quickly waved to the driver, shaking the bottle of liquor in his hand. Then, using his teeth, he tore a long strip of cloth from the hem of his t-shirt. He twisted open the bottle cap, stuffed the cloth into the bottle opening, sealing it, leaving only a small section sticking out as a fuse. Back up a bit more. Xiao shouted one last time to warn Scherzwan. Seeing the car drive about 10 meters to the side, he pulled out a lighter from under the counter. It was his first time handling such a dangerous item, and he was quite nervous. He pressed the lighter, and the acrid smell of burning cotton immediately filled the air. He threw the bottle into the pile of zombies, immediately turned and strode into it, then quickly crouched down. Behind him, a huge flame suddenly erupted, igniting all the zombies' clothing within seconds, scorching their flesh. The disgusting smell of burning food spread to the surrounding area. Chapter 32. The zombies screamed in agony amidst the flames, their bodies contorted beyond recognition, before finally ceasing their movements and collapsing to the ground. The entire process lasted approximately 10 minutes. Heat sources also attract zombies. Xiao would never have considered using this method unless absolutely necessary. He dared not gamble on whether the expensive car bumper Jiangxi had bought was truly sturdy. The zombies were gradually burned to charcoal, and with no more flammable material, the flames slowly died down. However, the heat generated during the burning still attracted quite a few zombies. Damn it. He took another bottle of liquor from the shelf, lit it, and threw it, just like before. But this process continued endlessly. As soon as one flame died down, another would swarm in. Xiao clicked his tongue in annoyance. When would this end? The bottles on the shelf were almost all used up. He peered over the raging flames, and met Shirzwan's gaze in the car. At least 15 or 16 zombies had already surrounded the counter. He had tried throwing the bottle further away. But human strength is ultimately limited. A distance of 10 meters, or so was only enough to hold off the zombies for a minute. Not enough to hold out until Shirzwan drove the car over. If there was no other way, he could only gamble that Jiangxi's car could withstand the impact, and that Shirzwan's platelets were efficient enough not to bleed profusely from a single collision. Shirzwan received his look and immediately understood their predicament. He took a deep breath and slowly lifted his right foot from the clutch. Just as he was about to slam on the brakes, suddenly, a yellow taxi sped from the side. It had actually hit the horde of zombies first. Instantly, the zombies scattered like startled birds. Some, sluggish as they were crushed directly by the car's wheels onto the asphalt, red blood and sticky human tissue splattering everywhere. The taxi swayed to a nearby open space, leaving behind a large patch of blood, flesh, and charred remains in front of the counter. Xiao was closest. The scene of utter chaos was incredibly shocking. Even after years in the lab, seeing countless pathology slides, he almost vomited. It was disgusting. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced back the discomfort rising in his throat. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes. The passenger window of the yellow taxi rolled down, revealing a face that was surprisingly familiar. It was Chen Yujia. The driver was Chen Jianhua. She smiled and greeted him, then unbuckled her seatbelt and got out with Chen Jianhua. Long time no see. Xiao nodded. Long time no see. What brings you here? After you left, another group came to the high-speed rail station, but unlike you, that group was full of robbers. She glared angrily, her chest heaving. Don't talk here, let's go inside. Chen Jianhua interrupted his daughter coldly. Although the surrounding zombies had been cleared away, there was no guarantee that one or two passing by might smell their scent and come over. Shirzwan also parked the car in front of the counter, and, together with Chen Jianhua, helped Chen Yujia inside. The two grown men carefully lowered their hands, making sure not to bump into her stomach. Chen Jianhua then tried to climb in, but Xiao stopped him. Chen Jianhua assumed it was because he had previously held Song Zichu hostage, causing them resentment, and that's why they were blocking him from entering. He awkwardly rubbed his stubble-covered chin and said, "I'm sorry about before, young man. I was truly blinded by greed at the time, only caring about my girl. I even forgot my principles. I apologize." As he spoke, he actually raised his hand, as if to slap himself. Shirzwan, who was closest to him, quickly grabbed his arm and pressed his raised hand down. Xiao was also startled by his action and hurriedly explained, "Brother Chen, that's not what I meant. Sorry, I didn't explain clearly. I just wanted you to help me get some things outside, to help us put the water in the car." He stepped aside, revealing several large water jugs and a large suitcase behind him. Because there's quite a lot, someone needs to be outside to help, but Shirzwan was injured earlier, and I'm worried that moving things might reopen his wound. Oh, I see. Chen Jianhua's expression immediately relaxed. Don't worry, I used to do manual labor on construction sites. Moving a few buckets of water is a piece of cake. With that, he had Xiao hand over the water. He took it off the counter, and the heavy bucket quickly sank. But being a manual laborer, it only went down a little before he steadily caught it. Holding it by the red plastic handle with one hand, and supporting the bottom with the other, he lifted it, and put it into the car trunk. Although Shirzwan was considered injured, he wasn't idle either, A production line quickly loaded everything into the car. The two of them went back into the supermarket. The four of them found an open space to sit down. Shirzwan had vaguely overheard Shin Yujia explaining why they were there. You mean someone broke in after we left? Yes. She touched her swollen belly, seemingly still shaken. The leader was a burly man with 4 henchmen. They came in and ransacked the supermarket. But they were too greedy. Those guys are all heartless thugs. Qin Jianhua was furious, cursing, I shouldn't have let them in. It's my fault. Qin Yujia lowered her head, her voice low. You all warned me like that, but I still couldn't resist a little compassion. Her father had noticed them the moment they appeared outside. According to Qin Jianhua, either they absolutely couldn't be let in, or only dead people could enter. Although Jiangxi had given her a long and earnest warning, Qin Yujia still couldn't overcome her inner turmoil. What if they hurt her? Were they good people like Shirzwan and his group? Besides, saving a life is considered a great act of merit. After becoming pregnant, she couldn't help but believe in these things. Finally, considering her daughter's constant crying and pleas, and the fact that Shirzwan and his group had genuinely challenged his previous belief that everyone in the apocalypse is a selfish and wicked person, he relented. He opened the door and let the men in. Little did he know, this would become his most regrettable decision. The leader wore a camel-colored jacket, a headscarf, and had a bulging scar on his lip. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. When the man first entered, he smiled at them, introducing himself as Jiang, saying he was just looking for a place to rest and grab some food, and wouldn't harm them. Qin Jianhua claimed he was completely fooled by that smile, and actually believed his lies. He should have seen at a glance that those shifty-eyed men were definitely not good people. When Jiang and his men entered and circled the waiting room, finding only Qin Jianhua and Qin Yujia inside, his expression immediately changed. His smiling face vanished, and he gestured to his henchmen to pull out knives and clubs, pointing them at the two of them. At this point, Qin Yujia, still shaken, took a deep breath. That Jiang guy immediately demanded all our food. Of course we didn't want to agree, but they outnumbered us, and they were all young and strong. If we really fought them, we definitely wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, she began to deeply regret why, even after being warned, she had still softened her heart at this inopportune moment. A person can't learn even after 10 or 100 tries, but an experience teaches you in one go. She murmured, unable to utter a word for a long time. Qin Jianhua tried to put on a smile. Like he had on the first night, he met Xia Ao and Shirzwan, hoping to gain some breathing room by ingratiating himself with them. But the man surnamed Jiang wasn't buying it. At a command, 2 tall thugs swiftly approached the father and daughter with sticks. Old man, don't try to get close to me, behave yourself. Overwhelming strength twisted Qin Yujia's hands behind her back in the blink of an eye. Qin Jianhua struggled, but the knife in Jiang's hand immediately pressed against Qin Yujia's neck, as if the blade would slice open her flesh if he dared to move again. He stopped resisting, glaring resentfully at the group of thugs. You two, go and gather all the food they took. Yes, brother Jiang. The 2 henchmen obeyed and ran to the middle of the waiting hall. Since Shirzwan and the others left, their packed suitcases and food were still neatly arranged between the 2 rows of seats. The crew-cut henchman was extremely excited as he looked at the food scattered on the floor, even some still-warm instant noodles. Brother Jiang. They still have hot water here. They hadn't had hot food in a long time, since the city's power and gas were cut off. Seeing the bowl of instant noodles the crew-cut man had brought, Brother Jiang smirked and gave the father and daughter a deep look. You two are living a good life hiding here. He was burly. A gray tank top tightly wrapped around his body, highlighting his muscles. Sweat stained his chest black, and an unpleasant odor emanated from his armpits as he moved. Qin Yujia's arm was being pulled, her joint twisted uncomfortably. But just as she tried to move her arm slightly, a hand gripped her chin like steel. She forcefully lifted her head. Don't move. Brother Jiang squatted down in front of her. Girl, I'm not entirely unreasonable. If you and your father stay here obediently, and don't have any bad intentions, I won't kick you out. But if you don't listen to reason and insist on doing something bad, then don't blame me, you, your unborn child, and your father. In the end, probably none of you will survive. As he spoke, he tapped Qin Yujia's stomach with the tip of his knife. The cold touch made her want to curl up. Old man, did you hear me? Seeing her nod frantically, Brother Jiang looked at Qin Jianhua on the other side. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, staring at him, yet he dared not be distracted, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Yujia's condition. They remained in this silent, tense standoff for 5 minutes before Qin Jianhua's taut neck nerves suddenly snapped. He nodded silently. Chapter 33. Old Jiang was extremely satisfied. He instructed one of his underlings to keep an eye on the two men, while he and the rest of his men found hot water and made themselves bowls of instant noodles. Ham sausages, braised eggs, chicken legs. They piled them up until the lid couldn't be closed properly before finally stopping. The rich aroma immediately filled the large waiting hall. Chen Yujia couldn't help but swallow. Although she had already eaten today, even with a mountain of food in their hands, she and her father couldn't bring themselves to eat heartily. If the hot water hadn't been almost gone, they probably wouldn't have bothered to make instant noodles. Several burly men devoured their bowls of noodles, while the underling responsible for watching the father and daughter was getting hungry, shouting for his brothers to hurry up and take their turn. This group really didn't seem to care about them. Qin Yujia's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She moved closer to Qin Jianhua, rubbing her wrist, which was red from being strangled. "Dad, are you alright?" "I'm fine, how about you?" Qin Jianhua was more concerned about his daughter's health. He first checked the red marks on her hands, then lifted her hair to see if Brother Zhang's knife had cut her neck. "It's alright, I'm sorry, it's my fault." She wanted to apologize, because her compassion had led to her and her father being taken hostage, and all their food being stolen. Qin Jianhua shook his head, signaling her to stop talking. Afterwards, the person watching them went to eat, and the short-haired man took over. The short-haired man had shifty eyes and a cunning look, but he was often distracted by various things, making him the least vigilant among the group. Chen Yujia called him twice, only to find him completely engrossed in a game console he somehow acquired. He seemed oblivious to everything around him. So, she mustered her courage and asked Qin Jianhua, "What should we do? Should we escape? They have weapons, and plenty of food. They won't attack us now. Let's just hold out for a couple more days." "Huh? Then, how long do we have to hold out?" Chen Yujia wanted a definite time frame. Qin Jianhua shook his head. He didn't know either. "What are you two whispering about over there?" The man with the crew cut looked up from his game console, just in time to witness their conversation. Qin Yujia jumped in surprise and quickly said, I need to go to the bathroom." "TSK, you're such a nuisance." The man with the crew cut scratched his head in annoyance and called over another guy to keep an eye on Qin Jianhua. "Come on, hurry up." He wanted to keep an eye on Qin Yujia as she went to the bathroom. It was just a casual excuse, but she hadn't expected to be watched while using the restroom. Qin Yujia felt a little embarrassed, unsure whether she should go, but finally, under the increasingly impatient urging of the man with the buzz cut, she grabbed some toilet paper and went to the restroom. The man with the buzz cut followed her closely. He only stopped following her after she entered a stall. There was only a thin wooden door separating them, and the sound of running water could be heard by anyone outside without any obstruction. She finished quickly, not daring to waste a second longer, pulled up her pants, and opened the door to leave. "Okay, let's go." The man with the buzz cut rubbed his kiwi-like hair, and was about to leave. Suddenly, voices sounded outside. "Brother Jiang, why are you still keeping that old man and his daughter? There's only so much food, and you need to feed 2 more mouths." Brother Jiang scoffed, "Are you stupid? One's an old man, the other's a heavily pregnant woman. How much can they eat? Besides, we still have food now, but in 10 or 20 days, when the food runs out, we can take them." "Oh, Brother Jiang, you're so smart." Although Brother Jiang didn't say the last few words aloud, Qin Yujia instantly filled in the blanks in her mind. A feeling of nausea welled up in her throat. The crew cut guy was very close to her, and to avoid being noticed, she could only pretend nothing was wrong, keeping her head down and following him out of the restroom. After coming out, she bumped into Brother Jiang and another henchman. Brother Jiang glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Back in the middle of the seats, Qin Jianhua didn't move an inch. After Brother Jiang and his group finished eating, they each found a row of seats, lay down, and closed their eyes to rest. The man with the crew cut was also keeping an eye on the two of them. He found 2 ropes somewhere, and tied the father and daughter's hands and feet together, securing them to the chair legs at a distance. Then he found a comfortable spot where he could keep an eye on them out of the corner of his eye, reclined, and continued playing his game console. The waiting room fell silent. No one spoke anymore. Qin Jianhua moved his bound wrists. The rough hemp rope was wrapped 4 or 5 times. Even the slightest movement felt like the fibers pricking his skin. "Dad, listen to me," Qin Yujia whispered anxiously, recounting everything she had overheard in the restroom. They were only being kept alive now to ensure they wouldn't go hungry later. It's only been a short time since the apocalypse began, and people are already so immoral and inhuman. Qin Jianhua was disgusted to the point of nausea. He took a breath and said, "We have to escape as soon as possible. Yujia, listen to me, in a little while, Dad will pretend to accidentally reveal that there's still a lot of food in the high-speed train carriage, and then I take them all over there. At this time, you take the opportunity to run away. They won't risk going out just to chase you." He became more and more anxious as he spoke. His chin, unkempt for several days, was covered in gray and white stubble, which trembled noticeably now. "Dad." Chin Yujia's eyes immediately reddened. She wanted to refuse, repeatedly saying that she didn't want to leave her father alone, but Chin Jianhua's attitude was extremely firm this time. "Listen to me, you go first. Once you escape safely, Dad will come find you." For a very long time, Chin Jianhua felt he hadn't worn such a soft and loving smile. Maintaining the same curve for so long caused the corners of his mouth to first stiffen, then twitch uncontrollably. He gazed at his daughter for a long time, as if trying to memorize every detail, silently watching her tears well up and fall. "Okay, be good." Another sentence to get her to obey. Chin Yujia didn't say anything more, but she had other plans in mind. About 3 hours later, Brother Jiang had rested enough and called a few of his brothers to go to the second floor of the waiting hall to look for some food. He accidentally stepped on the speaker fragments that Shirzwan had made while making the bomb, tripped, and angrily cursed his father. At this moment, Chin Jianhua very timely pointed out that he had hidden on the high-speed train for a while, and although there were no zombies in the dining car, there was still a lot of food hidden there. Jiang was initially highly suspicious. If there was food in the car, why didn't he bring it with him when he left? If he was the only one who knew, why didn't he keep it hidden and save the resources for himself and his daughter? Chin Jianhua feigned composure, laughing it off. "I'm an old man with one foot in the grave, and my daughter is heavily pregnant. Rather than waiting to die with this meager food, I rather leave it to you young and strong guys. I just hope you young brothers can take care of my daughter a little. We eat very little, 1 pack of biscuits a day. No, 1 pack every 2 days is enough." He looked up at Jiang, his tone sincere. Perhaps it was because his wrinkled face was marred only by a pair of eyes that shone so brightly, but inexplicably, Jiang felt there was some truth to what he said. Looking at the old man, even if he was scheming, he couldn't cause any real trouble. So he nodded, letting Chin Jianhua lead the way. Chin Jianhua breathed a sigh of relief, avoiding Jiang Ji's gaze, and quickly glanced at Chin Yujia. "Flathead, you stay here and keep an eye on this woman." "Okay." Flathead looked up from his game console and replied. The others packed up, preparing to go out with Jiang Gu. Chin Jianhua quickly stopped them. "Let Flathead come along. There's a lot of stuff in the car. It'd be easier with more people." "That much?" "Yes." Jiang Gu frowned, his questioning gaze making Chin Jianhua break out in a cold sweat. "Yes, I put it there." Chin Yujia interjected at the opportune moment. "I thought I'd leave some extra food, in case someone gets chased here by zombies, they can survive in the car for a while." "All right, you father and daughter are truly a pair of incredibly kind people." Brother Jiang glared at Chin Yujia, a smirk playing on his lips, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Young brother Jiang, don't worry. She's a young woman, heavily pregnant. Even if you leave her here alone, she can't run away," Chen Jianhua reassured him. Finally, he practically guaranteed Chen Yujia wouldn't run away, finally earning Brother Jiang's nod. Everyone followed him to the dining car for food. Before leaving, he glanced at Chen Yujia one last time. This time, only their eyes communicated, yet it seemed to say 1,000 words. Chen Yujia nodded to him, seemingly relaxed. "Old man, lead the way." The group exited through the turnstiles and glass doors. The doors were still locked with a U-lock. Chin Jianhua had the key, so he bent down and unlocked it. Zombies still roamed the passageway outside. Jiang Gu and his gang were all armed, but if a fight broke out, they wouldn't hesitate to attack him. So he specifically took a steel pipe left behind by Shirzwan and his group. Thank God, Chen Yujia managed to escape. On the other side, after the others left, Chin Yujia composed herself and quietly made her way to the high-speed rail station entrance. She remembered Shirzwan and his group saying that zombies were very sensitive to smells. If she masked her scent with other industrial smells, she wouldn't become a target for them. She took out a perfume bomb from her small bag. Although it wasn't a high-end brand, it was the first time she ever been so extravagant as to scoop out a large amount and apply it evenly to her body. She was done quickly. This time, she took nothing but the steel pipe. Lightly equipped. She certainly couldn't let her father stay there to die. When Jiang Gu and his group came out with the food and found her gone, they definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Or rather, once they enter the dining car and discover there isn't that much food, they definitely won't bypass Jinjianhua. She has to get her father away before that happens. Chapter 34. Qin Yujie wasn't from H City, and was completely unfamiliar with the station and its routes. Upon exiting the waiting hall, she found herself surrounded by a construction site with high walls. She wandered around for a long time, before finally spotting a sign hidden in a corner. Following the sign, she was horrified to discover that to exit the station, she had to cross a 200-meter-long corridor. Good heavens! What kind of high-speed rail station is laid out like this? She was completely lost and almost fainted on the spot. But she had to walk, no matter how far. A railing vertically split the corridor in the middle, creating opposing flows of people. She compared the two sides, not noticing no difference in the number of zombies on either side, so relying purely on intuition, she chose the left side. Facing the terrifying faces of the zombies, she was extremely nervous. The stench of blood and decay had already stained the carpet with an indelible odor. To avoid the zombies, or perhaps simply because she hadn't yet overcome her fear, she could only stoop and keep her head down as she moved forward. But the lower she bent, the closer she got to the carpet, and the stench seeped into her nostrils from every corner. Unable to bear it any longer, she looked up, only to be confronted head-on by the zombie's mangled, bloodied, missing nose and eyes. So disgusting. Her stomach churned, but to avoid attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies, she forced herself to suppress the urge. One blow after another charge. Qin Yujie couldn't hold back any longer. Looking up or down seemed inappropriate, so she forced herself to widen her eyes, ignoring the zombie's appearance, and simply squeezed through any gaps, moving forward quickly. 200 meters wasn't particularly far, and she reached her destination quickly. The unusually strenuous exercise had left her body feeling the strain. Still afraid to breathe too loudly, she prepared to descend to the parking lot. But suddenly, she peered over the railing and realized that the end of the stairs to her left wasn't the parking lot at all. The sign above indicated that she had to go down to the right. This was incredibly unlucky. To make matters worse, the railing in the middle was a single, continuous piece, stretching from one end of the corridor to the other without any gaps. She hesitated for a moment. Should she continue walking over 100 meters to the entrance parking lot, or climb over the railing and go down to the exit parking lot on the right? For most people, climbing over the railing would be an easy task, a decision made almost without hesitation. But for Qin Yujie, heavily pregnant, it was quite difficult. The railing wasn't high enough for her to crawl under. She had no choice but to step over it. Carefully, she placed her right foot on the lower crossbar of the railing, gripped the metal tightly with both hands, and used her waist and hips to lift herself off the ground. She also had to be careful not to hurt her stomach. Hee-ho! She gritted her teeth and successfully flipped to the other side. Taking advantage of not attracting the zombie's attention, she quickly went down the stairs. Actually, her plan was simple. She couldn't beat Brother Zhang's gang, so she would rely on outside help. She just needed to drive a car out of the parking lot and pick up her father before Brother Jiang could make a move. So much time had passed since the zombie outbreak, densely populated places, like the high-speed rail station must have been among the worst-hit areas. She went down the stairs. This was a taxi parking lot. The apocalypse broke out suddenly. Many car owners didn't have time to drive their cars away before they were turned into zombies. Therefore, many car keys would definitely still be in the lock. Qin Yujie maneuvered around the haphazardly parked cars and finally, through the car window, saw a car without zombies inside, but the keys were still firmly in the lock. Without hesitation, she opened the door, plopped inside, fastened her seatbelt, and started the car. She didn't dare waste a single second. The roar of the car engine suddenly exploded, attracting nearby zombies, who swarmed towards the car. Qin Yujie took a deep breath, slammed on the brakes, and the yellow taxi crashed into the zombies in front of it, skidding out of the parking lot. Ignoring the jolting of the wheels crushing chunks of flesh, her only goal was to drive straight into the waiting hall and pick up Jinjianhua. Her hands gripped the rubber rings on the steering wheel tightly. The pungent smell of cheap leather inside the car made her dizzy. But the extreme speed also gave her an unprecedented clarity. The taxi crashed through the median barrier, scrambled over the steps, and ran straight into the glass doors of the high-speed rail station. The moment the front of the car struck the massive glass pane, spiderweb-like cracks erupted inside, shattering into countless fragments that flashed backward in the rearview mirror. Qin Yujie's accelerator remained firmly planted. She nimbly maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid the fixed seats, her movements precise and flawless. It was unexpected that, after 10 years of driving at a snail's pace, she possessed such surprising skill. Inside the waiting hall, Brother Jiang and his group stared in disbelief at the sudden influx of the yellow taxi. He was still clutching Chen Jianhua's collar. Who goes there? He temporarily released Chen Jianhua, picked up a steel rod, and aimed it at the oncoming car, closer and closer. Chen Yujia saw her father standing next to brother Jiang. His dark face seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and a swollen handprint remained on his left cheek. The humiliation she had suffered recently, the abuse from brother Jiang and his gang, the disgusting words they uttered, all exploded in her mind. Such scum, living in this apocalypse, is nothing but harm to others. If he died, would more people be able to survive? This equation suddenly popped into Chen Yujia's mind. Looking at brother Jiang's ugly face again, she instantly stopped thinking about anything else. I'm going to send you to your death. The accelerator was already floored, unable to go any further. Chen Yujia precisely controlled the car's trajectory, ensuring that when she crashed into brother Jiang, she wouldn't glide past Chen Jianhua beside her. Perhaps there was some inexplicable telepathic connection between father and daughter. Chen Jianhua looked up at the car. Although he couldn't see the person's face through the windshield, he just felt that it was his daughter driving. Moreover, he instantly guessed her intention. So, taking advantage of the fact that brother Jiang and his group weren't paying attention to him, he quietly took a step to the side. Almost simultaneously, the taxi struck brother Jiang, who was closest to him, and the screen nearly blew the roof off. A foul-smelling wind brushed against Chen Jianhua's face, and the next second, the passenger window rolled down. Dad, get in the car. It really was his daughter. An inappropriate sense of pride welled up inside him, but he didn't dare waste any time, immediately opening the car door and getting in. After being hit, brother Jiang lay in front of the car, clutching his stomach and groaning. Two of his henchmen crouched down to check on him, while the other two, still holding knives, rushed forward to try and open the taxi door. But Chen Yujia reacted quickly, closing all the car doors from the left and simultaneously rolling up the windows she had just lowered. The car was once again a sealed, airtight box. The two thugs tried to open the doors, but finding them locked, they tried to block the car from leaving. But Chen Yujia had already hit people. What difference would two more make? Forget it. Even if she crossed that line, she would never tolerate the darkness within her. In the end, she hesitated for 2 seconds, but didn't hit the two thugs blocking her way. Instead, she quickly shifted gears and reversed, pulling back about 10 meters before sharply turning the steering wheel all the way to the left, turning the taxi around and driving out through the large hole she had just created. Without brother Jiang leading the way, these guys probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble for anyone else. Yujia, why are you back? Chen Jianhua, sitting in the passenger seat, finally calmed his wildly beating heart after a long pause. I don't want to watch you die alone. If we can escape together, why not? Chen Yujia initially wanted to boast about how brave she had been, that her father should really praise her. But as she spoke, her voice began to choke, becoming increasingly indistinct. I'm so scared, Dad. Did I just hit someone? Seeing her crying harder and harder, tears streaming down her face, her eyelashes soaked with a torrent of tears, as the car ran over a zombie without any attempt to avoid it, Chen Jianhua felt a wave of fear wash over him. He quickly comforted her. Hey, don't cry, don't cry. You're such a grown-up, don't be ashamed. You did a great job, don't cry, I praised you. He was flustered, only hoping his little darling would calm down and watch the road while driving. You didn't kill anyone. You only lightly bumped into him. I saw him jumping around perfectly fine before I got on. What? Really? 100% sure. Chen Jianhua nodded deliberately to increase the credibility of his words. Chen Yujia finally stopped, taking the napkin her father handed her and wiping her snot and tears. All right, find a place to stop up ahead, I drive, you take a break. Okay. Chen Yujia leaned back in her seat for a while, finally stopping her sobs, and asked Chen Jianhua, where do we go now? Once they were out of the station area, Chen Yujia realized they hadn't even had time to decide on a destination. She could only drive around in circles where there were fewer zombies, asking Chen Jianhua what to do next. They weren't from this city, they had no home to go back to, and all their belongings were left at the high-speed rail station. Where could they go now? Didn't those guys say there was a big supermarket nearby a couple of days ago? Let's go get some food. Chen Jianhua remembered overhearing something he overheard while chatting with Shizhuan and others 2 days ago. Chen Yujia remembered it, but we treated them like that, we'd probably be kicked out anyway. She felt a little embarrassed. Her father had even taken their friend hostage back then. How could she possibly go there now? But then Jiang Xi's words from the day they parted flashed through her mind. Fight for yourself. Let's go there, Dad. Her tone was firm. She and her father needed food to survive. Besides, the supermarket wasn't owned by Shirzwan and his gang. They had no right to kick them out. Then, Chen Jianhua drove up to the supermarket entrance with Chen Yujie, crashing into a group of zombies and rescuing Shirzwan and Xia Ao from their predicament. Shirzwan listened to their ordeal, clicking his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected Chen Yujie to be so tough. He took a bottle of water from his backpack and gave them both a piece of water. They probably hadn't been able to eat or stay hydrated properly for the past 2 days. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to the supermarket to get some food? Chen Yujie, her mouth dry after finishing her story, gulped down a large mouthful of water and asked. We were about to leave. Oh, so soon. My dad and I were about to go in and get some food. You guys go ahead. Don't go up either. Huh? Why? Shirzwan was just about to explain when suddenly, chaotic footsteps broke in, accompanied by Song Zichu shouts. Chapter 35. What's going on? The group immediately went on alert, scrambling to their feet and staring intently at the aisle leading into the supermarket. Song Zichu's cries grew clearer, getting closer and closer. Brother Shir, Brother Xia, hurry! You idiot, let me go! Ouch, 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 ouch! Soon, the screaming figure finally came into their view. Song Zichu's hands were grabbed and restrained behind his back. It was Ansel. Song Zichu continued to twist and struggle, but Ansel was incredibly strong, unmoving and controlling his movements. Behind them, Matilda and Jiangxi slowly emerged. But Jiangxi was much smarter than him, knowing that in the face of an absolute difference in strength, any struggle would be futile, perhaps even a waste of energy. She remained motionless, quietly walking ahead of Matilda, obediently moving forward without her wrists bound. Brother Shir, Brother Xia, you guys go, don't worry about me, mm. Ansel restrained him with one hand, and even had the free hand to cover his mouth as he cried out. You, and all of you, are ungrateful. Matilda spoke coldly, her gaze like a blade piercing everyone present. I said, as long as you leave immediately, I won't pursue you. But what did you do? You wandered around the supermarket, stealing food and water, and now you brought 2 more people in. Unexpectedly, there were more people after such a short time. Matilda shoved Jiangxi forward, and he almost stumbled and fell. Shirzwan noticed that the bags they were supposed to bring back were missing. It seems they were captured by the 2 foreigners before even reaching their destination. Shirzwan paused. Let them go, let's talk this out. Yes, beautiful lady, we're all good people. We don't do murder, arson, or robbery. If there's a problem, let's sit down and discuss it calmly together. Chen Jianhua, though unaware of the specifics, chimed in to persuade Matilda. Only Xia Ao, remaining silent, sensed something was amiss. It was strange. Where was Li Wansheng? Although the 3 of them split into 2 groups to retrieve their belongings, given the commotion, the stairwell Li Wansheng went to was actually closer to their location. Why hasn't he returned after so long for something as simple as retrieving a bag? That's the first suspicious point. Secondly, Song Zichu's shouts were so loud, even from a distance of over 10 meters, he should have heard them. Why didn't he come to notify them? Also, according to Li Wansheng, he was also captured and driven away by the foreigners. Why was Matilda scolding him, as if he weren't even there? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Meanwhile, in the brief moment he was pondering this, Chen Jianhua started arguing with Matilda. From calling her a selfish foreigner to a piece of trash born of a mother, but raised without one, the older generation used extremely vulgar language when they cursed. Even Shirzwan wanted to cover his ears. Matilda, is your boss from Yin? Xia Ao's sudden voice silenced everyone present. Matilda frowned at him, her eyes flashing fiercely. It's none of your business. Really none of your business? You told us not to try to find your boss, but isn't it your boss who came to us himself? His tone was certain, leaving the others bewildered. Song Zichu stopped shouting, looking at him blankly. Even Jiangxi tilted his head, confused. An eerie silence fell. Shirzwan, closest to him, lowered his head, pondering the meaning of his words for 2 seconds before suddenly understanding. No wonder. He smiled, looking at Matilda, whose brows were furrowed. You country people are unfair. You were the ones who broke the rules first, yet you blame us. What? What does that mean? If the situation weren't so unusual, Song Zichu would have asked directly. Luckily, there was a substitute next to the 2 pretentious guys. Chen Yujie leaned closer and whispered, What do you mean? She had missed the recap, but it didn't matter, she'd find out soon enough. In the ensuing silence, a sudden burst of applause erupted from behind Ansel. A man emerged from the shadows. It was Li Wansheng. He clapped his hands, slowly emerging from the shadows, like a mastermind plotting from the shadows. Dude, that's a bit too much of a show-off. Li Wansheng spoke. You guys are smart. I thought we wouldn't be discovered. If he was the boss Matilda had mentioned, then everything made sense. The boss himself had infiltrated their ranks, tipping off the bodyguards, leading them in what they thought was a back-and-forth game of hide-and-seek, which turned out to be a completely unenjoyable experience. Shirzwan's thoughts drifted back to when he was hiding behind the shelf. Back then, Ansel's footsteps had almost come in his direction, but unexpectedly turned and left. He could see Ansel's movements through the reflection in the product packaging, so Li Wansheng could also use that to send a message to Ansel. The question was, why would he do that? This was something neither he nor Xiao could understand. Perplexed, he simply asked. Looking at the puzzled faces of everyone, Li Wansheng smiled, as if he were still that naive young man. Ansel and Matilda, let them go. You? He walked up to Shirzwan. Xiao took a step forward without a word, hiding the man behind him. Li Wansheng glanced at him, ignored him, and said to Shirzwan, You can make bombs? Matilda told me you threatened them with a homemade flamingo. Of course, I just found this in your backpack. He waved the object in his hand at everyone. It was the one Shirzwan had used to intimidate Matilda not long ago, which he had casually put into his backpack and left in the stairwell. Of course not what I meant. I saw you and another boy taking apart the TV and taking out the components. I didn't set up the security camera, I just happened to be passing by and saw it. He chuckled at the shocked looks on everyone's faces, explaining that he wasn't so powerful as to be able to monitor them through security cameras. Li Wansheng took another step forward, waiting for Shirzwan to speak. The three of them were almost in a straight line, the atmosphere tense. After a while, Shirzwan patted the half of Xiao's body blocking his way, indicating that he didn't need it. Then he stepped forward, facing Li Wansheng. Yes, I will. If you don't let us leave, I won't hesitate to blow you all to smithereens. He remained tense, like a highly vigilant little lion. Li Wansheng was amused by his own association. It was quite interesting. He held out a hand. You misunderstand, I mean you no harm. No harm? You're saying that while my head has a hole in it? Shirzwan ignored him, and he continued, This zombie crisis is very serious, a huge test for all of humanity. I'm building a large shelter, interested in joining? Your ability is quite unique. Who are you? Building a shelter is naturally handled by the government, who gave you the right to do it. Song Zichu still resented the actions of his two foreign subordinates and shouted. This situation is a real headache for the government too. Li Wansheng seemed to know something inside. At this stage, don't expect the government to come to your rescue, only we can save ourselves. As for who I am, let's get to know each other again. My name is Friedrich, I'm 23 years old, and I've been working on the academic committee of the Imperial Life Science Research Institute in Country D for 3 years. Of course, for convenience, you can still call me by my Chinese name, Li Wansheng. My mother gave me this name. She's from Yin Country. Imperial Life Science Research Institute? Brother Xiao, aren't you? Song Zichu had just started to speak when Jiangxi slapped him on the butt, interrupting him. Beside him, behind Shirzwan, Xiao's face was gloomy and unsightly. He stared coldly at Li Wansheng, a chilling glint in his eyes. Although Shirzwan had his back to him, the man's gaze felt like needles piercing his back. He subtly shifted his body, his peripheral vision catching Xiao's extremely unpleasant expression. Haha, you really are quite promising at such a young age, he said, offering a token compliment. But I'm sorry, I currently have no intention of working for anyone. He refused. Li Wansheng's brows furrowed in displeasure. Shirzwan, being closer, noticed a beauty mark under the man's eye, which shifted slightly upwards with his facial movement. Why? Perhaps it was youthful arrogance, thinking that displaying his status would prevent anyone from refusing him. Shirzwan's answer surprised him. It's not that I'm questioning your abilities or identity, it's just that I just ended a horrible 7-year work experience. So bad that even the apocalypse could have sent that lunatic boss to his grave. I guess the apocalypse is a good thing. I don't want to work for anyone else anytime soon. Especially in the current situation, working for you is practically working for free, so I'm even less willing. Li Wansheng persisted. Why be so fixated on compensation? For many humans with nowhere to hide, the survivor base is their greatest chance of survival. We're contributing to the cause of humanity. Moreover, successfully building the survivor base will also provide shelter for yourself. If I can persuade you to join, I can let your friends in too. It turns out he hadn't originally planned to let them all in. Shirzwan laughed at his wanting both nonsense. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, I don't have such grand ambitions, and I have no intention of joining your 3-No project for some undeserved glory. You better find someone else. Matilda, seize them all and take them away. Holy crap! Why did they start fighting without warning? Chapter 36. As soon as Li Wansheng finished speaking, Matilda and Ansel prepared to act. But Song Zichu and Jiangxi, who were closest this time, reacted quickly, darting back from beside them. Like two fish that couldn't be caught. Song Zichu and Jiangxi ran over quickly, the foreigner catching up, but Shirzwan was incredibly fast. He grabbed Li Wansheng, his left hand firmly locking his neck, while his right hand picked up a glass bottle scattered on the counter. Crack, the glass bottle smashed against the edge of the counter, shattering in half. Shirzwan pressed the sharp end of the bottle against Li Wansheng's carotid artery. If you dare take another step forward, I kill him. The two bodyguards stopped instantly, staring intently at the broken glass bottle in his hand from 2 meters away. Cold sweat beaded on Shirzwan's palms. He was gambling. Li Wansheng was dressed casually, a short-sleeved shirt draped over his shoulders, showing no signs of training. As long as Li Wansheng was in his hands, Matilda and Ansel wouldn't dare to act. The others quickly picked up their weapons as well. The atmosphere became tense. Only Li Wansheng, with his life in someone else's hands, seemed completely unfazed. Matilda obeys me 100%. I can make her act at any time. After all, for the chance of humanity's survival, I'm willing to sacrifice everything, including my life. It was unclear whether he didn't believe the glass in Shirzwan's hand would pierce his neck, or if he was truly willing to sacrifice his life to create a noble and righteous image. Seeing that Shirzwan still hadn't removed the spikes, he spoke again, Matilda. He was about to give the order. Xiao, standing nearby, cursed and rushed to Shirzwan's side, covering Li Wansheng's mouth with his hand. So they were physically preventing him from giving orders to those two foreigners? How outrageous. Seeing the situation was bad, Chen Jianhua immediately turned to go get his car. He had to ensure his daughter's safety first. He climbed onto the counter blocking the doorway, his knee against the hard glass, one leg dangling in the air, ready to jump. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted his movements. What was that? Similar to the rumble of a car engine, but deeper and farther away. He strained his ears to pinpoint the source of the noise, then looked intently. At the horizon where the city met the sky, a dark line was gradually growing larger and thicker. The people behind him were completely unaware of this anomaly. Matilda yelled at Shirzwan to put down the glass bottle, while Li Wansheng, his mouth covered, mumbled incoherently for a long time. Song Zichu and Jiangxi, hiding behind, verbally threatened the foreigner. For a moment, the supermarket lobby resembled a nonsensical farce. Chen Jianhua, bewildered, watched the crowd chattering amongst themselves, with Chen Yujia standing trembling like a quail beside them. Hey, stop arguing. Look at this, he shouted at the chaotic crowd. But no one paid him any attention. Looking back at the horizon, the black line he had just seen had grown even larger, bigger, damn it, a zombie horde. The black line turned out to be a dense mass of zombie heads crammed together. The zombies were rapidly approaching the supermarket. Stop yelling. The zombie horde is coming. Chen Jianhua shouted again. This time, everyone followed his gaze. Xiao acted decisively, rushing to Chen Jianhua's side, bracing himself against the counter, and peering outside. Sure enough, on the distant horizon, a gray-black horde of people was slowly advancing towards them like a wave. His pupils constricted instantly. That shadowy area must have at least 1,000 zombies. Even from that distance, he could hear the booming roar of thousands of zombies simultaneously. How can there be so many zombies? Jiangxi saw it too, unable to believe what he was seeing. I don't know. Xiao quickly helped Chen Jianhua down from the counter, and said to the people inside, the zombie horde is approaching this way, let's go up to the second floor first. He then jumped over the counter, opened the trunk, took out the remaining 2 bags, and tossed them to the people inside. Song Zichu and Jiangxi caught them, and one slung the other over their backs. Then he nimbly flipped back over. Matilda also saw the scene outside, but she wasn't going to dwell on internal conflicts at this critical moment. Her immediate priority was to survive the zombie horde. Shirzwan also released the glass bottle, forcefully shoved Li Wansheng towards Matilda, and grabbed Chen Yujia's arm. Hurry, go up. The situation was extremely urgent. They couldn't care less about the car parked at the entrance. They needed to find a way to get to the second floor and block the entrance as much as possible. The warehouse-style supermarket had 3 floors. The first floor sold daily necessities, and various household goods. The second floor sold clothing, and the third floor sold some small furniture and bedding. Shirzwan told the others to hurry upstairs. What are you going to do? Xiao asked him. He saw Shirzwan facing the supermarket area on the first floor and didn't intend to go up with them. Our bags are still in the office and stairwell. I need to go get them. Xiao frowned. They're just some food. We can find more if we run out. Shirzwan shook his head. He had a reason to go up. Then I go with you. Song Ziqiu, you guys go first. Be careful. Okay. Song Ziqiu had already climbed halfway up the escalator and turned to shout to Xiao, the bag in the office is out. The foreigner we ran into when we were almost at that stairwell, you should see it right away. That's perfect. Originally, Shirzwan only planned to retrieve the backpack from the stairwell, but since all the bags were together, he might as well get them all. He nodded, then disappeared with Xiao into the dimly lit entrance. The two returned to the supermarket, this time paying no attention to what was displayed on the shelves, hurrying towards the stairwell. Just as Song Ziqiu had said, 2 backpacks were carelessly tossed in the middle of the aisle. They were still full, seemingly unopened. Each of them picked up one and headed for the stairwell. Shirzwan moved exceptionally fast, almost as if hiding a strange anxiety and impatience. Xiao found his insistence on retrieving the bag from the stairwell very strange. Shirzwan was definitely not someone who was oblivious to the situation, someone who valued food more than their lives. There must be something so important that he absolutely had to get it back. He ran while thinking. Xiao, go and take down the price list hanger over the fruit stall. Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing that Shirzwan had already slung his bag in front of him, his thin frame sandwiched between 2 large bags, looking incredibly heavy. But he seemed completely unaffected by the 2 heavy bags, squatting behind the door examining the lock. Without asking what he had discovered, Xiao turned and left the stairwell, following his instructions to fetch the price list hanger. Take as many as possible. Shirzwan wasn't idle either. He examined the stairwell door lock. It was a very old-fashioned bolt lock, relying entirely on a small round stick and a metal plate to prevent the door from being opened from the outside. Above the lock were 2 metal handles. Time was running out. They couldn't completely seal the stairwell door, so they could only improvise to add as much security as possible. The stick he had Xiao fetched served the same purpose as the small round rod on the bolt lock. Of course, he wasn't idle either. He went out of the stairwell to the shelves. To fix the price of goods below the corresponding item, the supermarket had a soft plastic compartment at the front of the shelves. This plastic compartment was removable, although not as sturdy as the various sticks, it was very flexible. He removed 12 of them. He planned to use them to tie the 2 door handles together. At this moment, Xiao returned with the sticks. Are these enough? He held up 15 black sticks, more than Shirzwan had brought. Enough, enough. Shirzwan pulled him back to the stairwell, and the 2 of them secured the soft plastic and the sticks in the appropriate positions, finally inserting the bolt. Xiao pulled on the door from the inside. It didn't budge, feeling sturdy enough. Shall we use the rest to lock the other stairwells? Yes. The 2 went upstairs, and just in case, they locked the second floor stairwell door in the same way. The second floor was all clothing stores. Since it was only early spring, the 2 or 3 outfits they brought were enough, so they hadn't even considered going up there. If it weren't for the sudden zombie horde, they wouldn't have even set foot on the second floor. There are 5 doors left, Shirzwan said. He took out his phone from his pocket. His phone's photo album contained a supermarket layout diagram drawn by Jiangxi. It marked a total of 6 stairwells. Thanks to Jiangxi, he hadn't expected this diagram to come in handy in this situation. The 2 were still a bit slow. Shirzwan exited the second floor stairwell, frowned, and scanned the area. He spotted the remaining group of people near the top of the escalator on the left. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted in that direction, "Hey, friends over there, send someone over to help." His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Song Ziqiu was the first to wave. Having been captured by Ansel twice, he had developed a psychological aversion to the man. Being around him always made him feel uneasy. So when his brother on the other side shouted for help, he was the first to raise his hand and respond enthusiastically. Then he strode over. "What's wrong?" he asked Shirzwan. To save time, Shirzwan gave Xiao a third of the plastic strip and selected 2 locations on the map for him to go first. He waited for Song Ziqiu to arrive, entrusting him with the 2 closest locations, while he himself took the furthest one. Song Ziqiu understood what was going on, and the 2 split up and ran towards different locations. Song Zichu also had a copy of the map on his phone, so there was no worry about getting lost. The only thing that required extra effort was speed. They needed to seal off all the stairwells on the first and second floors before the zombie horde arrived. Meanwhile, Scherzwan had another idea for dealing with the zombies, and he decided to give it a try. He ran to the furthest stairwell, and instead of locking the door, he ran back down to the first floor. This time, he didn't plan to use bombs alone to fight the zombies. A bomb could only be used once, which was quite wasteful. He thought of a powerful method that could be reused. Chapter 37. At the escalator entrance, Jiangxi nervously stared down the ramp. The long, black ramp led into the shadows below. Even through the thick walls, they could still feel the deafening roar and heartbeats of the zombies. Matilda was the first to calm down. She exchanged a few incomprehensible words with Li Wansheng, then went with Ansel to the side to do some manual labor. The two of them took down the neatly hung short-sleeved shirts from the pegboard one by one and threw them on the ground. These warehouse-style shelves were very tall and heavy, but their advantage was that the bottom wasn't fixed. They could be pushed over to block the escalator and prevent the zombies from advancing. However, the two of them, each holding onto one side of the shelf, could only move it a little bit with great difficulty, their veins bulging on their arms. This was the first time Jiangxi had seen a look of tension on their faces. It was quite strange. Without hesitation, she went over to help them push, and the Chen father and daughter also went to help. With everyone working together, moving the shelving unit became much easier. Matilda felt the weight lift from her shoulders and, turning her head slightly, saw Jiangxi, who was half a head shorter than her. His eyes gleamed as he worked, intently watching the shelving unit. Weren't they keeping to themselves after being caught by her and Ansel earlier? A strange group. That's how she thought. Time was running out, and with all their might, they finally pushed the shelving unit to the escalator entrance. To make it easier to move and reduce friction on the ground, they had pushed the shelving unit upright. The shelving unit had no back panel. Each shelf was connected by 4 sturdy L-shaped metal supports. There was a large gap in the middle. The base was just long enough to fit under the escalator, but the gaps between each shelf were large, potentially allowing zombies to climb in. However, if the shelves were laid down, with the bottom vertically wedged against the escalator, the width would be about an adult's knee. If a high-level zombie with superhuman strength was mixed in with the horde, this narrow width wouldn't be enough for them to jump over. Everyone felt a headache coming on, but the sound of the zombie horde outside the walls was deafening, clearly getting closer. What worried them even more was whether the supermarket walls were strong enough to withstand thousands of zombies charging indiscriminately. Li Wansheng crouched down, gesturing to show the width of the base, then stood up and dusted his hands. Just lay it down. Even if it's standing upright, there are so many zombies, dozens rushing at once would break it in less than 2 seconds. That made sense. The others thought about it and agreed. But once we knock them down, the zombies can just step in. Chen Yujia whispered. None of these methods are foolproof, Li Wansheng said, glancing at her with disdain. Instead of discussing pointless things, we should hurry up and push the shelves down, giving us more time to find other defensive measures. Chen Yujia was embarrassed by this blunt rebuke. All right, Mr. Li, stop wasting time judging others. Even with that big pregnant belly, she came to lend a hand, unlike you, who practically has I'm a young master plastered on your forehead, doing absolutely nothing, Jiangxi sneered. From the moment they started moving the shelves, Li Wansheng only gave a few casual instructions, and stood by watching everyone struggle. Just as a fight was about to erupt, Xia Ao and Song Zichu returned, interrupting the argument. Didn't your Gu come back with you? Jiangxi was the first to notice someone was missing and asked. He said he had something to do, and told us to come over first, Xia Ao explained. We just locked all the stairwells on the first and second floors. How's this side? He noticed the group was completely still around the shelves. Jiangxi pointed to the side with his thumb. They're blocking the way. Someone's slacking off, which is slowing things down. I'm criticizing him. Xia Ao adjusted his glasses. Li Wansheng, who was being pointed at, completely ignored Jiangxi's accusations. Let's get to work, he said helplessly. The group stood behind the shelves and pushed together. With a bang, the shelves fell onto the escalator. 2 people then moved a little forward towards the fallen shelves to ensure they had enough space to move around at the escalator entrance. The rest of the group quickly moved to another shelf. Both escalators had to be blocked. Another 10 minutes passed, and after exhausting themselves, they finally blocked both escalators completely. For the zombies to climb up, they either had to be smart enough to learn to hop on the hopscotch or rely entirely on brute force to break the bottom of the shelves. Xiao shook his hands, which were red and swollen from overexertion. But they had no extra time to rest. The commotion of the zombie horde on the other side of the wall was getting closer and closer, and the entire building seemed to be trembling. Ansel and Matilda rushed to the exercise equipment area and dragged over a basket of dumbbells of various weights. Some of the weights were ones Xiao had never even tried, but in this emergency, there were no requirements for proper form. They just needed to use them like watermelons to smash the zombies surging in below. The dumbbell rack was placed right in the middle. Xiao grabbed several from the base of the glass railing next to the escalator, holding one in her hand, aiming it at the still empty escalator walkway below. Suddenly, an explosion rang out downstairs, followed by the dull thuds of flesh and blood hitting various objects. Is it downstairs? Qin Yujia's voice trembled, her eyes wide open to their limit. The explosion could have come from her and Qin Jianhua's yellow taxi, or it could have been Jiang Xi's SUV. Whichever car was unlucky enough to have its gas tank ripped open by a zombie and explode, it meant the zombies were downstairs. As soon as they broke through the glass counter, they would rush into the supermarket. Everyone was on edge, staring downstairs, barely daring to breathe. Are they here? Clang, bang. Shards of glass, at least a centimeter thick, shattered and splashed into their view. Almost without pause, a zombie burst through the dense debris and rubble, charging into the supermarket. Behind him, at least 40 or 50 zombies surged in simultaneously. Even a supermarket sale with massive discounts wouldn't see so many people rush in at once. Even though the entrance was completely out of sight, with so many zombies, Xiao suspected that the already badly damaged glass door downstairs, and even the walls, had been completely smashed open by the zombies. Most of the zombies simply followed their instincts and moved in a straight line, but a few, pushed aside by their companions, were veered off course and headed towards the escalator. He remembered how much effort they had already put into climbing this escalator. The escalator was steep, forcing them to take small, hesitant steps. For zombies, this slope was no obstacle at all. What's a steep incline for humans is like walking on flat ground for them. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a twisted arm reached the edge of the shelf. The zombie's sharp nails scraped against the metal base of the shelf, the piercing sound mingling with the terrifying roars. They thought the metal plate, reaching an adult's knees, would hold for at least a while, but the zombies defied all odds. Zombies in the back relentlessly crushed those in front, their bodies slamming uncontrollably to the ground, mercilessly used as stepping stones by the zombies behind them to cross the shelf. A face contorted with flesh and features drew near in an instant. Qin Yujia, standing at the escalator entrance, screamed in terror, dropping the dumbbell from her hand. The 2 kilograms iron block slammed heavily into the face of the zombie below, the skull shattering with a dull thud, while a mixture of dark red liquid and yellow oily lumps splattered onto the handrails and glass railings. Xiaoji, watch out! Jiangxi shouted to the side. A zombie fell, its skull smashed, but unexpectedly, another one leaped up from behind, aiming for Xiao's face. But Xiao wasn't about to give up. He slammed the dumbbell in his hand into the zombie's face. 1 blow, 2 blows, until it was a bloody mess, the skin and flesh of its neck separating from its head. The zombie slowly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. No, there are too many zombies. Even though only a small number of zombies had been squeezed onto the escalator, they still completely blocked the way. The scene on the first floor was even more terrifying. Through the gaps between the dense mass of zombies, countless black figures moved rapidly between the shelves, crashing and creating deafening noises. The group threw dumbbells down one by one, hitting the zombies in the face, trying to knock them off. But the number of zombies was overwhelmingly outnumbered, and the zombies kept surging forward, while the basket was almost empty of dumbbells. Xiao, holding the last dumbbell, leaned against the glass railing and began hitting the zombies on the head. With only this one left, he couldn't bear to throw it away, so he grabbed one end of a metal plate and used the other end as a hammer to smash downwards. Li Wanxing and Qin Yujia were herded inside to hide, while the others threw whatever was at hand, as if it were a rock. Matilda even pulled out her baton, jumped onto the narrow platform on the other side of the escalator, and wielded the long baton, weaving through the horde of zombies. The zombie she struck first let out a piercing scream, then plummeted like dumplings being dropped into a pot. What do we do? Why do it feel like there are more zombies? In a panic, Song Zichu threw down a white short-sleeved shirt, covering the zombie's head. It didn't cause any real damage, but it made the zombie look like a ghost bride wearing a veil oozing red blood. It inflicted 5 points of mental damage on their side. Xiao, his hands covered in disgusting, sticky blood and bits of flesh, dodged the zombie's sharp teeth again, smashing a dented dumbbell into its forehead. He managed to reply to Song Ziqiao, "The scouts have gone, now it's the main force." From his angle, he could see a tiny bit of the scene approaching the entrance. Song Ziqiao's intuition was correct. There were indeed more zombies now than at the beginning. Nearly 100 zombies were crammed onto the escalator. They even felt the entire building shaking. Damn it, this zombie must have bought a resurrection suit. The prolonged fight had even worn down Matilda and Ansel, both former bodyguards, forcing them to shift from offense to defense. What to do? Xiao gritted his teeth, his mind racing, trying to find a way out. But the more crucial the moment, the more elusive inspiration seemed to be, playing hide-and-seek with him. Damn it, am I going to die here? He thought unwillingly. Just then, a boisterous male voice suddenly boomed from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Get out of the way. Chapter 38. Jiangxi reacted swiftly, quickly dropping what he was holding and pulling Qin Jianhua aside. Matilda, still locked in combat with the zombies, heard the warning and immediately jumped onto the black rubber handrail with Ansel, leaping onto the empty platform in front of the escalator. Almost simultaneously, blue flames surged rapidly in the dim space, like fireflies dancing in the night. Whoosh! Bang! An explosion rang out, accompanied by a violent burst of gas. The zombie directly facing the vent was struck in the face by the powerful flames, its nose severed, and a small piece of skin connecting half its head flew off, its fate unknown. The remaining half of its head burst into flames, hanging around its neck like an exploding light bulb. The headless zombie only remained standing for a few seconds before falling straight backward, crashing into the zombies behind it. Everyone stared wide-eyed in shock at the sudden burst of bright blue light. Turning around, they saw Shirzwan. He had a bag slung over his shoulder and carried 2 water bottles joined together, wrapped in plastic tubing of unknown origin, coiled like a snake controlling its prey. What is this? Jiangxi's voice cracked. She stared at Shirzwan in disbelief. This man had disappeared for so short time, and yet he had produced another heavy, dangerous weapon. A plasma pulse cannon. Everyone present was stunned by the incredibly powerful-sounding name. Except for Matilda. Because she understood Mandarin and knew exactly what a plasma pulse cannon was, she stared at Shirzwan in disbelief. It's all made from whatever you can find, so it won't be particularly powerful. I make you a real one to play with sometime. Shirzwan said casually, then fired another shot at the zombie's face, with excellent results. Xiao noticed a hole in the side of a plastic bucket behind him, with a bottle of restaurant-grade flamethrower inserted inside. The supermarket didn't sell them, but the restaurant inside the supermarket had them. The restaurant was on the first floor. You went downstairs just now? Yes, I suddenly remembered after we went upstairs together, so I rushed down to rummage around. Luckily, they had everything there. Even these 2 buckets were from the kitchen. Shirzwan looked up, blinking innocently. When he and Xiao locked the stairwell door, he had suddenly remembered this powerful weapon, while touching the soft plastic strip in his hand. But all the necessary materials were on the first floor, which meant he had to go back downstairs before the zombie horde flooded the supermarket to get them. If he told Xiao, that guy would definitely be worried and insist on coming along. Shirzwan hesitated for only a second before deciding to leave the locking up to him and send him away. He would finish quickly by himself. Meeting Xiao's accusing gaze, Shirzwan silently looked away. Changing the subject. Song Ziqiao, come help me get this bag down. He was carrying a pulse cannon, so he called over Song Ziqiao. Inside are some improvised bombs I just made. Song Ziqiao quickly pulled the backpack off Shirzwan, unzipped it, and slowly revealed it was full. Damn, brother Shir, you've fallen from the sky to replenish our arsenal. Shirzwan enjoyed the praise, but still modestly said time was tight, so the bombs I made might not be as powerful as the last ones, and some might misfire. Just make do with them. No problem, no problem. Song Ziqiao didn't care at all, grabbing 2 in each hand without hesitation. Hey, use them sparingly. Qin Jianhua had also witnessed the power of these things. He took 2, flipped the switch, and threw them at the zombies on the escalator. Bang! Bang! 2 sparks exploded, and several more zombies fell down. They said they weren't very powerful, but they were actually very accurate. Li Wansheng, who had been hiding in the back, was also attracted by the commotion. He went straight to the backpack Shirzwan had brought, took out a bomb, and held it up to his eyes for a closer look. When Song Ziqiao turned around to get the bomb, he almost bumped into him. If you're not going to help, don't block the way. He snapped, snatching the bomb from Li Wansheng's hand and glaring at him. The number of bombs was limited, so the situation became a mix of Shirzwan carrying a pulse cannon, blasting at the zombies climbing up one side, while Xiao occasionally threw a bomb at areas he missed. They also had to be careful not to get blown off their heads by the shockwaves. On the other side, Matilda and Ansel held off the zombies closest to the second floor. The rest threw bombs to the bottom of the escalator to prevent more zombies from climbing up. These zombies had been roaming the city streets for so long, and this was the first time they had ever seen such powerful firearms. Until the zombie horde slowly swept through the supermarket area, and everyone had cleared the last few from the escalator, Shirzwan put down the pulse cannon, his arm aching from holding it, and stretched his wrist. The escalator at this moment was nothing short of a living hell. Faceless corpses were piled up, covered in dark red blood and indistinguishable chunks of flesh. At first, it was nauseating, but as more and more corpses piled up, yellow fat and intestines carpeted the entire escalator, they gradually became numb. Huff! The prolonged state of heightened tension had exhausted everyone. Completely forgetting about cleanliness, they collapsed onto the ground. Song Ziqiu let out a long breath, surprisingly still having the strength to go to Jiangxi's side again, checking if she was injured. Qin Yujia ran over, carrying clean short-sleeved shirts, handing one to each person to use as towels to wipe the bloodstains from their bodies. When it reached Xiao, Shirzwan quickly took it for him, waving to Qin Yujia that she didn't need to worry about them. "What are you doing?" The intense exercise had left Xiao's face covered in sweat, his glasses slipping off his nose, and his hands were filthy. He hesitated for a while, intending to dry his hands with a towel before getting up, but Shirzwan snatched the shirt away first. Shirzwan dodged Xiao's outstretched hand, raising his arm away, but his head drew closer. "Will you be worried if I go down alone this time?" "Huh?" "When Jiangxi went to pick up Song Ziqiu alone before, didn't you say you'd be worried if any of us went alone?" "What a nutcase, why ask that?" "No, I'm not worried." "Why would I worry about you?" he said coldly, not wanting to play along with Shirzwan anymore, and stood up, bending down to grab the t-shirt from his hand. Unexpectedly, Shirzwan was so unruly, falling backward onto the floor like a stool. He pulled his arm back and hugged his short-sleeved shirt to his chest. Xiao lost his balance and fell straight onto him. The commotion was so loud that even those nearby, who had mentally instructed themselves not to pay attention, couldn't help but glance at him. Hey, what are you two doing?" Song Ziqiu, sitting right next to them, was startled by Xiao's sudden fall and almost jumped up. "Even if you want to flirt, this isn't the place." Now it was Shirzwan's turn. "Huh?" he cried, his head hitting the ground, head tilted back, eyes wide, looking up at Song Ziqiu. Receiving Xiao's threatening gaze, Song Ziqiu quickly shut his mouth. Okay, he wouldn't say anything more. He turned and sat up straight, his hands obediently on his thighs, like he just had his posture adjusted by a kindergarten teacher. Looking at his cowardly appearance, Jiangxi couldn't help but laugh. "Song Ziqiu, if you ever thought things through before you spoke, you wouldn't get scolded every time." "Ha ha ha." Shirzwan, his head still tilted back, laughed, his chest rising and falling like a balloon connected to a pump. Xiao, who was on top of him, also trembled. Hey, stop. Without his glasses, the swaying made Xiao dizzy, and he quickly called out to Shirzwan to stop laughing. But the man beneath him laughed even harder, causing everyone around to join in. Even Matilda's lips curved into a smile. Having escaped a terrible ordeal, they rarely had such a relaxed moment. Their enemies, who had been at each other's throats just half a day ago, were now sitting beside them, resting. Shirzwan patted Xiao's waist, gesturing for him to get off him. During the earlier chaotic battle with the zombies, Li Wansheng had also grabbed 2 bombs and thrown them down, witnessing the convenience of firearms. He was currently examining the pulse cannon that Shirzwan was handcrafting. He held the plastic hose in his hand. The surface was blackened from repeated flashes of flame. Indeed, as Shirzwan said, without specialized materials, this was the best they could do. He put the cannon down and walked to Shirzwan's side. "I sincerely invite you to participate in the construction of the survivor base. You and your friends are welcome to come. Firearms play a significant role in the apocalypse, as you and we just witnessed. If we can build a defensive perimeter around the survivor base, it will greatly improve the base's security." Li Wansheng carefully explained his vision. It must be admitted that he was an excellent planner, having described almost all the attractive design elements of the survivor base. After listening, Shirzwan actually agreed with his ideas to some extent. However, "Give me the money!" Li Wansheng looked at him, puzzled. "What are you thinking? Your bodyguard just took a lot of things from me. Don't try to renege on your debt. Shirzwan held out his palm, urging the man to pay quickly. Where was he going to get the money to pay him at this hour? Li Wanqing's words were stuck in the middle, neither here nor there. Seeing his speechless expression, Shirzwan was extremely satisfied. They dared to treat them like chicks, huh? Then, he would definitely not let these people get away with it. I can't come up with that much money right now. I definitely give you the money after the survivor base is built and the apocalypse ends. Look at you, making empty promises, huh? Who believes you? Shirzwan smacked his lips, looking down at Li Wanqing. My idiot boss treats me like a beast of burden. At least he feeds me some hay. You think you can just give me air and expect a donkey to plow the fields? He handed the short-sleeved shirt back to Xiao. How can you be so optimistic? Li Wanqing's face flushed red. Seeing that he really couldn't invite Shirzwan over, he wasn't willing to continue humbling himself to coax him. If he didn't want to come, he didn't want to come. However, he always kept things separate, and Shirzwan had just saved their lives. He called to Matilda and Ansel, preparing to leave. I know you want water. When I first arrived, I had Matilda move the bottled water upstairs. If I remember correctly, you put all the water you stole in the car. With that much noise, you can forget about the water in the car. What did he mean? Was he trying to use this to blackmail him into joining? Shirzwan frowned, waiting warily for Li Wanqing's next words. Don't be nervous, I'm not planning to use the water to blackmail you. I only want people who are genuinely willing to contribute to humanity. Li Wanqing waved his hand at him, telling everyone the exact location of the water and food, and indicating that they could share it. What a saintly act. Shirzwan was disgusted, but thinking about the suffocating days he had spent in this rundown supermarket. Leave all the water, and I consider joining you later. Li Wanqing remained silent, weighing whether this deal was worthwhile. In fact, when they arrived, there wasn't much bottled water left in the supermarket. They'd taken more than half upstairs. We take a jug, the rest are yours. This was the biggest concession he could make. Deal? Damn, did he say too little? He realized something was wrong, but Shirzwan had already turned and chatted with the others with a grin. Then we're leaving, be careful. Unexpectedly, Matilda nodded to Shirzwan and the others before leaving, a greeting. She wiped her baton clean with the clean clothes she picked up, tucked it into her waistband, and turned to follow Li Wanqing, preparing to leave. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted their departure. Wait! Can I come with you? Chapter 39. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. Qinyujia felt uncomfortable under so many stares. Her hands hung limply at her sides, the soft fabric crumpled in her palms. She swallowed hard. Can my dad and I go with you? She asked again. My dad works on construction sites, he's very strong. I'm also a capable worker, I can go out and find food. Li Wanqing stopped, turned to look at her, then at Qinyujia. A sudden silence fell. Qinyujia's cheeks flushed red. She had mustered all her courage for the day to dare stop Li Wanqing and the others. No one spoke for a long time. She thought he wouldn't agree, and thinking, never mind, she grasped Qinyujia's hand. At worst, the two of them would find another car and find food on the way. If the car breaks down, just get another one. Live as long as you can. Qinyujia had already taken a step back, ready to pretend nothing had happened. Being ignored was incredibly embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Li Wanqing suddenly flashed a perfect, almost eerily sweet smile and agreed to Qinyujia's request. Of course. His grin was flawless, from the angle to the exposed teeth. It was as if he had just made a deal with Shirzwan a few days ago, that only if he participated in the construction of the defenses could the others not enter. Could Li Wanqing really be so kind? Shirzwan wanted to stop him, but Xiao had just wiped his hands clean with his clothes and, in retaliation for his earlier thieving behavior, threw his filthy short-sleeved shirt at him. Damn, I dodge. He sidestepped, his dirty clothes falling to the ground. The two stared at each other, their eyes blazing with fury. By the time Shirzwan's eyes were sore from staring, and he finally couldn't stop blinking, the Qin father and daughter had already followed Li Wanqing away. Why didn't she listen to advice and just leave? Shirzwan pouted. Jiangxi looked at his and Xiao's innocent faces, speechless. Bro, didn't you just say one word? Two childish brats. Even Song Zichu covered his eyes, feeling that standing next to these two elementary school students was an insult to his intelligence. After the Qin father and daughter left with Li Wanqing and his group, only the four of them remained in the huge supermarket. Shirzwan still looked worriedly in the direction they had left when Jiangxi walked up to him. Stop looking. Since she chose to leave with Li Wanqing, let's respect her decision. Although Li Wansheng is pragmatic, he'd probably still put on a show and won't actually harm them. She made sense, and Shirzwan abandoned the idea of chasing after her to persuade her. The Qin family father and daughter were ultimately not on their side, and they couldn't possibly integrate into their group as smoothly as Jiangxi. Shirzwan considered things from his own perspective. He would confidently entrust his back to Xiao, Song Ziqiao, and Jiangxi, but he would never be completely unguarded with the Qin family father and daughter. This was an insurmountable barrier. There was no way around it. What should we do next? He looked at the remaining three. Although the supermarket's initial construction quality barely withstood this wave of zombies, there was no guarantee that the load-bearing walls weren't currently at a critical point. A few zombies were still wandering on the first floor, but the escalators were piled high with zombie corpses, preventing them from climbing up. The four of them discussed it, and decided to pack up and leave as soon as possible. They took their bags upstairs, and checked the water left by Li Wansheng. Actually, there wasn't much left, only one more 2L bucket, and one pitcher of 24 bottles of mineral water than they had moved to the car that morning. Roughly calculated, if used sparingly, it would be enough for the four of them to last for 2 months. Go home, Jiangxi suggested. Xiao shook her head. Although this water should be enough for the four of us, the food is only enough for 2 backpacks, which won't last more than a few days. A small portion was compressed biscuits, and the rest was mostly biscuits and the like. To have a full meal, each person would have to eat at least 2 or 3 packs. The consumption was really high. Besides, Jiangxi's car was probably destroyed in the last wave of zombies, so we have to find another means of transportation, Shirzwan pondered. That's easy. We just grab the cannon and darts, go to the parking lot, and if a car has the keys in the ignition, it's ours. Song Ziqiao thought it through very easily. With such powerful weapons, there was no need to worry. Just grab the cannon and go out. It'd be a breeze to wipe out whatever comes our way. Just grab any car, drive back, and when we pass by any of the small supermarkets, we pop in and check if there's any food that hasn't been looted. That should do it, right? That wasn't wrong. They didn't have any other ideas. Xiao reminded them they also needed to go to the pharmacy. Shirzwan's headwound needed a dressing change. Although this man, with his hastily bandaged wounds, wandered around aimlessly, casually conjured a plasma pulse cannon, and then blasted zombies with it for almost half an hour, practically single-handedly taking on an army. But Xiao didn't forget he was still injured. Injured people need to rest. Therefore, they entered the parking lot as planned, with the injured man not responsible for any other physical labor. He only needed to sit in the car and neatly arrange the items handed to him by the others, acting as a quiet food runner. After loading the last few items into the trunk, Shirzwan, having been granted a reprieve, sat in the passenger seat, where the space was larger and more comfortable. Xiao was responsible for driving. It was a domestically produced white SUV. The owner was probably a young person who had just finished get off work and was shopping at the supermarket. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished shopping and inserted the key into the lock, he was suddenly assimilated into a zombie. When the four of them opened the car door, they found a large bag of food on the passenger seat, all of it instant food and puff snacks. Song Ziqiao happily asked Shirzwan to toss him a bag of potato chips in the back seat, wanting to munch on them like he did on elementary school field trips. His attitude was incredibly good. Come on, everyone, have some. He wasn't finished eating himself. He first shared with Jiangxi next to him, tomato-flavored seasoning powder falling onto the seat the moment he opened the bag. The aroma was incredibly tempting. A sinister hand reached out from the back seat, grabbing a handful of chips and trying to feed them to the 2 people in front. Hey, we're driving, don't move around. Xiao almost had her eyes blocked by the hand, and quickly pushed it away. The front wheels scraped the curb, and the car shook violently. Song Ziqiao lost his balance and slammed his face against the armrest of the seat in front of him, but instinctively avoided wasting the food, still holding his hand high even after falling. Thanks. Shirzwan cheerfully pulled potato chips from the bag in Song Ziqiao's hand, popped one into his own mouth, and then one into Xiao's mouth next to him, completely unconcerned about whether Song Ziqiao was hurt in the fall. Finally, the kind-hearted Jiangxi grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. You two, in cahoots. He snatched back the bag of chips. This time, he wouldn't share with anyone except Jiangxi. Shirzwan grinned, pulled out a napkin, and wiped the oil off his fingers. Then you're in cahoots with us snakes and rats. What a terrible way to retort. Xiao swallowed the crumbs in his mouth, his face ashen. Did he have to be compared to someone so badly, even dragging him into it. The car drove smoothly along the road. It was evening, and the sun had turned an alluring orange, painting the earth a bright hue. Everywhere were ruins made of metal fragments and building materials. Humans had vanished from these ruins. Only grotesque zombies with sharp teeth and claws scurried about. Scherzwan stared blankly out the window. Suddenly, his gaze swept over a large, exceptionally dilapidated building. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the high-speed rail station they had left just 2 days ago. The glass doors were all smashed open, and the chairs that had been fixed to the floor were overturned and thrown outside. Only the concrete pillars still stood, albeit with many fallen stones. There was hardly a single intact section. The distance was considerable, and the sunlight was blinding, so he couldn't see the details inside the waiting hall. In short, it was terrible. It seemed the zombie horde that entered the supermarket was only a small fraction. The majority had flocked to the nearby high-speed rail station. This resulted in the high-speed rail station, despite its superior construction, being reduced to this dilapidated state. Suddenly, he remembered what Shinyuchiya had said about the group of men who tried to take over the high-speed rail station after they left. After the Chin family left, that group took all the remaining food and drinks. With such abundant supplies, coupled with their confidence in the station's structural strength, that group would definitely not leave. So cause and effect, even if you repeatedly say you don't believe it, often proves surprisingly true. The remaining 3 didn't notice, so Scherzwan didn't want to spoil the mood and bring it up again. He turned away, pretending not to see. Song Zichiu slurped up his seasoning powder, drowsiness washing over him. He squinted and leaned back in his seat. Jiangxi, for some reason, was holding his phone, his thumb swiping left and right on the screen. The car fell silent. Xiao was focused on driving, while Scherzwan, having nothing better to do, looked around, his gaze eventually settling on Xiao's profile. His profile was sharp and clean-cut, with silver-rimmed glasses perched on his high-bridge nose. The lenses were unusually thick for Scherzwan. A small bloodstain was visible where the frame and temples met, barely noticeable unless you looked closely. "What are you looking at?" Xiao felt uncomfortable under his piercing gaze. "Oh, nothing." Caught staring, Scherzwan quickly looked away, but then thought, "What? Does he not even let people see his face? There's no reason he can't look at me just because I caught him." Scherzwan, staring, "It's better to harass others than to fight amongst ourselves. You're practically staring a hole through my face." Xiao laughed, exasperated by his expression. "Instead of staring at me, why don't you look in the mirror and check your head wound to see if it's infected or bleeding?" TCH, always nagging. Scherzwan pouted, pulled open the sun visor in front of the passenger seat, and lifted the gauze off his head in the small mirror. The wound wasn't small to begin with, and with only very basic treatment after the injury, a sharp pain shot through him as soon as the gauze was removed. After disinfection, more blood flowed out, staining the inner layer of gauze red. Upon closer inspection, the flesh around the wound was slightly red and a little swollen. It definitely looked a bit infected. Xiao caught a glimpse of his expression out of the corner of her eye and understood. "Don't touch it with your hands. I have some cotton swabs and gauze left in my bag. Have Jiangxi bring my bag up from behind, and you can treat it yourself first." "Okay." Scherzwan turned his head, leaning against the backrest to poke Jiangxi. But just as he turned his back, a bag bumped into him. Jiangxi, however, kept his head buried in his phone, handing him the things without even glancing up at him. Scherzwan found it strange but didn't ask. He took the bag, pulled out the remaining half-roll of bandage, and felt it. It was probably enough for this one use. Anyway, he'd be going to the pharmacy on the way back anyway. He thought there was no need to be frugal, so he simply unrolled the entire bandage and held it to his forehead. "What are you doing?" Xiao suddenly spoke, startling him so much that his hand trembled, and he almost gave his wound a massage inappropriately. "What are you doing?" Scherzwan's tone was full of confusion. "Do you know how scary that was?" Xiao was speechless. Looking at the person next to him out of the corner of his eye, his palms, gripping the steering wheel tightly, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "You just wrapped the bandage around your head like that?" This was an accusation that he wasn't taking care of his wound properly. Scherzwan muttered indifferently, "Why should a grown man be so particular about this? All these years, I never had any problems after an injury because I didn't disinfect it." "Stop, stop, stop. What kind of twisted logic is that?" "Huh? How is that twisted logic?" Another battle was about to erupt. Scherzwan deliberately sat up straight, reinforcing his strength. He stretched out his hand, ready to count on his fingers the many times he had been injured without disinfection, yet still managed to heal perfectly. He was determined to make Xiao admit that his years of experience living alone were absolutely correct. But the result was unexpected. Before he could even speak, his anger was extinguished. Xiao took a deep breath, surprisingly not continuing his argument, but instead tapping the steering wheel with his fingertips to calm himself down. I'm not questioning you. It's just that we're facing the apocalypse now. Conditions aren't good. We don't even know how the zombie virus spreads yet, so it's better to be careful. Wow, such a calm tone. Has this guy changed his personality today? Shizhuan's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. You? It's okay, I tell you, just follow the steps. He actually played the role of a professional in biology. First, take a bottle of mineral water, pour a little into the cap, and use a cotton swab to wipe away any blood that has flowed out, being careful to avoid the wound, only wiping the red and swollen areas around the wound. Put the cotton swabs in the inner pocket of the bag, together with the iodine. Disinfect it after it dries. When you bandage it, pull your hair back, don't let it get on the wound. Was it really necessary to be so detailed? He wasn't a child. Shizhuan silently grumbled, but his hands still followed the procedure step by step. Okay, all done? Shizhuan finished bandaging and put everything back in the bag. You? Shut up. You're not going to say something like you're great, are you? It wasn't that disgusting. You just happened to open the bag, so take out my phone too. Open QQ. The first thing you see is my chat history with my mom. It's not appropriate for me to see such private content. Even so, Shizhuan still did, as he was told, and unlocked the phone. You don't even have a lock screen password? He unlocked it with a simple swipe up. I always lived alone abroad, and nobody pried into my privacy, so setting a password didn't matter to me. Xiao shrugged. Won't your phone get stolen? Aren't there tons of phone thefts online? Haha, there are definitely pickpockets on the street, especially near tourist attractions, but it's not so bad around schools. He chuckled. Besides, does setting a password really mean it won't get stolen? Xiao's tone was teasing, his eyes gleaming as he glanced sideways at Shizhuan. Shizhuan blushed slightly. What's wrong? He never even been abroad. He stopped discussing the country's security system with this person, and instead opened the chat window, as he mentioned before. Don't look at what you shouldn't see. Although Xiao was comfortable letting him open her private chat history, Shizhuan still tactfully refrained from reading its contents. Look through the chat history. There's a document in there that my mom sent me when I first returned to China, showing the infrastructure around my house, including supermarkets, pharmacies, and so on. The document had been downloaded beforehand, and could be opened even without an internet connection. Shizhuan waited for the small circle in the middle of the screen to finish spinning before seeing its contents. It was a very detailed map of the area around Xiao's house. From which supermarket had the freshest produce to which late-night barbecue stall had the most authentic flavor, everything was meticulously recorded. According to their previous plan, they were to first go to the pharmacy, then check nearby supermarkets for any leftover food. These places were all meticulously marked on the map Xiao's mother had given them. Which street is that pharmacy on? I haven't been back long enough to visit many of the places in the document. Shizhuan recited the locations to him. Fortunately, the driver wasn't a hopeless navigator relying solely on GPS, otherwise, they would have been driving in circles looking for a pharmacy. They might not have even been able to find their way home. Xiao looked at the high-hanging blue road sign, roughly figured out the direction, and turned onto a road. By the way, why did you look so upset when Li Wansheng mentioned that Imperial Research Institute? Are you both from there? Did you know him before? It was strange. The Imperial Biological Science Research Institute was considered one of the world's top national research institutions, a benchmark in the industry. Xiao was considered very young in academia. But having the opportunity to enter this research institute, even if not as a formal researcher, would greatly help with future employment. Generally, hearing about someone from a similar background usually evokes surprise or a sense of resonance, but Xiao's reaction at that moment was definitely negative. Do you want to hear it? Shizhuan had only intended to gossip a little, but before he could finish the question, Xiao's smile vanished, replaced by an extremely serious expression. Looking into his eyes through the rearview mirror. Not really. Super awkward. Does he think I'm someone who pries indiscriminately without any sense of propriety? Damn it. Why am I so nervous? Shizhuan thought, his index fingers involuntarily twisting together. He even carefully guards his chat history without passwords to avoid being seen. Upright young men like him are rare in today's society. Xiao's words sent Shizhuan's mind racing, his head almost exploding from his wound. Fortunately, Jiangxi, who had been engrossed in something, interrupted their conversation. I found the dealership where I bought my car. She waved the address she just found on her phone. Their cars are really high quality. If it weren't for the zombie horde, my little gray would have lasted a long time in the apocalypse. And, she smiled shyly, there was a new model I really liked. I test drove it last month, and the handling was amazing. But I didn't have much money on hand then, so I had to give it up. If she'd known it was going to be the end of the world, she definitely would have taken out a loan and bought that car too. That way, she could have two sturdy little cars to alternate driving. Oh well, if she really had that chance, she'd rather use the money to stockpile more food, water, and weapons. They wouldn't even need to leave the house. Sherzwan was a little confused when she said the first part. Even the best car shouldn't have to go out of its way to get there. After hearing the second part, oh, so it's because she still has feelings for him. Xiao, however, was seriously considering her suggestion. The domestic car they were currently driving was slightly smaller than Jiangxi's previous one. They could barely fit all their things in. Even Sherzwan had a jug of bottled water on the floor in front of the passenger seat. The middle of the back seat was even more cluttered with a mountain of bottled water, creating a partition. If they were to gather food from elsewhere, there probably wouldn't be enough space. Therefore, Jiangxi's suggestion was very necessary. Splitting into two cars would free up more space for food and supplies. I think it's a good idea. He nodded, then asked Sherzwan to check the distance between the 4S store and the pharmacy/supermarket, and found that they were actually on the same route. It was as if divine intervention forced them to go. It was already late, and everyone except Song Ziqiao, who was taking a nap, hadn't slept for 2 days. Ideally, they needed to get the car out before dark, grab the supplies from the supermarket and pharmacy under cover of darkness, and then go back to rest. Jiangxi and Sherzwan both said it was no problem, so Xiao stepped on the gas and sped up. Wake Song Ziqiao up, we're almost there. Okay. After about a 15-minute drive, Xiao made a U-turn and drove onto the sidewalk in front of the 4S dealership. This car was an early import, slightly more expensive, but its brand reputation had gradually built up the image of a luxury car. The entire 4S shop was a standalone white building with a completely transparent glass door. However, since it was likely open for business when the zombie outbreak occurred, the glass door wasn't broken. Song Ziqiao had woken up 5 minutes before arriving. He was the most excited after Jiangxi suggested splitting into two cars. The car was parked in front of the shop. After observing the surrounding zombies and giving themselves a thorough soak in floral water, Song Ziqiao was the first to jump out of the car. Don't wander off. The car I'm talking about is dark gray, a bit darker than mine. It should be parked on the display stand. Jiangxi carefully reminded Song Ziqiao before going in, then, instead of rushing to check the car, he quietly slipped into the office. Just half a minute after entering, Sherzwan, who was examining the paint of the luxury car, was called by name loudly. What is it? He replied in a low voice. Could I borrow your plasma pulse cannon for a moment? What's going on? Sherzwan looked puzzled, but still helped her take the pulse cannon out of the car and carried it into the office. What are you looking at? He curiously leaned closer and found Jiangxi bent over, peering intently at a glass cabinet. He held up the pulse cannon and walked over as well, discovering that the entire glass cabinet was actually where the 4S store kept its car keys. All the car keys were neatly arranged inside. Whenever a customer requested a test drive, the salesperson would use their employee ID to open the cabinet and retrieve the corresponding key. But now all the sales staff in the store had turned into zombies and didn't have employee IDs. No wonder Jiangxi wanted him to carry the pulse cannon in. Be careful, it should be this one. She pointed to one of the keys with the most unique design. When you fire, avoid this spot a little, don't destroy the key. Okay. Sherzwan agreed, waiting for the flammable gas to fill the bucket. Bang. The glass shattered, scattering small shards of various sizes everywhere. As expected of a demolition engineer with 7 years of experience, Sherzwan had a precise grasp of the blast point, ensuring the key, Jiangxi's target, wasn't affected at all. Jiangxi quickly took out the key, pouting and blowing on it to remove any small shards of glass that might have accidentally fallen in. She pressed the car unlock button, and sure enough, it was her favorite car. She hadn't been mistaken. She was about to pick up her new car. Jiangxi skipped and hopped outside. Not far away, the car door opened, and Song Ziqiao was about to get into the driver's seat when Jiangxi, rushing towards her like a cannonball, shoved him aside. Who is it? Please. A true man knows when to yield, and when to stand firm. It's just a car. Jiangxi excitedly climbed into the driver's seat, touching it left and right, seemingly really fond of the car. Song Zichu rubbed his nose, reluctantly stepping aside, walking halfway around the front of the car to the passenger seat. Brother Xia, do you guys want to switch to a different car? The car they were currently driving was just something they found randomly, and might not suit Xiao's driving habits. But Xiao shook his head, indicating no need. I don't have any particular driving habits. It's the same whether I switch cars or not, don't bother. He didn't usually study these things. For him, the only difference between domestic and imported cars was the language display of the in-car system. So he waved his hand, politely declining Song Zichu's suggestion. It's too much trouble to reload everything. Shirzwan also said that he wasn't too particular, as long as the car could run. The two helped Jiangxi and Song Zichu load some of their belongings into the car. Before leaving, Xiao specifically reminded them, remember to check the fuel level. If it's low, go to a nearby gas station and fill up. Okay, don't worry, no problem. We need to fill up. Two voices rang out simultaneously, immediately shattering the reliable atmosphere Song Zichu had painstakingly created. It turned out that Jiangxi had started the car after checking the features, and happened to see the fuel gauge precariously low, second to last. Song Zichu felt somewhat embarrassed. Scratching his chin and rubbing his face, he finally whispered, I haven't had a chance to look yet. You better keep quiet. Although Shirzwan had more or less sensed the source of Xiao's unreliable assessment of Song Zichu during their time together, it was better not to be unreliable on something so important. Luckily, Jiangxi noticed in time, preventing them from running out of gas halfway through the drive. The four of them needed to find a place to refuel. While the map Xiao's mother gave them was comprehensive, it wasn't detailed enough to include the location of gas stations. Should we refuel at a gas station near the neighborhood? Xiao suggested. However, the distance was quite far, and they might run out of gas before reaching the station. Just as they were worrying about what to do, Jiangxi suddenly mentioned that she thought she had seen a gas station by the roadside during her test drive. But it had been so long that she couldn't be sure of the exact location. It's alright, we follow you. Generally, Fresh stores aren't too far from gas stations. We might have to drive around a bit more, but it's definitely closer than going to the place Brother Xiao pointed out. Shirzwan blinked. The words Brother Xiao were spoken with a particularly sarcastic tone. Xiao looked at him helplessly. He had to be sarcastic when he spoke. Stop talking and get in the car, he said, pulling the jerk back into the car, ignoring Shirzwan's struggling arms. Once they were in the car, and the doors were closed, Jiangxi's car led the way out of the shop. With a whoosh, the wheels kicked up a cloud of yellowish-brown dust. This area was rather desolate, mostly consisting of various processing plants and machinery manufacturing companies. And it was right near the highway exit. Lacking amenities and entertainment facilities, there were very few vehicles on the road on weekdays. Except during rush hour, when the streets were crowded with cars going to and from get off work. Fortunately, the zombie outbreak avoided this time of day. The roads were now deserted, with only a few wandering zombies. The car drove very smoothly. Jiangxi was overjoyed that he would still have a chance to drive his beloved car after the zombie virus outbreak. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and he couldn't help but hum a tune. This led to him getting used to the car's handling, leaving the door open, and the speed increased rapidly. It kicked up dust like the wind. Xiao, following behind, had no choice but to accelerate as well. Are you sure you can handle that speed? Shirzwan looked at the person beside him with concern. If he remembered correctly, Xiao was considered a safe driver. On the first day, driving home from the hotel, his speed had been consistently high. Even with no other people on the road and no traffic police watching to give him a ticket, he still kept the traffic rules firmly in mind. He even remembered to use his turn signal when turning. A model young man of the new era. So when Jiangxi's car ahead accelerated, and the pushback feeling behind Shirzwan intensified, he admitted he panicked. This is almost exceeding the highway speed limit. Shirzwan nervously stared at the steering wheel in Xiao's hands. I mean, even if we can't chase, we don't have to both cars arrive at the gas station at the same time. Brother, safety first. Another turn, the high speed almost threw Shirzwan against the car window due to centrifugal force. Thanks to his quick thinking, he grabbed the overhead handle, preventing further damage to his head wound. Don't worry, I'm a very good driver, Xiao said confidently, full of self-assurance. Huh? This is completely different from the persona he initially established. Xiao saw his expression in the rearview mirror, and instantly realized what he was thinking. She chuckled, hasn't the rumor reached back home yet? Song Zichio and his marketing account still have a long way to go. Driving on the highways in B country is incredibly reckless. The average speed is 180 kilometers per hour, and on highways with no speed limit, you can drive at over 200, even 300 kilometers per hour and nobody cares. Is it that terrifying? Shirzwan was shocked, only gripping the handrail tightly to keep himself from flying out of his seat. 10 minutes later, the car door opened. Shirzwan staggered out of the passenger seat, leaning against a tree by the roadside, and bent over to vomit everything he had in his stomach. The moment he stood up, he felt dizzy and nearly collapsed onto his own vomit. Luckily Xiaoao, who had come out to check on him, saw him and helped him up. Drink some water. Shirzwan took the mineral water bottle, gulped it down, rinsed his mouth, and spat it into the grass. Just as he was about to berate Xiaoao for his reckless driving, a heart-wrenching sound of vomiting came from another patch of grass nearby. Song Zichio's legs gave way, and he squatted down. Jiangxi stood diagonally behind Xiaoao, holding a bottle of water in his left hand, and patting Song Zichio's back intermittently with his right. He was bent over, head down, probably trying to comfort him. I won't let you two get away with this. Shirzwan glared at Xiaoao and said coldly. If either Xiaoao or Jiangxi had remembered that he was still human, he wouldn't have vomited so badly. Xiaoao was powerless to refute, only able to watch as he wiped his reddened eyes with a tissue, drying the saline solution that had seeped from his eyelashes from the effort of vomiting. But the tissue was of poor quality, thick but rough, making his eyes look even redder. I was wrong. Get lost. Don't talk to me until the end of today. Was he really angry? After rinsing his mouth, Shirzwan gulped down several mouthfuls of water. The bottle cap was in Xiaoao's hand, and he angrily threw the bottle into the culprit's arms. Then he turned and got back into the car. Water splashed from the bottle left a wet patch on his jacket. Ignoring it, Xiaoao quickly screwed the cap back on and chased after him. But Shirzwan had already gotten into the driver's seat, closed the door, and started the car. Completely ignoring Xiaoao, who was knocking on his car window from outside, he smoothly drifted and turned around, parking the car next to the refueling equipment. In such remote places, fewer people usually come to refuel. Besides the two cars that had arrived, the gas station was usually empty. Shirzwan even suspected that the gas station staff had skipped work on the day of the zombie outbreak. The refueling nozzle was still untouched, hanging next to the machine. Although the zombie outbreak had only lasted 2 weeks, a thick layer of dust had already accumulated on the white casing of the refueling machine. After Song Zichio finished vomiting, the two people in the lead car also drove over. Jiangxi pointed at the machine and asked, "How do you use this thing?" He didn't know. Shirzwan shook his head. He was about to join the other unlucky guy in complaining about Jiangxi's driving skills, when he realized that the other unlucky guy had only been pale and weak for a few minutes. He was perfectly fine now. Unlike Shirzwan, who had a bad temper, Song Zichio was very easy to appease. He was now following Jiangxi around with a smile on his face. Is it a difference in how you coax someone? Xiaoao tried to move closer to Shirzwan again, but was pushed back. He stumbled and almost hit his head on the car. He steadied himself and pondered. Should he find an opportunity to ask Jiangxi why he could keep Song Zichio in such an obsessed state with her? He's got a knack for disciplining people. Before he could figure out Jiangxi's little trick, the car door beside him opened. Shirzwan got out and went around to the gas pump next to the left rear door, just like he's seen countless times before when refueling. But after he took the pump off, he paused. He looked at the pump, then at the nozzle, genuinely unsure what to do next. This machine is entirely electrically powered, and with no electricity, the refueling equipment is now just a pile of scrap metal. Knowing there's gasoline inside but unable to get it out only adds to their frustration. Song Zichio, seeing their predicament, suggested, "Since we only need the gasoline, why don't we just have Brother Shur use the pulse cannon to blow this machine up?" "Dude, you're the real outlaw, even pulse cannons aren't a cure-all." Shirzwan didn't even know whether to tell him that the bomb would blow up more than just the equipment, or question his ignorance of the rule against lighters at gas stations. Upon hearing his brainless suggestion, Jiangxi quickly gave him a flick on the forehead. "Idiot, are you out of your mind?" "We are. Even the king of hell isn't this anxious." "Ouch, I'm sorry." The two started playfully bickering again. Shirzwan watched with a headache, completely unaware that Xiaoao had quietly slipped away to the side. Xiaoao quietly circled the car and headed deeper into the gas station. Would Shirzwan really keep his word this time and ignore him until dawn? Damn it. All his belongings were in the car. He was only holding a water bottle. Skilled and daring, he gripped the bottle neck, held it vertically against his chest, and carefully approached the small supermarket next to the gas station. The supermarket had a sensor door. Through the glass, he could see that it was completely empty and eerily quiet. He remembered the solution Shirzwan had mentioned before, and tried pulling on the glass with both hands. The sensor door opened easily. It actually worked. Xiao slipped into the supermarket. Once inside, he looked around. The supermarket wasn't large. It could easily be mistaken for a convenience store. The items inside were neatly arranged on the shelves. It seemed no one else had been there since the zombie outbreak. Xiao went inside and picked up a bag of chocolate cookies from the shelf. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind the shelf. At the same time, heavy, hoarse breathing came from Xiao's left. Chapter 40. Who is it? Xiao instantly became alert, taking a large step back, his eyes fixed on the back of the shelf without blinking, while slowly backing away. The footsteps and breathing grew closer. He spotted the fire extinguisher hanging on the wall behind him, and quickly reached down. Click! The tiny sound was like a thunderclap in the absolute silence. Before Xiao could even clutch the fire extinguisher, two zombies simultaneously burst out from behind the shelf and diagonally in front of him. A man and a woman, both dressed in the gray-purple uniforms of a gas station. The stench of decay was overwhelming. The zombies locked onto his location as soon as they appeared, their hideous heads slowly turning. Although he knew they didn't rely on sight to move, when he met their dim, yellowish eyes, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Instead of waiting for the zombies to rush at him, he decided to strike first. Xiao grabbed the fire extinguisher and smashed it into the male zombie's shoulder. The sound of bone shattering was exceptionally loud. When the fire extinguisher was moved aside, a broken collarbone was clearly visible beneath the skin, tiny white bones exposed to the air. Enraged by the force of the gas cylinder, the male zombie opened its foul-smelling mouth and chased after him, trying to bite him. Xiao immediately spun around to dodge, the fire extinguisher sweeping across the ground, tripping the unprepared zombie. Then, a foot stepped on the zombie's stomach to prevent him from getting up, while the bottom of the gas cylinder slammed into his throat. Vasculars burst instantly. Although the zombie's blood wasn't as fresh as a normal human's, it still splattered everywhere. Even Xiao's glasses were stained red. Before he could catch his breath, a claw pressed against his skin. A sharp, hard nail grazed the skin, and instantly fine beads of blood welled up from the wound. Damn it! Before the zombie's nails could fully penetrate, Xiao quickly stepped back, simultaneously grabbing a fire extinguisher, removing the valve, and spraying it at the female zombie's face. White dry powder immediately rained down on her face, like a blizzard. Perhaps the pungent smell of the powder affected the zombie's sense of smell, as she seemed unable to locate Xiao, and could only stand there dumbfounded. Xiao quickly raised the fire extinguisher, and, just as he had dealt with the male zombie, smashed it against her neck. However, this time it wasn't a fatal blow. The female zombie's neck was smashed open, blood flowing freely, but she was still alive, writhing and crawling on the ground. A horrifying red stain spread across the floor. Xiao had no choice but to try again. He swung the fire extinguisher, this time smashing it against the back of the zombie's head. The skull, like an eggshell, was easily dented by the impact, leaving a fist-sized dent. This time, the female zombie struggled slightly before quickly becoming lifeless. The small supermarket fell into a deathly silence once more. Xiao's hands fell limply to her sides, the fire extinguisher slamming heavily to the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, the three people outside discussing their next move also heard the commotion coming from inside the supermarket. Realizing that Xiao, who should have been nearby, was missing, they immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed towards the small supermarket. As soon as they approached, they saw the glass door ajar, revealing a floor covered in blood and two dead zombies lying on the ground. Xiao stood alone in the middle, covered in a disgusting red and white substance, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Are you all right? Don't come any closer. Shirzwan was startled by the scene before him, and quickly stepped forward to check on Xiao's condition. He completely forgot that just 10 minutes ago, he had sworn he wouldn't speak to Xiao again until the end of the day. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped into the automatic door, Xiao shouted to stop him. What did that mean? His worry intensified, and he was so angry he didn't want to listen to Xiao's words of dissuasion. He strode forward to rush in and see what was going on. But this time, Xiao was determined not to let him get close. She grabbed a bag of snacks from the shelf and threw it at Shirzwan. Hey, my temper is flaring up. Unfortunately, Shirzwan doesn't respond well to force. Xiao threw snacks at him, and he caught them in his arms, arrogantly opened the packaging, and popped a chocolate cookie into his mouth. Is he crazy? Xiao, who had been incredibly serious, almost lost his composure after this nonsensical series of attacks. Damn it! He rarely swore. But this moment also calmed him down, and he took a deep breath to suppress his anxiety. I got grabbed by a zombie. Shirzwan was stunned, his steps faltering for a moment. But he quickly recovered, taking larger strides and rushing to Xiao's side, pulling up his arm that he was trying to hide behind his back. A red welt was slowly bleeding from the smooth muscles of his forearm. How did this happen? His voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Xiao was silent for a moment, then explained, I was going to check if there were any cans of gasoline, and I ran into 2 zombies. He briefly recounted what had just happened to Shirzwan. Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu arrived quickly, their expressions slightly stunned upon hearing that he had single-handedly killed 2 zombies. It's alright, just a little scratch from a zombie, it'd be fine, Shirzwan's voice trembled almost like a leaf. It was unclear whether he was reassuring Xiao or himself. Xiao remained silent. They still didn't know how the zombie virus spread, so naturally he didn't dare gamble. If even a simple scratch could lead to virus transmission, then he couldn't stay with Shirzwan and the others. Listen, I just glimpsed there are more rooms inside. No way. Although Song Ziqi was usually a bit slow-witted, upon hearing Xiao's almost deathbed confession, he immediately exclaimed, No! He absolutely wouldn't abandon his friends. We all stay here, we won't leave, right brother Shir? See? Yeah. That's right. Xiao was amused by their serious expressions. I didn't say I was going to kick you out. Huh? Song Ziqi blushed. I mean, I just spotted a room inside where some employees are resting. Lock me in there, and observe me for 12 hours to see if any symptoms appear. If I haven't turned into a zombie after 24 hours, it means the zombie virus can't be transmitted through ordinary scratches. But if I show signs of mutating into a zombie, or turn into one in a short time, the 3 of you should drive away immediately. He was very thoughtful. Shirzwan looked at the smile on his face, and the eyes that were gazing at him, seemingly gently comforting him. For the first time in a long time, he felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't argued with Xiao, he wouldn't have run into the supermarket alone to find a can of gasoline. If all 4 of them had come in together, would Xiao have been spared from getting hurt, or even having to lock herself in her room in isolation? Perhaps sensing the self-reproach on his face, Xiao gently placed her hand on his lowered head. It's not your fault, I just wanted to look cool. While you were all struggling to fill up your cars, I suddenly appeared before you like Superman with a can of gasoline. He described the scene vividly. It was definitely something he was capable of doing. Shirzwan imagined it, and was actually charmed, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Xiao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, they were clearly amused by his words, but still maintained a tense demeanor. Alright, don't be so tense. He patted Shirzwan's arm. While I'm inside, you guys pack up the food outside, take what you can. That way, you won't have to look for other cities. You guys? Jiangxi interrupted him impatiently. It's us. All 4 of them had to return safely. Okay, we. Xiao glanced at everyone one last time and closed the door. Well, actually, he was still quite unwilling to just wait to die inside. If it weren't Shirzwan, Song Ziqiu, and Jiangxi standing outside, he might have already knelt on the ground, burying his face in his hands and weeping. Or perhaps praying to the gods, or begging any passerby to spare his life, to stay alive. Instead of waiting for an unknown outcome in this cramped, dimly lit room. Outside the door, Shirzwan stared at the lock, unwilling to look away for a long time. Xiaogu will definitely be alright. Such a small wound, it hasn't even come into contact with saliva or blood, he definitely won't turn into a zombie, Jiangxi said, then pulled Song Ziqiu to pack their things. Starting with the most filling food, they carried it back to the car bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, until only the sounds of Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu carrying things remained in the supermarket, Shirzwan suddenly turned around as if waking from a dream. Then, like a pre-programmed robot, he mechanically followed suit, packing the items into the car. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours passed, and they had emptied half the supermarket. The car was already full. The remaining items, along with the shelves, were piled up at the entrance to prevent zombies from entering. Jiangxi was determined to give Shirzwan and Xiao some private space, pulling Song Zichu to the car and saying he would keep watch to prevent others from approaching. Inside the supermarket, only Shirzwan remained, sitting quietly with Xiao through the door. There were no lights, no sunlight, even the patterns on the door were hidden in the darkness. Having abruptly finished his work, Shirzwan felt a void and sat down against the door of the break room. He didn't say a word, nor did he ask about Xiao's condition inside. He seemed truly prepared to wait for 12 hours. Until moonlight seeped through the crack in the door, illuminating Xiao's toes. He slowly walked to the door. The soft sound of his footsteps was cruelly amplified by the silent night. Shirzwan heard it, but still didn't move. "Is anyone home?" A voice came from inside the door. But only silence responded. "This afternoon, when they saw I was injured, they were so reluctant to leave, so worried. How come only a few hours have passed, and not a single person wants to stay with me? Really no one's here? Did they go out or go home? If it's the latter, I'd be incredibly heartbroken. If anyone's outside, say something. Are you even being noisy?" Over and over again, it never ends. Shirzwan's head was spinning from the noise, and he finally couldn't take it anymore and told the person inside to shut up. Chapter 41. But the person inside was completely unpredictable. "So there's someone outside. Really? It's been so long since you answered me. Is the person outside actually deaf? Sigh, it seems my friends have abandoned me and left. I'm left here all alone, lonely to death. What the hell?" Shirzwan didn't believe he couldn't recognize his voice through a door. This idiot was pretending again, just trying to amuse him. Where no one could see, he rolled his eyes, not wanting to pay any more attention to Xiao inside. But this person, without waiting for a reply, vowed never to stop talking. Helpless, Shirzwan sighed, and could only ask, "How are you feeling now?" That was it. Xiao had been groaning for so long just to hear that. "I feel great now, nothing's wrong, exactly the same as usual." Oh. Just oh. Wasn't he going to show him any more concern? Xiao had poured all his energy into this, and all he got in return was this? He was so anxious to tell Shirzwan not to be so cold. Where are Jiangxi and Song Zichu? They figured it didn't matter where they waited, so they went to lie down in the car. The car seats reclined, creating a bed. Waiting in the car was much more comfortable than enduring the awkward atmosphere in the supermarket. They're certainly enjoying themselves. After hearing Shirzwan's explanation, Xiao smiled. Why didn't you go rest in the car with him? He knew the answer already. Shirzwan simply responded with silence again. The clear sky was unobstructed by any dark clouds, and the bright moonlight shone directly into every corner of the streets and alleys. When the light reached them, it deliberately pierced through the gap between the glass door and the shelves, landing on Shirzwan's chest. His hair, bathed in silver light, resembled exquisite works of art. "You talk too much. So bored you can only bother people like this." Annoyed, Shirzwan slammed his hand on the door, making the light brown door rattle with a loud bang. "How ruthless. You should go and rest too. It's so late. Don't worry about me." Despite Shirzwan's repeated declarations that he didn't want to listen, the door separated them, and he couldn't stop Xiao from talking. "The wound stopped bleeding a long time ago, and there's no sign of infection after disinfection. Of course, I didn't have any urge to bite anyone." "Then come out." "No way." Xiao argued indignantly. "Isolation has a clear time limit. Just because you're fine for 4 hours doesn't mean you won't have problems in the 5th. This won't do, that won't do. Then you can stay in there for the rest of your life." Shirzwan gritted his teeth, and after saying these words, he prepared to get up and leave. "I was wrong, don't go." Xiao apologized to him rapidly again, without even a second of hesitation. This time, even if Shirzwan wasn't thinking straight, he realized something was wrong. It was as if he had some great authority, and Xiao would listen to whatever he said. Hearing that he hadn't left, the people inside started chattering again. "Weren't you just trying to ask me why my expression was off when Li Wansheng mentioned the Imperial Life Science Research Institute? Why?" "I was fired." The 5 words came out with a bitter tone, carrying an almost imperceptible bitterness and frustration. Shirzwan could hardly believe his ears. These large research institutes were extremely difficult to get into. But once inside, generally speaking, as long as you didn't commit a major mistake, you wouldn't be expelled. What earth-shattering thing had he done? This thought immediately popped into Shirzwan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Putting everything else aside, based on his understanding of Xiao over this period, he was definitely not the kind of person who would sabotage someone without a reason. So he urged Xiao to continue. 5 years of doctoral studies, blocked from graduation countless times, only to realize I followed the wrong advisor. Isn't that ridiculous? Huh? Is it a problem with the school's resources? No, that's not what I meant. Xiao's tone was full of disgust. Just mentioning that person made him nauseous. He's a piece of scum. His very existence is a threat to all of humanity. Was it that serious? Shirzwan was startled by the severity of his statement. He was just about to ask what inhumane thing his mentor had done when Xiao interrupted him angrily. Meeting such an idiot is the worst luck I ever had. I'm definitely not going back. Consider those 5 years wasted. It was the first time Shirzwan had seen Xiao so angry, which made him even more curious about his mentor. He waited quietly for Xiao to continue. After drug research, it inevitably moves to the clinical trial stage, but at this stage, the drug must be fully qualified and have undergone repeated experiments to confirm its suitability for use on patients. The procedures are numerous and very complicated, usually taking up a lot of time. But this is the standard, and everyone in the industry must follow it 100%. But that scumbag used some connections. I was doing the final round of drug trials in my group the day before, and the next day at the restaurant, I ran into people from other project groups congratulating us on our drug entering the clinical trial stage. He explained it clearly, and even without relevant background knowledge, Shirzwan immediately understood what he meant. Putting a drug into clinical trials without complete results is irresponsible to every patient and completely disregards current medical laws. You reported it? Knowing Xiao's personality, he wouldn't just sit idly by. It's no use. The voice behind the door was hoarse and desperate. At first, I was so stupid. I thought it was my supervisor's negligence or a problem with the project selection process. I went to find my supervisor after dinner. But when his advisor saw him rushing over, a splatter of ketchup on his clothes from his haste, panting, standing before him listing the major oversights of the project team. His expression remained utterly cold throughout. He only gave me 2 choices, either remain silent, obediently stay in the project team to collect funding and a degree, or give up everything from these 5 years, and get out of the project team. That's why he suddenly appeared at a bar in China that day, sitting alone at the bar, drowning his sorrows. Shirzwan recalled that scene again. The bar lights were mesmerizing, alternating between purple and orange, beams of light sweeping across the booths where people were embracing and even passionately kissing, oblivious to the setting. His mood was at its lowest point then. The strong scent of perfume and liquor overwhelmed him as soon as he entered the bar. Rushing to the bar, he ordered a whole bottle of gin. He wanted to use cheap alcohol to stimulate his brain. But just as he took a big gulp, the bottle was knocked over by an arm, rolling to the floor with a clatter. The glass shattered, and the clear liquor trickled down the floorboards. He'd been out cultivating a bit of a bad habit, and this inconsiderate had ruined it. Shirzwan was furious. He grabbed the arm, pulling its owner closer, wanting an explanation. He met the eyes of narrow, reddish-brown eyes. Bright orange light shone on the bar at that moment, and Xiao's eyes, suddenly exposed to the glare, squinted uncomfortably. His eyelashes trembled like delicate butterfly wings. Strange, he only taken a sip of the liquor, was it that strong? Before the dazed man could react, the arm's owner turned his gaze to the shards of glass on the floor. I did it. It was as if he had no feeling in his arm just now, unable to believe that the spilled wine was his doing. Who else could it be but you? I said you. Ugh? Shirzwan had only managed to take a sip of wine, and was just regaining his senses to argue with this man when Xiao's actions were completely unexpected. His eyes, slightly misty, stared straight at him, seemingly thinking, but the alcohol had rendered his brain function inactive. He mechanically lowered his head, and took a sip of wine from his own glass, then met Shirzwan's incessant chatter, grabbing the back of his neck with his right hand, and pressing his lips to his. Clear wine trickled down his chin, tracing the lines of his long, slender neck. The soft flesh stirred mercilessly, the strange, sweet aroma of the liquor instantly masking the strong taste of the liquor in Shirzwan's mouth. After a while, his rapid breathing and pounding heartbeat made Shirzwan's cheeks flush red. The air grew thinner, and Xiao seemed to sense his discomfort, stopping her movements and slowly rising and stepping back. A silver thread sliced through the air, quickly breaking. He opened his blurry eyes, trying to make out Shirzwan's expression. He couldn't see it. But it doesn't matter, he apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't bring any extra money to compensate you. Xiao paused. I've given you 1 sip. There are still many more to come, don't worry. The warmth on Shirzwan's lips had barely subsided. He hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when this handsome man in front of him actually picked up the bottle, took a huge gulp, and then leaned in again, mimicking the previous action. Damn it. Even if he's handsome, he shouldn't be doing this kind of thing. Shirzwan tried to twist his waist to dodge, but a hand covered his lower back, like a hot iron clamp holding him down, unable to move. Shirzwan, his eyes widened in terror. His lips were squeezed and deformed again, burning, numb, and painful. His body went limp. He couldn't remember how long they had kissed in the hotel that night, only that he had been fed sips of alcohol that wasn't his own. Although it was sweet, the alcohol was unexpectedly strong. By the end, his vision was blurring, he couldn't speak clearly, and all he could see was Xia Ao's handsome face, and the beautiful eyes behind his glasses. Xia Ao remained unsatisfied with his apology and compensation. Half the liquor went into Shirzwan's mouth, the rest dripped down his chin, soaking his clothes. What a waste! It wasn't nearly enough to repay the broken bottle on the floor. What to do? Xia Ao held the person in his arms, somewhat at a loss. The bar was a mixed bag, people dancing intimately, couples kissing in corners, people walking away with their arms around each other's waists. He looked at the person clinging to him, the unusual appearance below the waist particularly noticeable. Then, seeing the several laughing couples jostling at the exit, a sudden inspiration struck him. He lifted Shirzwan with one hand, pulling the dazed and staggering man out. What followed was Shirzwan waking up to find himself in bed, with a strange man, and, even worse, facing the zombie apocalypse. You're a real pervert, Shirzwan concluded after recalling the events of that day. Chapter 42. Whether they were twisted or not, the two of them had done everything they should and shouldn't have done. Xia Ao readily accepted his accusation, chuckling, I couldn't help it. I suffered a major setback in life, and the large amount of alcohol hypnotized my brain. I couldn't think straight at the time. You're so magnanimous, don't hold it against me. Shirzwan was utterly speechless. I didn't hear any remorse from you. He didn't want to continue recalling what happened that night, so he quickly changed the subject. When you heard that Li Wansheng came from the same research institute as you, did you think he was involved in that matter? You probably don't understand the research institute's system. Xia Ao's tone was hesitant. Nonsense. He wasn't in that line of work. He knocked on the door, his tone full of threat. Xia Ao could only explain, my mentor is a highly capable expert who can independently lead projects. I'm just a junior member under him. We both just work as staff members in a research center within the institute. The academic committee he mentioned that day is primarily responsible for evaluating projects. Logically, projects submitted by various research centers are sent there for review. In other words, the academic committee is closer to the center of power. So you suspect your mentor was covering for you by allowing the unfinished drug to enter clinical trials? It's just a guess. So many projects are submitted to the committee every day, it's not guaranteed he'd get to review them all. Although he did have suspicions initially, without evidence, guessing would only waste brain cells. Alright, go back and rest, it's so late. The moonlight was high in the sky, he hadn't had a chance to sleep the night before, and he couldn't stay up all night again. Even the toughest person couldn't withstand this. Hearing him say that, Shirzwan did feel a bit sleepy, and couldn't help but yawn. It's okay, I'll wait until you come out before I go. Wait for what? I need to sleep too, so get lost. Here we go again, the sarcastic version of Xia Ao. Compared to him, Shirzwan actually thought it was good that he was a little more considerate. Otherwise, standing next to him every day would be a nightmare. Then I'm leaving. You should rest. If anything's wrong, just shout. Maybe I can hear you say one last thing. Go away, you never seem to want anything good from anyone. Shirzwan laughed as he got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and finally went back to his car to sleep. Before leaving, he sealed the convenience store door shut to prevent anyone else from going in. Back in the car, Song Zichu was already fast asleep. He lay down in the passenger seat, and even folded down the driver's seat for Shirzwan, placing a small blanket there beforehand. Thinking about it, Jiangxi certainly wouldn't allow him to squeeze into such a small space. The passenger door faced the gas station, the window slightly lowered for ventilation. The car smelled strongly of floral water. A closer sniff revealed it was emanating from Song Zichu. It repels both zombies and mosquitoes. Shirzwan took the floral water bottle from under the windshield of Song Zichu's house, sprayed himself a couple of times, and then lowered the rear window a finger's width, took off his shoes, and lay down to sleep. He woke up again to the low growls of zombies outside. The sky was already bright. Shirzwan, still sleepy, rubbed his eyes and sat up. The noise outside was deafening. He roughly estimated there were at least 3 zombies. He immediately became fully awake, glancing at the time on his phone, only 7 o'clock. He had slept for just 6 hours. What was going on outside? He cautiously didn't roll down the window, but instead peered through the glass. A motorcycle had somehow driven in from the side of the road, overturned. Beside the motorcycle was a pool of blood, and lying on the ground was a girl with a ponytail. The girl was motionless. The distance was too great to tell if she was still breathing. What happened? Song Ziqiao, who was next to him, was also awakened. He rolled over, his head pressed against the hard surface, and suddenly realized he had been sleeping in the car. He sat up and saw Shirzwan staring intently out the window like a statue. What are you looking at? He leaned closer, and also saw the girl on the ground. What's going on? Shirzwan shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Zombies were slowly slithering closer, their hissing growing louder. At first, Shirzwan thought the girl was dead, but why would a lifeless corpse attract zombies? He stared nervously, and the next second, a zombie pounced on the girl. A large chunk of flesh was torn from her shoulder. The girl's body jerked, her eyes snapping open, letting out a deflated groan. She was still alive? Damn it! They had actually watched a life fall into the jaws of a zombie. Shirzwan's eyes widened, his hand pressed against the glass in disbelief. Just then, the girl suddenly looked in their direction. His upper body lifted off the ground, and the two people in the car were horrified to find a bloody hole in his abdomen, blood gushing out steadily. The zombies had probably been attracted by the strong smell of blood. The girl seemed to have noticed their presence, looking up and staring intently at Shirzwan. What was she going to do? Just as the two people in the car were wondering, the girl opened her mouth. Her bloodless lips slowly formed the words. Kwa, Zo, run! What did that mean? She was telling them to run. Before the two could lower the car window and wait for the girl's next words, another zombie bit down on her neck. After pulling away, the girl staggered to her feet, now a grotesque zombie. Shirzwan turned back and sat up straight. The wound on her stomach doesn't look like it was done by a zombie. Zombies mostly attack humans by biting, their purpose being to feed. But the wound on the girl's stomach looked more like it was caused by a sharp weapon. What did she mean by telling us to hurry? Is someone armed and chasing her? Song Ziqiao rarely offered a correct and reasonable guess. The zombies outside the car gradually dispersed after losing their target. The two waited a while, then reapplied some floral water before cautiously getting out of the car and walking towards Jiangxi's car next to them. Just then, Jiangxi opened his car door and got out. What just happened? From her angle, she couldn't see the girl's face. Shirzwan told Jiangxi about the lip movements they had received from the girl and explained their current suspicions. Jiangxi frowned after listening. How is Brother Xia doing now? 12 hours have passed. Shirzwan calculated the time. I haven't had a chance to go in and see him since I woke up this morning. The more important thing now is to check on Xiao's condition. The three of them quickened their pace and jogged into the supermarket. Song Ziqiao knocked on the door. Brother Xia, are you up? There was no response from inside. Shirzwan's heart skipped a beat. He pushed past Song Ziqiao and slammed his hand on the door. Is he still not awake? He definitely isn't awake. He placed his hand on the doorknob and twisted it repeatedly, trying to open the door, but the small, worn-out door was surprisingly sturdy. Even with such force, it didn't budge. The key! The key! Shirzwan hurriedly reached out to Jiangxi, shouting, Give me the key. The day before sending herself to quarantine, Xiao had specifically given the key to Jiangxi, because she was the least likely of the three to make a mistake. Song Ziqiao, a few kind words might soften his heart. Shirzwan. Xiao secretly thought he would briefly lose his mind after turning into a zombie. Judging by his current state, he was right. Jiangxi shrugged, saying he absolutely wouldn't hand over the key. Song Ziqiao, easily swayed by emotion, seeing Shirzwan's anxious appearance and bewildered eyes, also joined in pleading for him. I promise Brother Xia, this door can't be opened without his permission. Unless Xiao speaks up immediately. The light brown door acted like an impenetrable barrier, dividing the inside and outside into two worlds. Dead silence reigned inside, while outside, Jiangxi nervously swallowed, standing in front of the door. She absolutely did not want to face the news of Xiao's death, but if it really came to this, she couldn't open the door. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. She couldn't prove her loyalty to her friend by carelessly disregarding her own life. Shirzwan clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by a powerful sense of helplessness, completely oblivious to the pain in his gums. How could he just die so silently? He clearly said to call him if anything happened. Why didn't he hear a sound in the middle of the night? Seeing Jiangxi resolutely blocking the door from opening it, Shirzwan, didn't have the strength to argue with her anymore and turned to leave. He quickly walked back to his car and took out the plasma pulse cannon he had made earlier from the trunk. Holy crap, you're going to use this to blow up the door? Even Song Zichio looked at him in disbelief, and fearing being accidentally injured, quickly pulled Jiangxi aside. But Shirzwan ignored him, coldly raising the pulse cannon and aiming it at the door. His index finger twitched slightly, preparing to press the flamethrower switch. Ah, what's all that noise outside? The person inside suddenly yawned and spoke, the voice growing louder as they approached. Clearly, he had just woken up. He hadn't even fully woken up when he heard the commotion outside. How are you? Hearing his reply, Shirzwan immediately put down what he was holding and leaned against the door to ask. The anxiety and urgency in his tone startled Xiao, who was unaware of the situation. I'm fine. If you're fine, why aren't you saying anything? Shirzwan slammed his hand on the door, and before he could finish speaking, he started yelling. Playing dead in there. Is that fun? Huh? Xiao felt extremely wronged. How am I playing dead? Can't injured people sleep? Heaven knows, after Shirzwan left at night, he spent 2 more hours in a daze, resigning himself to fate, before finally managing to curl up on the small sofa and fall asleep. You only slept for a few hours. Shirzwan knew he was in the wrong and didn't continue the topic. How are you now? Are there any signs of anything unusual? Song Zichu and Jiangxi also approached. This was their biggest concern at the moment. Xiao paused, then heard the rustling of fabric behind the door, as if he were rolling up his sleeves to untie the bandages. Why the question? I can only smell the floral water on you through the door. You didn't have the urge to bite or bang on the door, and your thinking is sharp. The wound isn't even red or inflamed, it's even scabbed over. Chapter 43. They knew Xiao's wound from the zombie wasn't deep, but they hadn't expected it to heal so quickly. Judging from his tone, he really didn't seem to be turning into a zombie. The group had just witnessed the speed at which the girl with the ponytail mutated after being bitten by a zombie, almost instantly. Yet Xiao, despite being isolated for so long, hadn't shown the same reaction. Thinking of this, Jiangxi quickly told Xiao about the girl they encountered that morning. The girl had lip-read run, indicating someone was following her. This place was no longer safe. Xiao thought for a moment, agreeing with their guess, but it's only been 12 hours. We're still unsure if there will be any problems later. He wanted to be on the safe side and wait until 24 hours to confirm there was no risk of mutation before leaving with them. Why don't you leave first? No way. Shirzwan shouted, his temper unusually volatile today, perhaps due to his fluctuating mood since waking up. Either you come out and leave with us now, or get out of the way, or I blow this door up and drag you away. Fine, so domineering. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao's forehead as he slowly rebandaged the bandages he had loosened. It seemed Shirzwan wasn't going to leave him alone here today, no matter what. Given his condition, Xiao suspected that if he refused again, it wouldn't just be this door that would be blown open, but also him standing behind it. He quickly told Jiangxi to open the door from the outside. Jiangxi initially stopped Shirzwan from entering rashly, only out of concern that his companion might die for a cause that couldn't be changed. Now that Xiao was lively and able to speak normally, there was no need to guard the door anymore. She took out her key and opened the door. Just as she looked up and took a step to the side, a gust of wind ruffled her hair. After she brushed the messy bangs sticking to her face, she saw Shirzwan already leap onto Xiao with a running start. Jiangxi? ? Song Zichu. Wow, Xiao had just opened the door when he saw a dark figure rushing towards him. He instinctively opened his arms to catch it, almost being knocked over by the force of the impact. What was that? His neck was pressed down, almost suffocating, and his waist was gripped by 2 chopstick-like objects. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shirzwan. Stop, stop, stop! I can't breathe. Shirzwan's entire weight was practically hanging on his neck. Xiao patted the neck wrapped around him, signaling for him to get down. But Shirzwan didn't say a word and refused to get down, simply shifting his arm away, changing the target of his torment from his neck to his collarbone. Jiangxi and Song Zichu tactfully left the small supermarket first. Before leaving, Jiangxi winked meaningfully at Xiao, whether teasing or urging him to finish quickly, it was unclear. Xiao, Only the two of them remained in the cramped supermarket. Xiao didn't hesitate, patting the back of the person in his arms like he was soothing a child. So enthusiastic. He had no idea that Shirzwan's personality would allow him to throw himself into someone's arms upon meeting them. The person in his arms didn't speak, only tightening his arms around him, rubbing his head against him even when there was no room left. Xiao lowered his head, his gaze falling on Shirzwan's fluffy hair. Beneath the tangled strands, a patch of fair red was hidden. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, his voice distorted as he spoke. So worried about me. Idiot. Hey, I haven't even said anything about you yet. You rushed at me and choked me the moment we met, and you still have the nerve to curse me. TCH. Shirzwan buried his head against Xiao's neck, a faint scent of sweat mixed with floral water, and the stench of blood lingering at the tip of his nose. His nose twitched slightly. Luckily, it wasn't summer yet, and the daytime temperature wasn't high. Even being chased by zombies didn't leave him drenched in sweat and smelling of body odor. After a while, Shirzwan couldn't stand the constant pounding of someone's heartbeat anymore, which was giving him a headache. He released his arm, grabbed Xiao's shoulders, and jumped off him. Xiao bit his lip, clicked his tongue lightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his quick departure. Had enough hugging? Shirzwan rolled his eyes at him. I was just practicing my high jump, don't overthink it. Oh right, how did he come up with such a ridiculous explanation? Who was it that was gripping his arm so tightly just now? Xiao didn't tease him any further. Time was of the essence. They'd better figure out why the ponytail woman wanted them to leave quickly. He crossed his arms, turned his back to Shirzwan pretending nothing had happened, and dragged him back to the car. Opening the car door, he was met with Jiangxi's eager gaze and Song Ziqia's hopeful eyes. Did you two talk? Taking advantage of Shirzwan's head being turned towards the road, Jiangxi mouthed. Silence spoke volumes. Xiao was about to explain that he was focused on business and didn't have time for these romantic entanglements when he saw Jiangxi excitedly reach out to Song Ziqiu. Give it to me, I won. Huh? On the other side, Song Ziqiu let out a wail and obediently pulled the car keys from his pocket. Jiangxi took them with satisfaction and put them in his pocket. They actually dared to bet her driving rights on the development of Shirgu and Xiaoji's relationship. She knew those two wouldn't suddenly speed things up and get together today. Don't even think about taking away her driving rights. Xiao, who had been bet on by these two on the spot, She mercilessly gave them both a flick on the forehead, and the four of them finally squeezed into the car to discuss the ponytail girl who had passed them the information earlier. Coincidentally, she hadn't gone far after turning into a zombie. She had been lingering nearby. Jiangxi found her location accurately at a glance and pointed it out to Xiao through the window. The distance was a little far, and it wasn't very clear. He pushed up his glasses and squinted slightly, scanning the girl from head to toe. He remembered Jiangxi mentioning when recounting the whole incident that the girl's stomach injury was there before she turned into a zombie. The person who inflicted the wound was probably the one chasing her. Xiao leaned closer, pressing his face against the glass, examining the wound on her stomach. After a moment, he suddenly turned his head. Leave now! What happened? Shirzwan looked at him, confused. The skin around the edge of her abdominal wound has burn marks. I suspect it's a gunshot wound. What? The three of them had initially assumed the circular hole-like wound was caused by some kind of sharp weapon, never expecting it to be a bullet. Isn't our country gun-free? Where did this person get it? Song Ziqiu shouted, clutching his head. Who knows? Upon hearing there was a gun, none of the four dared to waste any more time. Shirzwan and Xiao quickly got out of the car and returned to their own. Song Ziqiu had filled up their tank the night before. He also put several extra tanks in the car for emergencies. Xiao got into the driver's seat and started the car before Shirzwan could even fasten his seatbelt. The situation was urgent, so the faster the better. Therefore, the driving was undoubtedly in his hands. Shirzwan could only open a small window to try and reduce the chances of motion sickness. But despite their hurried pace, they were still incredibly unlucky enough to crash into the armed men. The woman with the ponytail's motorcycle was abandoned on the side of the road, but one wheel was blocking their way. Shirzwan had no choice but to get out and move it. Just then, he heard the roar of engines in the distance. He looked up and saw 3 motorcycles speeding towards them. Each motorcycle had 2 people riding in it, completely covered in black clothing and wearing helmets. The motorcycle convoy quickly noticed them, twisted the throttle to its maximum, and the motorcycles, seemingly modified, sped towards the gas station like arrows. Shirzwan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly tried to lift the ponytail girl's motorcycle by the tire, attempting to move it into the nearby bushes, but the tire was small, while the attached frame was incredibly heavy. He had barely managed to lift it a little when he realized the weight was far beyond his expectations. His hand slipped, and the tire slammed back to the ground, nearly breaking his back. The sound of tires screeching against the ground grew louder and louder in the distance. Scherzwan's palms were sweating. He gave up trying to lift it, and using both hands and feet to push the motorcycle forward in one go. Damn it! When he looked up, the convoy was already right in front of him. He was only a row of bushes and a sidewalk away. The man on the back of the motorcycle at the front reached into his coat pocket, flicked his wrist, and pulled out a handgun. The muzzle was pointed directly at Scherzwan. Damn it! The moment he saw the dark muzzle, Scherzwan immediately ducked, covering his head. The bullet landed at his feet, leaving a brown bullet hole in the ground. Then, a second shot came. Scherzwan tried to dodge to the side, but the area was open, and even crouching, his position was clearly visible. Nowhere to hide. Just then, the passenger window of the white SUV on the left rolled down, and an arm carrying a half-empty bottle of water emerged, running forcefully into the distance. The next second, the bottle shattered, water splattering everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao quickly opened the passenger door, letting Scherzwan get in. A bullet flew again, hitting the metal door and leaving a dent of about 1 centimeter. Scherzwan strode into the car and pulled the door shut with his right hand. But then, a bullet shattered the window. Why did these people have guns? Xiao had no time to think. He floored the accelerator, the car lurched, and sped towards the road. Song Zichu and Jiangxi followed closely behind. The numbers on the car's dashboard climbed higher and higher, but the motorcycles behind them reacted quickly, speeding towards them. The modified motorcycles far exceeded their basic performance. The group's speed was increasing, even showing signs of overtaking the car. What should they do? Xiao stared intently at the road ahead, not daring to be distracted. A round bullet hole was visible in the center of the passenger side window, with shattered spiderwebs spreading out. Scherzwan adjusted his position, his gaze passing through the bullet hole to the rearview mirror, then using the reflection to observe the person with the gun in the back seat. Although he awoke completely wrapped in clothing, judging from the folded knees and the length of his thighs and calves, the man was not tall. The gun he held was made of sheet metal, covered in large patches of rust, unlike anything from recent years. It's probably a homemade gun, Scherzwan concluded. Suddenly, he met the gaze of an eye in the mirror. Chapter 44. Bang! Another shot rang out, this time hitting the rearview mirror. A small shard of glass shattered and flew into the car window, nearly piercing Scherzwan's eye. Xiao glanced quickly at the rearview mirror. 3 motorcycles, like rabid dogs that had seen blood, were relentlessly pursuing them. Beads of sweat beaded on his forehead. This road had reached its end. Any further, and they would have to drive onto the sidewalk and crash into someone's company. Jiangxi's car had been parallel to theirs. If they turned normally, they would definitely collide. Hold on tight, he said firmly, giving a final warning. Then he jerked the steering wheel, all the car's weight pressing onto the 2 right tires, squinting against the curb to turn the car 90 degrees. The centrifugal force almost threw the people inside the car out. Scherzwan gripped the handle above the car door tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. He almost vomited up the little food he had left. Before he could even settle in, another angry curse rang in his ears. Damn it! He followed Xiao's gaze and looked ahead. A 12-seater van was lying across their lane. Only a dozen meters away, if they didn't avoid it, they'd crash into it. Scherzwan reacted instantly, raising his elbow to shatter the spiderweb-covered glass beside him. Almost simultaneously, Xiao honked the horn. Beep beep. Jiangxi also noticed their situation. No need for communication. He quickly increased his speed, creating a few meters of distance between them. Now! Xiao focused on the adjacent lane. The speed was too fast. Even the slightest turn of the steering wheel would cause the entire vehicle to sway. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, slamming the car into the guardrail separating the lanes. The white guardrail bent and flew 2 meters away. 2 seconds later, the car stabilized, maintaining a safe distance behind Song Zichu and his companion. After passing the overturned van in the middle of the road, Jiangxi spotted a small gap for a U-turn, swerving back into the adjacent lane to make room for Xiao and his companion. This back-and-forth maneuvering exposed the van, previously hidden by the car, to the motorcyclist. He reacted immediately, turning the car around to avoid it. 2-wheeled vehicles are definitely more agile than 4-wheeled ones. This can't go on. Scherzwan's teeth chattered involuntarily, his mind racing. A pulse cannon? No, too far. By the time he leaned out the window to charge up, he'd be riddled with bullets. Then a bomb would be the only option. He remembered that when they were dealing with a zombie horde at the supermarket, there should have been 1 or 2 bombs left. Do you remember where you put the remaining bombs? Shirzwan asked Xiao. But Song Zichu and Jiang Si were the ones packing up most of the stuff back then, so Xiao shook his head. Then he had to find them himself. Drive carefully. What was he going to do? Xiao glanced to the side with a puzzled look, and almost jumped out of his skin. Shirzwan had actually unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to face the back of the seat. While the car was speeding along, he even dared to lift one leg, kneeling between the 2 seats and on the armrest, ignoring how uncomfortable the plastic cup holder was, pressing his entire weight onto one knee. A sharp pain quickly shot through his nerves to his brain. Without time to cry out in pain, he braced himself against the edges of the seats, and slid into the back seat. The car was cluttered with all sorts of odds and ends. With something underneath to cushion the fall, it wouldn't hurt. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. This time, the bullets shattered the rear window, sending shards of glass flying in. Shirzwan reacted quickly, pressing his backpack against his head to prevent his skull from being blown open. Another shot. He cursed, putting down the bag he was holding and unzipping it to rummage through it. He prayed they hadn't hidden the bomb among other things. Xiao, seeing that he had climbed into the back seat and hadn't smashed his head against the door, finally felt relieved. He sped up to keep pace with Jiang Si, honking the horn to signal her to lower the window. Is the bomb with you? His voice, carried by the noisy wind, reached Jiang Si's ears. She shook her head, not knowing. She had only seen Song Zichu holding it, but didn't know where he had put it. Song Zichu was clearly overly nervous, but thankfully his brain hadn't completely shut down. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "It's in Brother Shir's bag. I put it in the 2 water bottle pockets next to my backpack, 1 on each side, super easy to reach." This was a brilliant move. His voice was loud enough that Xiao didn't need to repeat himself. Shirzwan precisely pulled 2 bombs from his pocket. Looks like only these 2 were left. Without thinking, he immediately lit them with a lighter, pried open the shattered rear window with his fist, and threw them at the motorcycle behind him. The motorcyclist behind him only saw a dark shadow fly towards him, and the next second, something exploded in front of him. The loud noise made him instinctively try to dodge. The motorcycle slammed on the brakes and came to a stop sideways. The brake pads left long, dark gray marks on the asphalt road. A deafening explosion rang out, attracting the attention of nearby zombies, who gradually gathered around. The motorcyclist was forced to stop. Seeing no chance to catch up with the group, he sheepishly rode back in the opposite direction. Shirzwan's tense nerves relaxed, all his strength dissipating, and he slumped against the clutter in the back seat. He didn't care about the flying glass shards or the uncomfortable objects beneath him. Finally gone. These bombs were hastily made in a short time, their quality substandard. He'd be grateful if even 1 of the 2 bombs worked. If the first bomb didn't drive them away, he'd have to gamble on the second. If it didn't, they were truly out of options today. TSK, don't lie down so easily, be careful of those glass shards getting into your head, Xiao warned through the rearview mirror. Shirzwan slumped to the side, relieved, after being on edge for so long. Is there only 1 left? They just come out of the supermarket, and they really can't find a suitable place for Shirzwan to make another batch. This means their long-range attack is blocked. Xiao is really starting to have a headache. If they encounter this group of ghost fire teenagers again, they really don't know how to deal with them. Shirzwan, using his bag as a pillow, tossed a bomb into the air like a toy, then caught it with his hand. These bombs made of small electronic components are ultimately crudely made. They're difficult to control precisely on a person. If only he had more professional materials to use, he said casually while playing the tossing and catching game. Are you referring to gunpowder by professional materials? The small bomb was caught in his hand this time, not yet falling. Yes, what's your brilliant idea? Judging from Xiao's tone, he seemed to have thought of a solution. If he could really get his hands on the gunpowder. Shirzwan jumped up from his seat excitedly, grabbing the back of the driver's seat with both hands. Tell me, tell me. Xiao's shoulder ached from his finger poking her. She quickly freed one hand to grab the mischievous little thing. I'm not sure, but I overheard my sister mention it casually before. She's in the same field as me, biology. When I went home for vacation, she complained to me that the lab next door was always blowing things up, giving them headaches. It seems like the lab next to theirs is a demolition lab. Xiao's sister? If I remember correctly, you mentioned that your sister is studying at a local university? Shirzwan recalled that when they first got together, Xiao mentioned that the pink Mini he drove was his sister's car from school. If she were local, they might actually go. She's from this city, but not in the same district. It's about 30 kilometers by car. Shirzwan's eyes lit up immediately. 30 kilometers? There's no reason not to go. He shifted to a more serious posture and said solemnly, actually, whether it's a hot topic or not isn't important at all. The important thing is that the zombie apocalypse has been going on for so long. We can't let our sister be out there living in fear. When did she become your sister? Never mind. Just hearing about her deeds, I can tell we're the real half-siblings who have never met. What a jerk. Xiao shook his head speechlessly. However, his sister probably doesn't really need anyone to rescue her. Given her temper, it would be a miracle if she didn't team up with others to capture a zombie and tie it to a lab table for research. Shirzwan explained their latest plan to Song Zichu and Jiang Si, who had no objections whatsoever. So the four of them reconsidered and decided to first find a nearby pharmacy to stock up on some common medicines, avoiding any further involvement with the university students. Having determined their destination, Xiao gradually slowed down, returning to a normal driving speed. By the way, I haven't heard you mention your family before. With the zombie outbreak so sudden, are you going to see them? Strangely enough, Xiao hadn't mentioned his family since the outbreak. Logically, as a local, he could easily go home and stay with his family, yet he's been running around with them all this time. Shirzwan looked at him curiously, noticing a strange embarrassment on his face. They probably weren't too happy that I went to them. What do you mean? Xiao's eyes darted around. They went back to their hometown. The old lady had arranged a marriage for me, and wanted me to go back with her a while ago, but I stood them up that day. It happened to be the day he first met Shirzwan. That's really awkward. He skipped the blind date arranged by his family, went to a bar, got completely drunk, and then slept with a man. Just thinking about it, in a conservative family, that would be a serious offense. Do they know you like men? Shirzwan asked cautiously, trying to find some grounds for leniency. They really didn't know that. They hadn't asked about my love life at all until I came back this time. I guess they were worried about the pressure I've been under since dropping out of school, and wanted to distract me. But of course, another major reason is my age. It's normal to be pressured to get married. Shirzwan initially agreed with his analysis, but when he got to the second half of his sentence, he laughed in exasperation. You're only 27, what's the rush? You're not 37. I'm not even in a rush at my age, why are you? Well, you still have to be in a rush. Huh? Chapter 45. Xiao deliberately paused, keeping everyone in suspense. When Shirzwan's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly patted his arm, he finally spoke leisurely. The quality of the dating market these days isn't good. Finding a handsome, highly educated, considerate, and good-cooked man at the same time is like finding a needle in a haystack. At our age, we should be more anxious now and cherish what we have. He spoke as if he knew everything about the current market. Shirzwan pretended not to understand the implied meaning in his words. Unfortunately, I don't have any obsession with high-quality men. If the feeling is right, even a vocational school graduate is fine. Such low standards? I'm dating and settling down, not based on education. Of course, I have to pick someone who suits my taste, who can comfort me and provide emotional support. Such unrealistic requirements. Xiao was speechless. Their request was normal and reasonable, and there was no discrimination based on educational background. Could he possibly persuade him to change his mind? Seeing his disgusted expression, Shirzwan turned away and secretly chuckled. Trying to get information out of him? Heh, no way. He took several deep breaths to suppress his unruly smile. What's the point of talking about this? Zombies are still running around everywhere. Who has time for romance? We should use this time to think about how to find her when we get to her school. There are so many kids on a university campus. Once you're inside, it'd be completely dark. How will you recognize anyone? Do you know your sister's dorm room? As her older brother, he must have gone to see her off when she started university. Xiao nodded, but then said, knowing her dorm room won't help either. Do you dare bet that brat won't stay in her room properly? So wild. Shirzwan wasn't going to bet with him. If she wasn't there, she wasn't there. If she wasn't there, shouldn't he try to find her? The dorm was right there. He could find it as long as he knew the location. But his sister had 2 legs. No one could control where she might run off to. Xiao, the older brother, wasn't worried at all, confidently assuring him that he would find his sister very easily once they arrived at school. Fine. H University was the only first-tier university in this city, admitting a large number of students from all over the country every year. Years ago, Sherzwan had also considered leaving the North early before filling out his college application. H University was considered the best school within his range. But in the end, considering both his major and grades, he stayed in the North to finish his university studies before coming to H City alone. His sister's major required high-level experimental equipment. As a top university in the country, H University received a lot of investment from various parties, and its experimental equipment was frequently updated and relatively complete. Just last year, a new campus opened, farther from the city center, but its advantage lies in its spaciousness and remoteness. Several state-of-the-art laboratories were also built there. My younger sister, due to her major, moved to this new campus midway through her studies. 2 cars drove one after the other along a forest path, skillfully avoiding wandering zombies, finally stopping in front of a towering, archway-like gate. The archway was constructed of pink bricks, painted a vermilion brown, with clean white edges. Because it's a new campus, all the paint retains its purest color, yet to show any signs of wear from repeated rain. We arrived. Xiao drove the car up the steps, and instructed Sherzwan to leave the medicine they had just rummaged through the small pharmacy and the other backpacks in the car. He had been back in China for vacation last year, when his younger sister moved campuses. The little girl had so much stuff that it was inconvenient for her to move around, so he, as her older brother, was sent by their parents to help with the luggage. He had only been here once before. Luckily, his memory was good, and he was able to find the right way. Looking at the dense foliage outside the window, Sherzwan sighed. It really has to be this newly built campus. The architecture and landscaping must have taken a lot of time and money. Unfortunately, he was born a few years too early, and he hadn't done enough research when filling out his college application, resulting in a barren mountain of a campus. There wasn't even a private bathroom. You had to take a thermos and queue in the corridor to get water. The money in the water card drained faster than the hot water poured in. Seeing the envious look in his eyes, Xiao teased, "It's not too late for you to get a master's degree now, and enjoy the benefits of this new era." "I rather not." The grandly decorated gate had no practical value. It simply stood there to tell people this was a university. Passing through the gate, you could see the security booth. Connecting to the gate where students usually entered and exited was a long sliding door. But now the sliding door was pulled all the way and locked, blocking the way into the school. Looking through the car window, it seemed it wasn't just a simple lock. The gaps in the Z-shaped iron frame were filled with wire. A chain was wrapped around the very center several times. The outermost strip was secured to the pillar with a simple clip made of sheet metal and nails. Behind the sliding door, it was clear that whoever had orchestrated this had piled up every conceivable item they could find. Sherzwan recalled Xiao's extraordinary assessment of her sister. "Did your sister do all this?" "No, she's not that capable." Seeing Xiao shake her head, Sherzwan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard someone beside him say, "She doesn't have the strength to move all this stuff. She must have tricked a bunch of people into helping her." Organizational skills, rallying ability, high decision-making ability, execution ability. Xiao's sister was just a student. If she really led the other students in these defensive measures, she was definitely an exceptionally talented person. The power of the new generation shouldn't be underestimated. Xiao pulled the car over to the side of the road, waiting for Jiangxi and Song Zichu to get out. After hearing Sherzwan's speculation, the two were as wide-eyed as if their mouths had dropped open, realizing that such dense defensive measures were likely something Xiao's sister had calmly led her classmates to do after the zombie outbreak. "You mean these barbed wire spikes and glass shards on the wall were also their doing?" The top of the side wall was also cluttered with various small items to deter intruders. It was clear that when the school was initially built, only a single spiral of wire was used to prevent thieves. But the children had almost completely filled it up in such a short time. Song Zichu was also astonished, marveling at how extraordinary these young people were. "But how are we going to get in?" Jiangxi interrupted the group. Xiao's sister's defensive works were quite impressive, but the problem was that they had also blocked them, who meant no harm. All three looked towards the only person present who seemed familiar, the female leader. "Xiao, They weren't willing to go in and force their way in. "Where's your cannon?" he asked Sherzwan. "You're not planning to use this on your sister, are you? Sacrificing family for the greater good?" Sherzwan asked incredulously, yet obeyed, taking the pulse cannon from its recoil. "How could I?" He took the cannon, his eyes scanning the area for a target. "Am I that bad?" He then aimed the muzzle at the security booth next to him, pressed the switch, and the bottom of the bucket slammed against his shoulder. This thing actually had recoil. Xiao, handling it for the first time, was caught off guard and almost dropped it. The three people nearby witnessed everything, laughing at him for using his muscles, which he built up at the gym, as if they were just for show. Luckily, the materials combined weren't even a semi-finished product, so it wouldn't have been flung off his shoulder after firing. Then you better be mentally prepared before using it next time. Once I get the materials, I make you a proper one. The recoil is incomparable. I already said it was just an accident. Shirzwan took a punch to the arm, and it took him a while to stop laughing. The pulse cannon blasted open the guardhouse's glass, and after removing the dirty, reflective layer, they could see what was inside. There was even a zombie hiding in the cramped space. Xiao immediately changed direction and fired another shot at the zombie, black and red blood staining the snow-white wall. Did your sister do this too? This zombie really didn't seem to have been accidentally trapped inside. The clothes it was wearing weren't a security guard uniform. The door and windows were tightly sealed. Even if the zombie outbreak hadn't occurred, the guardhouse wouldn't have been sealed so tightly. So, it seemed Xiao's sister specifically captured a zombie and locked it inside to scare away anyone trying to break into the school. She just didn't expect to encounter her brother armed with firearms. To facilitate their operation, they put the pulse cannon back in the car, unusually going into action empty-handed. They climbed over the broken glass into the security booth, finally entering the school. Directly opposite the school gate's main archway was a stone sculpture inscribed with the characters' diligent study and pursuit of knowledge, surrounded by flower bushes. Beside the sculpture were two paths, one leading to the teaching buildings, and the other to the dormitory area. Didn't you say your sister would automatically appear as soon as we entered the school? He didn't see anyone automatically spawning like an NPC. Shirzwan looked left and right, but didn't see a single person on the path. You know what? They got a pretty good defense here. Not a single zombie has gotten in? Song Zichu touched the table leg behind the sliding door. What's this? A thin white thread was wrapped around it, the end extending outwards, its destination unclear. He leaned closer to examine it, but since the builders had gone to great lengths to make the pile of debris difficult to dismantle, the thread's purpose was unclear. Perhaps it just got tangled up accidentally? Song Zichu reached out and lightly brushed his fingertips across the thread. Suddenly, a tense, piercing alarm blared. Holy crap, what the hell is this? The group jumped in fright, huddled together, their eyes darting around. Just then, a loud shout came from nearby, followed by several figures leaping down from the trees. Classmates, stop them! Don't let them in. A girl in a smart tracksuit stood there, her muscular physique still clearly visible beneath the fabric. Her long hair was tied high on her head with a rubber band, and a cool breeze caused it to cascade like silk. A group of men and women of various kinds obeyed her command, leaping from the tree branches to the ground, while she remained high above, looking down at them. Do it! Holy crap, Xia Ting is even willing to murder her own brother. Chapter 46. What? This girl in front of them is Xiao's sister? Everyone stared blankly at her imposing figure in the tree. The girl named Xia Ting froze, then jumped down from the tree. She took 2 steps forward, but maintained a certain distance from the group of 4. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowed to slits, seemingly trying to make out who she was. Xia Ting, where are your glasses? Brother? It really is you. Xia Ting rushed up excitedly, hugging Xiao. I thought you were dead. The very first greeting almost made Shirzwan burst out laughing. The siblings' words were both incredibly sharp. Xiao speechlessly placed his hand on her head. Also, when did you start working out? Those arm muscles are really well defined and firm. Xia Ting grinned, unabashedly rolling up her sleeves to her shoulders, her forearms folded, revealing beautifully defined lines. My glasses are long gone. Never mind that. Come and squeeze them. She urged Xiao impatiently to check her work. A year, isn't that amazing? It's so embarrassing. Being watched by so many people in public, even Xiao, with his thick skin, felt a little embarrassed. He gave her arm a perfunctory squeeze, offered a few token compliments, and then quickly changed the subject. What are you and these classmates behind you doing here? They were a group of about 10 people, men and women, who had just jumped down from the tree. Xia Ting slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to introduce them. Those 3 are my roommates. I met them before. The rest were friends from his department and acquaintances from the gym. His 3 roommates also remembered Xiao and waved to him. Although the others were meeting him for the first time, they smiled and nodded. Brother, are you going to introduce me? Hey Ziqiao, long time no see. Seeing Song Ziqiao, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, standing behind Xiao. She enthusiastically went over to greet him. Shirzwan felt another gust of wind rush past him. Before he could even introduce his sister, she was gone. Your sister is too lively. She's just seriously distracted. Xiao watched her perfectly bypass Shirzwan and wanted to grab her by the collar and drag her back. So rude. Just as he was about to lash out, Shirzwan grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. It's okay. She'd be fine after she finishes talking. The warmth of his hand seeped through the thin fabric. Ahead, students noticed the danger signal and began whispering amongst themselves. Behind them, Xiaoting, Song Ziqiao, and Jiangxi were also engaged in a lively conversation. It seemed only the two of them were isolated in this small space. The surrounding noise gradually faded, perhaps simply being filtered out by their brains. Only the hand on their shoulder felt like a red-hot iron. Xiao sighed. She's always been like this, easily distracted and losing interest quickly. Then why did she choose biology as her major in college? Half of it was because of me. His expression was conflicted. Shirzwan waited quietly for him to continue. She's very smart, learning everything very quickly from childhood to university, so maybe she has a bit of a genius complex. Genius syndrome? It's when you pick up everything too easily and lose the passion to keep going. You try something for a couple of days, find it uninteresting, and then move on to something new. As he said this, he turned to look at Xiaoting, his eyes a mixture of pride and worry. When it came time to fill out college applications, she didn't seem to have found her passion. Right then, our relatives were always talking about me, exaggerating how amazing my major was, but then Xiaoting chose something similar. She didn't choose virology. Instead, she went into bioengineering. Her family only found out after she was accepted. She casually remarked, I don't want to be trapped in school like my brother, unable to escape. I'm not planning on taking the postgraduate entrance exam. Such a carefree attitude. Shirzwan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The capriciousness of a genius. Just then, Xiaoting, having finished her conversation with Song Ziqiao and introduced herself to Jiangxi, suddenly remembered Shirzwan, whom she had ignored. She quickly ran over. Hi, I'm Xiaoting, his sister. She naturally extended her hand to introduce herself. Sorry, I haven't seen Ziqiao in so long, I got a little too excited. After Xiaoting finished speaking, she glanced at Xiao's expression, then leaned close to Shirzwan's ear with a serious expression, mainly because I really didn't expect that they could both survive, especially Ziqiao. Behind Xiao's back, Shirzwan was almost unable to hold back his laughter at his extraordinary sister. You and your brother are really quite alike. Perhaps the family motto is always be sharp-tongued. Xiaoting didn't understand, but Shirzwan shook his head, vowing he would never say it aloud. Helpless, she had no choice but to give up. By the way, brother, what are you doing at my school? It couldn't just be a simple visit to comfort him, could it? She didn't believe her brother was that kind. Xiao looked at the large crowd behind her, hesitating whether to speak in front of so many people. Let's find an empty classroom. She instantly understood Xiao's concerns, and turned to instruct the students to continue guarding the area. If they're zombies, kill them as soon as they get close. If they're humans, Julin should assess their behavior before deciding whether to take action. Oh right, we just smashed the security room window, and killed the zombies inside while we were at it. Xiao remembered. Did you do that on purpose? What? You actually killed the zombie I captured to work for? Xiaoting put her hands on her hips. You're so mean. A zombie she captured to work for? What a novel phrase. Shirzwan stared in shock at the brother and sister, who had started arguing over a single sentence, completely bewildered. Just then, Song Ziqiao walked over and put his long arm around his shoulder. Don't let their endless bickering fool you. Xiao is actually quite a sis-on. When Xiaoting first entered high school, she encountered a sexist homeroom teacher who falsely accused her of something. Upon hearing this, Xiao bought a plane ticket and flew back to China overnight. The next day, she went to the school and, together with the parents of other abused students, confronted the principal in his office, ultimately getting the homeroom teacher suspended. Wow, that's impressive. Jiangxi chimed in, when I was little, I always dreamed of having an older brother, but alas. Forget it, don't have unrealistic fantasies about older brothers. Even from a distance, Xiaoting rushed over immediately upon hearing Jiangxi's exclamation, shattering her illusion. It's like he's got another dad. You little brat, watch me. Alright, stop arguing. Just as Xiao was about to roll up his sleeves and slap Xiaoting on the head, Shirzwan preemptively high-fived her suspended hand. Are you crazy? Xiaoting had never seen her brother look so defeated. She covered her mouth and chuckled, but the slap landed on her neck instead. TCH. She coughed twice, ordered the boys in the group to fix the window, and then had the others follow her. The nearest school building was only 60 or 70 meters from the gate. The 5 of them found an empty classroom on the first floor and sat down. The desks and chairs in the classroom were crooked, and a large patch of blood remained on the corner of the podium. It seemed the school wasn't always peaceful. There must have been some chaos, but it was suppressed by small groups of students who spontaneously organized themselves. Were there many zombies here at the beginning? Xiao frowned, looking at the bloodstains. He turned and scanned Xiaoting from head to toe like a security scanner, finding no obvious wounds. Don't look, you're not injured. Xiaoting felt a chill run down his spine from his sharp gaze. Our school is in the mountains, in a remote location. At first, only 1 or 2 students returning from outside were infected with the virus, and the school quickly discovered and isolated them. But the zombie virus spreads very quickly. In some classrooms, while classes were in progress, someone suddenly started going berserk and biting people. It's said that the initial outbreak occurred in the physical education department's classrooms. Perhaps because they watched too many zombie movies, the students and teachers reacted quickly. Their first instinct wasn't to run away, but to ensure that other uninfected students evacuated the classrooms first, and then they blocked the classroom doors. Because of this, the zombie virus didn't spread widely within the school. Several deans immediately contacted their superiors to confirm arrangements, broadcasting a notice for all students to return to their dormitories and avoid going out. They also organized physically fit students and teachers to volunteer to deal with the small number of zombies roaming the school. Thanks to the school's swift and immediate response, the school avoided large-scale casualties. This led to students spontaneously organizing small groups to take turns guarding various locations on campus. Xiaoting, with her outstanding leadership and charisma, successfully secured the crucial task of guarding the school's main gate. A divine school, a divine principal, Song Ziqiu commented sharply. I guarantee my undergraduate school would have definitely fallen by now. Xiaoting shrugged. What about you guys? You haven't gotten hurt after all this time, have you? Oh, Jiangxi and I haven't, but sure Ji got hit on the head by some jerk of a woman, and Xia Ji. Your brother's so tough. How could he get hurt? Xiao quickly interrupted Song Ziqiu, then received a glare from his younger sister. Just tell me what you want. Talking about this nonsense was a complete waste of time. She didn't press the matter. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, secretly adding a mental note to Song Ziqiu's name. Shirzwan, and I want to ask you for a favor. He glanced at the person watching the whole thing and tossed the question to them. Shirzwan had no choice but to take over, continuing to explain, your brother said your campus has a demolition lab, and we'd like to borrow it for a bit. Ah? This isn't a good idea. Xiaoting's eyes darted around, glancing at the windowpane before leaning closer and lowering her voice. Are you planning to make explosives? She actually understood Shirzwan and the others' intentions immediately. Communicating with smart people is so much easier. Don't worry, I'm a professional certified, and I definitely won't blow up your lab. Shirzwan assured her repeatedly, practically revealing his previous job duties and address. It's not that problem. Chapter 47. Xiaoting's expression was conflicted. After a long silence, she finally spoke, you probably can't get in. A girl I used to work out with is in this major. She complained to me before that only their major's lab has its own building, with 2 doors to get in, and you have to scan your face and ID. Shirzwan, as a demolition engineer, was well aware that the explosives and other materials used in demolition were strictly monitored. The power went out after the zombie outbreak. Leaving aside their lab, our department's small, rundown lab is practically a bank vault door when the power goes out. Even if you wanted to get in, you couldn't. The problem lay there. The group exchanged glances, all seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes. They come all this way. Were they really going to give up? Isn't there any other way in? What about the windows? We can climb in through the windows. Xiao emphasized again, any method was acceptable as long as they could get in. I haven't been to their professional lab either, so I don't know the specifics. How about this? I call Zhu over and have her talk to you. Xu Lin? Shirzwan had heard her mention that name at the school gate earlier. Isn't she responsible for guarding the gate? Can't we just call her over? And is she trustworthy? What if she listens to their needs, and then turns around and tells the school leaders everything? They'd be left with no one to turn to. Don't worry, we're good friends. Besides, She's a bit timid and doesn't usually like teachers. Xia Ting assured them that Zhu Lin was absolutely trustworthy. After obtaining the consent of the 4 people present, she patted her chest and told them to stay in the classroom until she brought the person back. Then she rushed out. Shirzwan, chin in hand, was very troubled. If we really can't get in, then this trip will have been a waste. Sigh, if we can't even get into the labs at the university, it'd be even harder to get into research institutes and companies. They didn't know the locations of the relevant research institutes, but the only company in the entire province with a demolition lab was the one Shirzwan used to work for. It's no exaggeration to say that their security system was at the level of a bank vault. They even had emergency measures in place for power outages. Shirzwan felt a headache coming on. Now they could only wait for Xia Ting to return with Zhu Lin to find out the extent of the security measures in the university's labs. Xia Ao rubbed the back of his neck, telling him not to worry so much. About 15 minutes later, footsteps sounded outside the door again. The door opened, and a girl followed Xia Ting in. Her short hair was loosely tied into a small bun, draped over her back. She wore a beige windbreaker, her hands rubbing the long sleeves that extended beyond the fabric. She seemed to deliberately hide behind Xia Ting as she walked. Her bangs and the shadows made it impossible for outsiders to see her face. Xia Ting stepped back to the left, finally revealing her completely. This is Zhu Lin. I already explained the situation to her. Zhu Lin seemed a little nervous, perhaps not expecting so many people to be waiting in the classroom. Why you hello? She sounded like a startled little rabbit. Jiangxi quickly gestured for them to sit down. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. We just want to use your department's lab for a bit. Xia Ting told me, but our lab contains a lot of dangerous materials, and it's very difficult to get in outside of class hours or for experiments. She whispered, entering the lab building from the outside requires facial recognition. Only students or teachers who have applied for permission in advance can enter. Then entering the lab building is the same, either swiping a card or facial recognition, but both require prior application through the academic affairs platform. For a lab of this high risk, complicated procedures are inevitable. Otherwise, if terrorists broke in and looted everything, they wouldn't be able to find the perpetrators. Shirzwan still wouldn't give up, continuing to press. Then do you know the mechanism after the lab door loses power? Zhu Lin nodded at first, but quickly shook her head. This new campus also avoids the risk of electronic security doors malfunctioning after a power outage. She paused. After a power outage, the mechanical locks will automatically engage. Moreover, security doors are generally multi-layered composite armor structures, with a thickness of 20 to 30 millimeters. Forget about using tools to hack and smash them. Even if Shirzwan brought his pulse cannon, he wouldn't be able to break through the door once the flamethrower ran out of gas. Shirzwan suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Time really flies. A few years ago, when he was in university, there wasn't such a high-tech system. Many materials even required manual supervision. What about the laboratories on the old campus? Xia Ao seized on the loophole. Since the automatic locking system after a power outage was only added on the new campus, wouldn't the laboratories on the old campus be open? Forget about it. Xia Ting interrupted his wishful thinking. The old lab was emptied out when we moved to the new campus. You only see an empty shell if you go now. Aya, what are we going to do? Song Zichu sat on a stool, but his bottom was anything but still. He groaned and leaned back, almost tipping his head to the ground. Luckily, Jiangxi, quick-witted and agile, caught him, preventing a tragedy. Upon learning that they really couldn't enter the lab, the 4 of them were extremely dejected. Shirzwan even covered his uninjured side of his head with his hand, leaning against the table. The flesh on his cheeks was forced upwards, pulling his eyes into a slanted arc, like the eyes of a little fox. The hair on his forehead was dyed brown by the sunlight streaming in from the window, partially obscuring his eyebrows and eyes. Combined with the gauze wrapped around his head, he possessed a frail, broken beauty. A deathly silence fell over the classroom. No one spoke, and the air seemed heavy, suffocating. Seeing everyone silent, Zhu Lin awkwardly tugged at Xia Ting's sleeve. Xia Ting looked down at her anxious expression and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Brother, if you ask me, you shouldn't leave. The school is safe, there are no zombies here. Our dean instructed us that as long as they are harmless humans, we can let them in. Their campus is in a remote location, so not many people come here." The school agreed that students could rescue those seeking help in emergencies, then compile and report a list for the school to arrange for quarantine. However, Shirzwan and his group didn't take the usual route. They smashed the security room window open and barged in. Plus, Xia Ting acted as if she knew them well as soon as she entered, so everyone else turned a blind eye and let Xia Ting take them away. So in a way, they got in through connections. Seeing the four finally realize what was happening, Xia Ting arrogantly curled her lips. So everyone here should think carefully, whether you want to stay here and obediently quarantined or be surrounded and publicly executed by us innocent but foolish college students. Everyone shudders. Finally, Xia Ao gave her a sharp rap on the forehead. Speak properly. Where did you learn this? You're such a nice girl, acting like a pervert. Xia Ting, TCH, here comes the lecturing again. Xia Ting covered her head and ran away, managing to hide behind Shizhuan. Suddenly meeting Xia Ao's deliberately stern face, Shizhuan found it extremely funny, wishing he had a camera to capture his expression. Xia Ao, stare. Shizhuan clenched his fist, hiding it in front of his upturned lips, and coughed lightly. Don't take your blessings for granted. Your sister is just reminding us. You regret it when she posts online complaining about her family background. Xia Ting was stunned. Was she really this kind? Everyone else was trying hard to suppress their laughter, but Xia Ao, subjected to verbal abuse from both of them, felt desperate and helpless. Finally, the four of them huddled together and discussed the matter. Shizhuan lowered his head and thought for a long time, indicating that he still didn't want to give up the opportunity to enter the lab. It all came down to this. We're already here. The group decided to stay at H University for a while, which would also serve as a rest. Xia Ting nodded in satisfaction, signaling everyone to follow her to the dean's office to get their names checked before arranging quarantine. So, are we just going to leave our car parked at the school gate like that? Jiangxi asked. She felt unsafe leaving so much stuff out in front of her. But Xia Ao wasn't the only one present, so she didn't want to openly express her concern about the items in the car. She simply said that all the clothes she had prepared were in the car. She hadn't changed her clothes for 3 or 4 days. Xia Ting subtly took 2 steps back. The main gate is sealed off. Cars are generally not allowed in. In special circumstances, cars are allowed in through the north gate. But these special circumstances were truly exceptional, and Xia Ting couldn't guarantee that she could use her connections to get their car in. In a few words, they arrived at the dean's office. Xia Ting walked in front and knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. She simply placed her hand on the doorknob and pushed the door open, going inside. Song Ziqiao, the bad student who had never spoken a word to a teacher outside of class, stared in disbelief. The office was empty, but Xia Ting seemed completely unsurprised, walking straight to the black upholstered chair in front of her desk. She casually gestured to the sofa beside her, indicating that they should sit wherever they liked. This behavior made it seem as if she were the dean. Receiving a threatening look from her brother, Xia Ting slightly raised her buttocks and sat up straight, explaining to them, "Our dean is really responsible." After the zombie outbreak, students and teachers took turns guarding various locations. But zombies are very unpredictable. If a student in a corner is bitten, others won't have time to react, and it will quickly lead to the spread of the virus. Her hands were free. She extended her index finger and tapped a small metal ball on the table. To avoid this situation, the deans of several colleges regularly lead teams to patrol the campus. They take turns according to a schedule. Dean Huang will be back soon. She then pointed to the wall clock. He go back to his office to rest after his patrol. He has a rule. Anyone he brings back should come directly to his office, sit down wherever they like, and not stand waiting at the door. What a good dean! This thought crossed everyone's mind, not just Song Ziqia's. The fact that such a large and diverse school has managed to hold on this long is entirely due to the dean's composure under pressure and their ability to quickly calm the students and teachers. Then, they organized willing students to work together to respond. Meanwhile, he himself didn't hide in a safe place as an unassailable conductor, but went deep into the grassroots, working alongside the students and teachers. While they were silently reflecting on this, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was the crisp sound of leather shoes on the floor. They all looked up simultaneously. The door had opened. Chapter 48. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s walked in from behind the door. He wore a blue-striped polo shirt, clearly untouched since the zombie outbreak, and even had a red badge pinned to his chest. Upon entering and seeing the room full of people, he immediately concealed his weariness, replacing it with a concerned smile. His gray-white stubble on his chin was noticeably pulled up. Did Xia bring all these people back? He noticed Xia Ting occupying his seat, but showed no annoyance or intention to shoo her away. On the contrary, Xia Ting, who had always acted like a little tyrant, stood up voluntarily, urging the man to sit down and rest. "Director Huang, this is my brother and his friend." They were worried about my safety, so they came to find me. I thought people coming in from outside all need to be quarantined, so I brought them to your office. Hello. Xiao extended a hand. The man was momentarily stunned when he heard her introduce the person as her brother, then his eyes reddened. He quickly grasped the hand in the air. Hello, hello. He was even more excited than Xiaoting had been when her brother came to visit her at the school gate. Congratulations. Your brother has come looking for you. He was clearly genuinely happy for Xiaoting's reunion with her family. Well, Dean Huang, since you already met him, then Old Huang, what's all this commotion over here? Oh, isn't this Xiaoting and Zhu Lin? Hello, Dean Lin. Hello, Dean. The office door opened again, and this time a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered. He had dark skin and looked to be about the same age as Dean Huang. The dean had probably just finished patrolling and returned to rest with Dean Huang. His face still showed obvious fatigue. But in front of the younger generation, he subconsciously forced himself to stand up straight. Old Lin? Xiao was about to greet him again as a parent representative when Shizhuan, standing beside him, was even more excited, jumping up from the sofa with a whoosh. By the time he reacted, their hands were already clasped. You are? Shizhuan, right? Dean Lin first squinted, scanning his face, then his eyes suddenly lit up. What are you doing in H City? You graduated so many years ago, I never expected to run into you here. Around the time of graduation, I heard you say you weren't planning to stay in B City, but I got busy and didn't have time to check on you. I didn't expect you to be so heartless, disappearing without a trace after graduation, without even updating me on anything. Shizhuan felt the hand on the back of his neck and felt a little embarrassed. I had some family matters to deal with back then, so I was in a rush and ended up coming to H City without even taking graduation photos. So you settled in H City now. Seeing the two of them reminiscing about things from years ago, as if no one else was around, Song Ziqiu slid to where Shizhuan had been sitting, leaned close to Xiao, and whispered, What's going on? Xiao shook his head. He suddenly realized he knew nothing about Shizhuan's past, his university, or his work experience. It seemed that every time a spark of curiosity arose in his heart, it was forcefully suppressed by reason. Wouldn't that offend him? This was an excuse he often used to himself. Song Ziqiu thought that after harboring a secret crush for so long, he must know something about the other person's past. Surprisingly, he didn't even know which university Shizhuan had attended in City B. From their conversation, it seemed Shizhuan was actually a native of City B. He only moved to City H alone after graduating from university. Xiao ignored Song Ziqiu's meaningful gaze and looked at the two people in the center of the room, who seemed to be lost in conversation. Dean Huang leaned back in his office chair, his eyelids drooping, too sleepy to keep his eyes open. The others were also idling. Zhu Lin's sleeves were crumpled into a dry mess. Even though Xiao was quite eager to hear them continue their conversation about the past, time was limited, and it was best to go to quarantine first so the two deans could get some rest. Dean Lin, I'm Xiaoting's brother. She said, we need to quarantine after we arrive. Why don't we go first, and you and Dean Huang can rest. You can catch up properly in a couple of days when you have more free time. Suddenly interrupted, Dean Lin snapped out of his reverie and realized he had been pestering them for so long. Hey kids, go get some rest. I bet you kids have been running around outside ever since the zombie outbreak. Look at the dust on your clothes. So many holes here and there. Dean Lin beckoned Xiaoting over. Take them to the empty dormitory building. It's a 4-person room. If that girl doesn't want to stay with us, open another room next door. He pulled a bunch of keys from his pocket, took one from the top, but then his gaze met Jiang Xi's. He hesitated, then prepared to take another key for them. No need, no need. She can stay with us. No need to waste resources. Shizhuan waved his hand like a windmill, and Jiang Xi, the person involved, also said it wasn't necessary. The group had been living and eating together since the apocalypse, so there wasn't much formality. However, Old Lin was extremely enthusiastic. Don't be so polite with me, we have plenty of rooms. These are newly renovated rooms for the next batch of students. Take them. As he spoke, he insisted on handing the keys to Xiaoting. Go ahead, you be in quarantine for 24 hours. Consider it supporting our school's work. Shizhuan could only smile and nod. I come help after the quarantine. Okay. The large group left the office, Xiaoting holding the keys, preparing to lead everyone to the dormitory. Before leaving, Xiaoting suddenly inquired about what to do with the cars parked outside. The two deans discussed briefly, then took out a small stack of cards from their drawers. They quickly wrote 2 lines on the back of the cards, signed them, stamped them with the college's official seal, and handed them to her. They said to give the card to the person in charge at the north gate, and after checking it, the person in charge would remove the roadblock and let their car in. With this, things would be much easier. Xia Ting led the group back to the school's main gate. The security room's window frame had been nailed shut with steel plates by several students. When they arrived, they saw a tall boy getting off a chair, holding a hammer. Shwekairui. The boy turned his head, his curly hair swaying with the movement like cotton candy. Hearing Xia Ting's voice, he waved excitedly at her. "Senior, are you going out? I get you the keys." "No need, it's all right." Xia Ting interrupted him. "We won't be going in through this gate later. Give the keys to Zhu Lin after you're done, she keep them safe." Zhu Lin gave a soft Then she didn't follow them out. "This school's location is really out of the way. We can barely see any zombies," Song Ziqiu muttered, looking at the slow-moving zombie a dozen meters away as they walked out of the security room. He had underestimated the zombie and hadn't controlled his volume properly. The zombie heard human voices and immediately turned and ran towards them. Startled, Song Ziqiu quickly covered his mouth with his hand and flung open the car door, getting into the passenger seat. Shirzwen almost burst out laughing at his comical appearance. But with the zombie approaching, they had to get in the car quickly. He habitually walked to the passenger seat, his hand on the door handle. When he suddenly remembered that the driver's sister was there, was it appropriate for him to occupy the passenger seat? Thinking this, he silently moved his arm 30 centimeters to the side, preparing to sit in the back. "Xia Ting, you sit in the back?" A hand froze in midair. "Huh? I didn't." Never mind, okay." Xia Ting was about to say that she usually sat in the passenger seat, but when she looked up, she saw a zombie with pectoral muscles bigger than her head rushing towards her. She instantly swallowed her doubts and squeezed into the back seat from the other side. "Holy crap, why is there so much stuff in your car? Ouch." She didn't know what she had bumped into and let out a scream. But in the emergency, she didn't have time to care what that rubbish was pressing against her, but she just had to squeeze herself in. Shirzwen quickly opened the passenger door and got in as well. The car started and drove several dozen meters before shaking off the zombie. Shirzwen looked up at the rearview mirror and saw Xia Ting in an extremely contorted position. Her feet were blocked by the buckets under the seats, leaving her nowhere to put them, forcing her to squeeze into the extremely narrow space by the door. Her bottom was half suspended in the air, and because of the buckets of water from the pulse cannon, she couldn't sit down. Xia Ting managed to avoid cooking a dish inside the car by hanging herself on the handles above the door with both hands. "What kind of weird things are piled up in the back seat?" she demanded angrily, but given her current posture, the two people in the front didn't even feel guilty. Xiao laughed out loud without any restraint. "Ha! Help yourself. Stand that pulse cannon up and lean it against the side." Xia Ting was so angry that she could barely stand, and even managed to reach over the headrest and whack her brother on the head. Only after the laughter in the car subsided did she finally manage to stand the two enormous buckets upright and lean them against the other door. Did Brother Shir make this too? Her gaze swept over the various connecting parts of the pulse cannon. Although it was the first time she heard of it, the name gave her a rough idea of what it was. Considering the reason the group had come all the way to her school. Does this thing only get fuel from the flamethrower? Then why connect all these pipes? Why not just open the valve and spray it at the zombies? She asked curiously, not understanding the purpose of connecting these two huge water tanks. Wouldn't it be incredibly clumsy in combat? Hearing her resentful tone, Shirzwen knew she was still angry about being used as a butt shield protector earlier. Suppressing a laugh, he explained, "If there's only one flamethrower, the firepower definitely won't be enough. These pipes help gather the flame's energy in the empty tanks, storing it before releasing it, making it much more lethal." Then, he explained the reason and function of each component from a professional perspective, but as the saying goes, a trade is a trade, and even the top student from H University was still confused. All she knew was that Shirzwen's tool was pretty impressive. She complimented it a few times, then inquired about their plans. Although Xiao had promised to stay at H University after quarantine, the group still couldn't stop thinking about their school's labs. Should they go all in on physics or try to use their connections with Dean Lin? Was Dean Lin your teacher before Shirzwen could answer Xia Ting? Xiao asked before Shirzwen could answer. He saw Shirzwen's stunned expression in the rearview mirror, but this time he didn't back down. "I didn't even know you were from B City." Chapter 49. That was so many years ago. It doesn't really matter whether I talk about it or not. I decided to settle in H City. Shirzwen turned his head to look out the car window, the lush green bushes and sycamore trees receding into the distance. This was a scene that the city would never see at this time of year. Yellow dust, smog, gray, empty roads, these keywords occupied most of his memories. It was currently the time of year when sandstorms were frequent, and just recalling the feeling of sand and gravel entering his nasal cavity along his trachea made him feel suffocated. But the worst thing was the feeling this city gave him. Lonely, disconnected. From the moment he was born, it seemed he had been forcibly labeled independent. While other children fell asleep to their mother's lullabies, he, as a young child, only learned the word mama. Before he even had a chance to understand who it referred to, his father told him she had gone to work far away. After that, he saw his father far more often through fleeting glimpses on television news than at the dinner table. The nannies who cared for him changed hands frequently. But just when he finally managed to find the pronunciation and corresponding strokes in the dictionary, the nanny was fired for stealing an expensive watch from his father's study. Later, he discovered that learning just 2 words was enough to address all the ladies working in his household. So he stopped wasting time on making friends. After he finished recounting his childhood experiences, an eerie silence fell over the car. Xiao touched his nose, unsure whether he should offer some words of comfort. Xia Ting in the back seat was also extremely embarrassed. How could someone's brother be so quick to reopen old wounds? Help! 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 Actually, it wasn't that bad. With fewer relationships to cultivate, I had more time to spend on myself. Zhuang casually brushed aside his past trauma. Later, I met Lao Lin in college. At that time, he was just a professor in our department, but his academic achievements were very high. He had led several national-level projects. I only attended 1 year of his specialized courses. He still finds that experience amusing. For a year, he was never on time for our weekly specialized class. For almost a month, Lao Lin was out working on projects and giving lectures every day, with no time for classes. I still remember that one Thursday in the 2nd semester of my sophomore year, several classes were moved to one large classroom, where we listened to him make up for that month's worth of missed lessons from morning till night. Lao Lin was not yet 50 years old at the time, and his physical strength was remarkable. He actually managed to stand for a whole day, leaning half his body against the blackboard, to catch up on the missed lessons. Not only was Professor Lin, who was lecturing, exhausted, but the students listening were also complaining, wishing they could teleport back to their dorms and lie down immediately. By then, Zhuang had already heard from various rumors about how impressive Professor Lin was. After the long class ended, he immediately jumped up to talk to people, trying to become acquainted with him. However, the only problem was that he didn't fully grasp the intensity of Professor Lin's workload. He thought that by getting on Professor Lin's good side, he could receive an epic boost to his graduation thesis writing for free. Unfortunately, Professor Lin didn't serve as a thesis advisor at all. It wasn't until a senior he knew entered his senior year that news came from the front lines that he wasn't even on the list of candidate thesis advisors. By this time, Zhuang had become Lao Lin's top disciple through his diligent study and excellent academic performance, and his initial utilitarian motives had faded. However, near graduation, a sudden family crisis triggered his belated rebellious phase, leading him to buy a plane ticket and fly south overnight. Although he later returned to City B to pack his bags, the circumstances were unusual, and he didn't inform anyone. Thus, he lost contact with Lao Lin. I didn't expect him to come to City H. But someone like him, a big shot in the industry, can go to any school in the country. Zhuang straightened the hem of the short-sleeved shirt that Lao Lin had been anxiously pressing down on. It was because of this that he suddenly changed his mind. He had originally planned to stay at the school for a while to determine if there was any hope of getting materials into the lab. If not, he would immediately move on. But when he saw the weariness between Lao Lin's gray brows and the speckles appearing near his ear on the side of his face, a soft spot in his heart felt like it had been kicked by a restless kitten. Staying a little longer wouldn't hurt. If you don't want to stay any longer, you can leave now. I stay here and see if I can help in any way. He cautiously glanced at Xiao's face through the rearview mirror. Sure enough, the man's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. It's not like we're in a rush to be reborn. What's the difference between staying an extra week and staying an extra month? Well, that still needs your approval. Wow, that sarcastic tone. Xiao's fists clenched. He wanted to stop the car immediately and teach this man a lesson in how to speak properly. Unfortunately, fate didn't give him the chance to be a good father. Brother. Turn right. The only victim, Xia Ting, watched helplessly as her brother and the passenger flirted, inadvertently driving past another intersection. Are we there yet? Turning right so soon. No, we passed. Xiao remained silent, quickly turning the steering wheel all the way to the right at the intersection. Luckily, the two roads were parallel. He only needed to drive to the end and turn right again to get back to Xiaoting's school. Why didn't you remind me? You little brat, you're already complaining. Xiaoting was so angry this time she didn't even have the strength to argue. The culprit, Shizhuan, knowing he was in the wrong, shut his mouth, poked Xiao's forearm with his index finger, signaling him to watch the road. The car tires rolled over the last patch of asphalt, turning and stopping in front of a sliding gate. The sliding gate was metal, about a hand's width thick, with densely packed Z-shaped markings, looking very sturdy. Two concrete pillars stood beside the school gate, supporting it. Their car was parked 2 meters away from the gate, but the gate didn't budge. Just as Xiao hesitated about how to tell the people inside that they were outside, the back window rolled down. Xiaoting stuck her head out and called out a few times towards the gate. The door to the side security room slowly opened. A man wearing a motorcycle helmet stepped out. Dark camouflage blocked their view, but from his physique and demeanor, they could tell he wasn't a student. Tall, with a short-sleeved shirt covering his well-defined muscles. Teacher Zhang, both cars are full of family members who came to see me. This is the dean's stamp. But Xiaoting recognized him immediately. The man took the card from her, scanned the text and read stamp, and asked, "How many people are there in total?" "Roll down the window so I can see." They cooperated with a series of checks before the man called Teacher Zhang turned and returned to the security booth. After a while, the sliding door slowly opened, and several equally muscular men rushed out, completely covered up, wearing motorcycle helmets and carrying weapons. This group quickly cleared the middle and rushed towards the car. Shizhuan's heart tightened. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these men were helping to clear away zombies near the car. "Come in quickly." Teacher Zhang peeked out from behind a pillar, waving to the men. Outside the window, those responsible for restraining the zombies knew exactly where their weaknesses were. A cleaver slashed a neck, and black blood splattered everywhere. Xiao immediately stepped on the gas and got in, Jiangxi's car following closely behind. After the car passed the sliding door, Shizhuan noticed through the window the retracted spikes lying on the ground. Presumably, if any vehicles tried to force their way in, they would immediately deploy spikes to block them and prevent the school from being breached. Just as Jiangxi's car pulled in, a whistle blew. The security personnel outside, as if prearranged, stopped fighting the zombies and quickly ran back into the school. Two equally heavily armed security personnel stood beside the two pillars at the entrance, each holding a handle to the folding door. As all the team members returned and filed in, the two quickly pulled the folding door shut. Bang! Zombies crashed into the door frame one by one, but were all stopped by the sturdy metal. Someone inside then used a chain as thick as a baby's arm, threaded it through the gap in the door, and locked it tightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zhang." Xiaoting got out of the car. Leading the group, Teacher Zhang, along with several others who had just rushed outside to help clear the zombies, removed their helmets. There were men and women, students and elderly people, but all were breathing heavily from the strenuous activity. "It's okay, senior." A short, round-faced boy greeted her with a grin. "It's a bit dangerous here, but we rarely need to open the gate." "Yeah, Xiao, you need to be careful over there. The school's main gate is quite conspicuous." The man gave a few more brief instructions, emphasizing the students need to be careful no matter what. "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, we have a lot of people over there, and we take turns frequently." Xiaoting waved her hand, telling him not to worry. "Then I take them to the quarantine dormitory first." "Great, congratulations." As soon as Xiaoting got back into the car, she received a greeting from her older brother. "How come you can chat with everyone?" He sounded like a character from an animated cartoon Shizhuan watched as a child, where the mother takes her child out to buy groceries, but on the way back, she starts a conversation with every acquaintance she bumps into. The child's legs are aching from standing, but no matter how much the mother urges him, he won't budge. However, Xiao's tone was different from the cartoon. It seemed more approving and gratified. Xiaoting subtly curled her lips into a smile, wanting to laugh, but forcibly suppressed it with willpower. "Your sister has an incredibly explosive personality. Isn't it good that she makes so many friends?" Too pretentious. Xiao pursed her lips, too lazy to pay attention to her. On the contrary, Shizhuan clapped and cheered her on. "Oh, brother Shi, you're such a good person. Why aren't you my brother? It's such a shame. Why did God have to give her the most awful brother? There are so many normal men in the world." Shizhuan, A seemingly normal man froze, afraid to move again, and immediately sat up straight in his seat. His cowardly appearance almost made Xia Ao burst out laughing. Xia Ting, stop joking and hurry up and give directions. Okay, you really have a lot of sharp and sarcastic remarks. Chapter 50. After entering the school, following Xia Ting's directions, the group quickly drove to the dormitory building. Next to the trash cans were some steel frame materials that hadn't been cleaned up yet. The white wall paint showed no cracks or signs of rain damage, clearly indicating it had just been renovated. Don't worry about formaldehyde or anything. This building has been under renovation since before we returned to school at the beginning of the year. We've been keeping the windows open to air it out, but I don't know why these old bed frames haven't been thrown away, Xia Ting quickly explained, noticing their gazes on the pile of scrap materials. But in reality, none of them had considered this. Jiangxi quickly took 2 steps and put her arm around her neck. It doesn't matter. It's the end of the world. Who cares about a little bit of formaldehyde they inhale? She was half a head taller than Xia Ting, so this was easy for her. Xia Ting's lower face was covered by Jiangxi's sleeve, her breath trapped in the fabric, but she didn't resist. The two of them maintained this position as they led the way. Hey, Si, wait for me. Song Ziqiao, ever the shrew, quickly slapped himself back on. Dean Lin had arranged for them to have 2 adjacent sunny rooms on the 3rd floor. Xia Ting unlocked the doors, dust billowing in the wind, floating among the patches of sunlight streaming in. The tables, chairs, and beds were all brand new. Even the foam padding at the corners was still in place. The only downside was that it hadn't been cleaned since the renovations. So much dust that every step left a footprint. Cough, cough, cough. Shirzwen was clearly unprepared, coughing as soon as he opened the door. If you mind, I go back to my dorm and get a broom? It's alright, it's alright. Shirzwen quickly stopped her. No need to tidy up, just leave it like this, there's no need to be so fussy. Who knows, maybe they're cleaner than this floor. He walked in, placing his backpack on the table with a heavy thud. The bottled water he was carrying for the next 2 days was placed beside the chair leg. So Jiangxi, are you sleeping alone? He asked. Dean Lin's concerns weren't unfounded. Whether or not to share a room with the 3 men depended on Jiangxi's own decision. At this moment, Xia Ting suddenly interjected, just a heads up, some rooms on the 3rd floor are also occupied. Some are parents who came looking for their children, and some are people who fled from the town at the foot of the mountain. I suggest you try not to let Sister Jiangxi stay alone. Some people are also in quarantine, and still at risk of turning into zombies. And some others. Human hearts are unpredictable, it's best to be extra careful. Jiangxi had intended to say she could sleep alone, but after hearing Xia Ting's words, an idea suddenly popped into her head. How about I move in with Sister Jiangxi? No need. Jiangxi interrupted her kind offer, I just live with Song Ziqiao. Ting, you still have to guard the school gate, you must be exhausted. Go back to your own dorm and get some rest. Besides, the dorm here is brand new, without even bed boards, it's really a shame to make her make do. Song Ziqiao was suddenly called upon, her face blank. Pointing to herself, she stammered me? Incredulous. Since the apocalypse, how come the opportunities for him and Jiangxi to spend time together have inexplicably increased? That's right. Jiangxi slapped his foolish finger away. That's settled then. Pairing up will ensure everyone's safety. Xiaoji, if you need anything, just knock on the door. Get some rest, we're leaving now. She rattled off this long sentence in one breath, then grabbed the key to the next room and quickly dragged Song Ziqiao out. The whole thing happened so fast that even those being pulled away didn't have time to react. It was as if some monstrous beast was inside. Song Ziqiao, Shirzwen and Xia Ao, Xia Ting, ? The door slammed shut, leaving only Shirzwen and the 3 Xia siblings in the room. Xia Ting was still dazed, completely bewildered. So I'm going back too? By the way, are you going back to continue your shift at the school gate or go back to your dorm to rest? I should probably stay at the school gate for a while longer. Xia Ting raised her left hand to check the time on her wristwatch. Our shifts are 6 hours long, so if I go back now, I have to stay at the gate for another hour. What's wrong, brother Shir? Oh, nothing. Shirzwen was taken aback. You must be careful while you're on duty. If you can't win, run away. Don't try to fight it head on. Xia Ting was a little embarrassed by his sudden concern. Haha, brother Shir, what are you saying? What if I run away from the school? Be a good girl. Seeing her playful expression, Xia Ao said coldly, there are so many adults here. The school doesn't need just one kid like you to guard it. He was making it sound like she was still a middle school or high school student. Without you, who would treat me like a child? Xia Ting rolled her eyes at him and slammed the door shut as she left. The wooden door slammed against the frame and bounced twice. The footsteps grew lighter, and just when the two inside thought she was gone, a voice called out. I know. The little brat. The quarantine period officially began. Shirzwan unzipped his backpack, took out a set of clean clothes, 2 towels and blankets he smuggled from the high-speed rail station, and 2 buckets of mineral water he brought from the car. You get ready first, I go change. He carried the clothes and towels in one hand, and the water bucket in the other, heading towards the bathroom. It had been a long time since he last showered. While the weather wasn't too hot, he wasn't exactly covered in sweat, but after being out and about for so long, the smell of blood, dust, and rust inevitably clung to his clothes. Unfortunately, water was limited, so he only planned to wet the towel and wipe himself down briefly. Xia Eo softly hummed in agreement, watching his slender figure disappear behind the door, and picked up the task he had been given. 2 blankets were shaken out, their total area barely the size of an adult woman's front. If she were to use them as a mat, at least half of her legs would be exposed. Moreover, most of the towels and blankets carried by passengers were only used to keep themselves warm in the air-conditioned carriage, so their thickness was less than 5 millimeters. The bed was so hard that it would be completely useless. Xia Eo pondered for a moment, then continued rummaging through her bag. Unfortunately, besides food and a few sets of clothes, there was nothing else. Some clothes were clean, others were previously worn. He picked out the previously worn clothes, those without large bloodstains, and gestured to the bed to measure their position. He figured they fit at the bottom. He took off his shoes, climbed the stairs, and laid the clothes flat on the bare bed, then added a few clean clothes on top. But even with all the clothes spread out, there was still room to fill. Shirzwan, I'm opening your bag? Xia Eo called out towards the bathroom door, as he climbed down the ladder. The person inside was using water very carefully, afraid of spilling even a little too much. Through the door, the sound of water was barely audible, only the subtle rustling of a towel wiping skin. Hearing his question, Shirzwan answered without hesitation. Presumably, there wasn't anything important in the bag. Xia Eo zipped the bag all the way to the side, moved aside the packets of biscuits on top, and pulled out a neatly stacked pile of fabric from underneath. Thump! Something, tangled in his clothes, spilled onto the floor as he unfolded it. He temporarily wrapped the clothes around one hand and bent down to pick up the object. It was a wine-red notebook with a soft leather cover, covered in tiny decorative cracks. There was a small brown stain in the top left corner, looking like a drop of liquid had accidentally fallen from above. From the side, the pages inside were slightly yellowed, suggesting it was quite old, and the clasp was also slightly loose. Xia Eo gently traced the texture of the leather with his fingertips, searching his memory, and realized with a start that he seemed to have seen this notebook before. When was it? Suddenly, a scene from over 10 days ago flashed through his mind. After leaving the hotel with Shirzwan, he offered to take him home. Later, Shirzwan encountered danger in the tenement building, and he went to rescue him. Afterwards, he sat on the bed watching Shirzwan pack his things into his bag, including this notebook. He even suddenly wondered if Shirzwan's insistence on returning to that small, dilapidated house, despite knowing the door had been demolished and the danger was immense, was wasted on this notebook. A sense of incongruity suddenly filled his mind. Just how important was this notebook that he would disregard the risks and make a special trip back to get it? A strong urge drove him to open the notebook. Just then, he heard the sound of a lock turning behind him. What are you doing? Shirzwan came out of the bathroom and was confronted with this scene. Xia Eo held his notebook in one hand, and the other hand was on the side lock, as if he was about to open it at any moment. Hearing his voice, the sneaky person's hand trembled in fright, and the notebook fell to the ground. The old magnetic clasp had lost much of its magnetism. The impact of the fall caused the pages to open. Xia Eo instinctively glanced at the exposed pages. Pencil and pen writing overlapped, densely packed. Before he could read what was written, Shirzwan dropped the dirty clothes he was holding, rushed forward, and snatched the notebook before he could, slamming it shut. Only their breathing filled the cramped space. A feeling of being caught red-handed welled up inside Xia Eo. He furtively glanced at the person beside him. Hair covered the gauze, messily obscuring his forehead. Due to his posture, a heavy shadow covered his eyes, blocking his gaze. Xia Eo couldn't guess his current mood. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. Do you need anything from my bag? Unexpectedly, Shirzwan didn't blame him at all, not even mentioning it. I get it. As if nothing had just happened. Everything proceeded very strangely. He silently tried to stuff the notebook back into the inner pocket of his backpack, but because the bottom of the backpack was piled with too many things, the notebook got stuck halfway down. He tried to force it in, but after several attempts, until the bottom cover of the notebook curled up at one corner. Damn it! With a curse, the notebook was pulled out and thrown aside, and all the scattered items in the bag were dumped onto the floor. Chapter 51. Xiao stared in astonishment at his sudden outburst. Everything was scattered haphazardly on the floor, clean and dirty clothes mixed together in a heap. Although the notebook had been deliberately moved aside before his outburst, it still couldn't escape being affected. The red fabric was hidden beneath the cloth, and in an instant, the person standing in the middle seemed to have all their strength drained away, their legs went weak, and they were about to fall straight down. Xiao reacted quickly. Before his knees hit the ground, he reached out and pulled the person into his arms. The cool, damp air filled his nostrils, and the fluffy head huddled between his shoulders and neck. The person in his arms instinctively grabbed the back of his shirt, burying their head, motionless. Luckily, he caught them, otherwise the person, face and all, would have hit the ground. After a long while, just when Xiao thought he was about to fall asleep on him, a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz sounded in his ear. I didn't mean to get angry at you, I'm sorry. His voice trembled, tinged with a clear sob. Xiao's heart softened at his cat-like, scratching voice. Why are you apologizing? I didn't blame you. He never heard him speak like this before. Xiao listened to the sound coming from his own throat as he spoke, finding it utterly unbelievable. But the other person in the room remained silent, whether due to their impending breakdown or because their ears were being pressed, and they hadn't heard him at all. They showed no sign of being amused. Xiao awkwardly cleared his throat, put his arm around the mess on the floor, and walked to the balcony window. The orange-red sun was just a finger's width from the horizon. Sunlight, still retaining a sliver of warmth, slanted into the room, the doorframe dividing the shadow into two long slanted squares. I'm the one who should apologize. I didn't mean to take your notebook, don't worry, I didn't see anything inside. Xiao apologized, gently patting the back of the person in his arms with his right hand. Like an afternoon many years ago, his mother would hold him as a child, humming a lullaby to lull him to sleep. But Shirzwan had never experienced such things in his childhood. Thinking of this, even though he hadn't personally experienced it, he still felt a pang of sadness. Are you angry because I took your notebook? Just a little. Shirzwan tugged at his sleeve, indicating that he could let go. With the distance between them, the sunlight, no longer obstructed, left a large patch of light on his face. The misty tears in his eyes, and the red marks at the corners of his eyes were particularly noticeable. Noticing Xiao's direct gaze, Shirzwan awkwardly looked away. I just had a moment of blankness. When I saw you holding that notebook, I thought, this notebook was left to me by my mother. Didn't Shirzwan's mother leave him a long time ago? Then this notebook must be a keepsake? No wonder he values it so much. Xiao thought she had discovered the truth and was about to comfort him when the person involved interrupted her first. My mother passed away the year I graduated from university. Wasn't that when she was little? She instinctively felt she was being lied to, but Xiao couldn't produce any evidence. She could only listen quietly as Shirzwan, his voice hoarse, recounted the unspeakable pain he had endured over the years. He didn't know exactly when his mother left him. He was too young then, and could only babble meaningless words. Perhaps one night, he closed his eyes, and when he awoke, she was nowhere to be found. When people asked, his father only said she had been sent by her company to work in a faraway place. His mother worked in gunpowder research, was highly skilled in calculations, and very capable. At their wedding, she even made fireworks herself. But his father absolutely refused to show him the photos. Later, as he grew older, his father's business improved, but he spent less and less time at home with his child. The responsibilities that originally belonged to the parents were transferred to the nanny. Even so, he still felt he had no time to discipline the nanny's behavior. As long as he hired her, everything would be fine. The nanny stealing? If he didn't catch her, he'd pretend nothing happened. If he discovered it soon enough, she'd be paid her wages for the month and leave immediately. As for what Shirzwan thought, he seemed completely indifferent. When I was little, my classmates often called me the child without a mother. He paused, then continued with a self-deprecating tone. Xiao's heart tightened upon hearing this. After his mother left, his understanding of his father's words went through 3 stages. In the first stage, he firmly believed his father's statement that mom went to work in a very far place. Because at that time, he didn't know what death was. In the second stage, he learned countless Chinese characters and words at school. He learned the meaning of death for the first time. He began to believe that his mother had left them for another world, but his father, to protect his young heart, hadn't told him the truth. Because of the extreme lack of communication between father and son, this misunderstanding had persisted into its third stage. Your mother is back? Xia Ao asked at the opportune moment. Yes. Shirzwan nodded, then shook his head. I can't say she's back, she was sent back. The word sent back completely changed the meaning of the sentence. As graduation approached in his senior year, various things piled up, coupled with anticipation and uncertainty about the future, leaving Shirzwan feeling completely disoriented. After his final thesis defense, he let out a long sigh and threw the useless manuscript paper into the trash can outside the classroom. The trash can was overflowing. Just as Shirzwan was cleaning up the academic garbage he had created over the past year, his phone suddenly rang. It was his father calling. This was a truly rare occurrence for him. Father and son hadn't contacted each other in a long time. Shirzwan absent-mindedly pressed the answer button, but his father's cold voice came through the receiver. Your mom's gone. Come home. Gone? What the hell? Didn't his mother die when he was very young? The call ended, leaving him standing there, bewildered. And what does gone mean? Does it mean she left? Or that she died? He had absolutely no memory of his mother, but for some reason, a feeling of anxiety welled up inside him. He hurried back to his dorm to grab a few things, then rushed out of the school gate to hail a taxi. The driver sped off, bringing him home in less than half an hour. As soon as he opened the villa's door, he was greeted by a familiar, oppressive atmosphere. But the room that day was darker and colder than ever before in his memory. Shirzwan shivered as soon as he entered. Without even changing his shoes, he followed the servants upstairs to the second floor. The servants only escorted him to the door before leaving him alone. The study door was ajar, leaving a narrow crack, and there was complete silence inside. Shirzwan took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. Behind the rosewood desk sat a man wearing a white shirt and a gray waistcoat. The top two buttons of his neatly tailored suit were undone. The man's hair was dyed a thick black, contrasting sharply with the newly sprouted gray stubble on his chin. Most striking was a carved wooden box on the table, placed neatly in front of the man's chest. Dad, Shirzwan called out, and the man instantly looked up at him. This startled Shirzwan. After so long, the corners of his eyes were covered with so many wrinkles, crooked and twisted like earthworms. Upon seeing him, Shi Yongchang's expression remained unchanged, icy. He nodded slightly, letting him in. You called to say my mother. These are your mother's ashes. What did that mean? A spark seemed to explode in his mind, followed by tinnitus, isolating him from the world. Shirzwan forced himself to look at the small box. Seeing the shock and confusion on his face, Shi Yongchang knew this news was too much for him to accept. He waited silently for a moment, glancing at the time on his watch. Perhaps he was truly too busy to linger on his son. He quickly spoke. I just brought her back. The time of her death was a week ago. A week ago? Wasn't she? Shirzwan looked at him, his eyes full of confusion. Are you saying she died when you were little? Shirzwan didn't continue, but Shi Yongchang clearly read the message from his face beforehand. I never said she died. It's all your speculation, Shirzwan. The father, accustomed to his leadership role, still exuded a condescending air despite being a head shorter than his son in the sofa chair. This was consistent in every encounter Zwan had made with him in the past. And it was what he loathed most. You didn't say it, but you let me think that way. Why did he say it so easily, as if the misunderstanding of the past 20 years was all his fault? Shirzwan licked his aching back teeth. Why? Why did he always have such a nonchalant attitude? Whether it was lying to him about his mother, or casually mentioning being busy at work, he wouldn't see her for 10 days, or half a month at a time. Anger surged to his head, almost ripping his skull off. Shirzwan glared at him, his eyes bloodshot, filled with resentment. Even so, Shi Yongchang didn't change his attitude at all. You should use your brain more on this, instead of spending all your time reading those lousy books, figuring out how to disassemble the microwave, and turn it into a bomb. Shi Yongchang glanced at the time again. This time it really was time. He didn't have much time to waste with his foolish son trying to figure out whose fault this 20-year-long misunderstanding was. Your mother was sent by the government to participate in a national defense project on the border. A week before the project was to be declassified, she collapsed at her workstation and died of an acute myocardial infarction. She couldn't be saved. If you follow the news, you would have seen her on this morning's news. I have things to do. There were things left for you among her belongings. I already had them delivered to your room. I have things to do. I'm going to the company now. A barrage of information burst from his mouth. Sir Yeon-chong glanced one last time at his son's dazed expression, then opened the door without hesitation, preparing to leave the study. Wait. Perhaps knowing that what had happened today was like a thunderbolt to Sher's-won, he unusually cooperated with his son's request, pausing briefly by the door, waiting for him to ask one last question. For almost 20 years, has she been working in that place? Yes. Chapter 52. After Sir Yeon-chong left, Sher's-won locked himself in his room. He turned on the TV and replayed the morning news report. Actually, there was no mention of his mother at all. Only the announcer's effusive praise for the newly developed ballistic missile and the proud, excited expressions of the workers on screen. After a 5-minute news report, the announcer was about to move on to the next one. Sher's-won mechanically picked up the remote control from the coffee table, paused the broadcast, and rewound the progress bar. He repeated this action until the broadcast finished. He watched it countless times. The elegant, friendly female voice kept playing all afternoon. His mother was definitely not there. Having confirmed this fact, Sher's-won turned off the TV, put down the remote, and stopped torturing the television in his room. He gently stroked the rectangular wooden box. The wood was warm to the touch, unlike the instant coldness of metal. He watched the news over and over again, admitting he wanted to see praise for her achievements and a tribute to her death. Otherwise, the sudden news of her death 20 years later seemed utterly ridiculous. But there was another reason. He was trying to find an image of his mother among countless images. From childhood, his memories of his mother consisted only of a few family photos. But Sir Yeon-chong himself didn't like taking photos, nor did he like taking photos for others. So few photos remained. Most were from the photographer's perspective at their wedding. Perhaps this celebratory video had already been filmed, and his mother was still alive then, participating in the celebration. Unfortunately, whatever the reason, he watched the short 5-minute video dozens of times, but couldn't find a face similar to the one in the familiar photos. He turned his gaze back to the belongings his mother had left him, as Sir Yeon-chong had mentioned. They were said to be specifically left for him, but there were very few items. A beautiful dried flower specimen and a red-covered notebook, that was all. Sher's-won had never seen that kind of flower before. He took out his phone, took a picture with an image recognition app, and the search result popped up, Rhododendron simpsonii. It only grows at high altitudes. The dried flowers must have been made recently. The colors were still very vibrant. He picked up the notebook next to him. He opened it, and on the first page were only 3 words. Fong Jinyu. That was his mother's name. After he thought she was dead, people around him would occasionally talk about this name. Some said she was irresponsible, abandoning her husband and children for the sake of her so-called future. At that time, the rumor circulating in the family was still the company's fabricated story, told by Sir Yeon-chong. The adults all believed it, while he, a mere child, was bewildered by the chaotic information coming from the outside world, with no one to teach him how to filter it. He even thought it was his father's rare moment of conscience, worried that he would be ridiculed by his classmates at school because of this. Looking back now, he realized how naive and foolish he had been all those years ago. Sher's-won gave a self-deprecating smile. The next page was filled with various symbols and calculation formulas. The marks of pencil and pen ink overlapped, densely packed. He patiently examined it carefully, discovering that most of the content involved calculations of gunpowder concentration and mixing ratios. Several attempts failed to yield the desired results. Halfway through, realizing the calculations were ineffective, he would circle the affected area with distorted lines and arbitrarily mark it with a large X. This cycle of failure continued, pencil marks filling all the blank areas, yet he still hadn't calculated all the possibilities under the initial assumptions. He had to switch to a pen and start calculating from the top of the page again. This resulted in a spectacular scene inside the notebook. After flipping through the first few pages, he roughly understood its contents. This notebook was probably used by his mother for data calculations at work. But why would she leave this notebook to him? According to Sir Yeon-chong, his mother died suddenly. Did she perhaps arrange a will beforehand to leave her work notes to her son? A multitude of questions flooded his mind as he continued flipping through. This time, he stopped focusing on the calculation process and worked much faster. Soon, he noticed something amiss. Several pages had been abruptly torn out near the middle of the notebook. Sher's-won quickly got up from the small sofa, placed the laptop on the desk, and turned on the desk lamp, instantly illuminating the surface. He pressed both hands against the pages on either side, applying pressure in opposite directions until the remaining portion after the middle section had been cut off was revealed. He maintained the pressure with one hand to prevent the pages from naturally coming together after the pressure was released. With the other hand, he carefully rubbed apart the stuck-together parts. Scherzwan counted. 6 pages had been torn off in total. The remaining portion had clean, neat cuts, and the fact that so many pages had been cut off together suggested it wasn't the work of a researcher carelessly tearing off pages after discovering a calculation error. What was so special about these 6 pages? To find the answer, he tried to turn the page. But the next page left him hanging in midair. It wasn't a calculation formula anymore. The new page was an extremely short letter, addressed to his own name. It contained only a few sentences. "My child, it's been so long, do you still remember me? I spent too much time on myself, not being there to watch you grow up is the biggest regret of my life. I often feel regret, so I resolved to make it up to you when I return this time. But lately I've been feeling increasingly unwell, and I worry I won't be able to hold on until the day we reunite. If I don't see you, this notebook will go to you in my place, to tell you that I will always love you. Wishing you health and happiness." The entire page was clean and flat, without any creases or the tear stains often seen in TV dramas to emphasize the depth of a character's love. Scherzwan gently traced the few lines of writing with her fingertips. She could imagine a woman, head bowed, a gentle smile on her face, writing these words on the paper. The following pages were filled with notes Fong had jotted down in her spare time. Sometimes a sand cat would wander into the base, and everyone would look on with curiosity, crowding around to observe it. But because it was a protected animal, a creature of noble status, no one dared to touch it. They were afraid it might suddenly become temperamental and lie down, demanding attention. But then she would suddenly think of her son. Was he lonely? Did he also have a cat at home? Sometimes, after work, several colleagues from her group would sit on the sand dunes, and they would inevitably start talking about their families. Spouse and children would always be compared. She always emphasized her son at this point, insisting he had inherited her excellent genes and stood out among his peers. But as a mother, she only hoped her child could grow up healthy and happy. After flipping through a dozen pages, each time something new came up, Scherzwan's name would be mentioned at the end of the text. The 23rd time. Scherzwan slammed the book shut and turned off the lamp. The red-covered notebook was thrown aside. Still seemingly unsatisfied, he took a previously purchased professional book from the bookshelf and covered it with the notebook. He thought out of sight, out of mind, but even with other things covering the notebook, the thoughts that had just entered his brain seemed to have sprouted wings, buzzing and swirling in his head. The gears of his thinking were stuck, making a dull, grinding sound. The room was so quiet that only his breathing could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps sounded at the door, followed by 3 knocks. The servants had prepared dinner, and came upstairs to urge him to come downstairs for the meal. Only then did Scherzwan suddenly realize what he had been thinking after flipping through the thick notebook. How dare she be so arrogant? She left him when he was very young, and then promised to come back after work to make it up to him. How dare she think she would forgive him, just because of a casual "I will always love you"? How dare she break her promise, saying she would come back but dying so young? Countless resentments, like wildly growing vines, coiled around his heart, suffocating him. Following this, a chilling flood surged towards him, the powerful current forming chains that bound his hands and feet, giving him no chance to struggle. The water level rose by the second, compressing his chest. He could only gasp for breath to stay alive. But the water level quickly overflowed his mouth and nose, and with each breath, more and more liquid filled the space inside his mouth. Suffocation. The maid outside the door called several times, but received no response, assuming he had already left for school. Silence returned. He didn't know how long he sat in his room that day. When he woke up the next day, all his joints felt stiff, and his empty stomach ached, but he still had no appetite, only a feeling of nausea. He went downstairs, and bumped into the maid who had called him for dinner the night before. When she saw him, she initially looked like she'd seen a ghost, then her eyes widened, and she bowed apologies repeatedly. She was terrified of being fired for her negligence. Normally, Scherzwan would have gently explained that it was his fault. But today, he simply couldn't muster the energy, and could only nod slightly, letting her continue working. He had no appetite, so he decided against breakfast and wandered to the small garden in the backyard of the villa. Pushing open the glass door, a cool, fragrant breeze rushed in. Underfoot was a path paved with bluestone slabs, tender green shoots sprouting between each pair of slabs. A few steps away, A lush cluster of roses leaned against the fence, blooming profusely. In Shirzwan's memory, this small courtyard had existed since he could remember. Shi Yongchang didn't have a particular fondness for flowers, but he arranged for someone to tend to them regularly, a practice he had maintained for 20 years without fail. Now he realized it must have been his mother's choice, something she had arranged before she left. The gardener responsible for pruning wasn't on duty today, he was the only one in the garden. Following the stone path, he walked to the most beautiful cluster of orange roses, selected the one with the best color, and had the gardener cut it off. Holding the stem in his hand, he retraced his steps. He stopped as soon as he reached the second floor. The last room on the left was his father's study. This room was usually locked, and no one except Shi Yongchang was allowed in. But yesterday, Shi Yongchang had left in a hurry, and he was the last person to leave the study, so the door was still ajar. Shirzwan pushed the door open and went in. The wooden carved box was still placed neatly in the center of the desk, in the exact same position as yesterday. He stood there quietly for a while, then placed the flower branch in his hand on top of the urn. He turned and left the room. Chapter 53. That day I just packed a few things and bought a plane ticket to H City. Shirzwan's head was still buried in Xiao's neck, his voice muffled by the fabric. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Almost half a month after I left that day, my dad didn't realize I ran away. Half a month later, she suddenly remembered she had a son, and wondered why she completely lost contact with him after graduation, so she hurriedly squeezed in a call. Actually, he and my mom have a pretty good relationship. It's not the kind of relationship based on mutual benefit that outsiders perceive. At least that's what my mom wrote in her notebook. He admires my mom and supports her work, so when I unexpectedly ended up studying the same major, he wanted me to follow in her footsteps. Therefore, his biggest wish was for me to stay in City B after graduation, enter the national system like my mom, and serve the country anonymously on the border. He never said it directly, but both I and some of my relatives could sense it. Before that day, I didn't really have any other thoughts. I didn't have any life goals, no friends, no romantic relationships, and a distant relationship with my dad. Someone like me is best suited for this line of work. So when Yongchang learned over the phone that he not only hadn't entered the national system, but had also gone to City H to work for a private company, the usually composed boss, sitting calmly at the dinner table, was furious and berated him. After discovering that his son, who had always obeyed his orders and arrangements, refused to return to City B this time, he actually canceled all of his son's credit cards. Unfortunately, at that time, he was a college student with no social experience and no risk tolerance, and he hadn't thought of this possibility beforehand. He only paid rent for 1 month, and with his low starting salary after graduation, his monthly income after his credit card was suspended was barely enough to cover rent. If he continued living in that small apartment, he'd have to starve himself, and wouldn't need to run the air conditioner or pay the utilities. Reluctantly, he had to move into his current tenement building. Although it was a bit rundown, it was close to his company, and after paying rent, he still had some money left over to eat. Listening to him recount what had happened during his senior year, an indescribable heartache welled up in Xiao's heart. A small water stain appeared on his collar. He sighed, and patted the head of the person in his arms. Do you think I was too cowardly? I had no spirit of sacrificing myself for my country. Perhaps because he had been crying, Shirzwan's voice trembled noticeably when he spoke again. He said I was a traitor. He referred to Shi Yongchang. Below his hand was a trembling body, and Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anger rise to his head. How could it be Shirzwan's fault? Don't overthink it. It's not your fault. He's morally blackmailing you. He tried to calm his tone. Everyone has the right to choose their own future. Don't let his words negate your own worth. Didn't you find a job and take good care of yourself afterward? Even though it's a private company, your job involves safely demolishing buildings. Isn't that excellent? This made Shirzwan even more upset. 7 whole years. Leaving behind his damn father's financial support, he endured 7 years of hardship under a stupid boss just to survive in expensive H City. Even a ninja couldn't endure as much as him. Xiao was comforting him, but somehow this triggered something in the person in his arms, causing him to whimper and sob on his shoulder. Intuition is never a good thing. Shirzwan had vented a lot today, things he never told anyone before, and his emotions were on the verge of collapse. If he were to explain anything further, it would likely backfire. It was better to stop now, and let him calm down for a while. He thought for a moment and said, don't overthink it. If your mother saw you come all alone to the south, and you gotten so plump and healthy, she definitely praised you. The head in his arms wriggled free, and looked up at him. This position caused his eyes to widen involuntarily, like a kitten's two big round eyes. What's wrong? Who are you calling plump and healthy? Stare. Xiao really should buy a lock, drill 2 holes at the top and bottom to lock that mouth shut, so it wouldn't go out and harm people. Because of this, Shirzwan's outburst was forced back. The ground beside him was still a mess he made in his madness. Even he himself felt a little embarrassed seeing it now. One hand pressed against Xiao's collarbone, forcefully pulling himself away. The warm touch dissipated into the air. He then coughed twice, said nothing more, and turned back to bend down and clean up the floor. He had just finished washing himself in the bathroom and changed into clean clothes. The loose, light yellow shirt just covered his lower body. As he moved, the fabric cinched at the waist, emphasizing his slender waist. Seeing his evasive manner, couldn't Xiao guess he was shy? To prevent further teasing from triggering Shirzwan's reaction, and if he got upset and slammed the door, where would he go to complain? He knew his own limitations when it came to talking. Hiding behind his stubborn streak, he subtly curled his lips into a smile, then tried to suppress it, controlling the tone of his voice to avoid sounding strange. You pack up. I go in and change too. Shirzwan didn't reply. Only after hearing the click of the door lock behind him did Shirzwan put the last pack of tissues into the back of his backpack. It's okay, chubby and fair-skinned is just this idiot's foul mouth. It doesn't match his actual personality at all. So what if he cried? What's wrong with shedding a few tears when emotions run high? Even if it were Xiao himself, he'd be crying his eyes out, complaining about how hard his past was. He'd definitely cry much more bitterly than him. Imagining this person kneeling before him, clinging to his legs and sobbing, Shirzwan immediately felt no more backache or sadness. He easily lifted the bag from his backpack with one hand and placed the things on the desk. He dusted off his hands. The newly renovated dormitory building was incredibly dirty. The whitewash from the repainted walls had accumulated on the floor, and dust had been blowing in from outside thanks to the windows being open for so long. He went to the balcony. The air outside was fresh. Their car was directly opposite below, next to 2 tall ginkgo trees, but it wasn't their season yet. Their branches were just beginning to sprout tender green leaves. Under the trees was a bench, just like the ones used in parks. He had to admit, the school's environment was quite romantically designed. Xia Ting had told them before leaving that the rooms on either side were still occupied. To their left were Song Ziqiu and Jiang Si. They were probably either packing their things or had already finished and were resting in bed. As for the right side, the school balcony wasn't a projecting design, only the side facing the balcony door had a railing, allowing one to lean out. The left and right sides were enclosed walls. To see the side view, one had to lean half their body against the railing, their body and head completely over the edge to see the adjacent balcony. The adjacent door was closed, and the curtains were drawn tightly shut. Shirzwan glanced at it briefly before turning back into his room. Before leaving, he closed the balcony glass door, leaving only a narrow crack for ventilation. The sparse water in the bathroom hadn't stopped flowing. Shirzwan turned around, and was met with the half-made bed Xiao had just laid out. The simple wooden bed was covered with clothes in uniform black, white, and gray, a color scheme clearly reflecting his style. What had Xiao asked him before he came out? She seemed to have asked if she could open his bag to get some clothes, but accidentally, her notebook fell out of her side pocket, leading to the whole commotion. Shirzwan scratched his cheek with his index finger, awkwardly took his clothes out of his bag, and climbed onto the bed. After studying Xiao's bed-making method for 5 seconds, he copied him, placing his own clothes on the bed as a mat. Unfortunately, he didn't have many clothes. Clean and dirty clothes combined could barely cover one entire bed frame. With only 2 t-shirts left, he looked at his still uncomfortable bed frame, then turned to look at Xiao's half-made mattress, missing only 1 layer on the side. Fine, let you enjoy it for a bit. Xiao came out of the bathroom, and saw Shirzwan already asleep on the bed. But not the bed he had half-made. He quickly dried himself with a towel, and climbed the ladder onto the bed. Upon reaching the top, he noticed 2 brightly colored pieces of fabric had been sewn into his black, white, and gray clothes. It was Shirzwan's doing. He carefully knelt on the bed frame, trying to minimize any swaying, and positioned himself close to the sleeping man. His hand accidentally touched the bed frame, discovering that he was only covered by a single layer of fabric. Perhaps he was too tired. He could actually sleep on such a hard bed. However, his brow was furrowed, clearly indicating discomfort. This was the hard bed frame's fault. Xiao tried gently touching his gently rising and falling cheek. He seemed completely unaffected. his breathing still steady. He wasn't awake. Then he would have to take action. Xiao shakily stood up from the bed. The ceiling was too low. If he stood up completely, he would inevitably hit his head, so he had to hunch over. With one hand supporting Shirzwan's shoulder blades, and the other hooking his legs, Xiao easily lifted him up. He wasn't happy being called chubby. With such light weight, he'd be thrown around before even killing a zombie. A closer look at his limbs revealed a thin layer of muscle. Especially the lines of his calves. No massive muscles, absolutely handsome, but he should eat more, gain some weight. Xiao silently muttered to himself as he carried him to his side of the bed. Having an extra layer of clothing made it less uncomfortable, and the extra clothes could be folded and used as a pillow. There was also a towel blanket. He gently unfolded the towel blanket and covered Shirzwan, then lay down beside him. After more than 10 days of continuous running and nightly shifts, they hadn't had a good night's sleep like this in a long time, without having to worry about the zombies outside. There were no zombie howls indiscriminately, the door was locked from the inside, and there was no need to worry about anyone breaking in and stealing their belongings. Xiao had drawn the curtains before getting into bed. The last rays of the sun gradually faded, and moonlight slowly enveloped the entire land. Drowsiness quickly overwhelmed Xiao's brain. His eyelids seemed to be magnetically attached, until he lost consciousness. Only 2 even breaths remained in the room. Occasionally, a light breeze would drift through the gap in the curtains, swirling into the 2 people who had somehow fallen asleep in each other's arms on the bed. Chapter 54. The next morning, Shirzwan opened his eyes, almost reliving the night he first met Xiao. The familiar but mismatched bed, the scalding heat pressed against his skin. Luckily, this time his back didn't ache, his buttocks didn't hurt, and he tried to move his legs without collapsing. Thank goodness. He patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness my foot. He clearly slept in his own bed yesterday, so why was he in a different position when he opened his eyes? The culprit is obvious. He glared at the person next to him, who was still asleep. Xiao was awakened by his movement, glanced at the light shining through the overhead railing, and realized it was already morning. He slept really long. He slowly yawned, turned his head to say good morning, and met Shirzwan's angry gaze. Do you want to hear my explanation? He's actually being polite now. Shirzwan's anger surged, and he pulled the pillow he'd been using to cushion his head and threw it at Xiao's face. The loose fabric had no real impact, landing lightly on Xiao's face. Too fierce. He didn't dare speak, only silently cursing in his mind. Shirzwan wouldn't answer his question. Who wanted to hear his excuses? Did this pervert even have a chance to defend himself? No. He was lying there somewhat uncomfortable, trying to adjust his position, but found he couldn't move his body at all. The bed was already less than a meter wide. With 2 people squeezed in, there was no extra space, inevitably leading to contact between their bodies. Shirzwan could move one arm, while his other arm was buried in Xiao's chest. The dry, warm air was like a heater in winter, scorching him. The worst part was the tight grip around his arm. It was like a chain, firmly locking his hand inside. I'm getting up, Shirzwan declared, his eyes fixed on the person opposite him. Let go of his hand. His arm wasn't a plush toy, but Xiao completely ignored him. The 2 were very close. Their breaths mingled in the confined space, their rhythm seemingly quickening, accompanied by the pounding of their hearts. Whose? Shirzwan tried to discern the chaotic rhythm, but his eardrums felt as if they had been ripped off. Just as he tried to focus his attention, he felt a ringing in his ears. Ignoring the physiological alarm in his ears, he fought back like a valiant warrior, undeterred. Time ticked by, and silence filled the room. Finally, Xiao averted his gaze first, releasing his hand. He folded his lower legs up, clearing the area near the stairs on the outside, so Shirzwan could go down. You go down. But now it was Shirzwan's turn to freeze. The more he dodged, the sharper Shirzwan's gaze became, the more playful his smile deepened. Xiao's shifty eyes reminded him of the motion sensor lights in the hallway of the tenement building, which would flicker on rainy days, or when the bulbs weren't working properly. The more he moved forward, the more the person opposite him retreated, until the back of his head hit the bed railing with a dull thud. Heh. Shirzwan laughed loudly. You're such a coward. Huh? Xiao asked, puzzled, uttering a short, confused syllable. Seeing his bewildered expression, Shirzwan chuckled even more. But he didn't say anything. He shook his head, then got up and got out of bed, leaving Xiao alone, staring blankly at the ceiling, seemingly still not recovered. After getting out of bed, Shirzwan poured himself some water and rinsed his mouth. They slept until 7 in the morning, a full 12 hours. When he first stepped onto the floor, Shirzwen wondered if the school floor had played a trick on him. It felt like stepping on cotton. He steadied himself against the wall, realizing he slept too long, making him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He took a deep breath, walked back to the table, and took 2 packets of biscuits from his backpack. At this moment, Xiao finally recovered from his earlier tension. He happened to see Shirzwen's unsteady gait. "Are you low blood sugar? Eat something quickly." He hurriedly grabbed the railing, leaning down. The sight of this posture gave Shirzwen goosebumps. "Aren't you afraid of falling?" he thought. He tossed another bag of biscuits onto the bed, with a disgruntled expression, which Xiao caught with one hand. "Quick reaction, huh? Come down and eat breakfast." The two of them hastily filled their stomachs with what they had in their bags. After eating sweet biscuits for several days in a row, just swallowing them made them feel nauseous. 10 hours left in quarantine. Shirzwen pulled back the curtains and glanced outside. It was a rare cloudy day, but without a weather forecast, no one could say for sure whether it would rain. It hadn't rained since the apocalypse, and he wondered if the rain would affect the zombies' movements. Looking out the balcony window, everything was quiet, not a single student was out. Presumably, the school leadership had arranged this beforehand. Aside from the students guarding the gates and patrolling, everyone else was advised to avoid leaving their dorm rooms. Actually, I've always been curious. The school's food supplies are limited. How exactly does the school manage to keep so many students afloat? Food is, after all, the most basic human need for survival. When food reserves are running low, or resources are unevenly distributed, some people will inevitably resist the rules, leading to the collapse of the established order. H University has managed to hold on until now. Either they have a large enough food reserve, or the deans have devised a strategy sufficient to cope with the current situation. I lean towards the latter. A school has at least several thousand people. Even if you pooled all the usable food from the various canteens and supermarkets, it definitely wouldn't be enough to feed so many students. Xiao agreed with his question. Given the two options, he personally thought the latter was far more likely. And it's not just students. Students are definitely the easiest group to manage in a university. The key is that besides the cafeteria staff, there are also the owners of off-campus shops, security personnel, administrative staff, and so on. Such a mixed group, how could they all possibly be obedient? These people are older, satisfied with their life experiences so far, and naturally develop a strong sense of autonomy. They trust their long-held beliefs more than they obey orders. These are also the most difficult people to manage. Shirzwen and Xiao wondered what methods the school had used to control the situation on campus. Just then, the sound of pattering rain came from outside. Almost within seconds, the rain intensified, as if a god above the clouds was pouring buckets of water down. Looking around, the sky and the ground were both shrouded in a gray haze. Shirzwen got up to close the window, glancing casually downstairs. Unexpectedly, the rain had instantly brought the usually silent and lifeless campus to life. Besides the students guarding the main gate, caught off guard and rushing back for umbrellas and raincoats, students were also emerging from the dormitories. Across from them, at the dormitory building, a person completely wrapped in a long purple raincoat carried a basin and placed it on the open ground, waiting for the rainwater to collect. Finally, more and more people came out of the building. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door. "Who is it?" "It's us." It was Song Zichio and Jiang Si. Shirzwen opened the door and let them in. As soon as the door opened, Song Zichio scurried in like a fish, tilting his head and squinting his small eyes, giving the two inside a thorough head-to-toe check like an infrared scanner. A sharp gaze left Shirzwen bewildered. Question mark. "What are you doing? You guys." "Ouch." Song Zichio was about to speak when Jiang Si shoved her from behind, causing her to stumble into the house. She was carrying 2 small bags of bread, a well-known domestic brand, small and mediocre in taste. "If you want to talk, go inside." "What kind of behavior is this, blocking the doorway?" Song Zichio wanted to defend herself, but meeting Jiang Si's threatening gaze, she obediently swallowed her words. "Fine, I won't talk then," leaving Shirzwen and Xiao completely confused. The two of them immediately occupied the other 2 empty chairs inside, noticing the drawn curtains and the torrential rain outside. "This rain is really heavy. Luckily, it only started after we got to school. Otherwise, the wipers wouldn't have been able to clear this much water even if they were completely dry," Jiang Si remarked. The rain was so heavy that visibility was severely impaired. Unless it was the end of the world, she definitely wouldn't have gone to work. She would have taken a day off and stayed home on the sofa to rest. The chances of a car accident in this kind of weather are too high. Shirzwan nodded in agreement, but their jobs were too different. Sometimes, in weather like this, he not only had to go to work as usual, but he even had to go up the mountain for some data. If it weren't for that meager salary, who would risk their life to work, it's better not to talk about it. It's all painful memories. He shut down his thoughts, sighed, and stopped discussing with the person who had taken the day off whether or not to go to work in a downpour. What are you two here for? They came so early in the morning, just as he and Xiaoao woke up. Oh, it's nothing really. Jiangxi slapped her forehead and picked up the small bread roll she had casually placed on the desk. This is food the auntie on duty left at the door. It's given according to the number of people in each room. You two haven't taken it, so I thought I'd remind you. It was delivered around 7 p.m. last night. The auntie knocked on each door except. Jiangxi paused suddenly, but her eyes, looking at the two sitting opposite her, almost revealed the reason. Xiaoao instantly understood. 7 p.m. last night. Wasn't that exactly the time when Shirzwan had an emotional breakdown and went crazy? It's likely that the auntie was about to knock on the door with the food at that moment, but after hearing the noise inside, she considerately didn't knock to disturb him. Afterwards, once he calmed down, the two of them tidied up and went to sleep. The small bread roll was left outside the door all night. Shirzwan also understood what she meant, thanked her for the small bread roll, and couldn't wait for the topic to pass quickly. But someone wasn't having his way. Seeing his avoidance of the topic, their curiosity was piqued even more. Brother Xia, I have to say something to you. No matter how many times you two break up and get back together, you can't make Brother Shi cry. You have no idea, he was howling like that late at night. It sounded like a horror movie to us in the next room. He actually turned his attention directly to Xiaoao. Xiaoao looked completely innocent. This was utterly unwarranted trouble. Besides, he and Shirzwan had never even been together, so how could there be any talk of breaking up and getting back together? Chapter 55. Jiangxi sighed, clutching her throbbing temples, realizing she hadn't stopped this idiot from blurting it out. She thought, since that's the case, I can't protect you now, whether you live or die. Just wait to be scolded, you moron. Song Zichu was completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere that had suddenly become in the dormitory. He spoke righteously, as if heaven had sent him to punish Xiaoao. In fact, regardless of whether he achieved his goal, the victim did indeed feel the torment of being punished. He looked at Song Ziqiao, who stood before him with one hand on his hip and the other pointing at him, then glanced at Shirzwan beside him, head bowed, clearly no longer able to get close. Who could stop this farce? Shirzwan hadn't expected his two cries yesterday to be so loud, first at the food distributing aunt, then at the girl in the next room. Wouldn't that mean the girl in the other room was also? Two pink blushes immediately crept onto his fair cheeks. This only further confirmed Song Ziqia's suspicion that Xiaoao was bullying him. Xiaoao, you never been in a relationship before, so listen to me, bro, I got experience. He patted his chest and gave a thumbs up, guaranteed. He acted like some kind of dating expert. Seeing Jiangxi's expression next to him, which looked like he'd been fed shit, Xiaoao sighed. He was definitely too kind. Speechless, he pushed Jiangxi's head, which was practically drilling into his, away. You only been in one relationship, and you haven't even gotten back together yet, and you're still putting on an act in front of me. Always acting flustered, always gossiping. I think you should be the host. Shirzwan and I didn't argue, we're not together, and we haven't broken up, so don't worry about it. Hearing this, Song Zichu was greatly disappointed. Why was Shirzwan crying last night? He wanted to ask, but Jiangxi stopped him in time. However, this did remind Shirzwan. Just now, when he said there were no romantic entanglements between them, Xiaoao's eyes darkened slightly, his fingertips subtly curling, seemingly with a hint of regret. He recalled the scene of the two of them lying in bed this morning. The closer he got, the further Xiaoao retreated, acting as if he were some kind of monster. No way. Is he still having this unrequited love at such an age? Completely unaware that he's been thoroughly exposed in Shirzwan's heart. After lecturing Song Ziqiao, he waved for the two to go back to their dorm rooms. They're still in quarantine. How can they run around like this? Although Song Ziqiao was extremely reluctant, she finally managed to lift her precious bottom from the stool. Then we go back first. Jiangxi walked to the door, but finally couldn't help but say, you two, try to control your emotions. This dormitory has terrible soundproofing. Not only can we hear it, but the neighbors next door can too. Shirzwan nodded hurriedly, afraid she would continue, his eyes fixed on her, as he watched the two push open the door. Suddenly, a noisy commotion reached their ears. The sound was quite far away from them. At least they could be sure it wasn't from inside the building. But soon, a commotion also arose in the hallway. What's going on? Jiangxi, halfway outside the door, hadn't even figured out what was happening when a middle-aged man bumped into him and knocked him heavily to the ground. The perpetrator showed no sign of stopping. Despite Song Zichu's shouts and pointing at him, the man continued running towards the stairwell without looking back. Seeing he couldn't catch him, he finally stopped, cursing under his breath. What kind of person is he? In such a hurry to be reborn. Jiangxi managed to stand up, leaning against the wall. Luckily, she was wearing long sleeves and trousers, and she had braced herself with her hands when she fell, so she wasn't injured. Just as she was about to brush the dust off her clothes, another gust of wind swept past him. The stairwell was noisy, a mingling of footsteps and shouts. Not only the man who had hit her, but several doors opened one after another, and middle-aged men and women rushed out, their expressions panicked. What the hell? Is there some event we weren't notified of? Even at this point, Song Zichu was still joking. He dodged another woman who was bumping into him, realizing something was wrong, and pulled Jiangxi back inside. The door slammed shut, but the noise outside still made their hearts pound. Oh no! Xiao pressed his hand against the glass balcony door, peering down and finally understanding how the commotion had occurred. Zombies have appeared in the school. These words struck everyone like a thunderbolt. The other three quickly followed suit, pressing their faces against the glass to look down. Below, dozens of contorted figures tore through the rain, chasing and biting at normal-looking humans. Their movements were extremely bizarre, seemingly unaffected by the rain. The benches that had been placed on the lawn were overturned, lying forlornly in the middle of the road. Even the ginkgo leaves were battered by the rain, their surfaces unable to withstand the weight of the water droplets, falling into the mud. How could so many zombies suddenly appear? Jiangxi frowned, unable to understand how a school with such strong defenses could suddenly fall. And their numbers were increasing at an almost abnormal rate. Even faster than the rate at which zombies bite people. Look there, Shizhuan pointed to the far right and said to Xiao. Do you remember, when it first started raining, this person came out with a basin to collect water? The basin was gone, but Shizhuan still recognized the person by the conspicuous purple raincoat. The purple raincoat was now torn open at the collar, the wind blowing the remaining plastic sheeting tightly around the waist of its now zombie owner. It was a young student, without any wounds, but with a ferocious expression, roaring at the humans fleeing in the rain. This number of zombies is definitely not due to normal bites spreading at this rate. Xiao carefully analyzed the situation downstairs, and said confidently, You mean? The other three looked up at him. His handsome face was now covered in frost. Xiao swallowed hard. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he voiced his guess. There might be something wrong with this rain. The man in the raincoat had no wounds on his body after turning into a zombie. Not just him, Xiao had observed for a long time, at least a third of the mutated zombies downstairs were completely uninjured. No wounds meant that it wasn't like the zombies they previously knew, where the virus entered the bloodstream and caused infection. It was very likely that the zombie virus had contaminated the surface water, causing the water to circulate, rise into the sky, condense into tiny droplets, and eventually fall as rain. The transmission methods of the zombie virus have expanded, but the extent of the infection caused by rainwater is unknown. Is it through skin contact, or through the digestive tract, or even just inhaling rainwater aerosols? Whatever the mode of transmission, it weighs heavily on everyone's hearts. After today's rain, the number of zombies in the affected area will increase several times over. Oh no, Xia Ting! The footsteps and cries outside were deafening. Xiao immediately realized that most of the people quarantined in this building were family members of students from the school. After discovering the zombie mutation, their first reaction was to search for their children. Where is Xia Ting? Xia Ting said he was going back to the main gate to continue his duty before leaving. Did he get soaked in the rain? A strong sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. Shizhuan noticed his worry and anxiety at a glance. He turned his head and instructed Jiangxi and Song Ziqiao, You two stay here. Xiao, and I will go out to find Xia Ting. No, it's too dangerous. Jiangxi frowned. If we're going, we all go together. Yeah, if we're going, we all go together. Don't try to be heroes alone. Song Ziqiao patted his chest, indicating that his Xiaoji's sister was also his own sister. How could he not go find his sister if she was in trouble? Seeing them like this, Xiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. But he still sternly refused their suggestion. You two stay here. A lot of our things are in the room, and the dormitory building is already in complete chaos. You stay and keep an eye on our things. But it's alright, Xiao, and I will drive there. As long as we don't open the windows, nothing will happen. We be right back after we pick up Xia Ting. Song Ziqiu tried to persuade her, but Xiao's attitude was very firm this time, so he could only bite his lip and stay in the room with Jiang Si. Since they couldn't determine how the zombie virus, hidden in the rainwater, entered the human body, the two had to cut off all possible pathways. First, the skin. Shirzwichi wanted to take off his clothes and change into long pants and a long-sleeved shirt, but Xiao stopped him. Long pants and a long-sleeved shirt were useless in such a downpour. Rainwater would seep through the tiny gaps between the clothing fibers and come into contact with the skin. The best-case scenario was wearing a raincoat. But the newly completed dormitory was empty except for the things they had brought. Then what do we do? Use this. Xiao replied, and reached out to rip off the plastic film that hadn't been cleaned off the bed frame. Because the dormitory had only recently been renovated, with brand new beds, it was used as a temporary isolation room before the pre-semester cleaning. These plastic sheets, once removed, could be wrapped around exposed skin, proving more effective than wearing multiple layers of clothing. However, there wasn't much plastic sheeting available. Including the sheets from Song Ziqiu's room next door, they had to sneak into several messy, unlocked rooms to collect the sheets while no one was around. Take off your clothes. Huh? Shirzwan, hearing the instruction, didn't react immediately, staring blankly at Xiao. Jiang Si and Song Ziqiu, having collected enough plastic sheeting for them, felt it was better to be prepared, so they searched the other rooms. There were only the two of them in the small dormitory room. Even if it was just the two of them, it didn't have to be this sudden, so revealing of themselves. Xiao, seeing his shocked expression, knew he misunderstood again. What are you thinking? I'm not asking you to take off your clothes because I'm lusting after you, okay? At least not now. Damn, he really is lusting after him. With Xia Ting's life hanging in the balance, the older brother didn't dare waste any more time and quickly urged Shirzwan to take off his clothes. His pale, naked body was exposed before him without any concealment, but there was no lust in his eyes. After they helped each other clean the membranes from their upper bodies, cleaning the lower bodies was much easier. In less than 5 minutes, the two handsome young men had become mummies whose faces were indistinguishable. Except for their nostrils and mouths, the rest of their bodies were completely covered. Now, putting on long sleeves and trousers was an extra layer of protection. Xiao found a rope and tied it to the temples of his glasses, securing them to the back of his head to prevent the lenses from slipping off the smooth plastic. What about breathing? We don't have any masks. If they were all tangled together, they suffocate, but if they didn't cover themselves, they were worried about inhaling aerosols and getting infected. At this moment, Xiao, as a professional, demonstrated excellent foresight. He actually pulled 2 N95 masks out of his bag. These are all we have. We're not sure if they protect against the zombie virus, but we make do. While they were preparing, the rain outside lessened a bit. At this level, as long as they wore hats and avoided running quickly, the rain wouldn't soak through their masks. Xiao grabbed his car keys, and the two of them rushed out of the room and ran downstairs. Chapter 56. A large crowd had already gathered in the lobby on the first floor, all peering through the glass doors, to observe the situation outside. With so many people gathered, the damp and musty smell assaulted Shirzwan's nostrils. Even through his thick mask, the smell made Shirzwan feel itchy all over. Fear and anxiety were written on the faces of the people coming and going. No one noticed the two strangely dressed men. Someone, driven mad with desperation, picked up a small wooden stool and tried to smash it against the glass, but was stopped by another person. Let go, I want to get out. You don't want to live, but we do. What will happen to the others if you smash the door? My daughter is still outside. Are you so heartless as to watch your children die? Please, please, save my son, ah. The arguing and wailing were like countless needles piercing Shirzwan's fragile eardrums. The dormitory supervisor arrived quickly, holding a megaphone and shouting, urging everyone to calm down and figure out a solution once the rain stopped. But the ringleaders acted like a bunch of lunatics, pushing the supervisor aside and slamming their hands against the glass. When that failed, they turned their attack on the door lock. Someone tried to stop them, but to little avail. This way, Xiao said softly, beckoning toward Shirzwan. Attracting his attention, she immediately pointed to the window on the side. The window was about a meter high, locked, and curtains were drawn on the other side. Because of this, Many people assumed the room was just a closed storage room. Avoiding everyone's gaze, Xiao carefully opened the window, trying to make as little noise as possible. After climbing through the window, he didn't immediately move forward. Instead, he turned and crossed one arm across his chest, making it easier for Shirzwan to climb in. Hee-ho! Shirzwan released Xiao's arm, steadied himself, and casually closed the window behind him, drawing the curtains shut. Then his gaze swept across the entire space. This storage room was probably only about 20 square meters, with a few tables and chairs in the corners and an empty shelf in one corner. The dust on the shelf was as thick as a fingernail. The arguing outside wasn't stopped by the closed window. On the contrary, because of the wall separating them, the noise seemed to rumble like thunder, relentlessly tormenting one's nerves. What are you doing here? Shirzwan didn't find anything special about the place. He had followed Xiao over as soon as he beckoned. Xiao still didn't speak, but walked to the shelf and beckoned to him, signaling for the two of them to move it together. Stop being so mysterious. Even though Shirzwan was annoyed and pursed his lips, he still obediently went to help. 3, 2, 1. With both sides working together, the empty shelf was easily moved. The sight revealed behind it made Shirzwan's eyes widen instantly. He hadn't expected there to be a door hidden behind it. At this moment, Xiao lowered his voice and explained to him, I noticed this window when I helped Xia Ting move her luggage to her dormitory. Out of curiosity, I walked around it before leaving and found a door behind it. All the dormitory buildings had the same layout. Even after the renovation, this small storage room was still retained. Moreover, the door faced directly onto the dormitory balcony, meaning that opening the door meant they were very close to where they parked. The others were either unaware of the hidden door or too overwhelmed by emotion to think clearly. But let alone the others, even Shirzwan hadn't noticed the door in such a concealed location when he passed by yesterday while parking. Having found the way out, the two wasted no more time and quickly pushed the lock open. The moment the door opened, the blinding light forced them to squint reflexively. A few seconds passed until their eyes adjusted to the brightness before Shirzwan tried to open them again. The sight outside made his heart tremble. Rain had washed the blood a pale pink, pooling in the middle of the road, forming small puddles. The ginkgo trees, once laden with green leaves, were now bare, their brown branches reaching out menacingly towards the dark, cloud-covered sky. Thump, 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 thump. Dozens of dark figures moved back and forth behind the rain, their heavy footsteps splashing in the puddles. These creatures moved incredibly fast, seemingly unaffected by the rain, accurately detecting human scent and sound, and pursuing them in a clear direction. So far, no zombies seemed to have noticed them. Shirzwan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Not being noticed now didn't mean they were safe. He exchanged a glance with Xiao, instantly understanding the meaning in their eyes. The troublesome rain, coupled with the plastic sheets binding them and hindering their movement, meant they couldn't wait until they were close to reach their pockets to pull out their keys and open the car door. By then, they'd probably be in the throats of zombies before they even had a chance to find the keys. Just to be safe, they needed to unlock the car door now, and then rush into the car in one go. But the sound of unlocking the car would inevitably attract the attention of the surrounding zombies. Ready? Xiao asked the person next to him with a serious expression. Shirzwan nodded. Beep beep. Charge. The two of them took long strides almost simultaneously. The icy rain pelted them like stones, and instantly, the plastic sheeting surrounding their vision was obscured by raindrops, making their vision blurry. Their car was parked diagonally in front of them, no more than 8 meters away as the crow flies. Though so close, it felt like an insurmountable chasm separated them. The instant Xiao pressed the key, the nearest zombies were attracted by the sound and staggered but extremely fast towards them. Shirzwan dodged a claw reaching towards him to the left, quickly looked up, and met the culprit's gaze, almost vomiting out the entire bag of biscuits he had eaten that morning. Rainwater lashed his face, his pale skin swollen and wrinkled, his eyes bulging bloodshot, as if they might pop out and fall to the ground at any moment. His clothes were no longer recognizable, covered in pus and rotting flesh, emitting a deadly stench. The claw reaching for Shirzwan was now floated up, its thick forearm aimed straight at his face. Shirzwan's heart skipped a beat. He took another step forward with his left leg, bending his knee to dodge. Ha, ha, huff. The unpleasant breathing was almost unbearable. On the other side, Xiao was also blocked by 2 zombies. He had no time to think. He braked sharply with one foot, the shoe scraping against the rough ground, while simultaneously twisting his waist upwards, forcefully swinging his other leg across the zombie's head. The instant he made contact, His leg felt like it had struck a half-meter thick block of metal. His foot went numb from the impact, but the zombie, far from being affected, roared and lunged at him again. Ha! The zombie was too fast. It was less than 10 centimeters from his face. The disgusting, blood-soaked rain was already dripping onto his glasses. Just then, the zombie, almost touching his face, was kicked to the side. Huff, huff. Seeing that Xia Ao was unharmed, Shirzwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that he had just dodged an attack from the zombies on his side, only to turn around and see his partner being pressed against the face by a zombie. Just a hand's breadth away from death, his heart leaped into his throat, and a shrill noise raged in his ears. Driven purely by instinct, he used his leg, which had just landed, to push off the ground again, almost sliding in a tackle, and before Xia Ao's face could be scratched, he launched a flying kick at the zombie's side. Although his foot still felt like it was stepping on a steel plate, Shirzwan used all his strength this time, and the zombie flew out, landing squarely on the one behind him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two of them, not daring to even breathe, rushed to the car, flung open both doors, and scrambled into the passenger compartment. The zombie outside hadn't given up, following behind them but blocked from the doorway, scratching at the metal and glass with its claws in frustration. Shirzwan slumped against the backrest, his chest heaving violently, panting heavily like a bellows. The fear and relief of surviving the ordeal almost tore him apart. Water droplets rolled down his head, sliding down the direction of the plastic sheeting covering him. He couldn't tell if the rain had seeped under the plastic sheeting. The strenuous exercise had left him drenched in sticky sweat, and being trapped in the stuffy plastic made him extremely uncomfortable. He glanced sideways at Xia Ao in the driver's seat, looking just as uncomfortable. His face was flushed from the exertion, his head slumped against the seat back, too exhausted to move. "It's safe now," Shirzwan said, his voice trembling noticeably. Although the zombies outside hadn't given up banging on the door, the noise was less intense than before, and they didn't pose immediate threat to their safety. Xia Ao had truly experienced what it meant to be on the verge of death, thanks to Shirzwan's last-minute intervention to kick the zombie away. "Thank you." He started to speak, but was startled by the extremely hoarse sound emanating from his throat. "Heh," Shirzwan chuckled. "Why are you thanking me? We've been through thick and thin together." "Well, it seems like so far it's only been bitter, not sweet. It's been like the end of the world since the first night. Stumbling and falling to survive until now has been no easy feat. Are you soaked?" Shirzwan, unsure of his own condition, could only refer to his answer. Unfortunately, Xia Ao also shook his head. He was covered in the same liquid as Shirzwan, unable to distinguish between rainwater and sweat. "Forget it, whatever." He forced a smile. "If I can live, I will. If not, so be it." "I'm already out?" Yes, they were already out. Whether it was sweat or rainwater under the plastic sheet, they had no way to verify it, nor could they change what had already happened. "In that case, I bet it's not." Shirzwan slapped the man next to him on the shoulder. Even through the plastic sheet and clothes, the body heat was still intense. Only a small patch of skin was touched, but Xia Ao's heart heated up, becoming burning hot. "Fine. Since that's the case, let's gamble on nothing." "Hold on tight, I'm starting the car," he prompted, and Xia Ao sat back down properly, his hands moving swiftly, starting the engine and shifting gears like flowing water. Zombies surged around the car again because of the noise, but the driver ignored the thud against the metal, pressed the accelerator, and the car drove off. Chapter 57. A white SUV weaved through the fine drizzle, its wheels crunching over puddles, bits of flesh and blood seeping into the tire treads. The rain was gradually subsiding, a light drizzle, at least enough to barely make out the road ahead. The windshield wipers worked diligently on the windshield, but even their hard work went unpaid, only earning them a critical comment. "What's wrong with these wipers? They've been wiping for ages, and there are still water streaks." For some reason, large swirls of water quickly formed where the wipers had passed, rapidly receding inwards. It certainly looked unpleasant. It's probably because it hit a zombie earlier. The zombie had crashed into the front of the car. Its skin had been torn apart by the impact, leaving its body fat stuck to the glass. Despite the morning rain, grease couldn't be washed away with just water. That's why you have to use dish soap to wash dishes at home. After Xia Ao finished explaining, Shirzwan felt a nausea and quickly stopped him from continuing. All right, just focus on driving." If he continued, the clean car might be ruined. Xia Ao remained noncommittal. The dormitory building Xia Ting had brought them to was probably the innermost one in the entire dormitory area. To allow more rooms to receive sunlight, The buildings were intentionally staggered when the campus construction plans were drawn up. Now the sun shines in, but this also causes the roads between the buildings to wind around like a grid. Scherzwan had lost count of how many turns they had made. Finally, the SUV turned past a breakfast shop at the end of the road and onto a wide two-lane road. They'd been driving for so long, but hadn't seen a single living person. It was as if the entire school was nothing but zombies besides them. These zombies, having lost their purpose, wandered aimlessly around the campus. Xiao tried to steer the car towards areas with fewer zombies, but getting too close still attracted their attention. Meanwhile, Scherzwan wasn't idle either. He decided to find something to do. Could you keep the car at 40 miles per hour without moving? Xiao was puzzled. Sure. But when he turned his head slightly, he saw Scherzwan staring intently out the window, saying nothing. He'd given the order and then completely ignored him. Okay. Sure. Although he didn't understand what he was planning, Xiao cooperated by slowing the car down, the speedometer needle pointing straight to the number 40. The car slowed down, but the passenger in the front seat remained in the same position, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside the window. The blurry rearview mirror reflected his serious, stern face. The car was traveling at 40 kilometers per hour, and the zombie behind them was about 50 meters away. It wasn't that Scherzwan was deliberately ignoring him. It was just that after spending so much time together, he was somewhat confident that Xiao could fulfill his small, insignificant request. So, as soon as he finished speaking, his attention shifted to the window. They had previously calculated reaction and movement speeds under normal weather conditions, and this time, with a rare occurrence of rain, they had calculated the zombie's speed in the rain, which would be advantageous for their subsequent actions. The only difference was that he was sitting in the car this time. Having Xiao keep the speed at 40 kilometers per hour was to eliminate the interference of speed during the calculations. Within seconds, the zombies had caught up to their previous location. Unfortunately, none of them had brought their phones this time, so all the data had to be calculated in his head. Even so, he quickly arrived at a conclusion. Zombies move much slower in the rain than in normal weather, but their reaction speed and distance are about the same as in sunny weather. Scherzwan reported a few figures to Xiao. Without a calculator, the distance and time in seconds are only for reference. I won't take any responsibility for these values. Hearing Scherzwan's disclaimer just as he turned the steering wheel to drive the car onto the bridge, even though the tension in his heart was almost at its limit, eased slightly. I believe you. He was very willing to trust the demolition engineer's calculation abilities. Beyond the bridge was the main road directly facing the school gate. The closer they got, the more intense Xiao's fear became. The horrific scene around the school gate was even more terrifying than the dormitory area. The first to turn into zombies in the dormitory area were primarily students, who had come out with basins to collect water immediately after the rain started. These students turned into zombies within minutes of coming out. Those who followed a step later, before even stepping out of their dorm rooms, sensed something was wrong and quickly fled back to their rooms, locking the doors tightly. These were all highly educated students. Upon observing that the newly transformed zombies had no obvious wounds, most realized that the cause of this anomaly was likely the sudden downpour. Whether this hypothesis was correct or not, almost no one dared to recklessly run out of the dormitory building anymore, and the number of zombies was effectively controlled. However, the location at the school gate was different. Those remaining there were mostly people whose bodies were exposed to the elements to guard the gate. Horses of zombies blocked the road, their rotting bodies jostling and colliding unconsciously. Red and yellow fluids oozing from their wounds were washed away by the rain, flowing everywhere. The sliding doors that had previously prevented zombies from entering had now become solid cages, trapping the newly evolved zombies inside. Countless gray-white, bluish-purple, and even flesh ripped open, bones-covered arms instinctively reached into the gaps in the iron gate. Fingernails were peeling off, knuckles twisted and deformed, as they grotesquely hissed and grotesquely, grasping at the air in vain. The sound of car engines, and the heat emanating from them were like a tempting treat to the zombies. Almost the instant they approached, the horde of zombies crowding the doorway pulled their hands back from the gap, turned their heads to stare at their location, and without hesitation, lunged straight at the car's hood. Was Xia Ting among them? Xiao slammed the steering wheel shut, his eyes scanning the zombie horde for Xia Ting. But these zombies all had dark red bloodstains on their faces, their expressions ferocious and terrifying, their eyeballs bulging, hissing and throbbing as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He couldn't imagine Xia Ting's beautiful face turning into such a grotesque sight. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the zombie horde. Curly hair, tall, and even the light-colored jacket he wore was exactly the same as when they first met yesterday, except for a few more bloodstains. It was Xia Ting's junior, Shui. He was all smiles and greeting Xia Ting yesterday, but now he was a hideous, mindless zombie. Unseen by anyone, the rope in Xia Ao's heart was suddenly taut. Thud. It snapped. Xia Ao, focus on driving. I'm coming to find someone. Just now, that turn had thrown Shirzwan straight off his seat. Shirzwan tried to grab the handle above the car door, but this time his palm was wrapped in plastic several times, and it slipped before he could even grasp it. Then his head slammed into the car window, the pain in his forehead almost sending him to his great-grandmother's. He winced in pain, and glancing up, he saw 3 or 5 zombies lunging at the hood of the car. Before he even sat down, they were already wearing Xia Ao's clothes. Damn it! Turn right. Turn right. But Xia Ao seemed to have become a beast controlled by Gu Qianwang, completely oblivious to anything except his sister. The only thing he still showed any sense of responsibility was that, even at this moment, his hands remained on the steering wheel. Although his handling was at its limit, he applied the data calculated by Shirzwan to its utmost, each time managing to turn the steering wheel all the way just before the car veered onto the grass and into the river. The wheels screeched against the ground. Fortunately, this time Shirzwan had prepared in advance, holding on with both hands to avoid becoming a dumping machine. Hold on tight, buckle your seatbelt, I wrap it around again. Xia Ao quickly instructed, his eyes not even glancing to the side, his foot pressing the accelerator lower and lower. He didn't respond to Shirzwan's offer of help. He needed to see Xia Ting unharmed with his own eyes, otherwise, how could he explain it to his parents? Even the stone statue in the center of the road was covered in zombies, even after they passed the flower bed in the middle of the road. But the car passed that spot in less than a second, with no time to count how many there were. Shirzwan couldn't take it anymore. Xia Ao. Calm down. The car was already at almost the engine's limit, the roar attracting zombies from a great distance. Xia Ao maneuvered the car diagonally around a sharp bend, this time with the teaching building to his right, the very same dean's office Xia Ting had taken them to yesterday. The teaching building had no doors. The ground floor was completely open, and turning left after entering led to the stairs. Without any defenses, this was a place of complete freedom for the zombies. However, at this moment, all the zombies near the school's main gate were attracted by the enormous noise Xia Ao had created. The teaching building had become a safe haven. Damn it! The car was going too fast. The faces of zombies flashed past the window in a second, making it impossible to recognize anyone, let alone find them. Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure out how to locate Xia Ao, something suddenly fell down in his peripheral vision. On the left, he immediately pressed his face against the glass, staring intently at the spot where the object had just fallen. It looked like it was right in front of the teaching building, but the car was going too fast, it was almost a blur. Before Shirzwan could even confirm what had fallen, the teaching building disappeared from sight. He couldn't take it anymore and slapped Xia Ao on the back of the neck. Damn it, slow down. I think I found her sister. What did you say? Xia Ao took the slap squarely on the neck, not having time to scold him, staring at Shirzwan with excitement and disbelief. Seeing that he had finally regained consciousness, Shirzwan also breathed a slight sigh of relief. If they kept driving like this, they'd be crashing into the school before they even found Xia Ting. He told Xia Ao about what he'd just seen fall. The thing wasn't big, at least not human-sized. Either a high-level zombie threw something down to attract our attention, or... He interrupted Shirzwan before he could finish. If it wasn't a zombie, then it was a human. No matter how many times they circled this small area, it was nothing but zombies. Let's hope for the best. Your sister's so clever, maybe she's already escaped? Even though it was only a tiny bit, hope rekindled in Xia Ao's heart. He shook off the zombies following behind, the wheels skimming over the grass to take a shortcut and stopping in front of the school building. This is it. He lowered the window slightly. Before he knew it, the rain had stopped. After confirming no more raindrops were falling, he rolled the window down completely and cautiously stuck his head out. Brother. Over here. A bright female voice came from upstairs. Chapter 58. Her voice was like the first ray of sunlight after sunrise, piercing the silence and darkness. Shirzwan followed the sound to the third-floor balcony where she was. Xia Ting poked her head out from afar, looking clean and refreshed, much better off than the two of them in their disheveled state. Is that her? Xia Ao, sitting in the driver's seat and unable to see their window, asked nervously, fearing a bad outcome. Shirzwan wanted to greet Xia Ting, but as soon as he stuck his arm out the window, before he could even open his mouth, he caught a glimpse of a zombie leaping out from the corner. This zombie was tall and thin, seemingly watching him intently. If he dared to stick most of his body out of the window, sharp teeth would be on his neck. Almost instantly, as if realizing its actions had been exposed, the zombie lunged at him. Shirzwan reacted instantly, trying to pull himself back into the car, but at that moment, his shoulder slammed against the frame and got stuck. Too late. The zombie's long fingernails were less than half a meter away from him. Damn it! Drive. With no other option, he yelled for Xiao to start the car. Luckily, in his haste, he hadn't had time to turn off the engine and apply the handbrake. Now, all he had to do was release the brake and floor the accelerator, and the SUV shot forward again. Shirzwan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by a powerful inertia that forced him backward, his arm slamming heavily against the frame. Ouch! He gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out. Looking at the zombie left behind by the car, he tried to console himself. It hurts, but at least I won't lose my life to a zombie. Xiao, standing beside him, turned his head slightly and noticed his predicament. His buttocks were stuck in the air, unable to move, one hand braced against the window frame with its knuckles bent, and both feet dangling in the air. It was clear that the owner of his buttocks was trying desperately to get back into the car, but couldn't muster any strength. While keeping an eye on the obstacles in front of the car, he used his peripheral vision to aim, and with precise and swift movements, stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Shirzwan's waist. Shirzwan only felt a sudden force on his waist, then his vision blurred, his body lost its balance, and his buttocks, which had been dangling in the air for so long, landed back on the soft seat. This feeling of security is so good. After catching his breath and swallowing all the saliva that had accumulated under extreme tension, Xiao finally spoke up to discuss the matter with him again. Should we find a place to park the car now, and then go upstairs to find Xiaoting? We didn't see the two deans or Zhu Lin in the zombie horde just now. There are probably quite a few survivors. Shirzwan's mind flashed through all the faces he's seen in the zombie horde. If his memory served him right, these people should all be with Xiaoting. As long as there are still people alive, that's good. Faced with the current state of the school, Xiao could only say this. When I see Lao Lin this time, I mention the lab to him. If we can make a powerful weapon, at least the students won't be helpless against the suddenly appearing zombies. Are you sure he agree? Xiao was somewhat skeptical. It seemed that those in positions of authority in his mind were all arrogant and self-important, treating school rules as their own authority and not allowing any challenge to their authority. Despite Shirzwan's previous descriptions, the impressions he got from the dean's voluntary patrols of the school and their initial meeting yesterday, Dean Lin wasn't the kind of person he imagined. But what Shirzwan was about to do was essentially crossing a legal line. If Dean Lin offered him help, they could both be held responsible once the apocalypse ended. Shirzwan wasn't unaware of the complexities involved. The thought had crossed his mind when he first met Dean Lin yesterday. But considering this point, he ultimately didn't voice it. But with so many zombies, without a means of retaliation, the surviving teachers and students will be trapped and die in the school. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Dean Lin isn't the kind of person who can just watch the children die one by one. In this situation, he'd rather bear the stigma of making explosives in the future than stand idly by. In fact, Shirzwan's certainty stemmed from his understanding of Dean Lin nearly 10 years ago. So many years have passed, has he changed? Will he abandon the original aspirations he's held onto for decades because of all his experiences? I'm willing to gamble. His tone was firm, his eyes shining brightly. He still wanted to believe in Lao Lin. Okay. If Shirzwan was willing to believe in Lao Lin, then he was willing to believe in his belief. At this moment, the car had just circled halfway and stopped behind the teaching building. There were also stairs leading up here. Perhaps because there were fewer people here to begin with, there were fewer zombies after the rain. As soon as the car stopped in front of the stairs, the engine noise inevitably attracted zombies, but there weren't that many. If they waited a little longer, the car would turn off and the temperature would gradually dissipate, and the zombies would naturally leave one by one. Taking advantage of the moment, Shirzwan unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed onto the seat back, and retrieved the pulse cannon from the back seat. Are you taking this up? He nodded. Since he was clearly going to confess to Dean Lin about borrowing the demolition lab, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Taking it would also ensure his safety. Less than 5 minutes passed, and the 6 or 7 zombies surrounding the hood of the car, having waited in vain for food, gradually dispersed. The two men in the car exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's meaning. Let's go! Without a word, Both doors opened simultaneously in unison. They hadn't brought any mosquito repellent this time. But perhaps because they were completely wrapped in plastic film, their body odor was trapped inside, and the zombies didn't immediately approach. Shirzwan carried the cannon, while Xiao provided cover. The two stealthily circled the car and entered the teaching building. Their sneakers left a trail of dark, wet footprints as they stepped onto the tiled floor. Ahead of them, the untouched areas were already covered in mud. These marks were haphazard, most unrecognizable as footprints, clearly the work of zombies. Shirzwan led the way, carefully stepping onto the first step. Currently, there were no zombies on this floor. Although they walked very quietly, each step still created a faint echo in the empty stairwell, sounding particularly jarring. Despite the absence of zombies, he remained vigilant. Just as they reached the landing at the top of the first staircase, a dark brown stain on the white wall caught their attention. Upon closer inspection, there were scratch marks on the wall, and even small pieces of plaster had peeled off in inconspicuous places. A fight must have taken place here before. Shirzwan glanced at Xiao, then rushed upstairs to the second floor, carefully pressing his body against the corner wall. Heh. A soft yet exceptionally clear, teeth-grinding scraping sound came from behind the wall. There's something in the corridor. Shirzwan raised his cannon muzzle, his eyes fixed on the corner of the wall, and slowly, very slowly, he poked his head out. Ugh! A hideous face was almost pressed against the wall in front of him. Blood continuously gushed from the black eye sockets where the eyeballs were gone. The mouth opened wide, the teeth sharpened by its mutation, and with each movement, a foul-smelling, disgusting slime clung between the upper and lower teeth. Fortunately, Shirzwan had prepared in advance. The pulse cannon was pressed against his body, and the moment the zombie's terrifying face approached, his fingers trembled, and the powerful impact propelled the cannon out of its socket. The zombie was thrown 5 meters away. It tried to struggle to its feet, but the blow had landed squarely on his neck. The assembled neck was almost severed, with only a small portion of skin and tendons barely holding it together. Shortly afterward, the zombie fell silent. Shirzwan had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue upstairs when he heard a rustling sound. That sound was coming from downstairs. He quickly pinpointed the location, glanced down, and nearly jumped out of his skin. He saw that Xiao had only taken a couple of steps up the stairs, and behind him, a humanoid figure was lying on the ground. Lying wasn't even the right word. The person's limbs were twisted and pressed to the ground, her light blue dress almost obscuring her true form. Long, soft, thick black hair hung to the ground. Strangely, her face was turned towards the ceiling, silently approaching Xiao. Xiao hadn't noticed the monster behind him at all. He only noticed when Zwen abruptly stopped, his eyes fixed on his back. Instinctively, he slightly turned his head to look at what was behind him. In that one glance, every pore on his body screamed for escape. Whether the female zombie sensed Xiao's fear or not, she let out a giggle laugh, and at the same time, her head suddenly turned 180 degrees at an extremely unnatural angle. With that movement, a chilling cracking sound came from her cervical vertebrae. Her pale, swollen face was completely exposed to the two of them. Her eyes were now only cloudy and bloodshot, her nose was rotting, but her mouth was wide open, revealing teeth stained with dark red grime. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Almost instantly, her upper body sprang up, lunging at Xiao, but Xiao, suddenly bumping into this zombie, who looked even more grotesque than a female ghost in a horror movie, didn't react for a moment, standing there blankly motionless. Get out of the way. Just as the zombie's claws were gradually enlarging in his pupils, a loud shout came from above. Shirzwan, with a cannon on his shoulder, leaped and landed lightly on the handrail. The handrail had a slight curve, and he slid down it in a flash. Before the female zombie could grab Xiao, he finally reacted, stepping aside to make room for Shirzwan. Bang! The shockwave pinned the female zombie to the wall. She let out 2 final giggles and fell silent. Run! The building was fraught with danger, and Shirzwan dared not delay any longer, grabbing Xiao and rushing straight upstairs. Rather than waiting to encounter zombies one by one, it was better to climb to the 3rd floor in one go. Once they started running, even if they were careful, they couldn't completely eliminate the sound of their footsteps. The surrounding zombies gradually surrounded them upon hearing the noise. Shirzwan quickly glanced around. After witnessing the female zombie crawling on the ground like a spider, he actually thought the other zombies were somewhat decent looking. Too terrifying, he quickly forced himself to stop thinking. The last step, the two of them leaped up simultaneously, swinging their bodies into the corridor. The 3rd floor corridor was surprisingly free of zombies. On this rare stroke of luck, the two unlucky guys almost burst into tears. The dean's office door was located in the middle of the corridor, and now the door was closed, with zombies relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Xia Ting. Chapter 59. Xia Ao's shout was extremely loud, and the zombies behind him seemed to be injected with stimulants, even increasing their speed, with more than a dozen claws reaching for the two. The two could only dodge while silently praying for Xia Ting's appearance. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Just at this critical moment, perhaps heaven answered their prayers, the door to the dean's office opened. Xia Ting peeked half her head out from behind the door, just in time to see two strange figures covered in duct tape rushing straight towards her. The skin on their faces was flattened by transparent duct tape, and in the center of their faces, their noses were so high they looked like they were about to pierce the membrane, making them look extremely eerie. The upper half of their faces was hidden in the shadow of baseball caps, while the lower half was covered by a thick mask, making it impossible to see their features clearly. Just as Xia Ting was startled, her mouth agape in disbelief, thinking a new breed of zombie had appeared, she noticed the plastic bucket slung over the shoulder of the humanoid creature to her left. She'd seen that thing in her brother's car before. Back then, Zhuan had been tirelessly explaining the workings of this thing called a pulse cannon to her. Upon closer inspection, the two bandaged monsters did indeed resemble her older brother and Zhuan. Oh no! In the brief moment she was thinking, the two, along with a line of zombies behind them, had approached. Less than 3 meters from the door, Xia Ting quickly pulled her head back, retreating into the office to make way for the strangely dressed two. Almost the instant she entered, a loud bang echoed behind her, and the door slammed shut. Zhuan and Xia Ao, using their momentum, practically thrown themselves into the office, then slammed the door shut in one fluid motion, blocking the zombies outside. Bang, bang, bang. The noise from behind the door continued. The person inside was nearly exhausted. Xia Ao was breathing heavily, but still dared not relax, leaning against the door to counter the force of the zombies pounding on it. Damn it! Zhuan entered, his pulse bubble falling to the ground with a dull thud. He was also exhausted, his muscles going limp, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Xia Ting recognized the two, and immediately made way for them. Before she could even turn around, she heard heavy, rapid breathing behind her. Perhaps because their faces were covered by plastic film, both of their faces were now flushed red. Everyone inside was startled by their appearance. Dean Lin and Dean Huang, who had been doodling on paper and discussing something, dropped their pens in shock when they saw them burst in. Zhu Lin sprang up from the sofa and ran behind Xia Ting, grabbing the hem of her clothes with one hand. Xia Ting was the first to react, stepping forward to help them remove their hats and masks, then carefully peeling off the plastic wrap wrapped around their faces. What's going on with you two? It was incredibly touching. The moment the masks were removed, Zhuan breathed in the long-awaited fresh air and almost knelt down to bow to Xia Ting. Seeing him just nodding without speaking, Xia Ting had to change her focus, turning to look at her brother pressed against the door. The door behind them was still shaking, and the terrifying, hoarse cries of zombies could be heard from just outside. Zhu Lin quickly picked up the aromatherapy bottle from the red desk and evenly sprinkled the liquid inside into the cracks of the door. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the zombies outside seemed to lose their human scent and finally began to disperse. As her back parted from the door, Xia Ao nearly collapsed, almost kneeling in a deep bow before everyone in the room. Luckily, Xia Ting caught her in time, otherwise, her brother would have caused her to fall, adding many more family elders to the commotion. With his sister's help, Xia Ao regained her balance and scanned the room. Only the two deans and Xia Ting and Zhu Lin had survived. The number was far fewer than he had imagined. His face was grim as he explained that after discovering the rain could turn anyone caught in it into a zombie, he and Zhuan, worried about her safety, devised this method to search for her. Hearing this, the hearts of everyone in the room grew heavy. What about you? Are only a few of you alive? Zhuan finally regained some strength, propping himself up with his hands, and was eventually pulled and dragged by Xia Ao from the hard floor to the soft sofa. The others exchanged glances and fell silent. Actually, there are still more than a dozen people, but... Xia Ting looked hesitant, seemingly reluctant to continue. Seeing her expression, Dean Lin took the initiative to explain the situation to the two of them. It turned out that after Xia Ao and the others returned to their dormitories for quarantine yesterday afternoon, Xia Ting went back to the school gate and worked a 2-hour shift. After the night shift students arrived, she went back to her own dormitory to rest. Although she and Zhu Lin were not in the same college, Their dormitories were next to each other, and they went home together after their shifts. Early the next morning, the two of them also left their dormitories together, intending to first go to the dean's office to discuss the day's arrangements, and then go to the school gate to exchange shifts with the night shift students. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the teaching building, it started to drizzle outside. Within seconds, the rain intensified until it formed a gray, misty curtain. At first, the two girls were quite pleased with their luck. Getting soaked in such heavy rain would have definitely resulted in catching a cold the next day if they hadn't treated themselves promptly. But at that moment, neither of them considered that the rain might affect their duty, and they continued upstairs. Dean Lin and Dean Huang patrolled the campus 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. The two girls would go to the office after their morning patrol every day, both to report on the previous day's duty and to make adjustments if the day's schedule changed. So, as soon as they entered the office, they ran into the two deans, who had also just returned. Recently, there had been a lot of parents visiting from outside, not just in their 2 colleges, but throughout the entire branch campus. Everyone was crammed into one building. If this continued, the dormitories would be overflowing within 3 days. The two deans had overheard another dean mention this during their morning patrol handover, so they decided to extend their afternoon duty by about half an hour, and discuss how to handle it then. Xia Ting nodded to indicate that she understood. If that's the case, then 2 more students will have to be pulled from the student duty roster to deliver food to the dormitories. It's not a major problem. Just then, the rain outside continued, but a cacophony of shouting could be faintly heard. Aside from a few teachers and a small group of students who needed to report, practically no one else would approach the teaching building area. Why is it so noisy? Immediately, a bad feeling arose in the hearts of those inside. Dean Lin practically sprang from his office chair and turned to walk towards the window behind him. That one glance nearly scared him out of his wits. So many zombies in the school? Old Lin, nearly 60, couldn't help but scream in terror. The others in the room quickly gathered around. Oh no, where did all these zombies come from? Xia Ting frowned, puzzled. Just a few minutes ago, when she and Zhu Lin came up, this wasn't the case. Zhu Lin, standing behind her, peeked through the gaps between their shoulders at the scene below. Incredulous, she stammered, How could this be? In the torrential rain, someone had mutated into a zombie, extending sharp claws to pounce on other students who were trying to escape. Sharp teeth pierced their carotid arteries, blood gushing out. Soon after, the bitten student twitched a few times on the ground, then staggered to their feet, becoming one of the walking corpses. This hellish scene left both girls wide-eyed. Although they had volunteered for guard duty, since the zombie outbreak, the vast majority of the zombies they encountered were already mutated. This was the first time on such a large scale that their close companions had gone from living beings to dead, and finally become their enemies right before their eyes. Just as the people inside were stunned speechless by the scene below, a commotion erupted from the corridor outside. Dean Huang awoke as if from a dream. Children! What about the children who are still alive? The closest place to the school gate, the only place they could hide, was this school building. Being chased by zombies, the children's first instinct would be to hide in this building. The group hurriedly opened the office door and rushed out, but the corridor was empty. The noise was coming from the stairwell, and it wasn't just random, meaningless howling from zombies. They rushed downstairs and bumped into a dozen or so students running back in a hurry in the first-floor corridor. These students were all soaked to the bone. Dean Lin. Dean Huang. Run! They shouted anxiously, urging the others to run. Xia Ting looked closely and saw that these students were being chased by a number of zombies. They were already very close. Ugh. Some of them even suddenly convulsed while running and turned into zombies themselves. It was like a scene from hell. Old Lin reacted, waving his hand and shouting for the students to go upstairs. He didn't have time to distinguish which students were healthy and which had wounds and were about to turn into zombies. He decided to take them all in for now and deal with the rest later. At this moment, he noticed 2 girls beside him, who also looked very nervous, and quickly told them it was too dangerous here and to go upstairs immediately. Xia Ting was somewhat reluctant. She had wanted to stay and help. But Old Lin grabbed Xia Ting and Zhu Lin's arms and pushed them up the stairs. We don't need so many people here. You and Zhu Lin go up and open the doors to the classrooms on the 2nd floor. Dean Huang said sternly, then turned and directed the students to escape. Let's go! Xia Ting understood the urgency of the situation. Only by quickly opening the doors could they possibly save more students. So she pulled Zhu Lin upstairs quickly. Although the classroom doors on the second floor were tightly closed, they hadn't been locked since the zombie outbreak, in order to prepare for various emergencies. After reaching the top, the two ran straight to the classroom closest to the stairwell, and opened both the front and back doors. Soon, the noisy crowd reached the second floor. Seeing the open classroom doors, they immediately filed in like sheep being herded. Watching the last person in the line squeeze into the classroom, Xia Ting and Zhu Lin immediately closed the door, propped the desk and chair against the doorway, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xia Ting took out a perfume bottle she always kept in her pocket, sprayed it evenly on the two people's coats, and stuffed them under the door. The students inside also quietly quieted down. Soon afterward, the zombies outside lost their target, and left one after another. The students inside, who had been holding back their emotions all the way, finally erupted, sobbing softly. Chapter 60. What exactly happened outside? Dean Lin and Dean Huang wanted to ask, but they were already panting heavily, their words broken and incoherent. So they waved their hands, handing the task over to Xia Ting. Xia Ting nodded to indicate she understood, then chose the most familiar face from among the frightened students. Lin Jiahao, you tell me, what exactly happened? Before the zombie outbreak, the two were classmates, but because of their different genders, they didn't interact much outside of class. However, after the zombie crisis broke out, they became familiar with each other because they were both students who volunteered to stand guard. The boy was also exhausted, panting as if he had just run a kilometer. Rain and sweat soaked his forehead, his hair clinging to his brow. He didn't care, lifting the hem of his shirt to wipe the water from his face, then, still not satisfied, raised his arm to wipe away the remaining droplets. Finally, Xia Ting couldn't bear to watch any longer, and pulled a pack of tissues from Zhu Lin's pocket, handing it to her. Lin Jiahao took one, and after Xia Ting nodded, he handed the rest to the students behind him. Xia Ting. He thoroughly wiped the water from his face, then took a deep breath, paused, and seemed to have finally mentally prepared himself before speaking. We were guarding the school gate as usual when it suddenly started raining. Everyone was initially happy. It hadn't rained in a long time, and water resources are extremely precious in the apocalypse, so everyone has always tried to conserve every drop. With the sudden downpour, some people used their cups to collect water, and some even drank directly from their mouths. But soon everyone realized something was wrong. Suddenly, someone screamed from the crowd, then twisted their body and crouched down, breathing rapidly, trembling and sweating profusely. At first, I thought the boy had been hit by something and injured, but then many students started having the same reaction. That's when I realized something was wrong, so I took a few steps to the side, away from these people. Who would have thought, in almost less than a minute, all these students turned into zombies? He recounted what had happened at the school gate, his expression extremely pained. Xia Ting astutely extracted key words from his long description. The mutation happened after being caught in the rain. Was there something wrong with the rain? She herself was a biology student, and the water cycle was something she learned in middle school science. She instantly made a guess. Something's wrong with the rain? Several students nearby, hearing Xia Ting's words, looked on in fear, their hands involuntarily clenching their clothes, some even trembling. Lin Jiahao remained silent. He and Xia Ting were in the same major. How could he not understand these things? More and more students used crumpled tissues to wipe their exposed skin. Even more shockingly, several boys actually stripped off their clothes, leaving only their underwear. A tense atmosphere quickly spread through the classroom. Seeing everyone's emotions escalating, the two deans quickly rallied and tried to comfort them. Don't worry, students, we won't abandon you. Whatever difficulties you encounter, Dean Huang and I will stand by you. Yeah. I told you, you youngsters are overthinking things. You all been here for so long, and none of you have shown any signs of mutation. Relax. Dean. Lin Jiahao looked at the smiling Dean Huang, his eyes hesitant, seemingly in despair, not believing his words of comfort. I'm your dean. I read more books than you walked roads. The number of journal articles I publish each year is enough for you to work on your graduation theses. Why don't you believe me? Dean Huang patted Lin Jiahao's shoulder with a smile. You're worrying unnecessarily. If I remember correctly, I taught one of your classes last year, and you failed at one course. Having his grades exposed in public, the fear on Lin Jiahao's face turned to embarrassment. He wished he could disappear into the ground. Hearing Dean Huang's authoritative statement, the people around him seemed slightly relieved, some even managing a slight smile when they heard about Lin Jiahao's failing grades. Seeing the atmosphere in the classroom lighten, Dean Huang, unseen by anyone, also breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lin joined in the fun. Don't worry, Dean Huang and I will stay with you. Even if the sky falls, we old guys will hold it up. He was also smiling. Though he called himself an old guy, he wasn't actually of retirement age yet. However, in just a few days since the zombie outbreak, his hair and stubble had turned gray from the constant toil. Dean, you shouldn't stay here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. It was a chubby boy. He was soaked to the bone. Even the small pack of tissues he received was empty. His chilly clothes clung to his body. In this weather, it was like being in a freezer. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to him, he felt a little embarrassed and continued in a trembling voice. We don't even know if we turn into zombies. Instead of wasting time here, why don't the two deans go out? Maybe they can save more students. Yeah. The deans haven't gotten wet in the rain. There's no point in them staying with us. If we end up as zombies, there's no need to drag the deans and students who saved us down with us. Dean Huang, Dean Lin, could you go outside and look for the surviving students after the rain stops? My girlfriend went to the restroom before the rain started, I don't know. And my roommate. We accidentally got separated. Could you check if she's still alive? I still owe her 2,000 yuan. Deans, you should go first. Could you find us some clean clothes? We're so cold. After the chubby boy finished speaking, one after another, the students insisted that the two deans and Xia Ting and Zhu Lin leave first, that they didn't need to stay with them. Until 1, 2, 3, all 16 students said in unison, expressing their gratitude to the 4 people who had saved their lives. Dean Huang quietly noted the number of students in the classroom. Okay, then we go out and find you some clothes. You wait here. Old Lin jokingly threatened them. Don't let a single one of you be missing before we come back. Okay. Don't worry. That's what happened. Dean Lin had spoken so much in one breath that his mouth was dry, but he only took a small sip from the mineral water bottle on the table. This small amount was barely enough to moisten Shirzwan's lips. His heart skipped a beat, and he pressed, Did any of the students turn into zombies later? Xia Ting shook her head and said, They haven't had a chance to go back after coming up from the 2nd floor. We just decided to wait for the rain to stop and find them some clean clothes. I didn't expect you and my brother to come over right after we finished discussing it. At this moment, Shirzwan couldn't help but think of the female zombie he and Xia Ao had encountered in the stairwell. He hesitated for a moment, but after a couple of seconds, he still asked, Was there a girl in the blue dress among those students? What an abrupt question. Xia Ting searched her memory carefully. To be honest, among those who escaped, she wasn't really that familiar with anyone except Lin Jiahao. At this moment, Zhu Lin, who had been silently hiding in the back, softly spoke up, Yes. That girl's name is Song Ling. She's in the same major as me but in the next class. Hearing this, Xia Ting seemed to recall something, but why was Shirzwan asking this? Why are you asking this? It really was true. Shirzwan felt a pang of urge to go back 2 minutes and slap himself twice. Seeing his reluctant expression and long silence, Xia Ao finally spoke up for him. He recounted the encounter with the crawling female zombie in the stairwell. A terrifying silence enveloped the entire office. Especially the two deans, upon hearing that a student who had escaped had turned into a zombie, their eyelids drooped weakly. In a daze, Shirzwan even noticed a new fine line at the corner of Old Lin's eye. No, we have to go down and take a look. Old Lin took a deep breath, jumped up from his seat, and immediately headed for the door. Old Huang. As for you guys, we go together. Shirzwan interrupted, picking up the pulse cannon he had just thrown on the ground and patting it on, as if to show it off. Old Lin, I'd be your bodyguard. What are you doing? Old Lin stared at the thing on his shoulder, his words trailing off. Xia Ting had taken Teacher Shi's class, and was about to volunteer to explain the use and construction of the plasma pulse cannon. But before she could speak, a flash of inspiration struck her. She suddenly remembered that Dean Lin was Brother Shi's teacher, and perhaps the construction method had been taught by his mentor himself. She shut her mouth in time. Sure enough, Dean Lin scanned the cannon on his shoulder from head to toe and chuckled. The toy I gave you guys to play with back then. I didn't expect you to still remember it. Looks like my extracurricular classes weren't a waste. Shirzwan smiled back. Only Xia Ting, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, patted her chest. Thank goodness she didn't say anything. Dean Huang took 5 bottles of water from his office, and some disposable paper cups from the cabinet. Besides Shirzwan carrying the cannon on his shoulder, everyone else was empty-handed. Upon leaving the office, the only one with a weapon naturally led the way. Xia Ao followed closely behind, maintaining a half-meter distance, not falling behind. Fortunately, on those few steps down, They didn't encounter any other zombies besides one that couldn't struggle. The only one that couldn't be hit was shot in the neck by Shirzwan and died instantly. However, the female zombie in the blue dress on the second floor platform was still lying there, clearly lifeless. Zhu Lin carefully approached to confirm the face. It was indeed Song Ling. Everyone fell silent, their hearts heavy with either sorrow or regret for the lost lives.